Chapter 81 Gun. Tick. A drop of red liquid dripped. The surface of the elemental metal that had been burning in the fire lotus for a long time finally dripped a drop of metal liquid. Drop by drop, the metal liquid dripped, and finally turned into a pool of red liquid suspended in the air. The barrel was shaped with extremely high precision by the magician's hand. After the casting was completed, the magician's hand wrapped around the barrel began to transmit vibrations regularly. Powerful forces were transmitted to the barrel during the vibration. Dang! 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 Accompanied by a dull sound. The internal structure of the barrel was subtly changing. 1 refining. 2 refining. 3 refining. When the third refining was completed, a huge gold element vortex instantly formed in front of Fong Bai. The small barrel swallowed a terrifying amount of gold elements. The gold element vortex with a diameter of nearly 10 meters enveloped Fong Bai. At this moment, Fong Bai found that his physical fitness was also slowly improving. The 3 refinements of elemental metals were particularly unique. Under the vibration resonance, the gold element structure inside Fong Bai's body was slightly adjusted. Fong Bai quietly watched this change and continued to deduce the trend of this change. The barrel continued to swallow up, and the surrounding gold elements were swept over, and there was even a brief gold element vacuum around. At the moment of the vacuum, the gold element vortex stagnated slightly, but was immediately filled by the incoming gold elements and connected again. The whole process took more than 40 minutes, and the gold element vacuum occurred 3 times. Every time Fong Bai heart jumped to his throat. Fortunately, not long after the third gold element vacuum ended, the gold element vortex gradually dissipated, and a glimmer of light emanated from the surface of the barrel. And then it became quiet. The barrel was just a part, and there was no attribute panel. But Fong Bai could still perceive its perfection. Fong Bai was excited and slightly distressed at the same time. A 3-refined barrel of elemental metal that is only 40 centimeters long has caused such a big commotion. And the gold element nearby is even out of supply. What should I do to forge larger and more advanced equipment in the future? Doesn't it mean that every forging requires me to prepare a large amount of gold elements or select a qualified forging site? And every forging basically means a live broadcast to all extraordinary people? There are no extraordinary people in the market, so no one is alarmed. And it seems that nothing has happened. But if there are a few extraordinary people, they will come to watch the fun in a minute. Fong Bai thought for a moment and shook his head slightly, and forged several parts again, until he forged a bullet and used up all the elemental metal. And every forging basically made a huge noise. And Fong Bai simply ignored it later. Anyway, only he can sense it, so he might as well study the changes in the gold element structure inside his body. After all the parts were forged, Fong Bai assembled them together. All the parts were tightly closed together, and even reached the level where no gaps could be seen, temporarily sealing the gas. After the whole gun was assembled, it looked like a whole body, without any gaps. After loading the bullet with threads on the surface into the chamber, Fong Bai put the pistol into the waist of the armor and covered it up. Just after putting it in, Fong Bai couldn't help but pick up the pistol and looked at it carefully. An attribute panel appeared. Name, unfireable pistol, blue. Introduction, none. Blue equipment. Trying to input Do Chi to resonate. Fong Bai found that he didn't even have the qualifications to equip it. Putting the pistol into the slot at the waist of the armor and covering it up, Fong Bai stroked the sword marks on the armor with his hand, especially the one on the heart. Fong Bai didn't repair these marks, and there was no way to repair them. With his ability, he could only complete the repair at most. But simple material repair was meaningless. The only way to repair this armor, or any item made by Sanlian, is to replace parts. Without exception, there is no ability to repair. This is harder than forging. After putting away all the things, Fong Bai swept his mental power and looked at some vice presidents who came over again. Fong Bai walked out of the yard with a booklet. Fong Bai. Mr. Fong. Hello. I am the vice president of Leon Guild. Hello. I am the vice president of Xiaoxing Guild. Hello. I am from Qianwei Guild. The moment they saw Fong Bai appear, the group of vice presidents immediately swarmed over. The most outrageous one was the vice president of Qianwei Guild. If Fong Bai hadn't blocked him, he would have almost stuck to Fong Bai. And the fat man behind him saw that he couldn't squeeze through no matter how hard he squeezed. And he shouted directly in sweat. 1 million. We offer 1 million. The blacksmith shop fell into silence for a moment. And the next moment, it became even more boiling. One by one, The vice presidents began to quote, making Fong Bai frown. The next moment, buzz! The terrifying momentum instantly forced everyone except Su Wen to retreat 2 meters away. At this moment, everyone quieted down. Please help me notify your guild leader to come over. I have something to ask them. As for the rest, there is no need to say more. I have no intention of joining any guild at the moment. Nor do I have any intention of forging. Okay, that's it, Fong Bai said, retracted his momentum, turned around and walked into the yard again. Everyone in the blacksmith shop looked at each other, thought for a moment, and then went offline to make phone calls. Not long after, one guild leader after another walked into the yard, and the first sentence Fong Bai said shocked everyone. I'm going to kill an aboriginal extraordinary, and I can take you with me. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was instantly alert. I take 70% of the spoils, and you can share the remaining 30%. Everyone's eyes lit up, and one wanted to speak out immediately. But Fong Bai said directly, there is no room for negotiation. If you don't want to accept it, just turn around and leave. As soon as the voice fell, the president's preparations were immediately closed, and Li Jiaming asked out loud, what do you want us to do? It's very simple. Just one thing. You won't retreat until I die. After I die, you can destroy the other party's layout, and then retreat. If it's the latter, I will compensate you with 3 crystal cores, and you can distribute them freely. Fong Bai said indifferently. With the strength of the young man, he was not sure of winning. And this is why he found these guilds. For the mobility and pressure of the extraordinary. Perhaps the human wave tactics are useless. But it always takes time for the extraordinary to kill people. Even if one kills 1 second, it will take 2 minutes for 100. An extraordinary person can protect himself in front of a sea of people. But it is basically impossible to protect anything. With these guilds, even if Fong Bai dies, he can try to destroy this evil god ritual. It was fine before, but now Fong Bai can't let this ritual complete. Because of the little white tower. It's fun for the little white tower to lock the coordinates of the evil god plane. But it's not fun at all if the evil god masters the coordinates of Bag Town. For this, Fong Bai doesn't mind paying some price. Today is the 2nd day of the dual mark, and they still have 3 Fong Bai. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a black beam of light shot up into the sky from the direction of Bag Town, and the foul smell instantly spread. Fong Bai's face turned cold. Chapter 82 Ritual, the duel begins. Buzz! A black beam of light shot up into the sky, spreading in the sky, and turned into a black hemispherical barrier that covered the entire area. And the sky instantly became dim. All the guild presidents turned their heads to look at Fong Bai when they saw this scene. As a transcendent, Fong Bai could feel more. In Fong Bai perception, the powerful power fluctuations spread, turning into countless negative energies that wreaked havoc in the entire area. One element after another was eroded, and the proportion of negative energy in the environment gradually increased. At the same time, waves of violent emotions hit Fong Bai's mind, making Fong Bai want to fight a big battle immediately and kill to his heart's content. However, this emotion was forcibly suppressed by Fong Bai as soon as it emerged. And then he quickly withdrew his mental power, which was better, turning his head to look at the many guild presidents. They seemed to have no special feelings except for depression. The stronger the perception, the easier it is to be affected? Or is it that my willpower is weak, so I am easily affected? Fong Bai thought to himself. I thought it would take 1 or 2 days, but I didn't expect it to start right away. Fong Bai expected it to be advanced, but he didn't expect it to be advanced to the 2nd day in 5 days. Fong Bai sensed the rate at which the proportion of negative energy in the environment was increasing, and his face was slightly serious. And if it continues to grow at this rate, it will only take 1 day to cause an imbalance of elements. Once the elements are unbalanced, and it is a negative imbalance of elements, Fong Bai's face changed slightly. All elements can be rich, and some elements can be richer, but they must not reach the level of imbalance. What is imbalance? Imbalance means that the element has a crushing situation against all other elements added together. Once the elements in a certain area are unbalanced, it is like the change of air composition, the increase or decrease of oxygen content, and the increase or decrease of carbon dioxide content. The creatures in this area must either adapt or perish. Fong Bai glanced at everyone and said nothing more. At this moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. A wooden box exploded out of thin air, revealing a tall silver armor. Fong Bai walked straight out, and the silver armor in the room instantly split into 8 parts and shot towards Fong Bai, opening and falling directly on Fong Bai. Crack! Crack! A burst of springs snapped, and the armor above the legs was all in place. Fong Bai stepped forward and stepped into the inside of the combat boots. Crack! The combat boots closed. Dang! With a crisp sound, a huge axe on the wall rotated and fell into Fong Bai's hands. The next moment, the momentum of the wild run soared into the sky, and Fong Bai bent his knees and jumped. Bang! After shooting out, Fong Bai disappeared in front of everyone in a few jumps, and everyone just reacted. Suwen, who was still in the yard, suddenly felt a lot warmer. Although these guild leaders had long guessed that Fong Bai was the armored man, they did not expect that the armor equipping process would be so handsome. The smooth armor-wearing action and the sound of the spring made them all excited. At this time, someone was quietly preparing to leave. Li Jiaming? Where are you going? Li Jiaming, who was crouching and preparing to slip away, was stunned, then straightened up and patted the non-existent dust on his body. Something happened. I have to go back to the guild. After that, he walked out to Perfect. Are you going to Fong Bai Place? Why go? There is no benefit. Most likely you will be cannon fodder for Fong Bai. I won't go. Really not going? Do you think Fong Bai will leave you any benefits? Or do you think you can beat Fong Bai? You haven't dealt with Fong Bai. But I have. Go. If I go, I'm a dog, Li Jiaming said disdainfully, and turned around and left. Wang Chong, who was asking the question, was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at the people around him. Are you going? No. I have a lot of things to do in my guild, so I don't have time to accompany the prince to study. Wang Chong, if you want to go, go by yourself. Don't drag us down. I'm going to the mountains to find Warcraft. After saying this, the guild leaders left one after another, leaving only the tall and strong Wang Chong scratching the back of his head in confusion. President, are we going? A strong man walked in and looked at Wang Chong and asked. No. 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 No one is going. Why should we go? We're going into the mountains. After Wang Chong finished speaking, he took the vice president and walked towards the guild. A moment later, outside Bagtown, at the gate of a manor, the guild leaders with a large number of players looked at each other, and finally looked at Li Jiaming in unison. Li Jiaming had no expression on his face. Woof! Li Jiaming led his people in. His expression did not change at all, which made the others' mouths twitch slightly. The other presidents who were still outside looked at each other, and then smiled awkwardly but politely. Everyone is here. Let's go in. Everyone is here. Everyone is here. Wait. Wang Chong from the Mad Battle Guild doesn't seem to be here. The people who were about to go in were stunned when they heard this. At this moment, their expressions were particularly complicated and difficult to describe. 3 parts of doubt, 1 part of confusion, 2 parts of daze, and 4 parts of shock? Wang Chong, who was about to lead the team into the mountains, received the news from the insider and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. All gone. Inside the manor, players fought in units of 3 or 5 people. The fanatics outside the manor were weak, and even with the blessing of fearless fanaticism, they did not play any role in hindering the enemy, and could only fall into a pool of blood one after another. The blood slowly seeped into the ground. Not long after, one guild after another, and some individual players had broken through to the inner courtyard. When they saw the situation in the inner courtyard, their pupils shrank sharply. Ugh! 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 The extremely real blood sacrifice scene. The strong and pungent smell of blood, and the smell of rotting corpses instantly made them vomit. At this moment, Fong Bai was standing next to a blood pool holding a giant axe. Inside the blood pool, a young man knelt in the center of the altar, praying devoutly and fervently. At the edge of the blood pool, a layer of black shield slowly bloomed with a ripple. This strange scene made everyone stare at the altar. The blood in the blood pool slowly increased, and the elemental power and negative energy in the environment quickly poured into the blood pool. The blood pool seemed to become deeper and bottomless, as if connected to another world. Suddenly, as if breaking through a critical point, the blood in the blood pool flowed up along the altar, like blood snakes climbing up the altar, entwining and condensing on the young man. After a while, a bloody and hideous armor took shape on the young man, and the last blood slowly flowed down his hand. Clang! The blood vibrated with metal. And the blood fell. And a blood-colored long sword appeared in the young man's hand. The next moment, the young man stood up and threw himself back. And his blood instantly turned into a cloak that fluttered. A pair of fanatical eyes stared at Fong Bai. And a hoarse voice sounded. Audience, take your positions. The duel begins. Boom! A blood-colored beam of light shot up into the sky. Chapter 83 The Evil God is Coming. Boom! The blood-colored light column shot up into the sky. And then turned into a shadow and fell, covering the entire manor. At this time, the two people who were running towards Bag Town looked up at the blood-colored light column above Bag Town. And their faces changed. Damn it. The evil god's eyes have been watching him. And he has become a force to be reckoned with. A knight wearing pure white gold-rimmed heavy armor had an extremely ugly face. And his fighting spirit was boiling. And the air seemed to be slightly distorted. The face of a great swordsman, who followed him, was also quite ugly. He had been going to investigate the cause of death of Knight Bag. But he was delayed for some personal matters. If Bag Town was really sacrificed to the evil god because of this, his life would definitely be in danger. The two people urged their fighting spirit, and the speed of the attack immediately increased a few points. And at the same time, they looked at the sky where the blood column appeared. The duelists must persist a little longer. They knew it was basically impossible to win. Although the stronger the duel opponent, the greater the benefits that can be obtained from the duel ceremony. This group of cultists is very cautious, and the duel opponents they choose must be weaker than them. They even chose ordinary people as duel opponents as extraordinary people, which is simply shameless. So they don't hope that the duel opponent can win, but only hope to buy them some time. A little time is enough. No one in the manor knows that two strong men are on their way. At this moment, the players find themselves helpless, as if they are bound by something. The phantom solidifies into substance and turns into a huge arena. One by one, players fall into the spectator seats. In a blink of an eye, the empty arena becomes full. Only Fong Bai remains in place. The young man standing on the altar showed a grim smile, and pointed the blood-red long sword in his hand at the players in the spectator seats. The duel ceremony begins. Before the winner is decided, no one can leave the arena. The loser in the audience will die. As the voice fell, a blood-red duel mark appeared on the young man. And the next moment, the young man was shrouded in blood and appeared in the arena. Many players on the stage were slightly puzzled. Loser? We all die. Does that mean that if Fong Bai loses, we all have to die? But Fong Bai won. So wouldn't he be the loser? There are losers on both sides. Players? Question mark. Just as all the players were stunned and cursing, the eyes of a small sculpture on the altar opened. Suddenly, a feeling of being watched made everyone feel creepy and quiet instantly. All the players looked at the altar in unison, and their hair stood on end. At this moment, the young man who felt the feeling of being watched looked at Fong Bai enthusiastically, waiting for the duel to begin. However, time passed little by little. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and Fong Bai did not move. The young man's eyes became more and more wrong. More and more wrong. First doubtful, then puzzled, and finally staring at Fong Bai with wide eyes. Wait! Where's the duel mark? Where's your duel mark? The young man rushed towards Fong Bai frantically. But when he was close to the edge of the ring, he was bounced back by the blood-colored barrier that suddenly appeared. Bang! The young man fell in the middle of the ring, his eyes still full of disbelief. And he couldn't believe this reality. Impossible. Impossible. Where's your duel mark? Duel mark? I don't have it. The young man was stunned, looking at the ring and the audience around him. His words just now suddenly echoed in his ears. No one can leave before the winner is decided. Pa! The young man suddenly sat down on the ground. And Fong Bai suddenly understood something, and stared at the young man blankly. So, you can't get out? Fong Bai was shocked. The surrounding players also tasted it, and looked at the young man in the middle of the ring strangely. If they hadn't been separated from the audience stand, they would have laughed out loud. It's just that. This card is bugged, and the battle will never be accepted. How can we get out? Suicide back to the city? Disperse? Disperse? Don't watch the fun here. Watch it for a while. Watch it for a while. It's okay anyway. This plot suddenly becomes interesting. TSK. Why are there no fries and popcorn? A player said with regret. And they immediately felt relieved. At this moment, the knights and great swordsmen who were looking up at the projection of the arena, were also stunned by this change. What scene have they not seen? This scene is really something they have never seen. For a moment, their faces became weird. I'd never seen it before. At this time, other players in Bagtown were also stunned by this sudden change. And then they laughed out loud. And several heavy armor players hiding in the houses in Bagtown looked up and saw this scene. And then retracted their gaze. Now, act. As soon as the voice fell, groups of players quietly poured out of the houses and kept gathering towards the castle. From their tacit understanding, it was obvious that they were well trained. Perhaps everyone was attracted by the projection in the sky. Or perhaps it was because the sky was dark. So they were discovered only when they were very close. Stop. Who are you? The moment the voice sounded, several heavy armored players suddenly jumped up and rushed over. Today's Bagtown seems to be particularly lively. Fong Bai knocked on the shield around the altar with a battle axe. Unfortunately, just like before, the shield still couldn't be broken. Fong Bai thought about it and prepared to destroy the groove connected to the blood pool. However, at this moment, the ugly and evil sculpture on the altar slowly lit up its eyes, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept the entire manor. The confused young man felt this breath and instantly became extremely excited and fanatical, and instantly prostrated himself on the ground and prayed. However, the faces of the players changed slightly, and their attribute panels refreshed a prompt at an extremely outrageous speed. Ding. System prompt. You got the evil god? Watching. Ding. System prompt. You got the evil god? Watching. Ding. System prompt. The densely refreshed system prompts and their descriptions instantly made everyone's scalp tingle, as if falling into an ice cellar. At this moment, looking at the crazy refreshing system prompts, Fong Bai's face also changed slightly. Compared to others, he felt more deeply. It was as if the evil god was watching him. The hair on his body stood up. The crazy system prompt sounded. And at this time, the small white tower deep in Fong Bai's mind was also alarmed. And the virtual panel popped up. Found the mark of the evil god. Emergency program started. Suddenly, the subtitles on the virtual panel paused, and then disappeared one by one, and then reappeared. Found a weak evil god's divinity, which can be used as the material for the Lord's pioneering order. The priority is extremely high. Please capture it as soon as possible. Chapter 84. Sir. The times have changed. The weak evil god's divinity has been discovered, which can be used as the material for the Lord's pioneering order. The priority is extremely high. Please capture it as soon as possible. Looking at the words on the virtual panel repeating. More than 10 seconds have passed, and the pressure of the evil god's gaze has become greater and greater. But the little white tower still has no movement. Gradually, Fong Bai came back to his senses. Wait, what does it mean? What do you mean by asking the tower master to capture it as soon as possible? Aren't you going to do it? Fong Bai couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his head. I'm going to capture it. Why do I need you if I can capture it? However, Fong Bai's thoughts did not cause any changes in the little white tower. Only more and more terrifying pressure and faster refreshing system prompts. Fong Bai even felt that the world was twisting little by little. The evil god's gaze had already made him lose the ability to fight back, as if his whole world was about to collapse. The evil god's sight had even begun to penetrate the boundary between matter and spirit, as if he was going to explore Fong Bai's spiritual space. At this time, the attribute panel finally had other reactions. Alarm. Alarm. Evil god invasion detected. Tower owner in danger. Emergency tower spirit activated. Emergency tower spirit activated. Tower spirit is activating. Fong Bai looked at the words, and a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. Alarm. Alarm. Tower spirit activation failed. Activate emergency plan. Plane detection. Main material world. Divinity detection. Weak evil god divinity. Descending method detection. Statue descent. The plan is being generated. Please strictly follow the plan and capture the evil god divinity. The words appeared, and a stream of information flowed into Fong Bai's mind. While the words continued to scroll. Evil god protection system is shutting down. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment the words disappeared, Fong Bai suddenly felt that he appeared naked in front of the evil god. And a familiar message quickly popped up on the attribute panel. Ding. System prompt. You have been invited to participate in the Blood Blade duel in 5 days. You cannot refuse or be absent. Please go to the duel location as soon as possible. After unbuttoning the gauntlet and raising his hand, a blood blade mark slowly emerged on the palm of his hand, and the eyes on the hilt stared at Fong Bai. The next moment, a red light enveloped Fong Bai, and he disappeared and appeared on the ring. What a pity! The knight and the great swordsman, who had already arrived outside the manor, stopped inside. Originally, they thought that things could still turn around, but they did not expect that this situation would directly alarm the evil god's arrival. Even they did not dare to get closer, and only dared to look up at the projection in the sky from a distance. And not just them. One by one, the players, whether in the audience or not in the audience, could not help but look up at this battle. On the ring, the duel officially began. Clang! The moment Fong Bai appeared on the ring, he found that a blood-colored long sword was rapidly expanding in front of him. Fortunately, Fong Bai had always maintained a state of complete victory. Facing the sudden attack, he rolled away with a lazy donkey. However, the bloody sword still left a scratch on his helmet. It's a little bit of progress, but it doesn't work. The young man sneered, and as soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a red shadow and rushed towards Fong Bai. Clang! 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 Sparks flew everywhere, and Fong Bai and the young man instantly fought in a group. Fong Bai's attack was like a beast, with great force and momentum. Even the young man had to temporarily avoid the edge under the full-strength axe. In terms of pure strength, the axe is much stronger than the long sword. The young man was as cold as a venomous snake, and the long sword pointed and stabbed like a venomous snake. Weird and vicious. But in the collisions, the young man's attack was like a storm, surrounded by snakes, and every attack made Fong Bai blood surge and retreat again and again. After a collision, the young man lost the interest in playing, slowly stood up, and a hoarse voice sounded. You are too weak. Become a sacrifice to my god. Fong Bai instantly sensed the fatal crisis, and his face was serious. Facing the imminent terrorist attack, Fong Bai suddenly dropped his giant axe, and a huge momentum rose up and spread around. However, the young man also raised his momentum, directly offsetting Fong Bai's momentum. Momentum is the best way to deal with the weak. But for the same level, it is the best choice to devote all strength to attack and defense. Because even if you hold up your momentum, it will be offset by the opponent's momentum. After Fong Bai raised his momentum, he opened his posture. The same words are for you. This move. Take it. The young man narrowed his eyes when he heard it, and slowly raised the blood-red long sword in his hand to point at Fong Bai. The air on the ring seemed to solidify. At this moment, all the players, all the presidents, including the knights and great swordsmen who slipped out of Bag Town, and the natives of Bag Town couldn't help but stare at the ring. They were even so nervous that they held their breath. On the ring, the momentum of the two people rose to the peak. Everyone knew that their probing was over, and it was time to get serious. This would be a peak move that would decide not only victory, but also life and death. Blood blade charge. The moment the momentum reached its peak, the young man turned into a blood blade and instantly stabbed in front of Fong Bai and slashed. The blood blade seemed to fill everyone's eyes. Bang! There was an explosion. Li Jiaming stood up instantly. Li Qian stood up instantly. Qi Yun stood up instantly. And all the players couldn't help but stand up, staring at the thing in Fong Bai's hand, eyes full of disbelief. Gun? You agreed to bring a gun to the duel? In the eyes of everyone's disbelief, Fong Bai changed to his left hand to pick up the pistol and put the muzzle in front of his mouth. Kakaka. The visor rose halfway to reveal his mouth, and Fong Bai blew gently at the muzzle. Sir, times have changed. Boom. The players who saw this scene and heard this sentence were instantly blown up, full of mechanical sense. The armor with half of the visor automatically raised, the gorgeous black and gold spear, and the understated words under the attention of the crowd. These moments made the minds of the players seem like a nuclear bomb explosion. Their eyes were red like rabbits, and their mouths were sour as if they had just licked a lemon. This scene was deeply imprinted in the players' minds. At this moment, even the paladins and great swordsmen who came from other places couldn't help but gasp. Looking at each other, they could see the surprise in each other's eyes. And the next moment, the two of them suddenly reacted. Wait! If the people of the Blood Blade cult fail in the duel ceremony, the two of them were startled. And then they were happy. And they turned around in an instant and rushed towards the direction of the manor. On the ring, the red shield dissipated silently, and the evil god sculpture looked at Fong Bai coldly. And the players in the audience who were just excited and discussing heatedly suddenly screamed, and their faces began to turn pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Fong Bai casually inserted the gun into the slot, walked to the body of the young man whose head and half of his chest were blown to pieces, and his right hand naturally dropped down, while his left hand picked up the long sword in his hand. However, at the moment when Fong Bai grasped the bloody long sword, countless blood threads, like hair, rose from the hilt and stabbed Fong Bai's arm. Ding 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 ding. The gauntlet dinged, blocking the blood threads outside. But the next moment the blood threads turned into liquid and seeped into the gaps in the gauntlet as if they had life. The evil god stared at him with a cold look, as if he was looking at a dead person. Chapter 85 Lord's Development Order. Ding ding dang dang. After finding that it could not penetrate the gauntlet, the blood thread instantly turned into liquid and penetrated through the gap between the armors, and merged into Fong Bai's arm the moment it touched him. At this time, Fong Bai smiled, and the virtual panel in front of him quickly showed lines of text. Warning. Warning. The Tower Master has been invaded by the evil god. Start the emergency program. Counterattack started. Counterattack successful. The little white tower seemed to be very skilled in counterattack, and it was successful in just a moment. The blood sword fell into Fong Bai's left hand, and the players in the audience stopped screaming. The coordinates of the evil god plane have been successfully locked. Do you want to start the space jump? A similar page appeared on the virtual panel again. Fong Bai swiped it across without being surprised. And then the virtual panel appeared again. A weak connection with the evil god's divinity was found at a close distance, and counterattack is being carried out. Counterattack successful. The moment the virtual panel showed that the counterattack was successful, Fong Bai threw the blood sword in his hand. Swoosh! The shield around the altar did not block the blood sword at all. The blood sword directly hit the evil god statue and knocked it down on the altar. At this moment, Fong Bai seemed to hear a howl in his ears, as if a terrifying existence cursed him the most viciously. Ding. System prompt. You got the evil god? Evil god curse. You. The system prompt just appeared, and the virtual panel also popped up. Evil god curse found. Emergency program started. Start clearing. Cleared successfully. Fong Bai looked at the two similar but different panels and smacked his lips. TSK. You are a bit bad at the attribute panel. Close the attribute panel. And the text on the virtual panel continues to appear. Weak evil god divinity found. Capturing. Capture successful. Do you want to make a Lord Development Order? Lord Development Order. Seeing these words again, Fong Bai's mind couldn't help but waver. Yes. Authorization successful. In production. The moment these 8 words appeared, the roar in his ears reached its peak. Fong Bai could sense the anger contained in it from a distance. Fong Bai rubbed his ears because of the noise. It's so noisy. The words on the virtual panel in front of him were updated. Emergency program started. Cleared successfully. TSK. Fong Bai found that this little white tower was simply a special attack on the evil god. It didn't react to anything, but as long as it touched something related to the evil god, the emergency program would be immediately started. Professional counterpart? Could it be that this little white tower used to be a defensive fortress specifically for dealing with the evil god? Thinking back to the way the little white tower was skilled in locating the evil god's plane, Fong Bai suddenly felt that this might be true. But it's not clear whether it is a defensive fortress. By the way, building a fortress in the other party's hometown. Is this a defensive fortress? Fong Bai muttered, watching a ray of golden and gray light coexisting at the bottom of the little white tower in his mind. This ray of light was shrouded by the white light emitted by the little white tower, and it was hazy and unclear. But even so, Fong Bai could still sense the sacredness and nobility of this light. Supreme. The Lord's Development Order actually requires divinity to make. Is it so awesome? Looking at the name, I should be able to own the territory after this is made. Right. The little white tower should be able to be released. Right. The little white tower, which has not been deployed, has such an awesome emergency procedure. Fong Bai is looking forward to the appearance of the little white tower after it is officially deployed. In anticipation, Fong Bai retracted his mind and strode towards the blood pool. At this moment, the blood pool has dried up, and Fong Bai is about to cross it. At this time, 2 strong winds whistled, and a knight wearing white heavy armor, riding a pure white warhorse, and covered in flames, and a leather-armored warrior carrying a door-panel sword entered the manor. The great swordsman saw a trace of greed on the statue on the altar, and saw Fong Bai was about to go over, and immediately shouted, "Stop!" Fong Bai was slightly stunned when he heard this, turned his head to look at the two people, frowning slightly, with his right hand naturally hanging down at his side. Fong Bai pulled out his pistol, and a black gold bullet entered the gun chamber from the front. It took only a moment for the great swordsman to calm down. The corpse of the cultist with only half of his body left suddenly came into his sight. Looking at the black muzzle in front of him, sweat instantly came out. Bewitched. What did he just do? What did you just say? Fong Bai pointed the muzzle of his gun at the great swordsman. Stop. Be careful of the pit ahead. Although there is no blood in it, it is still very dangerous to fall into it. Fong Bai looked down at the blood pool. Although there was no blood in the blood pool, there was still a very strong and violent elemental force in it. If you fall into it, it is estimated that there will be no good end. Oh, is that so? Then it's okay. Fong Bai also showed a smile on his face. But the muzzle of the gun did not move away at all. But you should step back a little. It will make me nervous if you are so close to me. Okay. 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 Please. The great swordsman retreated immediately without any hesitation. The knight next to him looked at him with contempt. No dignity belonging to a superhuman. After saying that, the knight dismounted and saluted Fong Bai slightly. Hello, strange superhuman. I am Kaming, the Knight of Light of the Judgment Knights of the Church of Light. And I am here to wipe out the Bloodblade cult. To thank you for your outstanding contribution to the elimination of the Bloodblade cult. I will give you a chance to enter the Library of Light on behalf of the Church of Light. And you can choose to enter at any time. In addition, although the ceremony has been interrupted, the statue of the evil god is still extremely dangerous, and will be directly locked by the evil god. I hope to bring the statue of the evil god back to the Red Maple Church for suppression and processing. For this reason, I can increase the chance of entering the Library of Light to 3 times. Fong Bai keenly noticed that when Kaming mentioned the Library of Light, the great swordsman behind him showed a trace of greed and yearning. Fong Bai's face eased after discovering this, and he nodded slightly at Kaming. This is what I should do. Of course, since you strongly invite me to enter the Library of Light, I will be disrespectful, Fong Bai said calmly. As for the statue of the evil god, I have my own use. Thank you for your concern. In addition, your distance makes me feel a little insecure. Although Fong Bai said and laughed, the pistol in his left hand did not waver at all, and Kaming nodded in understanding. Okay. Kaming turned around and walked away with his horse, walking farther than the great swordsman. When he passed by the great swordsman, he looked at him with disdain, and the white horse snorted. However, when he stopped, Kaming's hands behind his back trembled slightly as he watched Fong Bai put away his pistol. Fong Bai looked at the altar again, stepped across the blood pool, came to the altar, and looked at the statue. At this moment, the statue no longer had any magical power, and looked like an ordinary sculpture. But the face seemed to be wiped out by a force, and the appearance could not be seen clearly. Chapter 86 Elemental Backflow. Evil God. Fong Bai picked up the evil god statue with his left hand, keeping an eye on Kaming and the great swordsman. Their eyes seemed to be glued to the statue, and they were reluctant to move away. The value of this evil god statue seemed to be beyond Fong Bai's imagination. Fong Bai turned his attention back to the statue. The statue was only more than 30 centimeters tall. A full-body statue, with a damaged face, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. The whole thing felt heavy in his hand, and it was very heavy. Metal? Elemental metal? Fong Bai was slightly surprised at first, and then understood. Yes, after all, it is a statue that can accommodate the advent of the evil god's divinity, so it is normal for it to be elemental metal. Fong Bai temporarily put down the statue and picked up the blood-red long sword instead. The blood-colored sword has lost its activity and offensiveness at this moment, but if you stare at it for a long time, a murderous aura will surge into your heart. And the material, it is also elemental metal, but a little evil. Fong Bai's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately returned to the ring to check the armor on the young man. But when he saw the armor, Fong Bai was immediately disappointed. The armor had been completely shattered by the powerful force, and the gap only revealed the appearance of blood scab, not metal, and the young man was also empty-handed. Not to mention the crystal core, even without money, which made Fong Bai, who was full of expectations, a little disgusted. Bah! Poor bastard. At this moment, everyone quietly watched Fong by packing up the spoils. Finally, a player couldn't help it. Hey, boss, can you put us down first? We are stuck here so uncomfortable. Fong Bai saw that the battlefield had been cleaned up almost. And when he heard the voice, he suddenly looked like he was in a daze. Oh, I almost forgot. The poor acting made all the presidents cover their faces. And Fong Bai continued, Sorry, I almost forgot. Hey, how do I get you down? At this time, Kaming's voice sounded. Just destroy the altar. Oh, that's easy. Fong Bai immediately used the magician's hand to push the armor to charge. And after a moment, he fully increased the power and smashed the hammer of the giant axe down. Bang! Bone fragments flew. The altar exploded, and several reflections flashed between the bones. Fong Bai had an idea. 5 crystal cores that became completely transparent flew in front of him. But they made a crisp sound as soon as he took a look. Ping! The 5 transparent crystal cores turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. Drained? Fong Bai felt a little sorry. But looking at the statue and long sword floating beside him, he was satisfied. Looking up, at the moment when the altar exploded, boom! The black light column that shot up into the sky shattered. And the light curtain covering Bagtown also shattered, turning into black mist that filled the sky above Bagtown. Inside the manor, the blood pool of the broken altar produced violent fluctuations. The next moment, the violent elemental power accumulated inside it rushed out towards the channel like a flood. A large part of it directly rushed to the player along the phantom. And the channel that had just extracted the player became an infusion channel. In an instant, the violent elemental power poured into the player's body. Bang! 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 One after another, the players exploded into blood mist without even having time to scream. 1, 2, 3, 10, 70, 100. In just a moment, more than 100 players who were spectators died. And the remaining players all had hideous faces and screamed miserably. Fong Bai was stunned when he saw this. And with a mental sweep, he immediately found something strange. Wait, this oscillation frequency is this frequency when it is extracted. And it is also this frequency when it is infused now. Fong Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. These violent elemental forces wantonly destroyed the body's tissue structure in the player's body. But at the same time, they began to integrate into it because of resonance. This Fong Bai looked at this magical situation and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that it could be like this. At this time, some players couldn't stand it and were ready to commit suicide. Fong Bai was immediately anxious. How could they commit suicide? Don't commit suicide. There are benefits. I will help you. Fong Bai shouted hurriedly. If he committed suicide, where would he get the sample to observe? This extremely coincidental situation is rare. Where would the second evil god ritual come from for him to destroy? It must not be let go. Once it is let go, Fong Bai will want to slap himself to death. Fong Bai shouted a few words in vain, and hurriedly used his mental power to suppress and sort out the elemental power in their bodies. With Fong Bai's help, their situation was immediately relieved, and Fong Bai hurriedly seized the opportunity to speak out. Everyone, hold on. If you hold on this time, not only can you change your job, but at least you can get in touch with the extraordinary to a certain extent. If you miss it, don't blame me for not telling you in advance. Especially you guild leaders. The number of people who hold on may mean the strength of your guild in the future. The weak ones might overtake in a moment, and the strong ones might fall to the bottom in an instant. After all, the gap between you is not big, and one extraordinary person can make it even. Right? When Fong Bai finished speaking, the guild leaders present remembered the money they had invested in the guild, and immediately shuddered, ignoring all the pain. Among them, Shi Yun, the leader of the Qi Yunxian Guild, reacted instantly and shouted loudly. No one can commit suicide. All the performance of suicide will be deducted. Those who can't stand it will be rewarded with 1,000. And those who can stand it will be rewarded with 3,000. As soon as the voice fell, the players of Qi Yunxian suddenly woke up. And the other players couldn't help but look at their own guild leader. Others followed up immediately, with Qi Yunxian taking the lead in comparison. They didn't dare to mess around with the price. It was basically flat or fluctuated slightly up and down. In an instant, the screams of the guild players became smaller, and the individual players on the side didn't need anyone to say anything. After hearing Fong Bai's words, they talked to themselves. Independent players know how to seize every opportunity better than guild players. An opportunity! When Fong Bai saw that the situation had stabilized, he immediately wandered among the audience seats. Everywhere he passed, the body structure and internal element conditions of each player were scanned by Fong Bai into the fantasy space. Every time he arrived at a place, Fong Bai stopped for a moment, closed his eyes, and sank into the fantasy space. At this moment, Fong Bai human body gold element structure has been iterated to the 37th generation, which is very different from the initial structure, and is more and more suitable for Fong Bai body structure. And the feasibility is getting higher and higher. At this moment, Fong Bai directly modified the gold element structure according to their body structure and added personalized features. After the modification, the experiment was carried out directly in the fantasy space. No matter the minor problems, they were recorded. After ensuring that there were no major problems, the experiment was ended, and the eyes were opened directly, which was only a few tens of seconds in reality. Use mental power to directly and forcefully adjust the internal element structure of the player in front of you. And then start the next player. Chapter 87 Rapid Iteration 1, 2, 10, 20, 50, 80, 200, 500. Fong Bai quickly moved between the players. At the beginning, each player basically stayed for dozens of seconds, or even a minute. But as he became more proficient, a player often passed by in a few seconds. In the later stage, Fong Bai even passed by with a glance. One by one, the violent elements in the bodies of the players were suppressed and shaped by Fong Bai mental power. The violent elemental power was like a stream of water, first following the original mark until it broke through it. Bang! 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 One by one, the players exploded into fireworks. And Fong Bai, who was still modifying the structure, did not change his face at all. This is too normal. The roughly modified structure is not a big problem for the time being, and is put into use directly. Death is normal. And Fong Bai would find it strange if it does not die. When Fong Bai finished adjusting the element structure of the last player, 300 or 400 players on the scene had turned into fireworks. And broken meat and bones were scattered all over the ground. Fong Bai went back to the starting point directly to check the situation of the first player who modified the element structure. At this time, Fong Bai was thankful that he had swallowed too much elemental power after the evil god ritual began. So it would take some time even if he opened the floodgates with all his strength. With a sweep of his mental power, he scanned the situation of the first player into the fantasy space. After his mind sank into the fantasy space and carefully sensed the internal structure of the player, Fong Bai showed a hint of joy on his face. It is indeed a resonance situation. The signs of this player's integration of elemental power are more obvious, and the internal structure has changed a lot. Fong Bai found that although the elemental structure inside the body of the first player had the shadow of his modification, it was no longer exactly the same. In addition to running according to the structure, the violent elemental power also broke the structure, opened up new tributaries, and even trunks. Fong Bai collected these tributaries and trunks very preciously, and then modified and iterated his elemental structure again, and then put it into the first player again. Compared with the initial structure, this time the structure is more in line with the elemental situation and the body structure of this player, and the adaptability is instantly much higher. After several experiments, the big problem that will directly cause sudden death is completely modified. I don't care about the rest. I will directly leave the fantasy space and modify it in the player's body. The first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one. Fong Bai started the second round of modification again, and started to speed up as his proficiency improved. In this process, the gold element structure that Fong Bai mastered also rapidly evolved. The 38th generation, the 39th generation, the 40th generation, the 41st generation, the 127th generation. As Fong Bai finished the second round, his gold element structure had been updated to the 127th generation. And I don't know how many modifications were made, and how many details were added. What's more terrifying is that each of these details has corresponding human experimental evidence. And each detail is extremely real. In the bookshelf, the books in this area of the experimental record of the perfect gold element structure project increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1, 2, 3, and after this second round, hundreds of players died suddenly. and the remaining players should be just over 1,000. Fong Bai did not hesitate at all and immediately returned to the first player again. Scan. Sense. Research. Modify. Experiment. Modify. Human experiment. The third cycle. Start. Kaming and the Great Swordsman, who were watching the whole process, looked at each other, and the Great Swordsman asked cautiously, Mage? Kaming looked at Fong Bai, who was immersed in research, took a deep breath, and shook his head. It shouldn't be. If he is really a mage transcendent, the cultist just now has no ability to fight back, even if he chooses close combat. What is that? Kaming looked at Fong Bai again, and couldn't help but answer. The Great Swordsman also looked at Fong Bai. Originally, they were just afraid of the powerful alchemical weapon. But now, they have developed a little awe for this strange transcendent in their hearts. Time passed by, and Fong Bai was completely immersed in this round of modifications. The version of the gold element structure in the fantasy space has been updated to the 397th generation. But after a few minutes, it became the 398th generation. The 399th generation was only about 200 players present. With fewer people, Fong Bai can spend more time and energy on each person. After several rounds of time, the gold element structure of thousands of players' human body experiments has become very complicated. However, although this structure is complicated, it does not give people a messy feeling, and even faintly gives rise to a kind of artistic conception and beauty. And Fong Bai can notice that the extent of his modification is getting smaller and smaller each time. But often every modification can make the structure more artistic. Fong Bai returned to the first player. The first player was a casual player, who was surprisingly still alive. When he found Fong Bai coming, the casual player smiled at Fong Bai. Fong Bai also nodded, and then sank into the fantasy space again. After a while, Fong Bai opened his eyes and started his modification again. The modified structure this time was much more detailed. The violent elemental power quickly split and became stable as soon as it poured into the structure. However, there were still some places where new tributaries would rush out. Some tributaries were wrong, and some were more perfect solutions. Fong Bai slowly updated his gold element structure. After a round, Fong Bai looked around again. Huh? None of them died? At this moment, even Fong Bai couldn't help but be surprised. And while he was talking, bang! A player's body was cracked, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and he died. Oh! Dead. Fong Bai nodded a little tiredly, and returned to the first player again, and another round began. Fighting the fatigue from excessive brain power consumption, he continued. This was the 8th round, and Fong Bai efforts were not in vain. No one died until the end of this round. In the 9th round, one person died. In the 10th round, no one died. In the 11th round, no one died. In the 12th round, no one died. In the 15.5 rounds, no player died. The elemental power in the blood pool was exhausted. The arena was shattered, and all the players on it fell to the ground. One by one, the players stood on the ground, looking at their arms, feeling the surging power in their bodies, as if they were in another world. Their basic attribute points have all increased significantly without upgrading? Fong Bai looked around tiredly, and it seemed that no guild president survived. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and he cleared his throat slightly. All the surviving players suddenly quieted down and looked at Fong Bai, who was extremely tired and bloodshot. Fong Bai smiled haggardly at this. Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fong Bai. Fong for square and Bai for white. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, the guild leader, who had resurrected and was waiting beside him, suddenly became anxious. And Qian said excitedly, Hey. You. Shut up. At this time, a player from the Kyongswen guild among the survivors said unhappily, Hey. How do you talk to the boss? Qian, ? Chapter 88 follow. Why are you so stingy? Fong Bai watched the guild leaders nervously take their own players away. Before leaving, these players waved to Fong Bai reluctantly, saying hello and making some witty remarks about being in Chalice camp, but with their hearts in Han, which made the faces of guild leaders such as Chi Hyun and Li Jiaming turn green. Look at the status of these guild leaders. Although they are dead, the enhancements of elemental integration have not disappeared and are still preserved. It should also be reflected on the attribute panel. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and then looked at the more than 60 individual players left in front of him. Among the 208 people who survived to the end, there were 147 guild players and 61 individual players. In the end, although Chi Yun and others were very envious of these individual players, they were unable to take any of them away. They were still here to experience the increased power and wait for Fong Bai. At this moment, Fong Bai looked at them, and they also looked at Fong Bai. What happened just now? Except for Fong Bai, they themselves knew best. They all saw Fong Bai's ability and effort in this process. Suddenly, the player who was ranked first stepped forward and looked at Fong Bai. Boss, my name is Jia Wu. This is my first time meeting you. I wonder which guild you are from. I don't have a guild. I'm just a lone player. As soon as the words fell, almost everyone looked at Fong Bai in surprise. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. I live in the market of the Dynasty Guild and run a blacksmith shop. The only relationship with the Dynasty Guild is that we opened a blacksmith shop together. Fong Bai. I've heard of this name. It was said that you had a job transfer item and were hunted by many people before. But why do you have such a good relationship with these guild leaders now? A player suddenly spoke up. And Fong Bai smiled when he heard it. Because I really have a job transfer item. Hearing this, many people laughed immediately, and then looked at Fong Bai with a little more recognition. A big boss has emerged from the casual players. After a round of laughter, a player named Tang Wen asked, Big boss, do you plan to establish a guild? After Tang Wen finished speaking, he looked at Fong Bai expectantly. Fong Bai looked at the Lord Development Order that was being made in his mind. The Lord Development Order is being made, but it will take some time. After a moment of hesitation, Fong Bai did not say anything definite. Maybe. Maybe not. If you establish a guild, can we join? Fong Bai looked at Tang Wen with more and more favor. If he hadn't found him, he would have thought he was a shill. This is his purpose. Otherwise, why did he introduce himself just now? Of course. It's my honor. Fong Bai smiled slightly. If you are interested, please leave your name and contact information with me. I will contact you after I make a decision. In addition, you should have noticed the changes in your body, and your attribute points should have increased a lot. If you have any questions, you can find me at the camp of the Dynasty Guild. Fong Bai nodded slightly at the players after he finished speaking, and after chatting for a while, the group of individual players gradually dispersed. Fong Bai scanned the notebook with the number and name recorded into the fantasy space and put it away. When Fong Bai was about to go back and pack up, Tang Wen and Jia Wu came over together. Do you have anything else to do? Fong Bai was slightly puzzled. And Jia Wu immediately explained. No, boss. We just want to follow you. I haven't established a guild yet. Boss, that's not what I mean. What we mean is, boss, do you need people to run errands and do odd jobs? We can do it. We don't need salary, food and accommodation. Boss, if you are in a good mood, just give us some advice. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't give us advice. We will just consider it as a way of repaying you. That's not necessary. It's just a small matter. It's necessary. Jia Wu and Tang Wen said very seriously. Fong Bai was silent for a moment. Okay. You can leave whenever you want. Fong Bai thought about it and said nothing more. He turned around and started cleaning the battlefield. He lit a huge bonfire. With a thought, a fire lotus slowly formed. Mage? Kai Ming and the great swordsman exclaimed. Fong Bai glanced at them and shook his head slightly. Mage? I am only worthy of being a forger. The two of them were slightly stunned. And the next moment, they saw some farm tools and weapons melted in the fire lotus, and then cast into the shape of 3 shovels, and then forged. 1 refining, 2 refining, and almost 3 refining. After a while, 4 shovels made of pure steel fell in front of Fong Bai, Jia Wu, and Tang Wen. Fong Bai grabbed a shovel with one hand, and the mage's hand controlled a shovel, and immediately walked towards the ditch full of corpses. Come together. These people are all pitiful people. It doesn't matter if they die. At least give them a burial. Tang Wen and Jia Wu went to get the shovel. But at this time a voice sounded. Wait! Tang Wen and Jia Wu saw that the night came and the great swordsman appeared in front of them and grabbed the shovel. The two stared at the 2 silver steel shovels with wide eyes, and looked at each other with suspicion and disbelief. Suddenly, Kaming pulled out a gleaming dagger from his waist and chopped at the bottom of the shovel. Ding! The dagger instantly had a gap, and the shovel was intact, without even a mark left. This is the dagger forged by Master Ryan himself. The great swordsman's pupils shrank when he heard it. Obviously, he had also heard of Master Ryan's name, looked down at the shovel, and then looked at the dagger. How is this possible? The unbelieving great swordsman picked up his great sword and chopped it up. Ding! A gap appeared on the sword, but the shovel was still intact. The swordsman and Kaming looked at each other, and then looked at the two shovels with eyes that were suddenly not right. Hey! Hey! This is ours! We have to work. Please make way. Jia Wu and Tangwan, who found something wrong, quickly took the shovel and followed Fong Bai to dig. Only the swordsman was left holding the sword with regret on his face. This sword was his treasure, and he regretted it to death. But when he saw Fong Bai, Tangwan, and Jia Wu taking turns to dig the soil with shovels, he looked at the sword in his arms. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Fong Bai swung the two round shovels in his hands quickly, and handfuls of soil covered the grooves. Jia Wu and Tangwan followed closely. With the joint efforts of the three, it didn't take long to cover up all the bodies of the indigenous people. After covering up, Fong Bai found a piece of wood, cut it into a long strip, and placed it at the entrance of the inner courtyard. With no words on it, he picked up the round shovel and turned to leave. Kaming and the great swordsman looked at each other, watched the three people leave, and immediately followed them. Chapter 89 Perfect Elemental Architecture. At this moment, the sky has fallen into complete darkness. The large amount of black fog left by the collapse of the evil god ritual permeated the clouds. The sky seemed a little dim during the day, and at night, it was pitch dark. The world seemed to have fallen into darkness, with only 5 torches lighting the way ahead. Tangwan and Jia Wu excitedly played with shovels. Their original weapons had been cut off by them. They found that their weapons were not as good as the shovel that Fong Bai made casually. This further strengthened their determination to follow Fong Bai. And Kaming and the great swordsman behind them looked at Fong Bai from time to time, and looked at the shovels from time to time, and didn't know what they were thinking in their hearts. And Fong Bai walked in front, silently enduring the pain in his right arm. From the time he killed the cultists to now, Fong Bai's right arm has always been in a natural drooping state, without moving even once. And he can only use his left hand to pick up anything. It's not that Fong Bai doesn't move, but Fong Bai really can't move. Although Fong Bai activated all the armor's assistance when firing, used the maximum strength of the magician's hand, and prepared to unload the force, these only made the shot fire accurately without sending the pistol flying. That's all. Although Fong Bai's right hand was protected by armor, and had a rhino skin colloid lining as a buffer, it was still injured. If the right hand armor was opened at this moment, only a bloody right hand could be seen. After carefully scanning it with mental power and confirming that the right hand was only capillary burst, muscle strain, and bone contusion, Fong Bai shifted his attention. There was no conversation along the way. After returning to the blacksmith shop, Bai turned around and looked at Kaming and the great swordsman. You too. It's late today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Okay. See you tomorrow. Kaming nodded when he heard this, and immediately turned around and left. Seeing this, the great swordsman also nodded, left immediately, and walked towards the direction of Bag Town with Kaming. Seeing the two of them leave, Fong Bai turned his head to look at Tangwan and Jia Wu, and hesitated for a moment. However, before he could finish his words, the two of them said immediately, "Boss, we will make our own arrangements." Fong Bai waved his hand when he heard this. "Call me Fong Bai. Forget it. Just call me boss first. Don't call me boss. It always feels weird. In addition, I really don't have a place to live here. But there is still a room in the yard. You can rest here for a while, and also experience your changes. And it is convenient to log off. At least, if nothing else, I can still guarantee safety." "Okay, boss. Well, then order whatever you want. The food is over there. You can take it yourself. I won't entertain you." "Okay." Fong Bai didn't say much, touched the little rhino that came over, and immediately went straight into his room. The little rhino lay down at the door of Fong Bai's room when he saw this. Moo. At this moment, the little rhino seemed to have grown a circle. In the room, Fong Bai had an idea. Click, click, click. The armor automatically disassembled and hung on the armor rack. And Fong Bai, who was exposed, was sweating profusely. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and his right hand was covered with blood. He went to the water tank at the back and washed his body and the inside and outside of the armor. After taking a shower, Fong Bai felt refreshed and lay down on the bed tiredly. Today was really physically and mentally exhausted. The battle with the cultists exhausted all his physical strength, and the last shot made him injured. In this case, he dared not remove the armor, and had to use his own strength to support the operation of the armor, while helping the players to sort out the power of elements. High-intensity thinking, experiments, and calculations never stopped from beginning to end. More than 10 hours in the game. The time in the fantasy space was too much to be settled. Although Fong Bai's mental strength was very strong, this high-intensity brain use still drained every bit of Fong Bai's spirit. Lying on the bed, he was completely exhausted physically and mentally. But Fong Bai didn't dare to fall asleep. The evil god statue and blood sword that he harvested this time were placed on the table. Fong Bai could see clearly the gazes of Kaming and the great swordsman before. Although the two extraordinary people had left, Fong Bai could not guarantee that they would not come back. There were also two individual players outside the door. Although they should not have any bad intentions, and their strength was not enough to support them to have bad intentions, Fong Bai was willing to believe them. But you should not have the intention to harm others. But you must be on guard against others. If they really stole the statue and blood sword suddenly, when he fell into a deep sleep, Fong Bai would be angry to death. However, the huge harvest this time was far beyond Fong Bai's imagination, which comforted Fong Bai. His efforts brought a perfect reward. Thinking of this, Fong Bai was refreshed and immediately forced himself to get up and resonate with the gold element in the environment with his mental power. This was a meditation technique that he had learned a long time ago. With a slight stinging and icy feeling in his mental power, Fong Bai fell into deep meditation. But even so, there was still a wisp of mental power paying attention to the outside world. This is what is called sleeping with one eye open and one eye closed. Time passed by, and when the sky gradually began to brighten, Fong Bai slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed. My mental power seems to have become stronger. This tiredness is not in vain. I will become stronger after recovery. The energetic Fong Bai smiled slightly. He felt that his consciousness was very clear at the moment, and his energy was very good. He no longer felt drowsy before. It's comfortable. The part that has become stronger is at least as good as my meditation for half a month. If there is a chance in the future, I can use this method to exercise my mental power. Fong Bai has tasted the taste of strong mental power. As long as there is a chance, he will definitely spare no effort to strengthen his mental power. After coming to his senses, Fong Bai sank his mind into the fantasy space. After this night, he finally had time to sort out the spoils of his trip. After this trip, Fong Bai heard that the biggest gain was not the elemental metal of the blood sword, nor the evil god statue, and even less fame among the players. For Fong Bai, these were secondary and dispensable. The truly valuable gain for him this time was the data. Entering the fantasy space, looking at the experimental records that filled a bookshelf, and looking at the gold element structure that had been iterated to the 521st generation, Fong Bai finally couldn't help but smile happily. With these experimental data, this gold element structure, and more than 200 players who may come at any time and will definitely cooperate with my experiments, the perfect gold element structure I want has basically taken shape and is roughly completed. It only needs some polishing and time. Compared to these, the statue and the blood sword are all empty. Only knowledge is the most valuable and eternal. Chapter 90 Hatred. Early the next morning, Fong Bai took a long breath and integrated all the records of thousands of experiments. With some previous insights, Fong Bai had a very thorough understanding of the gold element structure, and the carrier that can perfectly reflect it also appeared in front of Fong Bai. A perfect gold element structure diagram. It is worth mentioning that all the players who survived at the time were players who had more gold elements. Players whose violent elements in their bodies accounted for a large proportion of other elements died early. It's not that Fong Bai didn't care, but mainly because Fong Bai used the structure of the gold element to fit it. At first glance, there was no big problem, but after a while, most of them died directly. This gold element structure diagram is already perfect, basically meeting my requirements. And the structure diagram derived from the 3 refining forging method can also perfectly adapt to the rhythm of the 3 refining. Then, the body structure is left next. Fong Bai thoughts moved, and the bodies of more than 1,000 players floated in the sky. Fong Bai could see their body structures at a glance. Excluding female players, there are still more than 1,000 players left in the sky. Then, Fong Bai condensed the experimental notes one by one in front of the corresponding players. I have changed and modified the gold element structure according to each of their physiques and body structures to make them more personalized. I have recorded the subsequent reaction process and can reproduce it perfectly. In the sky, each player's body reproduced the original situation, and a variety of gold element structures with the same source but slightly different appeared in their bodies. Bang bang bang. Some players died suddenly, and some players did not react. Fong Bai looked at the players who died suddenly, and an idea came to his mind. The players refreshed their status, and slightly different element structures were put into them again. Why is this the most precious wealth? First, knowledge is indeed precious. And second, Fong Bai can use it all the time. Until the end of time. Fong Bai actually thought about the perfect body structure, but found that he didn't know how to define it. What is perfect? Is it beautiful and handsome? That is one aspect, but only one part. What about the internal structure? So is the fat a perfect structure? You know, the fat of fat people can store a lot of energy, which is a good thing. If this angle is not good, then let's talk about the bones. Is it better to have light or heavy bones? Is it better to have thin or thick bones? To say something unpleasant, the three refinements themselves choose to shape the internal structure of the iron ingot according to their own needs. This internal structure changes according to needs. How can there be a fixed pattern? If the three refinements are not good, why must the body structure find a fixed pattern? So Fong Bai thought that since he already has a nearly perfect gold element structure diagram tailored to his conditions, then why not infer the body structure based on the answer? Fong Bai looked up and used his mental power to observe the reactions of the players' bodies, silently recording and calculating. The sky gradually brightened. Tangwen, who was sitting on the steps, saw Jia Wu leaning on his shoulder and was frightened. He quickly pushed Jia Wu away and stood up. Click! Jia Wu's head hit the ground. After a moment, Jia Wu, who noticed it, rubbed his head and went online. What's wrong with my head? I fell down when I went offline. Tangwen said seriously. Really? Jia Wu rubbed his head, a little confused. And at this time Tangwen suddenly froze, found a place and went offline. How could you fall down suddenly when you were asleep? Jia Wu suddenly reacted, watching Tangwen gradually narrow his eyes, picked up a wrist-thick stick and slowly raised it. What are you doing? Tangwen suddenly opened his eyes, and Jia Wu waved twice as if nothing had happened. Practicing martial arts. Tangwen looked at Jia Wu suspiciously, but seeing that Jia Wu was wielding the long stick with great power and a bit of posture, he didn't know what to say, but he was still a little suspicious. At this time, Jia Wu asked, You were in a hurry to go offline just now. Is there something wrong? After being interrupted like this, Tangwen immediately reacted and nodded. Do you remember the great swordsman who followed us yesterday? Yes. What happened? Is he dead? No. But someone else is dead. That great swordsman slaughtered all the members of the Songlong Guild. Tangwen looked at Fong Bai who was sitting in front of the desk and said slowly. What happened exactly? Fong Bai frowned. He remembered the Songlong Guild. He had encountered it once before. It was the guild that liked to rob and make quick money. Could it be that the Songlong Guild robbed the great swordsman? It's impossible. They are just bad. Not stupid or blind. No. But it's almost the same. I don't know if you noticed. Boss, when we were in the manor before, the Songlong Guild didn't come. They went to Bog Town. Fong Bai suddenly reacted after hearing this and looked at Tangwen, only to see him nod. They set their sights on Bog Castle, and indeed succeeded. They looted Bog Castle, taking advantage of the fact that all other guilds. Tangwen thought of something, paused slightly, and then spoke again. Not all of them. Taking advantage of the fact that these guilds either went to the manor or entered the mountains. They took Bog Castle alone and ate a lot of pots and pots. That's fine. The key is that they found a group of players locked up in the castle's bunker. A group of players? Yes. Tangwen nodded, his face a little unhappy. Nearly 100 people were locked up in the bunker, unable to move. Their hands and feet were tied tightly. Their mouths were stretched open, and they were fed liquid food when hungry and water when thirsty. In addition, they also found a lot of bloodletting marks on the players, and found bath distillation tools in the bunker. One player has even gone crazy. And according to other players, when Bag was still alive, he often took blood baths, saunas, distilled and stored blood for drinking, and even exchanged his own blood. After Bag disappeared, people often came to take blood. But those who came to take blood were basically some servants. From the few words they heard, it was said that the master was kind and could not stand cruel things. The air in the study gradually solidified, and Tang Wen and Jia Wu suddenly felt a little breathless. But this feeling was fleeting. What happened next? Later, these players called their friends and slaughtered Bag Castle from the inside out. Not a single chicken survived. And Bag Castle was also set on fire by the players who followed you. Later, Tang Wen watched quietly. Jia Wu's fists were clenched, and the blue veins were exposed, while Fang Bai's face showed no expression. But the occasional pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. The great swordsman is here later. Chapter 91 Guangming Library. Wouldn't they call for help? Jia Wu couldn't help but ask. Tang Wen glanced at Fang Bai and asked when he saw that Fang Bai didn't say anything. Why didn't they call for help? They did. Many times. But you were walking in the wild or offline and suddenly got hit by a club. Then blindfolded, put into a carriage and taken to a strange town dozens of kilometers away. And then locked up in a dungeon without any sunlight. Your mouth was tied up. You couldn't communicate with your companions who were also imprisoned. You didn't know anyone you saw. And you had to cover your eyes when a big shot came. Excuse me. How can you ask me or the boss for help? Jia Wu opened his mouth and wanted to say something but closed it again. After a long while, he said a little dejectedly, if you can't escape or die, then you can log off. Right? How can you go crazy? Of course you can. Otherwise, why would you just go crazy? Going off the line won't cut off your perception in the game. It just weakens it. But you can still feel it. In this case, if you are tortured for 24 hours, you will be whipped, stabbed with needles, burned with irons, have your nails pried, and have your eyes poked. Okay. Stop talking. Jia Wu interrupted Tang Wen. Tang Wen glanced at Fang Bai and continued. This group of players ran away. Later, the great swordsman saw the castle burn to ashes, and then found the Blue Dragon Guild. I don't know what happened later, but the Blue Dragon Guild got really angry and fought directly with the great swordsman. During the period, it is said that the 8 bull crossbows, iron chains, fishing nets, and earth grenades were used. The great swordsman was injured and broke through. And then the Blue Dragon Guild was killed bit by the great swordsman in a surprise attack. The entire camp collapsed, according to calculations by some people. After this round, the total loss of the Blue Dragon Guild in terms of experience, buildings, goods and wages, etc. is at least in the millions, or even more. Fang Bai closed his eyes and thought for a while, then looked at Tang Wen in front of him. You are well informed. Tang Wen smiled. Although we individual players don't have a team to rely on, we are not without any resources. Jia Wu? What resources? Tang Wen's expression froze, and he silently moved away from Jia Wu. At this time, Su Wen suddenly poked his head out from the blacksmith shop and said, Boss, there's a handsome guy in white armor looking for you. Do you want to let him in? Ming Kai? When Fang Bai thought of this night, he couldn't help but think of the scene Tang Wen had just described. Players who can be resurrected but have no strength are like children holding gold in a busy city. The greedy and ignorant nobles have created countless things in the dark corners. Are the players imprisoned in Bag Castle special cases? Is Bag's method of drinking blood, exchanging blood, and sauna in order to obtain the ability to resurrect an isolated case? This is not necessarily the case. Strength. Strength. Everything can be attributed to strength. If the strength is insufficient, even as a player who can be resurrected, he may be driven crazy by ignorant nobles. Unable to live or die, he stretched out his hand and took a pistol. Caw caw caw. The bullet entered the chamber, and the magazine opened. At this time, Kai Ming, wearing white armor, walked in. As soon as he came in, he saw the pistol on the table and the black muzzle, as well as a faint murderous aura. Kai Ming's hair stood up all over his body. Under Fang Bai's gaze, he dared not move forward, let alone retreat and run away. Kai Ming, do you know where the great swordsman went? Kai Ming reacted immediately and answered quickly. He is a subordinate of the Lord of Red Maple City, and I am a knight of Red Maple Church. We have no relationship, and we even had conflicts. Whatever he does has nothing to do with me. After Kaming finished speaking, he felt that his murderous intent did not decrease at all, and he immediately realized that he must have guessed wrong. But he didn't know why. Fong Bai asked, playing with the pistol in his left hand. Don't you know what Bag did? Ah? Kaming, who had been wondering how he made Fong Bai want to kill, was stunned when he heard the words. Bag? I don't know. The great swordsman came for Bag. They are on the noble side. I was asked to come here to support the church in Bag Town, who reported that there were suspected cultists here. Is there anything wrong with Bag? Fong Bai hesitated for a moment and gestured to Tangwen. Tangwen immediately told him what happened just now again. During the speech, Ming Kai gradually became a little excited. When Tangwen finished speaking, there was even a faint white flame rising from the surface of Ming Kai's body. Bag. It's a pity that he is dead. Otherwise, I would definitely send him to the Inquisition. After Kaming finished speaking, he immediately said to Fong Bai, Our Church of Light will never tolerate such a situation. If you find similar situations in the future, please be sure to inform the local Church of Light. The church will definitely send out the most elite knights to raise all the nobles who have lost their humanity. This is the deepest darkness in the world, and it is the greatest insult to His Majesty the God of Light, Kai Ming said passionately, and the anger in his eyes was not disguised. Looking at this scene, thinking about the church and the particularity of faith, Fong Bai's murderous intent gradually subsided. Click. Fong Bai put the pistol on the table, and Kai Ming was relieved. Obviously, this gun still gave him great psychological pressure. Also, a gun that can instantly shoot a person to only half of his body. Anyone who sees it will be scared. I'm beginning to believe that you are a blacksmith. I am, Fong Bai said lightly, and then looked at Kai Ming, who had already sat down. What do you want to see me for? Kai Ming said hurriedly after hearing this. It's like this. According to the Oracle of the God of Light, anyone who kills an extraordinary cultist can enter the Library of Light at least once for free. Anyone who provides a statue of the evil god to our church can enter the Library of Light 3 times for free. I don't know if you are willing to do that. Let's not talk about the statue anymore. I will take care of it myself. According to what you just said, if I kill a cultist, I can enter the Library of Light at least once? What is the use of the Library of Light? What can I do after entering? Kai Ming looked at Fong Bai seriously after hearing this. Then please keep the statue well, and be extremely careful. The statue of the evil god has the power of the evil god, which can confuse people and distort their minds. If you accidentally become a believer of the evil god, the situation yesterday will happen again. The Library of Light is a library established together with our Church of Light. It is said that the oldest information in it is as old as our church. The library stores all the information and knowledge collected by our church since its establishment. There are legendary fighting skills, fighting spirit cultivation secrets, legendary spell models or forbidden spell rituals, semi-artifact drawings and forging notes, or historical records from hundreds of years ago, magic maps with wizard relics, manuscripts about wizard civilization records, etc. Ming Kai said seriously. As long as the cultists you kill are strong enough and in sufficient numbers, you can find all the knowledge you need in the Library of Light. Chapter 92 Reality Connection. Can I choose forbidden spells? Fong Bai was immediately interested when he heard this. But then, he saw Kaming shaking his head. You only killed a professional cultist, and the results are not enough. If you want to obtain forbidden spells, you must at least kill the cult pope, saint, legend, and evil god. Although forbidden spells are powerful, they are difficult to release, demanding, and even have serious costs, which may not be suitable for you. Relatively speaking, the subsequent extraordinary information you choose from your current path is more reliable and real. Fong Bai understood it as soon as Kaming said it. Oh! The way to obtain the subsequent job transfer props is to do the main task first, and then exchange them after obtaining a certain number of contribution points to receive the job transfer task. Fong Bai is excited about this. Who will evaluate this credit? Is there any fraud or false reporting? As soon as the voice fell, Fong Bai saw Kaming become serious. The Library of Light is built in the kingdom of my god. The entry quota is evaluated by my god himself, and the authority is granted by my god himself, to ensure absolute fairness and justice. Fong Bai nodded slightly after hearing this, and immediately chatted with Kaming and asked some questions. Although he has changed his job, he still knows too little about this level and this world. Kaming from Red Maple City is just a good window. During the chat, Fong Bai found that although Kaming is also an aboriginal, He is fundamentally different from the noble bag in terms of contact. At first, I thought it was a personal difference. But after thinking about it carefully, Fong Bai understood. Perhaps I have a heavy stereotype about religion. In a godless world, religion may not be fundamentally different from nobles. And the degree of piety gradually decreases from low status to high status, until it becomes unbelief or even blasphemy. But this is different. This is a world with gods, under the gaze of gods. If this god is not crooked, then this religion should not be too bad. After adjusting his mentality, he felt much happier when chatting with Kaming, and the hostility he had towards the Aborigines gradually subsided. At noon, after treating Kaming to a Chinese meal, the two said goodbye. Fong Bai, when you arrive in Hongfeng City, come to me with the token, and I will take you to the Guangming Library. I will also treat you to a delicious meal at that time. Okay. Fong Bai nodded slightly, turned back to the yard, and touched the little rhino that came over. The little rhino had grown a lot taller, and its head had reached Fong Bai's chest. It pushed Fong Bai without any lightness, so Fong Bai punched it in anger. Moo! The little rhino cried without any feeling, which made Fong Bai a transcendent, call it thick-skinned, touching the rough long horns of the little rhino with his right hand. Fong Bai thought quietly. Seeing Fong Bai calm down, the little rhino also lay down beside him. After a moment, Fong Bai let out a long breath and cried out, Tangwen. Jia Wu. Boss. The two responded immediately after hearing Fong Bai's words. Want to hang out with me? Yes. Okay. Then Tangwen. Here are the contact information. Go contact the people listed here. If they are willing to come, ask them to be here before 5 p.m. Yes. Looking at the list of 61 people, Tangwen was immediately refreshed. When he saw Fong Bai collecting contact information, he knew that Fong Bai must have some intention. And then, he was tempted. And when he saw Fong Bai let everyone go first instead of recruiting immediately, he immediately made a decision and began to prepare. He found Fong Bai with Jia Wu. Sure enough, he guessed right. I will definitely call as many people as possible to gather together. Seeing that Tangwen understood what he meant, Fong Bai glanced at him and nodded. Don't force it. There will always be no shortage of people. We seek quality rather than quantity. The reason why independent people are independent people is not necessarily that no guild is willing to take them. And these powerful ones are even less so. This is why Fong Bai did not immediately recruit all the scattered people at that time. However, Tangwen actually has a certain intelligence ability, which is a pleasant surprise for Fong Bai. Watching Tangwen leave, Fong Bai turned his head to look at Jia Wu, and said after thinking for a moment, You go and contact all these presidents and ask them if they want weapons. If they do, they will be at the blacksmith shop at 3 p.m. Okay. Jia Wu immediately took the contact information given by Fong Bai and went offline to make a call. Fong Bai went offline, picked up the phone, hesitated for a moment, and dialed a number. Hello. Who is this? A familiar voice sounded on the other side, and Fong Bai said, Zhang Zhong. How long will it take to get to Bag Town? Fong Bai? Zhang Zhong was surprised, and immediately reacted and replied, 15 days. Okay. I will see you at the blacksmith shop on the morning of the 16th day. In addition, call me boss from now on. Okay. Boss. Fong Bai was about to hang up the phone, but after thinking for a while, he continued, By the way, there is one more thing. I will add you on WeChat and send you a map. There is a nest of ants at the point I marked on the map. Can you bring me a few? Ants? Zhang Zhong was stunned. How many? Boss, you underestimate me. I am a superhuman now. How many? I will bring you a nest. A nest? You beep, beep, beep. Hang up? A nest of ants? Isn't this courting death? Fong Bai recalled the huge fist at that time and shuddered. Looking at the WeChat application sent by Zhang Zhong, he immediately told Zhang Zhong the seriousness of the matter. What did Fong Bai say? Wu Yin asked hurriedly when she saw Zhang Zhong online. What Fong Bai? He will be my boss from now on. Zhang Zhong said excitedly. Following Fong Bai will definitely bring you great things. Wu Yin couldn't help but feel happy for Zhang Zhong when she heard this. And Zhang Zhong said at this time, But the boss doesn't know how strong I am now. He asked me to catch a few ants and asked me to be careful. He said that the strength of that nest of ants is comparable to his. And they have fought once. After all, the boss is just a forger. and his skills are only in forging. Not good at fighting. This time, I will let the boss see my strength. How many? If you want to take down a nest. Zhang Zhong raised his spear and said confidently. But he didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem. No more. I'm going to report. I can't be late. I go first. Okay. Be careful. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Zhong rushed towards the direction of Bag Town with a spear in his hand. His speed was extraordinary, and he disappeared in front of Wu Yin in a few jumps. Obviously, Zhang Zhong's current strength is indeed extraordinary. But I've already said that this nest of ants and I have fought each other before, and we are evenly matched. Zhang Zhong should be more cautious. Right? Fang Bai muttered. Zhang Zhong shouldn't be so reckless. Even if he can't win, he can run away. More importantly, even if he dies, he can be resurrected. So it doesn't matter. What attracted Fang Bai's attention even more was that Fang Bai looked down at the new friends on his WeChat and felt relieved. Chapter 93. How much do you pay? Real contact. Although Fang Bai's name and appearance were exposed in the game, there was no screenshot function in the game, and the name Fang Bai was worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. So the game and reality have always been isolated from each other. And Fang Bai even used an anonymous account abroad to collect money. And now, not only did they start to contact each other by mobile phone, but they also added WeChat directly. This basically locked him. Fang Bai, who was originally afraid of this, suddenly felt relieved. I was scared to death before, but now it seems that it's nothing. There are not so many people in the world who want to harm me. It's not a foreign country. I am free every day. This is China. The domestic security is an important factor for Fang Bai to take this step. And another important factor is the decision made in the game today. However, Fang Bai did not make a decision blindly. He dared to contact in reality. So he naturally had a certain confidence. The mental power that can extend to a distance of about 10 centimeters from the body was slightly swept. And his own body structure and internal state were immediately clear in his mind. He walked to the fitness equipment nearby and immediately started high-intensity muscle training, using mental power to pay attention to the involvement and damage of each muscle. The training of each muscle was just right. After the training, with a thought, mental power constructed a spell model, and the magician's hand appeared in reality. With a light lift, the heavy dumbbell floated up and fell back on the dumbbell rack. Although there are no elements in reality, Fang Bai has mental power. And then, the magician's hand immediately massaged Fang Bai's own muscles. 2 hours later, Fang Bai logged into the game again, looked at the blood and chi born in the game body, and thought slightly. So far, everything in reality can be reproduced here, and vice versa. It used to be mental power. Will it just stop at mental power? Fang Bai was looking forward to it. And this idea has been there since he started practicing fighting spirit, which is also the reason why Fang Bai started buying fitness equipment and started fitness at that time. Although it is generally not recommended for ordinary people to exercise without the guidance of professionals, it is obvious that he, who has the power of mind to scan the body at any time, is not within this range. Amid the noisy voice outside the door, Tangwen knocked on the door. Boss, all the guild leaders are here, and the individual players I called are here. But, Tangwen's voice was a bit weird. Fang Bai pushed the door open and went out to take a look. Good fellow. Chi Yun? Those two should be two of your warriors. Right? Did you bring them here? Fang Bai pointed to a man and a woman in the group of individual players. Jiang Biao, a player who was tall and strong like a human bear, and Shonli, an archer with slender arms. Fang Bai knew these two and had a deep impression of them. In addition to them, there were some familiar players mixed in the group of individual players, with a loyal and honest look on their faces. Chi Yun slapped his thigh when he heard it. Hey, Fang Bai. I was just looking for you. As soon as you said you were going to recruit people, you immediately took away my two generals. If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter will not end. I will definitely not end it. You still want me to give you an explanation? Fang Bai was immediately amused. You are so shameless. I'm afraid you have already reached the extraordinary level in advance. Otherwise, how can you be so thick? After Fang Bai finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the other guild leaders. Are you all the same? These guild leaders nodded in succession. Very seriously. And only Wang Chong was stunned and looked at them with some sympathy. Fong Bai took a look and found that there was really no one from Wang Chong's guild. Now he looked at Wang Chong and didn't know what to say. I didn't know whether to be honest or what these guild leaders were thinking. Fong Bai had a rough idea in his mind. But he didn't have much resentment. If someone really learned something and was willing to return to the original guild, Fong Bai would be happy. People who would return to the original guild should not be bad people. And leaving would also be a friendship. Moreover, I know what you are thinking. If they come, I will take them in. If they are willing to return to your guild later, I will not stop them. Those who can return are probably not bad people. They have learned things from me, which is a favor. And some of the things I have summarized can be known by more people, can be learned by more people, can improve your strength, and can improve the overall strength of players. This is a good thing. After all, what happened before was not caused by the overall poor strength of the players. If the overall strength of the players is strong enough, who dares to do this? One kills one, Fong Bai said lightly, and these guild leaders could not help but fall silent as they listened. Fong Bai position and Fong Bai pattern suddenly made them, who had small calculations, feel ashamed. After all, we are not enemies. We can fight to the death, lick blood on the tip of the knife, and take revenge. This is a game. In the game, we may be mortal enemies, and we will definitely kill each other when we meet. But suddenly we meet in reality. We can also laugh, kill each other to the death at the wine table, call each other sons and fathers, and then continue to fight to the death in the game. Because we are together in the end. We will not abuse each other. We will not bleed each other. We will not keep each other in the bath. And we will not imprison each other and torture each other. Between us, the worst is death. You kill me. I kill you. That's all. We can still laugh and curse each other when we meet. Your mother's ball. I will kill you when I get back. The yard fell into silence. Chi-Yun, you and Wang Chong are still fighting, right? Chi-Yun and Wang Chong both nodded. Look, aren't you all here in harmony now? It's because this is just a game. But some people are not. To put it bluntly, we are here to play games, not to be played by games. Dying 1,000 times or 10,000 times is just a rookie. You can kill them as you like. But you can kill. But you can't humiliate. Fong Bai's smile disappeared. I hope everyone will remember what I said today and think about it. After all, no one wants to be the one who is arrested. After saying that, Fong Bai was silent for a while, but still spoke out. The crazy girl is called Wang Qian. I heard that she jumped off the building after being rescued. It was on the news, saying that she had delusions. Tang Wen behind Fong Bai clenched his fists. And many presidents who heard this sentence raised their heads instantly. And a few people obviously heard it a long time ago. But they still couldn't help clenching their fists at this moment. Huh? After a long time, Fong Bai let out a long breath. I talked a little too much today. And it was a little boring. Let's talk about something relaxing. Fong Bai freed himself from the emotion just now and looked at the many presidents. Since all of you are here, I would be embarrassed if I don't greet you. I talked to them first. Fong Bai pointed at Sanren and said, then walked up to them, picked up a long knife from the box next to him, pulled out a long knife from a Sanren's waist, and slashed at each other. Ping! Sanren's long knife was cut off instantly. Looking at the puzzled people, Fong Bai held up the intact long knife and said, with a knife like this, I can buy a car a day. If I sell it outside, I can make at least 68,000. And what I want to teach you is this method, and the method of entering the extraordinary. After the words fell, all the players were instantly attracted by what Fong Bai said. What could be more eye-catching than money? When they looked over, they saw Fong Bai turned his head to look at Chi-Yun, Li Jiaming and others, and asked in surprise, oh, by the way, how much salary did you pay them? All the players were stunned. Yes, how much is my salary? When the many presidents who were still immersed in the sad atmosphere heard and saw Fong Bai's expression, they had an ominous premonition in their hearts. When they saw their own players staring with wide eyes, they immediately broke down. Fuck. Fuck. Fong Bai. You can't be such a dog. Fong Bai grinned. Beside him, Wang Chong still looked at them with eyes full of pity. TSK. Chapter 94 Tower Shield. Everyone, take care. Remember to deliver the goods as soon as possible. Fong Bai smiled and sent the guild leader, who was broken into the defense away. Even if they were broken into the defense, they still had to buy weapons from Fong Bai with tears in their eyes. Especially when they heard that these weapons were better than those in the hands of the great swordsman, and could definitely hurt the monsters. Fuck. Fong Bai was showing off how expensive the weapons he made were in front of their own guild members. He had to grit his teeth and keep raising the price with a smile. I have to buy it. Is this just a weapon? This is extraordinary hope. This is a divine weapon. Originally, they were still angry and wanted to take the guild members away before the rice was cooked. But Fong Bai said, "Next, I will teach you the basics. If you learn it, I will take it. If you don't learn it, then wait until you learn it. Okay?" Fong Bai finished speaking and looked at them with a smile. They were suddenly speechless and could only say, "Fong Bai. You? Thank you. Bye." Fong Bai smiled and showed his 8 big white teeth. "Remember to send the iron ingots as soon as possible." Ah. After the guild leaders left, Fong Bai looked back at the 100 players at the door. These 100 players were the ones who had experienced the elemental backflow and survived. In addition to Fong Bai roll and luck, their physical fitness also played a big part in their survival. That is, strength. Those who were not strong enough could not withstand the impact and died in the first batch. So it can be said that these 100 players are almost half of the elite of Bag Town. Otherwise, why would those guild leaders be so heartbroken? TSK. There is such a good thing. Rushing to send talents to the door, Fong Bai smacked his lips and said aloud, "Welcome everyone. No matter what your purpose is. At least we are all the same here. Players, even compatriots. So I welcome everyone. Because my blacksmith shop has limited space and can't accommodate everyone. But the land behind can be sorted out soon. So please wait a moment. The land behind the blacksmith shop has been borrowed by Fong Bai from Li Jianming. And Tangwen is sorting it out now." Not long after, the iron ingots that the Dynasty Guild spent on buying a spearhead were delivered. Just a 4-sided spearhead, as long as a forearm, was exchanged for an iron ingot as big as a small mountain. When the other 7 guilds sent the iron ingots, Fong Bai and others had 8 more small mountains in front of them. Fong Bai brought 107 players to the iron ingots and picked up 2 iron ingots. Ding! Ding! The weapons I sold can be made with an average of 2 iron ingots. 3 iron ingots at most. Click! Fong Bai threw the 2 iron ingots back into the middle and pointed at them and said, "In the game, iron ingots basically mean money. I also use iron ingots to make weapons. So these weapons have no added value in terms of materials. These are all technical values. And they are paying for my technology. If nothing else, I, Fong Bai, should be considered financially free. Although I am not good at fighting, I have status. As you just saw, these guild leaders have to be polite to me when they see me. So since you are here, then study hard. If you learn, you can also have these." Speaking of this, Fong Bai's tone slowed down again. And he said, "Of course, I know that many of you have signed contracts and come to me for other arrangements. But since you are here, since I just said those words in front of your guild leader, it basically means that you have the right to choose again. Whether to go back or not depends on you, not on others. As for the contract you signed, bosses rarely abide by labor laws. So you have to abide by the contract they give you. If you don't abide by it, let the boss sue you if you have the guts." After Fong Bai finished speaking, many players burst into laughter. There is really no way to constrain the behavior in the game with a real contract. Okay, let's not talk too much. I'm not in a hurry to get to know you. Let me be frank. There are thresholds for joining me. You have to learn what I teach you, and get into it, so that I can accept you. And only in this way can you be considered to be exposed to the extraordinary." Fong Bai finished speaking, and then a person came over. "Zhong Ming? Boss, can I try?" Zhong Ming looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai nodded after hearing the words. "Okay, you go in too." "Yes." Zhong Ming immediately ran in excitedly. And Li Jianming, who was far away, looked at Zhong Ming, who went in and sighed a little. He was holding a resignation letter in his hand. Did he really resign? Li Qian looked at the envelope and asked. "Yeah." Not surprising. He had long wanted to follow Fong Bai. But he didn't leave in a hurry. And he also cultivated 7 or 8 blacksmiths for us, which was a kindness. Let's keep in touch in the future. Maybe he will have great development in the future. And we have to climb up to him. This can be regarded as a kind of fireworks. Li Qian also said with some emotion. Li Jiaming looked at Fong Bai and sighed slightly, then left. Seeing this, Li Qiang couldn't help but sigh. He knew that what Li Jiaming regretted most was that he acquiesced to Lu Shan behavior at the beginning. Otherwise, alas, things are unpredictable. After the two left, Tang Wen directed the hired people to start building the furnace and the blacksmith's table, and Fong Bai ignited his own furnace, and a lifelike fire lotus grew out of the furnace. The exquisite fire lotus suspended in the air instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then, an iron ingot fell into the fire lotus and quickly turned red. Ding! 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 The red-hot iron ingot changed its shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the red-hot iron ingot turned into a steel hammer. Sizzle! The quenched steel hammer was thrown aside by Fong Bai. At this time, the next iron ingot was also red-hot. Ding 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 ding! Like an assembly line, Fong Bai showed extremely high forging efficiency in front of everyone. Not long after, a total of 108 steel hammers and 108 steel anvils had been forged. Putting the steel hammers and anvils aside, Fong Bai observed the players. Suddenly, Fong Bai was a little surprised. Huh? Fong Bai walked through the crowd to Jiang Biao and looked at the tower shield in his hand. He hadn't noticed it before, but now it seems. Where did you get it? Fong Bai reached out to take the tower shield, skillfully opened the buckle on it, and pulled out the long sword inside. Swish! I picked it up. Looking at Fong Bai's skillful movements, Jiang Biao thought of something and opened his mouth slightly. Well, the shield is in good condition, but the sword is not as good as the one I had. Fong Bai looked at Jiang Biao's figure, and his mental power scanned his height and arm length. He walked to his furnace with the shield and the sword, and Jiang Biao followed him. After a while, Fong Bai recast the sword and threw it back to Jiang Biao. Use it well. It won't be wasted if I follow you. After saying that, he walked away and wandered among the crowd. Chapter 95: A brand new extraordinary profession. Judging from the progress, it should be done in 10 days or so. Fong Bai looked at the slowly changing shape of the divine being under the small white tower. Lord's development order. Lord. Development. Fong Bai pondered. The former is easy to understand. Lord. The owner of a territory. What about the latter? Develop? In ancient times, there was such a thing as a development order. For nobles, land was not allocated, but a development order. Go out and develop the territory yourself, and you will get as much as you develop. Is this what development means? Fong Bai looked at the small white tower and couldn't help thinking. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head slightly. Forget it. There is too little known information, and there is no way to judge. I don't know if there is any useful information in the Library of Light. Fong Bai recalled the information about the mage civilization and the magic map of the mage ruins that Kaming mentioned at that time, and speculated in his heart. The original white tower should be a kind of wizard relic, and Bag should have mastered the magic map to locate this wizard relic. From this perspective, the information of wizard civilization should be the historical information of the original owner of this relic. Theoretically, the Library of Light is very likely to have information about the territory development order. But Fong Bai shook his head slightly. His mind left his mind, and turned his head to look at the players one by one. Just after walking around, he scanned all the players again, and he knew the situation of all the players. Close your eyes and enter the fantasy space. Fong Bai controlled the bodies of these players and began to forge. Use a specific piece of iron ingot to forge continuously until the simplest and fastest forging method is found, according to each person's situation. Tailor-made according to the situation of the specific iron ingot. If you want to learn the 3 refinements from scratch, if you don't have a certain talent, I don't know how long it will take for these people to practice. But just like math problems, you don't have to be able to do all the problems of this type. Just this one. After all I want is that the 3 refinements can attract the power of elements to temper the body. That's all. After thinking for a moment, Fong Bai continued to design forging actions for each player individually, including weight, angle, hammer swinging method, etc. During this period, Fong Bai also adjusted their body structure according to the element structure. During the 3 refinements process, they will subtly improve the overall internal gold element structure, so as to obtain a better tempering effect. It's not just the tempering of Fong by simple accumulation of gold elements. Sure enough, the predecessors planted trees, and the descendants enjoyed the shade. I didn't have this treatment at the time, and I had to explore bit by bit. Fong Bai shook his head slightly and continued to adjust. In general, those who are trained in this way have no research ability, no innovation ability, and even no teaching ability. Each person's forging method was designed by Fong Bai, and it was unique. Even the force of the hammer swing was based on the body structure and muscle strength. Even if they handed it over to others without any difference, it would be useless. The people trained in this way can only be said to be a group of quick-trained body-tempered warriors. If there are outstanding ones with good talents, I will take them out and train them separately. Otherwise, where can I find so many forging people? Fong Bai looked at the gold element structure diagram and the inferred body structure diagram in his fantasy space. Now Fong Bai only needs a method that can gently correct the body structure and element structure to proceed to the next step of cultivation. This method Fong Bai is going to find the answer in the Library of Light. So the progress of this step is temporarily stagnant. But Fong Bai ideas are definitely not stagnant. Fong Bai is considering a problem. He has basically reached the peak before the extraordinary by just completing the body tempering with 3 refinements. If he combines the gold element structure and the inferred body structure, he can complete a transformation comparable to that of an iron ingot to 3 refinements. If his body could really reach the strength of elemental metal, what would his strength be? Can he be called a superhuman at that time? I think so. But he hadn't changed his job through the job-changing props. And what should the professional who changed his job through this job-changing route be called? Maybe? Is this a brand new superhuman profession created by me? Fong Bai couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, and turned his head to look at the more than 100 players. If I really complete the creation of this superhuman profession, then these players, who have completed the preparations, are the reserve of superhumans. Fong Bai was not bragging when he said that he would bring them to the superhuman path. A brand new superhuman profession. Fong Bai mouth corners slightly raised. This feeling is simply refreshing. Although the training method and fighting method of the new superhuman profession have not yet been perfected, and although this matter is just a little bit of a sign, it still makes people excited. I just need one. A feasible way to temper the body. That's all. Although Fong Bai could also find a way to create something out of nothing. The data required is too large. The experiments are too many. And the process is too complicated. He can try it later. But there is no need for it now. After all, there are options. This time can be spent on more important things. After a while, Fong Bai, who had completed the preparations, called all the players over. Each person was assigned an iron ingot, a steel hammer, and an anvil. And then Fong Bai taught them how to hold the hammer, how to strike, how strong to strike, how to strike at an angle, and how to distinguish the color and temperature of the iron ingot. During the hammering process, everyone felt that the force was extremely smooth, as if this force was tailor-made for their body structure. But in terms of specific forging, they were confused. The eyes were looking at point A. The brain was also thinking about hammering point A. But the hands had their own ideas. Bang! Hammer point B. Faced with this situation, Fong Bai asked them to smash the hammer next to them until the hammer landed exactly. Some people are stronger, and they can hit whatever they want with the hammer. They have a foundation for teaching, so Fong Bai can teach them smoothly. After teaching, they go to the side to forge continuously. 1 iron ingot is enough. Anyway, they don't have the ability to hammer the iron ingot, and they can't even touch it. Time passed little by little, and it took Fong Bai a lot of time just to teach all these people roughly. After teaching everyone, Zhong Ming came to Fong Bai. Looking at Zhong Ming, Fong Bai pondered for a moment. Hit a few times, and let me see. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, Zhong Ming immediately took out an iron ingot from the furnace, held the steel hammer, raised it, and hammered it down. Dang! Fong Bai eyes lit up. Dang! 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 One hammer fell after another, and the crisp and rhythmic forging sound echoed in this area, making others involuntarily focus their attention. Chapter 96, Borrowing the Blood and Chi of the Little Rhino? Dang! Dang! Zhong Ming hammered down one by one, and Fong Bai vaguely saw some of his own shadow. Of course, this does not mean that Zhong Ming has learned his essence and learned to be similar in spirit. It is that Zhong Ming is deliberately imitating his every action and every detail, just similar in appearance. If it were just this, Fong Bai would not have taken a second look. But the key is that Zhong Ming has already had some taste in the handling of the first refining. He has also got a glimpse of the second refining. If he is given a little more time, it should not be a problem to master the second refining. As for the third refining, it is another realm. Without inheritance, even the most talented people can only overturn their habits of the first and second refining again and reshape them again and again until they can do the third refining. But this is enough to make Fong Bai look sideways. Boss. After Zhong Ming finished forging, he made way for the forging position. Fong Bai did not look at it and said directly to Zhong Ming, "You will learn from me in the future. I will teach you individually. But you should also remember this set of movements. It should be a great benefit to you." Fong Bai taught Zhong Ming the forging that was suitable for him. Zhong Ming watched and felt the charm of it. It didn't take long for him to get the hang of it. "Okay. From now on, you will train with them and come to me alone every night after dinner." "Yes." Zhong Ming suppressed his excitement and said, after instructing Tang Wen to cooperate with Zhong Ming. Fong Bai turned back to his study. The two projects of gold element structure and human body structure were gradually coming to an end. The data and experimental area were sealed. Fong Bai gradually turned his attention to qi and blood. In Fong Bai view, the potential of qi and blood is very large, but it seems to be neglected and not taken seriously. Of course, this is very normal. After all, external elements can be found everywhere and can be easily obtained. It is easy to temper the body and fuse with elements to form a powerful fighting spirit. Moreover, it is convenient and quick to replenish. So why study qi and blood? But for Fong Bai, who lives in reality and has discovered qi and blood ants, qi and blood have their own charm. After all, in the game, weaknesses are weaknesses, and death does not matter. But death in reality means real death, and there is no chance to start over. Besides, qi and blood may not be weak. In the fantasy space, as Fong Bai continued to exercise to activate his body muscles, gradually, a wisp of light red breath emerged inside his body. This time, Fong Bai did not fuse the elemental power to form Do Qi, but directly integrated his mental power into it and failed. Try again. Fail. 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 Fong Bai's face did not change at all for the successive failures. But he still changed his approach and began to study the characteristics and essence of qi and blood power from the subtle. Time passed day by day, and Fong Bai was immersed in research and could not extricate himself. Every day he studied, meditated, exercised in reality, checked the training results of players, and taught Zhong Ming. Every day was extremely fulfilling, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhong, who was speeding in the mountains, slowly slowed down, took out the map to compare the surrounding situation, and found his position. "Should we be close to the ant nest that the boss mentioned?" Zhong muttered, and immediately started looking for it. Although he was careless when talking to Wu Yin, he was very cautious when looking for it. Talk is talk, and action is action. Fong Bai has repeatedly emphasized the danger, and Zhong will not ignore it foolishly. Even if the ants are weak in the end, what if he worries in vain? And it won't waste anything. You know, this is the first job Fong Bai gave him, and he doesn't want to let it down. Carefully searching between the peaks, it took a while for Zhong to find a small hill where the ants were. When he saw this small hill-like ant nest, Zhong was a little surprised. Looking at the red ants coming in and out of the ant nest, Zhong thought about it, quietly ran to a group of ants, and directly scooped a handful with a linen bag, and directly put dozens of thumb-sized red ants in it. Zhong smiled slightly. Just a bunch of ants. However, before he finished speaking, a red palm slowly formed in front of Zhong, and the next moment, bang! Zhong flew backwards instantly, smashed a tree, and fell to the ground. Cough. Zhong felt a sharp pain in his back and chest, and coughed and spit out a mouthful of blood foam. Is this an ant? Zhong widened his eyes, and the next moment he found that the sack was also torn apart by the ants inside. Zhong didn't care about that. He grabbed 4 or 5 ants with his hands and started to run for his life. Gone! Feeling the ants trying to pry open his fingers, Zhong couldn't help but curse. But even though he cursed, he didn't dare to stop at all. At this time, Zhong didn't even care about the red circle on Fong Bai map, and plunged into it directly. And soon a giant red wolf walked out, looking coldly in the direction where Zhong left with narrow eyes. At this time, Another wave of momentum surged into its territory. The red wolf roared angrily, turned around and saw a red tide. And the next moment, bang! The red wolf was hanging on a tree in a daze. Chi and blood come from the body. It is a kind of energy condensed in a specific way after the blood. Muscles, membranes, bones, internal organs, etc. reach extremely high strength. It is not created out of nothing, but comes from the body. In simple terms, it is a deposit. After the body reaches a certain strength, if these forces are not used temporarily, they will be stored and extracted when needed. In this way, the amplitude of power is obtained. Fong Bai analyzed it bit by bit, and a wisp of red breath slowly swirled in the palm of his hand. When the red breath dispersed, his hand hammered down. Bang! A deep fist mark appeared on an iron ingot below, and the surrounding area was cracked. 10 minutes and 27 seconds. Fong Bai recorded it in the experiment book. Still no change. It dissipated and exploded in 10 minutes and 27 seconds. Fong Bai frowned tightly. The power of qi and blood is a powerful force. There is no doubt about that. But if this power cannot be preserved for a long time, then no matter how strong it is, it will be meaningless. Fong Bai recalled the scene when he was beaten by the qi and blood ants. That group of qi and blood ants must have mastered the method of storing qi and blood. Otherwise, if they were not monsters, but just mortals, how could they have such great strength and burst out qi and blood in an instant? Fong Bai thought quietly, and then shook his head. In fact, in addition to this idea of storing qi and blood, he has another idea, which may be more feasible. Fong Bai broke away from the fantasy space and looked at the little rhino lying outside. The little rhino has grown a lot. Although it is not extraordinary yet, the qi and blood contained in its body is definitely several times, or even nearly 10 times that of Fong Bai. If it is promoted to extraordinary, it will definitely be dozens of times that of Fong Bai. This is the racial advantage. However, even if the little rhino has this advantage, it is difficult to play it out. But Fong Bai can. And Fong Bai actually thinks very simply. If I could borrow the blood and qi of the little rhino, like the blood and qi ants, it would be absolutely amazing. Chapter 97 Forum Discussion. Borrowing the power of the mount. If this is put into the game, it should be to obtain the attribute blessing of the mount. Right? Fong Bai couldn't help thinking. Then shook his head and walked to the little rhino. Moo! The little rhino stood up and looked at Fong Bai. Try again. Fong Bai immediately began to teach the little rhino to condense blood. He has been doing this for a few days, and it is feasible from the experiment in the fantasy space. But it takes some effort to teach the little rhino, and let the little rhino use it skillfully. Time passed bit by bit. That night, Fong Bai rarely replaced sleep with meditation. Nor did he start research, but went offline to wash up. After cooking, he sat at the table and opened his mobile phone to look at WeChat. Suddenly, a word appeared in a group chat that attracted Fong Bai's attention. Do you think that game really exists? Drawing Exchange Group, 19, Su Shiping. Didn't the news say that the girl went crazy? Otherwise, why would she jump off the building? Do you believe her words? Oh Yang Juanda, that's true. But didn't many people reply to that post and discuss things about the game? And many people asked for help, saying that they were caught in the game. So many people said so, and they all matched. I feel something is wrong. Su Shiping, in that case, I won't hide it from you. Was I like this in 1999, doghead? Oh Yang Juanda, Fong Bai, which post? Oh Yang Juanda, hey. Fong Bai? You haven't slept yet. It's on Weibo's hot search. The last words of a girl who jumped off the building. I think her name is something like Wang Qian. Seeing this name, Fong Bai immediately put down his phone, and without looking at the messages they sent, he ran to the computer and opened the browser to start searching. Hashtag Wang Qian. Hashtag jumping off a building. Hashtag last words. Fong Bai easily found this post, which was ranked second in popularity, with only one hot search about a celebrity being injured higher. Fong Bai immediately clicked on the post, and the first thing that popped up was a picture, which contained a handwritten last words. Fong Bai had seen this last words on the news before, and swiped down after glancing at it. However, when he saw the comments, Fong Bai's expression froze slightly. Mudu, I was also captured and locked in the bunker. He must be a noble. Who can save me? Like childish you, I just joined the game. Where can I change my job? Shujo Yinzu, Where is the city? Are there any tasks to take? Liang Renming, I'm in Honglin Town, Hongfeng City, and I'm going to find Warcraft. Is there anyone who wants to play with me? Bing, dragon. Dragon. I saw a white dragon. Does anyone want to go dig the dragon's cave together? If you want, send me a private message. I love playing mage, who knows how. I don't want to be a melee fighter. I get hurt so much. I want to be a mage. Unto, did you guys log into the game out of thin air? I thought I was the only one who could log in. I've been online for more than 10 days. And I haven't seen any players. Shang Wei, 1-to-1 copper coins. If interested, please chat privately. Invitation letters. Job transfer props. Crystal cores. Extraordinary weapons. Extraordinary secrets. Price negotiable. 3 seconds real man. Are you playing some trendy game? Could it be that the 1999 incident has been unblocked? Speaking of the past. Looking at the comments one by one. Some are real players. And some are easily seen to be witty. Fong Bai looked at the replies one by one. His hands left the keyboard. And he leaned back in his chair and fell into silence. It doesn't matter what the comments are. And there is no valuable information for Fong Bai. The most important thing is that these comments are still there. This post is still there. And it has been trending. Attracting widespread attention. This made Fong Bai fall into deep thought. You know, when Fong Bai first joined the game, he paid attention to this kind of information in posts. Although he didn't search for them deliberately. He didn't see any similar information when browsing major forums. Even if there was, it would be gone before he could click to confirm. No similar information can be retained on the internet. From that time on, Fong Bai knew that this kind of information must not be sent out. Even if he sent it himself, it would be deleted soon. Later, Fong Bai never tried to find such information again. Nor did he see it. When I saw the news about Wang Qian's death before, I was a little surprised. But I thought it was just a suicide. A big deal. And the deceased had a mental illness. So it was lucky to be on the news. But what Fong Bai didn't expect was that this matter did not end just because it was on the news. Instead, it became more and more serious on Weibo, attracting the attention and comments of many players, asking for help. And these comments and requests were safe and sound and were not deleted. At the end, Fong Bai even saw someone post a picture of an invitation letter. And the words "real game invitation letter" were clearly written out. Fong Bai couldn't help but look at the new post and wait quietly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed. And the post still existed. Is this going to be made public in the game? Fong Bai moved slowly in a posture of concentrating blood and qi. These movements were very difficult. And he was sweating profusely just after starting. But this thought still lingered in his mind for a long time. Lingering. Moving little by little. Fong Bai was so tired that his whole body turned red after just a few movements. He lay on the ground weakly, massaging his body with the magician's hand and slowly resting. On Weibo, the number of posts about real games gradually increased. It seemed that everyone had discovered that they could post. On Weibo, forums, retaliatory posts and discussions could be seen in many corners of the internet. The logical and mutually corroborative discussion process was seen by people who were not players. At first, they thought they were just joking, and that it was just a new joke. But as more and more people saw it and more people discussed it, they unconsciously became half believing and half doubting. At this moment, Fong Bai was also browsing the posts of game players one by one. Many of the posts contained a lot of experience and information. He silently integrated the information and greedily browsed every post about real games, not wanting to miss any of them. Fong Bai read for most of the day before slowly stopping, shutting down the computer, and logging into the game. When Fong Bai was about to continue studying qi and blood, Tang Wen ran over breathlessly. Boss, did you see Wang Qian post? I saw it. What's wrong? Fong Bai nodded and asked. Tang Wen took a deep breath, looked at Fong Bai, and said seriously, Just now, the official announced the game news. In just a moment, Fong Bai in the game lost his reaction. Fong Bai, who was offline, quickly turned on the computer and opened the browser. In an instant, overwhelming news popped up. Chapter 98 Official Announcement. After verification, Real Game is a real surreal game. This game is suspected to be a real world. No equipment is required to log in. You can log at any time and anywhere. No isolation method currently known can isolate players from logging in. So far, no registration entrance has been found for this game. You can only participate in the game through invitation letters. The method of selecting invitation letters is unknown. According to current statistics, people over the age of 16, regardless of occupation, gender, health or personality, have the opportunity to be invited. The invitation method is that the invitation letter appears out of thin air. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Although this is called a game, it is extremely dangerous. According to statistics, more than 100 players have completely. If you do not want to accept the invitation, please fold the invitation letter and keep it. Once the invitation letter is torn or thrown away in an unfolded manner, it will be activated by default, and the last contacted person will be automatically invited to become a player. To protect the lives and property of the masses, the following suggestions are made. 1. Make a suicide dagger or make and buy suicide poison as soon as possible after entering the game to ensure that you have the ability to commit suicide at any time. Remember that you cannot be controlled by anyone in any way. It is better to die than to be controlled. Otherwise it may cause serious consequences. Once you are controlled in the game and lose your freedom, please seek help from the local government department and public security agency as soon as possible. The method of making suicide poison is as follows. 1, 2, 3. Different regions choose different recipes, and the materials are plants and minerals that are common in the game, but do not exist in reality. 2. The area that appears after entering the game is an unmanned novice area, and the player has novice protection. There are generally clues for job transfer in this area, and you can get the corresponding job transfer props after reaching level 10. If you die during this period, you will be immediately teleported to the nearby town area and lose the opportunity to transfer. Please remember that you cannot blindly choose a combat profession. The probability of survival and job transfer of a life profession is higher. 3. Fong Bai looked at the extremely detailed information one by one, and suddenly there was a sound outside the window. He went to the window to see. A van started driving back and forth on the street with a horn, and the horn played in a loop. After verification, real game is real. At some point, the community cadres walked into the community with a horn, and a broadcast sounded at the entrance of the community. Open the circle of friends, and all the messages are forwarded. The most detailed life guide for real game. The novice pass strategy appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Just a few dozen minutes later, the real game has become the hottest topic. Everyone is discussing how to become a player, and the price of an invitation letter on the market is directly open to a sky-high price. There are many people who buy invitation letters for hundreds of thousands or millions. At this moment, everyone is crazy about that light piece of paper, and the group of Su Shiping has been flooded with messages one after another, and in a blink of an eye, it has reached 99+. Looking at the hustle and bustle on the internet and listening to the constant sound of the horn outside the window, the central idea of this message is actually 1 point. Increase the player's job transfer rate as much as possible. Improve the overall strength of the player, and then cooperate with suicide and other methods to prevent the player from being captured alive, which will cause the player's life to be in danger in reality. With a slight upward corner of his mouth, Fong Bai closed his eyes and entered the game world. Boss. Tang Wen looked at Fong Bai, who was back online. Fong Bai nodded slightly. I know. Let's continue training. Yes. Fong Bai recalled some strategies in the information. The official should always have someone active in the game and collecting information. Only in this way can we make suicide poison based on common herbs and minerals in different regions. But I have never encountered it before, and maybe I would not know if I encountered it. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, stopped thinking about this question, and began to meditate. In any case, one's own strength is what can be relied on. As for the official, when Fong Bai saw that the official only used tips and strategies to minimize the probability of players' life safety, Fong Bai understood that even if the official had strength, it was limited, and he still had to rely on himself. Time passed day by day, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. That morning, Fong Bai heard a familiar voice outside the door and immediately spoke out. Jia Wu. Let him in. Jia Wu outside the door heard it and responded immediately. And Zhang Zhong in front of him smiled and said beside Jia Wu, I was here first. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he ran into the yard and came to Fong Bai. Boss, these are the ants you want. Zhang Zhong was holding a string of twine, and one end of the twine was tied with a thumb-sized qi and blood ant. Fong Bai couldn't help laughing when he saw Zhang Zhong, who was in such a miserable state with blood still on the corner of his mouth. Fong Bai smiled, and Zhang Zhong's face suddenly turned black. Boss, you're still laughing. Are you sure you can fight those ants on equal terms? Anyway, I didn't lose. If I didn't win or lose, it's equal to 50-50. Fong Bai said with a smile. And I've reminded you that these ants are very strong. But they didn't say they were this strong. It's ridiculous. Zhang Zhong recalled the group of ants, and his mouth twitched slightly. God knows how much effort he spent to get rid of the group of ants. After joking for a while, Fong Bai's smile faded and he asked, "Change job?" "Change job." At this point, Zhang Zhong immediately got excited and stood up and said, "President, you don't know that a combat profession is a combat profession. Once I changed my job, I had 3 combat skills. I can't even mention how strong I am. But it's hard to explain. It would be great if we could have a fight." Zhang Zhong suddenly realized that Fong Bai had more than 100 men, and he also felt a sense of crisis and wanted to prove his strength in front of Fong Bai. At this time, Zhang Zhong saw the armor behind Fong Bai, and suddenly an idea came to him. "Boss, how about we spar? So you can have a more comprehensive understanding of my skills and strength." Fong Bai was a little stunned when he heard this, and looked at Zhang Zhong stupidly. What the hell? He hasn't mastered the fighting spirit yet, and you want to challenge him? Fong Bai really didn't react at once. Seeing Fong Bai's expression, Zhang Zhong felt even better, and recalled the way Fong Bai showed off the armor in front of him. What can only be worn? What is wearing really tiring? Zhang Zhong's heart suddenly became more cruel. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely be gentle. As long as I win. Boss, you just let me wear that armor once. And let me shout armor fusion you once. Fong Bai's eyes narrowed when he heard this. But Zhang Zhong, who was imagining wearing armor and shouting armor fusion, didn't notice it. And then Fong Bai laughed. That's fine. But if I lose, you wear my armor. What if you lose? If I lose? Boss, whatever you say is fine. Zhang Zhong waved his hand and said casually. At the same level, a combat profession fights a logistics profession. How can they lose? The advantage is mine. Chapter 99 The Cloud of Qi and Blood. Okay. Fong Bai looked at Zhang Zhong with a smile. I won't do anything if you lose. Follow the method I taught you. 100,000 hammers within 5 days. Okay. No problem. Zhang Zhong waved his hand. And he didn't notice anything wrong with his eyes blinded by the armor. I wonder, which boy can refuse a set of full-body armor that can be transformed, worn, and full of mechanical sense? No. I'm going to wear that armor soon. Zhang Zhong shuddered all over when he thought about it. Although for the sake of confidentiality, Fong Bai armor should not be worn in front of outsiders to show off. But it can be worn for a few people to see. Okay. Then you go to rest. I see you are seriously injured. Take a good rest for 3 days. The winner will be decided in 3 days. No. Zhang Zhong was so swollen that he almost said no. But when he saw Fong Bai's smiling expression, he swallowed it. No. 3 days is not enough. 5 days is needed. Okay. Then 5 days. Fong Bai agreed happily and turned to look at Tang Wen beside him. Tang Wen, did you hear that? Arrange a place for Zhang Zhong to stay. The duel will be held in 5 days. You can arrange for everyone to come and watch. Okay. Tang Wen nodded immediately. And when he looked at Zhang Zhong again, he couldn't help showing a hint of strangeness. Another extraordinary professional? He suddenly felt that he couldn't see through Fong Bai again. But obviously, this is a good thing. Tang Wen immediately walked in front of Zhang Zhong and led the way. Mr. Zhang. This way. Hey. Just call me Zhang Zhong. We all follow the boss and our brothers. Seeing Zhang Zhong's refreshing look, Tang Wen was also slightly relieved. He asked immediately after thinking about it. Okay. Then you can call me Tang Wen. Tang for Tang Dynasty. Wen for culture. Brother Zhang. When did you follow the boss? I thought I was the first one. As for me, I followed the boss when he was not yet a superhuman. You don't know that the boss was so early. You are the first one to come. Tang Wen was surprised. Zhang Zhong smiled and looked at Tang Wen very favorably. Really? Don't look at so many people here. He was the first one to come. looking at Zhang Zhong, who was fooled by a few words. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. I guess he left in a hurry and forgot to bring his external head. Thinking of Wu Yin, who had instructed Zhang Zhong when he was packing up the spoils of bag. Fong Bai glanced at Zhang Zhong. If he can give advice, and is willing to give advice, Zhang Zhong is happy to listen. Well, if Wu Yin is not here, Zhang Zhong will be responsible for charging and killing. And he cannot be asked to do other things to avoid mistakes. If Wu Yin is here, she is decisive, brave, smart, and sensible, so she can be entrusted with important tasks. Well, maybe I can bring them together, Fong Bai muttered, flicked away the blood ants that were about to bite him, and walked into the study. But then he came to the furnace again. First, he built a steel cage and threw 5 blood ants into it. Then threw a few pieces of bread and put the cage aside, and sat down at the desk. These blood ants have been used up. Close your eyes. Sink your mind into the fantasy space. And as soon as you think about it, dense blood ants appear in front of you. Using mental power to observe. A blood ant has a faint red light on its body, and mental power is hindered when it touches it. And you can feel a little burning. Obviously, any blood ant has blood, even if they only have a thumb-sized body. Of course, the blood of a blood ant is too weak, although Fong Bai mental power can sense it. It is limited to this. However, when blood ants emerge one after another, the blood on their bodies spontaneously connect together. From 10 to 1, from 100 to 1, from 1,000 to 1. When 1,000 blood ants appear in front of him, under the observation of mental power, a light red cloud appears in the air. Fong Bai mental power carefully touches a little. Humph! Fong Bai groaned. Although the mental power in the fantasy space is false, the pain is real. Fong Bai just felt the feeling of mental power being burned again. This kind of mental power directly transmits to the awareness of pain, which is much stronger than the 10 fingers connecting the heart. Fong Bai recovered after refreshing his physical state, looking at the red cloud that was like burning with a little fear. After pondering for a moment, Fong Bai stepped into the coverage of the red cloud. As soon as he stepped into it, Fong Bai immediately felt a pressure and a restraint. But in comparison, the suppressed power was not much, and it was basically in full strength. Then, Fong Bai took out a fireball spell scroll and tore it open. The phantom of the spell model formed in the air, absorbing the fire element and turning into a fireball. However, when the spell model was about to take shape after absorbing the fire element, it dissipated directly. A fireball spell scroll actually only splashed out a few sparks. Fong Bai couldn't help but be stunned, and quickly withdrew from the red cloud position. With a thought, a fireball spell scroll appeared and tore it open. Collapse. A spell model phantom appeared again, absorbing the fire element and instantly turning into a fist-sized fireball and shooting out. Under Fong Bai gaze, the fireball flew into the red cloud. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the flame spread. But Fong Bai was stunned, looking at the direction of the fireball flames and the power of the shock wave. Fong Bai calculated slightly and was shocked. 50%. The fireball spell exerted at most 50% of its original power. This layer of blood and chi directly suppressed the effect of the fireball by 50%. Fong Bai was shocked. But after careful observation, he found that the concentration of the red cloud faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, like fog, and he was relieved. It turns out that this also has a price. Fong Bai thought about it, and materialized a few more fireball spell scrolls, and threw them over. Boom! 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 A few more fireballs passed, and the red cloud completely collapsed. The expanding flames and shock waves swept the standing blood and chi ants in and destroyed them all. Looking at this scene, Fong Bai imagined the chi and blood ants again and pondered for a while, recalling the state of the chi and blood ants when the red cloud collapsed just now. His thoughts moved slightly. A few fireballs went down and defeated the red cloud. Looking at the chi and blood ants that were no longer covered by chi and blood, Fong Bai grabbed one at random. He used his mental power to control the chi and blood ants to struggle, but found that the chi and blood ants no longer had the strength to struggle before. Sure enough, the chi and blood ants themselves do not have much power. They can only generate and store chi and blood power, and then use chi and blood power to show power far beyond their body size. So when the chi and blood ants attack, they are actually consuming chi and blood power continuously. As long as the chi and blood power is consumed, there is no difference between the chi and blood ants and ordinary ants. After a rough understanding, Fong Bai immediately immersed himself in research, establish projects, design experiments, and conduct comparative analysis. When Fong Bai was obsessed with research, the news that he was going to duel with another extraordinary professional player gradually spread. Chapter 100 Duel. Someone wants to duel with the boss. You're kidding. I wrestled my arm with the boss before. He wrestled me like a kid. Jiang Biao shook his head in disdain. Don't think the boss is just a logistics profession. A logistics profession supernatural is also a supernatural. Didn't you see the official news? Although the logistics profession has no combat skills, it can't beat the combat profession with 3 combat skills. But relying on the physical fitness and pressure brought by the supernatural job transfer can crush all players who haven't changed jobs. If there is no equal supernatural fighting momentum, we are not enough to mow the boss. But the one who wants to duel with the boss is a combat profession supernatural, Zhongli said. Jiang Biao was slightly stunned. Where did the combat profession supernatural come from? I heard that it was the boss's old subordinate who just came over. So, what do you think the boss's chances of winning are? Jiang Biao, like a wild bear, thought about it. After a moment, he slowly made a 3 gesture under the gaze of everyone. 30 to 70, after all. The boss still has that ridiculously strong armor and battle axe. Didn't you see it when we fought the cultists? It's ridiculously strong. Even if a combat professional comes this time, I still have full confidence in the boss. 30 to 70. The boss is 70. Tell the truth. Zhongli rolled his eyes. I'm telling the truth. I firmly believe in the boss, Jiang Biao said righteously. Zhong Ming next to him said silently at this time. What if you don't use a gun? Jiang Biao's momentum suddenly fell, and he smiled foolishly. Then I don't know. I'm just a rough man. Not even a professional. How can I evaluate my ability? But I have confidence in the boss, and I will definitely support the boss firmly. At this time, a player named Zhang Pao squeezed over. The casino is open. Anyone coming? Keep it simple. Bet on win or lose. The bet is simple. The loser washes the winner's socks. The minimum bet is 1 day, and the maximum is 5 days. Snap! Jiang Biao slapped his hand on Zhang Zhongying's side. I firmly support the boss. Hey, you put it in the wrong place. Zhang Pao tried to grab Jiang Biao's hand, but he couldn't move it. Jiang Biao, who spoke righteously, put his hand firmly on Zhang Zhong's side, and everyone laughed. These were all jokes. A group of players who had only seen a supernatural battle once really couldn't evaluate the strength, although reason told them that the combat profession must be stronger than the logistics profession. They recalled the scene of by pulling out a pistol from the top of the ring. All the words that had not been said were swallowed again. In such an expectant mood, 5 days passed in a flash. That morning, the excited Zhang Zhong adjusted his state to the best and walked excitedly to the center of the open space. This place was cleared out as a ring early in the morning, and the surrounding area was full of players. More than 100 players were waiting here, as everyone was looking forward to it. The door opened, and Fong Bai, wearing a neat fighting suit, walked forward and walked in front of everyone. Zhang Zhong was slightly stunned when he saw Fong Bai without armor. Boss, where is your armor? Zhang Zhong words seemed to trigger a keyword. Fong Bai smiled at Zhang Zhong and replied, Armor? Armor fusion. The next moment Zhang Zhong's scalp was numb. Snap! The door opened out of thin air, and silver light shot out from the door and instantly hit Fong Bai, wrapping Fong Bai. Snap! In just a blink of an eye, Fong Bai finished putting on the armor. Clang! The battle axe finally shot out and landed in Fong Bai's hand with a crisp sound. This last crisp sound was like a switch, and everyone instantly felt a current passing from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet. Numb all over, Zhang Zhong couldn't help but take a breath, his eyes full of shock and envy. You can actually play like this? New version. This new version he had never seen before. It was so cool, and so cool. I want it. I want it. Zhang Zhong felt his muscles all over his body numb. President, can you cooperate with me to do a set of such moves later? Fong Bai narrowed his eyes when he heard this, looking at Zhang Zhong dangerously, but still smiled. Of course. Just double the bet. Okay. Double it if you want. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Zhong moved. Skill, charge. Skill, sweep. Zhang Zhong was covered by a burst of white light and shot towards Fong Bai like an arrow. The surface of the long spear that swept across was covered with a layer of white light, which was particularly heavy, and the air in front seemed to be sticky. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Is this the extraordinary combat profession? At this speed, ordinary people would be strung together like a candied hawse before they could react. Bang! In just a moment, everyone saw Zhang Zhong flying back at a faster speed. What happened just now? Am I dazzled? 2 skills, and 1 hammer knocked him away. They clearly saw Fong by swinging a hammer casually. And then Zhang Zhong, who was charging, was directly shattered by the light of his skills. And the whole person was like an angel with broken wings, and flew backwards instantly. Zhang Zhong felt the most profoundly. Just at that moment, he only felt an irresistible force coming over, and everything he did was useless. The powerlessness at that moment was like a mayfly shaking a pillar. Bang! Zhang Zhong fell to the ground. But fortunately Fong Bai finally withdrew his strength, so that he was not seriously injured and barely stood up. Feeling the incredible and shocked eyes of Zhang Zhong and many players around him, Fong Bai was happy. What is the purpose of playing games? Isn't it for this? How do you say that? Don't ordinary players also have the gaming experience of local tycoon players? Fong Bai was happy. Of course, this is not just a game, but it doesn't affect playing. Boss, you changed your job again? Leveled up again? Zhang Zhong looked at Fong Bai in disbelief. No, my rank is definitely the same as yours. Both are just professional level. How is that possible? I didn't have the slightest resistance just now. How is that possible? It's just fighting spirit plus equipment. You used a piece of extraordinary equipment as a firewood stick, and you didn't learn fighting spirit. A bear gunman came to challenge me. If you don't get beaten, who will? Boss, teach me. Sure, no problem. Compared to others, Fong Bai trusted Zhang Zhong more. If he wanted to use him, then teaching him fighting spirit was definitely a must. But Fong Bai picked up a steel hammer and looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. A moment later, a continuous hammering sound came from the corner, and Fong Bai's voice rang out. Originally, 100,000 hammers were required in 5 days. I set a time limit of about 14 hours a day, which means 1 hammer every 2 seconds. Since you are confident, then 200,000 hammers will be completed in 5 days. Come on. Fong Bai made a gesture of encouragement, and Zhang Zhong regretted it immediately when he heard it. However, when he recalled Fong Bai's handsome action in armor just now, he could not help but feel a surge of motivation in his heart. No, boss, I will challenge you again after I learn fighting spirit. Fong Bai laughed immediately after hearing this. 7 days later. Bang! Zhang Zhong flew backwards and hit the ground, looking at the sky in doubt. Could it be that the combat profession really cannot beat the logistics profession? No. 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 It's impossible. The official data shows that the combat profession's combat power far exceeds that of the logistics profession. But why can't I beat it? Could it be? Zhang Zhong looked at his hands and fell into deep thought. Am I too weak? Fong Bai got off the little rhino, stuffed the hammer handle into Zhang Zhong's hand, and grinned. Chapter 101 Lord's Pioneering Order. Done! 5 days. 200,000 hammers. Don't forget. Fong Bai's voice sounded, and Zhang Long was shocked. Although he was a superhuman, and although he already had the physique and strength comparable to that of a little Superman, he basically lost half his life after 200,000 hammers, which made him regret it very much. But there was another 200,000 hammers. Zhang Zhong regretted it. Really regretted it. Why did he brag about nothing? Can you touch the boss? Can you challenge the boss? Regret it. Can you not hammer? Of course. Fong Bai agreed so quickly that Zhang Zhong was a little dazed. Did he hear it wrong? Did he hear it right? Before Zhang Zhong was ecstatic, he heard Fong Bai again. Then I can just not tell you the secret of my becoming stronger again. The moment Fong Bai's voice fell, Zhang Zhong became righteous and stern. The boss asked me to swing the hammer for my own good. I can't understand the boss's hard work. I must reflect deeply. I will never miss a hammer out of these 200,000 hammers. I will definitely complete them with quality and quantity. Zhang Zhong gritted his teeth and said with tears in his eyes. His hands started shaking again not long after. Okay. I've been waiting for you to say this. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and he recalled the fluctuation of the gold element when Zhang Zhong activated his skills and turned away. The little rhino, who had grown up a lot, followed Fang Bai with his short legs. The saddle on its back was particularly strange. Back in the yard, Fang Bai took off his armor and sat on the little rhino, slowly releasing the blood and qi into the saddle to activate it. The saddle exuded a strange power, and the blood and qi condensed in the little rhino's body passed through the saddle and then poured into Fang Bai's body. In an instant, a majestic and hot power was transmitted from the saddle into the body and combined with Fang Bai's blood and qi. Buzz! The surging power gathered on Fang Bai, and a faint flame seemed to emerge on Fang Bai's body. Swish! The giant axe chopped in an instant, causing a whistling sound in the air, and the strong wind fell on the wall in front with a light sound. Snap! It can be modified again. Fang Bai thought. This is one of the reasons why he can directly crush Fang Zhong in terms of strength. Equipment, Qi and Blood Saddle. In the study of Qi and Blood Ants, Fang Bai found that there are some strange patterns on the surface of Qi and Blood Ants. It is these other patterns that complete the storage of Qi and Blood power, and the connection of Qi and Blood. Based on the in-depth study of this pattern, bionic experiments were carried out. After a long experiment in the fantasy space, a set of effective patterns was obtained, and the first generation of Qi and Blood saddles were manufactured based on this. The Qi and Blood saddle is made of an alloy mixed with elemental metals. Special and complex patterns are formed inside during forging. It needs to be formed in one piece, which is also very difficult for Fang Bai to manufacture. Although this first generation of Qi and Blood saddle has a low conversion rate, slow connection, easy interruption, and high manufacturing difficulty, it still cannot conceal its powerful performance. The Qi and Blood saddle made with only 2 refining processes was melted and reforged by Fang Bai. Clang! 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 The dull sound echoed in the blacksmith shop, and a brand new 3 refined saddle slowly took shape. Inside, the delicate lines drawn by the magician's hand were complicated and beautiful. When the Qi and Blood force poured into it and continued to move along the lines, the Qi and Blood force also slowly changed. This is a method different from the spell model, but it is similar. Fang Bai finished making the last part and assembled it exactly. After the 3rd refining, an attribute panel slowly formed. Name, Mount Saddle, Green. Effect, you can add a certain percentage of the mount's strength, stamina and other attributes to the rider. Or you can add a certain percentage of the rider's strength, stamina and other attributes to the mount. Fang Bai was slightly excited when he saw this attribute effect. With 2 clicks, he put the saddle on the little rhino. After this period of time, the size of the little rhino became closer to that of the big rhino, making it much easier for Fang Bai to ride. And Fang Bai observed the gold element power in its body and estimated that the little rhino was on the verge of transforming into a monster. Maybe this is the 2nd generation of monsters. It grows smoothly and does not need any props. As long as it accumulates enough, it can transform quickly. But don't rush to become a monster. Let me help you. Fang Bai looked at the gold element structure that was mostly completed in the fantasy space and adapted to the little rhino, and said to the little rhino, "Moo!" The little rhino rubbed Fang Bai, and at this moment, a slight sound came into his mind. Ding! Like a reminder that the microwave heating time has ended. Fang Bai immediately focused his mind and stared at the small white tower. A virtual panel slowly emerged. Lord's development order has been manufactured. The moment the words appeared, Fang Bai felt his palm sink slightly, and a token appeared in Fang Bai's hand. The token seemed to be made of jade, with the word opening up written on one side and a city suspended in the air on the other side. The same virtual panel as the little white tower appeared. Name, Lord's opening up token. Level, none. Effect, after using it, you can turn an unowned area into your own mage territory. Please check the specific blessing effect after building the territory. Do you want to use it? Yes/no. Mage territory? Fang Bai quickly caught this keyword and fell into thought. Outside, when Jiewu saw Zhang Zhong start swinging his hammer to forge iron again, he suddenly laughed, and the others also laughed. Zhang Zhong, you lost again today? During this period, their relationship quickly became familiar, and they often joked with each other. After hearing Jiewu's words, Zhang Zhong, who was regretting it, suddenly laughed. Yes, another 200,000 hammers. After saying this, Fang Bai looked around and smiled at the people who were resting. No way. although I'm much better than you in fighting and can crush you. But I can't forge. As soon as the words fell, Jia Wu was choked. And Zhang Zhong continued. It's okay. You guys take a rest. Anyway, I heard the boss said the test will start soon. Zhang Zhong suddenly paused and stopped talking, and started forging iron on his own. And the others were immediately anxious. What did you say? What did the boss say? Zhang Zhong looked confused. What did you say? Nothing. It's okay. I have to be punished. You guys go and rest. I be punished alone. After saying that, Zhang Zhong continued to forge. The hammer fell cleanly. Heavy but not chaotic. One hammer after another full of rhythm. And his forging skills had reached the second level of refining without knowing when. When did he learn it? Everyone was anxious. Looking at Zhang Zhong, who was not stopping. Thinking of what he had just said. And they were anxious. After a moment, Zhang Zhong smiled slightly at the players, who were forging with him. You still dare to laugh at me? I kill you. At this moment, Zhang Zhong was suddenly stunned. Huh? Gold element fluctuation? Zhang Zhong immediately turned his head and looked to the side. Chapter 102. I'm here. Fong Bai in the room also sensed a trace of gold element fluctuations. And he quickly locked onto the target after coming out. Zhong Ming. At this moment, Zhang Zhong had come to Zhong Ming's side, and was shocked to see the iron ingot and Zhong Ming absorbing the gold element. Bang! Fong Bai just walked to Zhong Ming's side when he heard a strange sound, and immediately understood that he had failed. Sure enough, after that hammer fell, Zhong Ming wanted to drop another hammer immediately. But he, who had decisively dropped the hammer before, this time hung the steel hammer in the air, and didn't know how to drop the hammer for a long time. Failed? Boss, why are you here? Zhong Ming asked with some confusion. I came here when I found that you had a breakthrough. Breakthrough? Zhong Ming was a little confused. And then he reacted. So the feeling just now was the third refining? This iron ingot has become a third refining iron ingot? Zhong Ming looked at the iron ingot on the forging table, and said with some surprise. Well, a third refining waste. A little worse than an ordinary second refining steel ingot. Fong Bai said after a moment of silence. Ah? Zhong Ming was stunned. At this time, Zhang Zhong spoke. Boss, what happened just now? Why was there a fluctuation of the gold element just now? Why did the iron ingot and Zhong Ming absorb the gold element? Zhong Ming, who was still unable to sense the fluctuation of the element, was stunned and looked at Zhang Zhong with some confusion. What gold element? Fong Bai saw the puzzled look of the two people, clapped his hands lightly, and focused everyone's attention and spoke out. You should be familiar with the so-called elements, and you must know something about them. I can tell you very simply that contact with the elements basically means contact with the extraordinary. And contact with the three trainings means that you can temper the body with the gold element. In this process, Zhong Ming's physique will be fully enhanced. Attributes such as strength, speed, and magic will be fully enhanced. And as long as the three trainings are officially completed, then you will have the ability to create extraordinary equipment like me. Looking at Zhong Ming, who was a little excited after reacting, and looking at the people who were gradually getting excited, Fong Bai said lightly, It's been a long time since everyone has been exposed to forging. The difficulty of the first, second and third levels of forging is about the same as the difficulty of the first and second levels of forging. I don't have high requirements for everyone now. You don't need to learn the third level. You just need to learn the second level. So, the countdown is 5 days. Players who complete the second level within 5 days should follow me and go to other places. The rest of the people should either leave on their own or go to other places after learning the second level. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, everyone was anxious. Those who didn't complete the second level understood that even if they could go, the first batch and the second batch were definitely two different concepts. And the 5 people who had completed the second level watched Zhong Ming advance to the third level. And they were also anxious. Only Zhang Zhong raised his hand and said stupidly, Boss, I have completed the second level. Fong Bai glanced at Zhang Zhong and gestured with his palm. 5 days. Zhang Zhong was stunned, reacted, and began to regret again. Zhong Ming, come with me. I will teach you another set of hammering techniques. Fong Bai was a little surprised at first that Zhong Ming could break through the third level, but he reacted immediately. Zhong Ming had been learning from him for a long time. He had the foundation of blacksmithing, and he was naturally talented. He had been forging day and night during this period, and he often taught him. It was reasonable for him to break through the third level. After explaining the third level to Zhong Ming in full, and teaching him a set of quick third level hammering techniques for body tempering, he let him go. While you are doing the third level, keep an eye on their progress. If you perform well, you will be responsible for forging in the future. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, Zhong Ming was shocked. Yes! Under the leadership of Zhong Ming, another player completed the second level of refining under the pressure of the assessment. 3 on the second day, 5 on the third day, 2 on the fourth day, early in the morning of the fifth day. During the assessment, a player broke through and achieved the second level of refining. So far, including Zhang Zhong, a total of 18 people have reached the second level of refinement. And Fong Bai is quite satisfied with this number. Of course, he also spent a lot of thought on this. High-frequency guidance, a hammer method specially customized for one person, and basically no normal forging ability in order to quickly pass the second level of refinement. These combined together to reach this number. Otherwise, Fong Bai would be thankful for a normal second level of refinement. As for the third level of refinement, no new third level of refinement appeared in these 5 days. And there was still only Zhong Ming. This is like a sheep in the second level. Strength and luck are indispensable. And Fong Bai does not have too high expectations. Seeing this, Fong Bai looked at the disappointed people and said lightly, "We have known each other for so many days. I won't say much else. You are free to stay or go. And you can use the iron ingots here except that you can't take them away. I will still welcome you when you reach the second level," Fong Bai said, turning his head to look at Tang Wen and Jiang Biao, who had not yet broken through the second level. Tang Wen, you are responsible for management here. Jiang Biao, you assist. If you have any questions, just call me directly. Yes. Tang Wen looked at Jia, who was standing behind Fong Bai, feeling a little bitter. Fong Bai noticed this, walked up to Tang Wen and patted Tang Wen on the shoulder. Management is very important. Of course, you can't let go of your second level. This is not to ask you to forge, but to become stronger. This is the foundation of the extraordinary. And strength is the foundation of everything. Otherwise, an ordinary player will manage a group of extraordinary professional players, and they may not listen to you. Don't worry. There is a place for you by my side. Fong Bai still recognized Tang Wen's ability. Now that he has not reached the second level, Fong Bai is naturally not stingy when it comes to drawing cakes. Help me manage this place. My side is very important. But your side is equally important. Without the constant infusion of fresh blood here, I'm just a tree without roots. Understand? You are also in charge of one side. I value you very much. Tang Wen immediately cheered up. I understand. Okay. Fong Bai turned his head and looked at Jiang Biao. Him and Zhongli. Zhongli had completed the second refining, but he hadn't. Pa. Fong Bai patted Jiang Biao on the shoulder. You too. I wait for you. Yes. Jiang Biao was also cheered up, seeing that both of them had returned to normal. Fong Bai didn't say anything more and looked at the 19 people behind him. Pack up and leave in an hour. Yes. 19 people answered in unison, and Fong Bai walked back to the room. An hour later, a small rhino almost as tall as a person pulled a delicate cart and left the camp of the Dynasty Guild. After leaving phone numbers at each guild and tentatively agreeing on cooperation, Fong Bai and his party went straight into the mountains. Fong Bai on the ox cart grasped the token in his hand. Lord's Pioneering Order. Mage Lord? Here I come. Chapter 103 Silver Ape. Caw-caw. At the edge of the mountain, Fong Bai finished putting on his armor, and then dismantled the carriage behind the little rhino under the curious eyes of the crowd, and reassembled it on the back of the little rhino. Then they entered the mountain together. There were 20 people in the group, and none of them was a novice. Each of them was basically a leader among the players. Fong Bai naturally didn't need to say much about common sense, but maybe it was because the target was too big and the movement was too loud. Every time he passed the red circle, passed through or entered the monster territory, he would attract monsters to surround him. Although there were 2 extraordinary people, Fong Bai and Zhang Zhong, escorting him from head to tail. These monsters did not dare to attack, but they would escort Fong Bai all the way until he left their territory. These monsters have a strong sense of territory and are very smart. Fong Bai saw all of this, observed silently, and recorded every monster he found. In addition, He also recorded a complete topographic map of the road in detail. 20 days later, the 20 dusty people climbed up the mountainside and looked at this flat stone land. Suddenly, they felt enlightened. You don't know? This is where our boss made his fortune. Zhang Zhong said to Jiawu proudly. I met the boss here. And you will see the boss's small base later. It's scary. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. When they followed Fong Bai all the way to the blast furnace, they looked at the things here and didn't react for a while. At this time, Zhang Zhong added faintly. This is made by the boss alone. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes widened instantly. At this time, Zhongli suddenly thought of something and said aloud. Wait! Could it be that the boss is the legendary player who chose the logistics profession and successfully reached level 10 to complete the job change? Looking at the various tools here, blast furnaces, and molds, Zhongli suddenly understood that people like him could not change their jobs. How can this be compared? Yes! Seeing everyone's surprise, Zhang Zhong said proudly. It turns out that the boss is really a logistics player. I thought the boss was fooling people. Zhongli muttered to himself, suddenly thought of something, and turned his head to look at Zhang Zhong. By the way, Zhang Zhong, I remember you said you were a spearman before? Yes. Then why can't you beat the boss? Swish, swish, swish. All eyes looked over, and Zhang Zhong's expression froze, and his smile gradually disappeared. Is it because the spearman profession is not good? Fong Bai was immediately happy. Okay. This is Zhang Zhong problem, not the spearman profession. Please don't raise it to the profession. Keep going. We haven't arrived yet. After saying that, Fong Bai led the group to continue walking north, and continued to walk upstream when they reached the river. When they came to a flat place and were about to stop, they suddenly hesitated, recalling the group who came to find this white tower and bag later. Looking around, it was flat without any obstructions. If you look from a high altitude, everything is visible. If there is an extraordinary profession, there must be reconnaissance skills or spells. If it is placed on the surface, Fong Bai asked after a moment of silence. Zhang Zhong, is there any cave or something like that nearby? It should be big. Cave? Zhang Zhong immediately thought about it and nodded. Yes, I remember there is a cave over there. It looks big. But there is a dead monkey. There is a cave? Is it big? What monkey? Fong Bai's eyes lit up when he heard the word cave. And his DNA moved when he heard the word cave. When I was a child, there were no caves near my home, and I dreamed of having a secret base. But I didn't expect there was one here. I haven't been in. But the cave entrance is very big, Zhang Zhong recalled, and his mouth twitched slightly when he thought of the monkey. As for the monkey, I will fight it 50-50 with a steel stick. Zhang Zhong touched his nose and said with an unchanged expression. But Fong Bai looked at him with a little suspicion. Does this sound familiar? Ahem. Boss, let me take you to see it first. Zhang Zhong interrupted quickly, and Fong Bai nodded without thinking about it. Okay. You guys should rest here first. Yes. Everyone stopped, and Zhang Zhong and Fong Bai immediately slowed down and rushed towards the inside of the mine. It took some time, and they almost reached the other end. Zhang Zhong pointed to a red mountain in front and said, It's at the foot of the mountain over there. The mountain is connected to the mine, and there are several cracks at the bottom. In the middle of a crack, something seems to be moving. Fong Bai approached quietly and saw a silver monkey lying on the ground sleeping with a silver long stick in his hand. Warcraft? It should be about the professional level, not the elite level. Fong Bai analyzed the momentum he sensed, and then turned his head to look at the mountain behind him. This mountain is connected to other mountains, but unlike the continuous green grass of other mountains, this mountain is bare, red, and no grass grows. Obviously, this mountain is an extension of a part of the mineral vein, and the whole mountain is made of hematite, so naturally no grass or trees can grow there. Estimating the size of the gap, Fong Bai became more and more satisfied. This made Fong Bai ponder. Zhang Zhong, go back first and wait for me for a while. Fong Bai shook off Zhang Zhong after he finished speaking, completely letting go of his speed and searching around the entire mineral deposit. The mineral deposit is more like a flat-top mountain than a mineral deposit. The top is a flat mineral deposit, except for the lack of trees and the fact that it is made of hematite. This mountain is no different from other mountains. The hills and gullies are connected to other peaks, forming this huge and endless wilderness mountain range. In addition to this mountain with a cave, there are many small hills extending out of the mineral deposit. After all, it is to establish a territory. Resources and safety are essential. In Phong Bai eyes, this iron mine, the dragon bones next to it, and the ruins are the best resources. So when it comes to establishing a territory, Phong Bai returned to this mineral deposit as soon as possible. After spending several days touring the area, Phong Bai finally brought Zhang Zhong to the cave. Boss? Zhang Zhong turned his head and looked at Phong Bai. Drive it away. Okay. After receiving the order, Zhang Zhong was immediately excited. He was full of confidence now that he had practiced fighting spirit. He must avenge his previous shame. Zhang Zhong immediately rushed to the front of the silver ape with a spear in hand. Come! Fight! The spear was raised, and he was full of vigor. Gigi? The silver ape swung the long stick, and pieces of gravel instantly exploded on the ground. Bang! Phong Bai turned his head and looked at Zhang Zhong, who was flying back, with a face full of question marks. I was careless. I was careless. Zhang Zhong old face flushed, and he immediately rushed up again. The moment he rushed up, his fighting spirit was surging. The spear rang slightly, and a spear light slowly swallowed and spit out. Ping pong pong. One ape and one man. One stick and one spear. Fighting in an instant. The long stick in the silver ape's hand was powerful and heavy, and the wind was blowing. Zhang Zhong's domineering long spear did not give in, and they collided again and again. In this process, Zhang Zhong's domineering and explosive fighting spirit had the upper hand, and coupled with the suppression of skills, the situation began to shift. But Phong Bai was more and more surprised when he looked at the silver long stick in the silver ape's hand. You know, Zhang Zhong's hand was an extraordinary long spear, although it was damaged. The spearhead was also Phong Bai's quasi-3 refined spearhead. What level is this monkey's long stick? Why is he qualified to fight Zhang Zhong head-on without leaving any trace? Chapter 104 Iron Tree. Bang! With a powerful sweep, the silver ape flew backwards and hit the rock wall. The silver ape, with messy silver hair and unstable breath, turned and ran when he saw Zhang Zhong approaching again. However, he was kicked away by a kick as soon as he turned around. Bang! The silver ape hit the rock wall again, looking at the tall silver-white figure in front of him. The silver ape pointed at Phong Bai and Zhang Zhong, vividly, as if saying that Zhang Zhong was shameless. Suddenly, Phong Bai thought of the little rhino jumping home and the sinister rhino. Suddenly, he felt that compared with humans, monsters were more likable. Boss, why don't you drive them away? For these monsters, they will leave if they lose the territory war, Zhang Zhong said. Phong Bai glanced at Zhang Zhong, walked to the front of the silver ape, held down the resisting silver ape, and snatched the silver metal stick. Where did it come from? The silver ape looked confused, as if it didn't understand what Phong Bai was saying. Swish! The giant axe on Phong Bai's back instantly appeared on the silver ape's throat and stopped. Gee! The silver ape let out a scream after realizing it belatedly, and then pointed at the crack next to it and shouted hurriedly. Jijiji! 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 Phong Bai smiled at the silver ape, who could understand the words instantly. Lead the way ahead. Gee! The silver ape walked in front with his head down, looking back at Phong Bai from time to time. When he found that Phong Bai was staring at it mercilessly, he continued to lead the way with his head down. While the silver ape was leading the way, Phong Bai was looking at the steel rod in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more frightened he was. The steel rod was straight and round, obviously a man-made product. But Phong Bai did not find any traces of artificial forging or casting on it. Everything was very natural, as if it grew out of thin air. Innate treasure? Nurtured by heaven and earth? Phong Bai just extinguished this thought as soon as it came up. This is clearly an ordinary steel stick, somewhat magical, with sharp transmission of fighting spirit, but definitely not at that level, because Phong Bai can scan it. Now Phong Bai has basically grasped that things that his talent cannot scan must be good things. Things that his talent can scan are counted separately. Good. Maybe good, but probably not much better. And those that melted, twisted, and broken in the talent space without any reaction must be average. Grown out? Phong Bai followed the silver ape into the crack in the mountain with anticipation. And at the same time, His mental power locked onto the silver ape and everything in the blind spot of his vision. However, nothing unexpected happened until he entered the crack in the mountain and the dark area. It was this cave that surprised Fong Bai. The gap was narrow at the beginning, but it became wider after walking a distance. From a gap to a cave. And the back was even more open like a hall. Walking straight in. The higher the dome, the larger the cave. After walking nearly 2 kilometers, it suddenly became clear. A huge underground space appeared in front of Fong Bai. This underground space was dark, with only a faint light from the top, allowing Fong Bai and Zhang Zhong to barely see things. But the field of vision was extremely short. Fong Bai did not light the torch without authorization. Suddenly, he found that the muscles of the silver ape were slightly tense. He immediately grabbed the silver ape's shoulder with one hand, causing the walking silver ape to stiffen. Led you well. The muscles that the silver ape had just tensed suddenly softened again. So he had to lead the way honestly. The darkness made people uneasy. And Fong Bai even felt like he was playing the famous horror game The Forest. Resisting the urge to go out, he quietly followed the silver ape. After walking for more than half an hour, the silver ape finally stopped. Here, the silver ape seemed a little uneasy, but still pointed to the front and chirped. The voice was very low, but it still echoed here, estimating the distance, direction, and the degree of downward slope. Fong Bai estimated that he should be under the ore deposit. Fong Bai mental power swept forward and found a dark tree in front of him. The tree was about the thickness of a wrist, dark all over, with strong roots, rough and cracked bark, and even the leaves were black and hard. The tree looked like it was cast in pig iron. A gust of wind blew, and the leaves jingled. It's really made of iron. Iron tree? Fong Bai was a little surprised. But his mental power could not penetrate the bark and could not explore the inside. And on this tree, Fong Bai could feel a vitality and spirituality, exploring down along the strong roots exposed on the ground. He found that the roots of this tree were directly deeply embedded in the iron ore. And more importantly, the fruits and flowers hidden between the leaves. The iron flakes would be fine. But between the leaves, Fong Bai clearly saw many long sticks of different sizes. Judging from the style and appearance of the long sword, it was exactly the same as the one used by the silver ape. The only difference is the size. Maybe the one in the silver ape's hand is ripe, and the ones on the tree are not yet ripe. Fong Bai fell into a long silence, holding the steel stick. Zhang Zhong. Ah? Zhang Zhong, who couldn't see the front, was a little confused. You said that there might be weapons growing on the tree? Steel weapons. How is that possible? Have you seen it? No. Then you have seen it now. After a moment, Zhang Zhong was also silent. Fong Bai also walked under the tree. When he approached, the tree seemed nervous. This tree should not have wisdom. Only the most basic spirituality. With simple joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, but unable to convey any effective information. Fong Bai curiously pulled the long stick that was still growing, but couldn't pull it. It was tightly connected to the branch, as if it was cast with iron. The mental power could not scan it, and he looked with his eyes, and found that it seemed to be true. There was no gap at all between the connection between the weapon and the branch, which was connected by something like a steel rope. They will separate only when they are ripe. And when they are ripe, they will fall off the vine? Fong Bai thought to himself. At this time, the spiritual power that had been covering the silver ape suddenly found that the silver ape retreated 2 steps when he pulled the fruit. Retreat? Not good. Fong Bai immediately grabbed Zhang Zhong and retreated violently. Almost instantly, the long sticks and long swords were filled with gold elements. The larger the weapon, the more gold elements it had, and the more condensed it was. In just a moment, dozens of stick shadows and sword shadows shot towards Fong Bai and Zhang Zhong, and the silver ape ran away in an instant, making strange noises as it ran, as if mocking the two. Fong Bai's mouth twitched slightly. This monster is good, but when it is cheap, it really deserves a beating. Too lazy to chase the silver ape, Fong Bai focused all his attention on the front, and the long axe behind him instantly slashed horizontally. Ping ping ping. A series of explosions. The sword shadows and stick shadows shattered. This looks scary, but the power is really average. Normal extraordinary people are all. It hurts. Fong Bai shut up silently and focused all his attention on the tree. The tree's emotions suddenly seemed to turn into excitement and desire. Chapter 105 Devouring. Desire? Fong Bai ignored Zhang Zhong, who was embarrassing the transcendent. Let's talk about Zhang Zhong. Silver Ape is indeed quite powerful. He can beat him. As for strength, forget it. I can't say. He may be okay in serious places, but he can always give Fong Bai some surprises in some strange places. Looking at the iron tree in front of him, sensing the excitement and desire emanating from its spirituality, he thought about it and approached again. As Fong Bai approached, the iron tree became more and more excited, which made Fong Bai ponder slightly. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai hid the giant axe behind him. Angry. Take it to the front. Excited. Eager. Hide it. Angry. Take it to the front. Excited. Eager. Angry. Desire, feeling the two emotions of the iron tree switching seamlessly. Fong Bai couldn't help but play with it. After a while, the iron tree seemed to be confused. No matter what Fong Bai did, it didn't react at all. That's it? Fong Bai muttered, and then took this good opportunity to get under the tree to study. After a while, the iron tree began to get angry again. Reveal the giant axe. Hide it. Reveal it. Hide it. Reveal it. After a few rounds, seeing that the iron tree had no reaction, Fong Bai immediately continued to study it. It really grew out. This tree is indeed made of iron. Fong Bai looked at the leaves he pulled off and was immediately puzzled. Fong Bai originally thought that this iron tree was only made of iron on the surface, and the inside was actually a normal tree. Unexpectedly, the leaves from the inside to the outside, including the stems, were all iron. Could it be that the leaves are pure iron, but not the inside of the branches? Fong Bai thought about it, and the iron tree became angry again during the thinking process. Fong Bai subconsciously twitched the giant axe a few times, turning it around again. Cut it off and try it. Fong Bai was tempted and was ready to do it immediately. But at this time, he suddenly found a little movement, and his mental power spread over. And he immediately felt that the silver ape was tiptoeing and looking over here curiously. Dare you still come back to take a look? Are you a fool? Fong Bai was speechless, and went to twist the branch of the iron tree. The silver ape was shocked when he saw this. His hair stood on end, and he jumped and ran away. But there was no movement after a long while. He waited for a long time, hesitated, and came back to watch secretly. You are really a fool. Fong Bai was amused by the silver ape, and subconsciously used the giant axe to tease the iron tree while looking at the branches. The branches are also made of iron, and they still retain the soft characteristics of branches. Soft? Fong Bai has never seen normal iron that can be soft at room temperature in his life. And after breaking it, the mental power can sense it. Although I can't believe it. But this is indeed iron. Is it really iron? Fong Bai still can't believe it. Can pure iron form life? Can it grow? This made Fong Bai shift his sights to the trunk. The branches may be all iron, but the trunk? As soon as Fong Bai set his target on the trunk, the spirit of the iron tree became angry. Subconsciously swung the giant axe. Hesitant and angry. Huh? It's useless? Fong Bai was slightly surprised, and then gave up the idea of cutting off the tree trunk to see. Anyway, he had already scanned it, so he could go into the fantasy space and cut it slowly. The mental power of this iron tree could not extend into it. But fortunately, his talent did not fail, and he completed the scan of this iron tree while keeping in touch for a long time. And now, Fong Bai is more curious about another point. Why does this iron tree have such a great curiosity and desire for my axe? Fong Bai pondered for a moment and threw the giant axe at the root of the iron tree. After throwing the giant axe, Fong Bai could sense that the spirituality of the iron tree was instantly excited. After a while, Fong Bai found that the roots of the iron tree were slowly creeping, and some roots gradually extended out to wrap the giant axe and pull it underground. Fong Bai watched this scene with interest. The roots seemed to want to take root on the giant axe, but the hardness of the giant axe was beyond its ability, and the roots could not get in at all. Interesting. Fong Bai watched with interest, and at this moment, a flower on the iron tree slowly tilted down, and fine metal pollen fell accurately on the giant axe. However, the giant axe still did not react. After the iron tree roots tried, one flower after another on the iron tree tilted down, and dense pollen fell on the giant axe. Fong Bai watched this scene with interest, watching the useless attempts of the tree roots again and again, when a small hole was drilled on the surface of the giant axe by the tree roots. Fuck! Fong Bai suddenly became anxious and hurried to pull the giant axe. The tree roots also pulled, not letting Fong Bai take it away. And the iron tree became angry again. I don't know if it's an illusion. Fong Bai felt that the giant axe was bent. After a while, Fong Bai grabbed the giant axe and looked at the small hole on the axe surface with heartache, and conducted a comprehensive inspection of the giant axe with his mental power. When he checked the axe handle, it was like a bolt from the blue. Boom! Bent! The axe handle is bent. Fong Bai was holding his beloved giant axe in his hand, stunned, although the bend was very small. So small that it was invisible to the naked eye, and only mental power could scan it. And it did not affect its use. But it was indeed bent. Fong Bai's dangerous eyes fell on the iron tree. And at this moment, the iron tree continued to exude anger. Obviously, Fong Bai's behavior of snatching the giant axe made it very angry. President, what's wrong with your axe? Are you okay? At this time, Zhang Zhong came over and asked cheerfully. But he regretted it as soon as he said it. A moment later, Zhang Zhong was sad, helpless and pitiful, holding the gun barrel, and was extremely angry. Under the iron tree, flowers sprinkled pollen on a four-sided gun head, and then the tiny roots slowly took root in it. The dense roots spread inside the four-sided gun head, and in the process the gun head was dragged into the ground bit by bit. Gradually, the gun head had no shadow, and the ground at the root of the iron tree also closed up. Fong Bai felt the joy, excitement, and satisfaction of the iron tree. At this time, it didn't react when the giant axe was taken out. It seemed to be full. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and a flower of the iron tree fell to the ground, which made Fong Bai slightly stunned. Iron flowers were blown down by the breeze. Fong Bai picked up the flower and immediately looked at the original position of the flower. I saw a four-sided spearhead the size of a grain of rice on the flower stalk, which was slightly flashing with cold light. Fong Bai was slightly stunned. Whoosh! The breeze blew, and several more metal flowers fell to the ground with a light sound. After a while, Fong Bai was thinking all the time while pulling Zhang Zhong away, and even ignored the silver ape who had been following him. After a long time, Fong Bai exhaled and shook his head slightly, turned his head to look at the silver ape, and suddenly leaned forward. Whoosh! The silver ape was startled and ran away instantly. Fong Bai did not chase it, but counted silently. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Snap! The silver ape turned back and threw a stone in front of Fong Bai. Fong Bai was speechless. It's hard for you to survive and become a demon beast. I didn't bother to pay attention to the silver ape. After walking around the entire underground cave, Fong Bai found that there was an underground river flowing in a corner of the underground cave. He immediately made a decision and took out a token. Lord Development Order. Chapter 106, Establishing a Territory. Placing a Magician Tower. Do you want to establish a territory? Yes. The territory construction program is starting. The program has started. Please select the territory area. The text appeared on the virtual panel, and then a spherical hoop appeared in front of Fong Bai. The diameter of the spherical hoop is about 100 meters. When Fong Bai saw this hoop, a message appeared in his mind. As long as the hoop is fixed and activated, the range of the hoop will become the location of Fong Bai territory. Fong Bai did not hesitate at all, and directly chose the center of the underground space. The half-underground and half-ground distribution method fixed the territory. The territory development order in his hand flew out immediately, and floated in the center of the blue light circle. A moment after the confirmation information was transmitted. Territory construction is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Mage Territory, Primary. Please inject mental power to bind immediately. Binding completed. Do you want to turn on the remote projection mode? Successful. Do you want to turn on the element quenching mode? Starting. Successful. Do you want to turn on the space reinforcement and space anchoring? Starting. Successful. Yes. A series of prompts appeared on the virtual panel. One function after another was turned on, and the Shining Lord Development Order gradually returned to ordinary. The Lord Development Order that landed turned into a stone tablet, firmly fixed to the earth. Walking into the territory, Fong Bai instantly felt a sense of intimacy coming from all directions, and a sense of security arose spontaneously. The chaotic and uneven proportions of elements in the environment are slowly adjusting, changing towards the most stable and most appropriate proportions. The active elemental power. Like a naughty child, is like meeting the dean. Walking honestly in the corridor. No running in the corridor. No garbage in the trash can. All elements have become stable, and even have a hint of elemental inertia. But Fong Bai felt that he could mobilize the power of elements more easily. It seemed that as long as he had a thought, the power of elements in the spherical space with a diameter of 100 meters would surge instantly. When Fong Bai walked to the stone tablet, a virtual panel slowly emerged. Identity confirmed. Lord Fong Bai. Start the Lord's blessing. Lord's blessing has been activated. And the blessing is as follows. Lord's magic effect increases by 50%. Enemy suppression effect has been activated. And the suppression is as follows. Enemy magic spellcasting effect is reduced by 50%. The effect of the mage's territory is very simple. So simple that there are only 2 lines of words. But seeing these 2 lines of words, Fong Bai deeply realized what it means that the fewer words, the bigger the matter. Can you actually do this with bonuses? Directly add 50% to all effects? 50% power. 50% casting speed. 50% lower casting difficulty. 50% lower casting cost? Fong Bai couldn't bear to watch the suppression of the enemy. What does it mean? Does it mean that the Mage Lord fights in his own territory? First adding 50% to himself, and then suppressing the enemy by 50%? This is too shameless. Too awesome. Fong Bai was shocked. And at this time, the virtual panel belonging to the stone tablet also popped up. Name, Territory Steel Unnamed. Level, Apprentice Level. Territory Range, 100. Number of Territories, 1. Territory Buildings, 1. Territory Steel, Space Stability. Element Ratio Adjustment. Element Innertization. Element Refining. Remote Projection. Blessing Effect. The Lord's magic effect is enhanced by 50%. Suppression Effect. For those without access rights, the magic effect is suppressed by 50%. Number of recruitable people, 1 person/month, random/directed. Upgrade conditions, 1. The Lord passes the Junior Mage exam. Click to start the exam. Unlimited times. Exam results are recorded in the list. 2. Territory Buildings *3. Upgrade conditions are insufficient and cannot be upgraded. Looking at all these effects, Fong Bai's face became more and more exciting. But when he saw the upgrade conditions, his face suddenly couldn't hold back. Wait, what the hell? Junior Mage exam? Fong Bai was stunned when he saw these words. What the hell is this? And it's actually a prerequisite for upgrading. You need a certificate to upgrade. Right? Fong Bai couldn't help complaining. But when he saw the powerful effects, he suddenly felt that there was nothing to complain about, and then turned his attention to the remote projection technique. This is the only active effect of the Lord Steel, which requires Fong Bai to activate it. Fong Bai closed his eyes and slightly sensed his spiritual power. And then a thought came to his mind. ZZ. With a faint light flashing, a Fong Bai appeared in front of the steel. Projection? Fong Bai touched the body himself and found that the body had a physical entity, and the internal structure was exactly the same as the original body. Is this a projection? Fong Bai was full of surprise, and immediately controlled the projection to walk. He found that except for being unable to leave the territory, everything else was almost the same as a normal person. Exactly the same. Although the physical strength was only that of an ordinary person, the mental strength was no different. The ability to cast spells was still there, and he could even get the blessing of the Lord. After some experience, the projection slowly dissipated, and then Fong Bai took a deep breath. His mind sank into his mind, looking at the small white tower in the middle of his mind. And his mind moved. Please find the territory. As soon as possible, the information was interrupted as soon as it was transmitted, and a new message appeared in front of Fong Bai. The apprentice-level mage territory was found. The ownership was determined. Whether to place the mage tower? Mage tower? Fong Bai instantly locked onto these 3 words. So this little white tower is called the mage tower. His eyes moved slightly, and Fong Bai turned to look at the white mage tower expectantly. And his mind moved. Place. Authorization passed. Placing. Please choose the placement location. Fong Bai looked at the phantom in front of him, and immediately chose to place it next to the Lord Steel. Location confirmed. Testing in progress. Territory level. Apprentice level. Tower owner level test. Apprentice level mage. Level confirmed. 3-story mage tower. Compression is starting. Compression completed. Tower owner will automatically decompress after promotion to Master Level Mage. Mage Tower is being placed. Placed successfully. Buzz. A pure white Mage Tower appeared in front of Fong Bai. The tower has 3 floors, each about 6 meters high, nearly hexagonal, and the bottom covers an area of about 200 square meters. Fong Bai looked up at the spectacular white Mage Tower, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled the shock in his heart. At this time, the virtual panel popped up in front of him again, and the text on it refreshed quickly. Mage Tower is placed successfully. Initializing. Initialization completed. Tower Spirit is being activated. Chapter 107 Invitation. Activating the Tower Spirit. Activation failed. Self-check started. Self-check completed. Warning. The Tower Spirit is missing. Warning. Warning. The Tower Spirit is missing. Please contact the merchant for after-sales service as soon as possible. Automatic connection failed. After a series of words, the Mage Tower fell into complete silence. No Tower Spirit? Is the Tower Spirit dead? Or did the Tower Spirit fail to restore to factory settings? Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the dilapidated scene when he just met the Mage Tower. Dismantled. Dead silent. Without any vitality. After a slight silence, Fong Bai looked at the virtual panel of the Territory Steel. Building 1. Territory Steel, omitted. 2. 3-story Mage Tower, dilapidated, compressed space anchoring. In addition to this, there is another place on the panel of the Territory Steel that has changed. That is, the number of people who can be recruited. The number of people who can be recruited, 11 people/month, random. Targeted. From 1 to 11. The placement of the Mage Tower directly brought 10 places. Fong Bai set his sights on the number of people that can be recruited. The number of people that can be recruited is 11 per month. Can they call out an NPC for me? Or can I recruit a player or aboriginal to become a member of my territory and be recognized by the Territory Stone tablet? Fong Bai muttered, looking at the 2 options, and clicked the directional mode without thinking. The moment the finger clicked, the number of people that can be recruited on the virtual panel quickly changed from 11 to 10, and a refreshed time appeared behind it. 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The time decreased second by second, but Fong Bai did not pay any attention to it, just staring blankly at his hand. His eyes were a little shocked and a little sluggish. An extremely familiar invitation letter appeared in Fong Bai's hand. Real game. 100% virtual immersive game. A masterpiece. Do you want to join? Yes/yes? Looking at the familiar words one by one. Looking at the yes/yes that did not change at all. Fong Bai did not react for a while. After a while, he woke up from his dream, turned over the invitation letter, and searched behind it. Sure enough, he found a line of dim light-colored small words soon. Note, to avoid misoperation in emergency situations. This invitation letter refers to the activation mode of the spell scroll. Tearing it open or unfolding it, and discarding it is considered activation. Looking at this line of small words, Fong Bai finally confirmed it, and let out a long sigh. The invitation letter is really an invitation letter. Fong Bai glanced at the number on the virtual panel. 10. Such invitation letters are said to be worth more than 1 million. He has 10 invitation letters worth more than 1 million. Whether it is worth 1 million or 10 million, it is nothing. What really shocked Fong Bai and made him dazed was the invitation letter itself, and the way to obtain the invitation letter. The amount of information contained in it is too much. Fong Bai, whose brain is a little overloaded, slowly digested this information. His eyes were inexplicable, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his mind. After a long time, he looked down at the invitation letter in his hand again, and he went offline with a thought. In reality, Fong Bai looked at the invitation letter in his hand. His mind moved slightly, and he folded it and put it in his pocket. A moment later, all 11 invitations appeared in Fong Bai's hands. After taking out all the invitations, Fong Bai opened WeChat and said in a group, "At Su Shiping, I will come to HNA tomorrow and call all the brothers out to get together." "Okay. When will you come?" "At noon. Let's go to the number 7 food representative near the school. I treat you. It's a good time to talk about something." "Okay." After closing WeChat, Fong Bai logged into the game again. In the club classroom in HNA City, Su Shiping and a group of people gathered in front of a computer, looking at the posts on it. Real game. Reading one post after another, swiping over and over again. just waiting to see if a new post can be refreshed. Suddenly, someone asked, "How much does an invitation cost now?" Su Shiping sighed when he heard it. The price has dropped a little. More than 2.8 million. It really has dropped a little. Everyone felt powerless when they heard it. Although their families have some wealth, they are only a little bit, and they can be considered a well-off family. But they don't have the capital and courage to spend millions to buy an invitation. What kind of family can easily take out 3 million to make an attempt? You know, this attempt may end up being just an ordinary guild member in the game, earning a few thousand or 10,000 yuan in salary. I heard that Chi Peng's family bought him an invitation. Suddenly someone said, and everyone fell silent. Su Shiping didn't say anything, but was silent again. What are you talking about? A boy nudged the boy who just spoke with his elbow, and the boy also reacted and felt a little embarrassed. Brother, Su Shiping waved his hand, and the others looked at Su Shiping quietly. Chi Peng, also a student of the School of Mechanical Engineering, was in the same class as Su Shiping and was Su Shiping's biggest rival. They competed for several years in school. In a previous national college competition, Su Shiping was second, and Chi Peng was third. Chi Peng, who was suppressed by Su Shiping, always wanted to suppress him. So he compared himself with Su Shiping everywhere. Chi Peng has the ability, but Chi Peng has a good family background and a more ostentatious personality. In addition, he has always been secretly targeting Su Shiping, so they dislike him. It was fine before. This small group with Su Shiping as the core has always been able to suppress Chi Peng by strength, so they didn't care. But this time, Chi Peng got the invitation letter that they didn't have, and they could already foresee what kind of face Chi Peng would have. Hide a little. Wait until we are invited by the invitation letter one day, and then we will kill him. The atmosphere was still relatively silent, and Su Shiping waved his hand. No need to say anything. Let's go back. By the way, remember tomorrow, Fong Bai will come to HNA. He said he will treat us to lunch at noon. He also has something to say. Everyone, come on. Yes, that's for sure, someone said deliberately. There are not many opportunities to eat at the rich man's house. We must go. Right? Yes, that's right. I haven't seen him for a long time. This time, we must make a lot of money from him, a group of people said, and then gradually dispersed. The next morning, everyone met under Su Shiping's dormitory. When they were about to leave the school gate to go to the restaurant, a group of people suddenly came to meet them. A boy behind Su Shiping suddenly looked unhappy and cursed inwardly. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Chi Peng looked at Su Shiping and immediately walked up to him with a smile and said to a student next to him, "Well, I'm a little sleepy. I played games all day yesterday and my sleep was a little bad. I tell you, this game is so real." Chi Peng was almost showing off on his face. Fong Bai came over and saw the scene. Chapter 1081 for each person. I wanted to continue competing with you, but unfortunately, we are no longer on the same platform, Chi Peng said regretfully. I will go to contact the extraordinary. And you can only... Chi Peng had not finished speaking when he saw a young man coming over and glanced at him indifferently. The young man reached into his arms and was about to take out all 11 invitations. But Fong Bai paused slightly and only took out one. Master, the master asked me to send you the invitation and told me that there is no need to wait for the game to actively invite you. Enter first and take the lead. Chi Peng was stunned when he saw the invitation in the young man's hand. And Su Shiping was also stunned. Seeing Fong Bai look, he nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Okay. These are all my brothers. One for each of us later." "Yes. I have someone send it over right away." "Well, as soon as possible." Su Shiping walked away with an unchanged expression and glanced at Chi Peng indifferently before leaving. Chi Peng was stunned by this scene. "Young master?" He was dumbfounded and only realized and shouted when Su Shiping walked away. "Okay, Su Shiping, since you also have an invitation, let's compete in the game. I'm not afraid to tell you that my family has helped me contact an extraordinary forger to teach me. Then I show you what pure mechanical armor is and what a strong person is. Even if you join the game, you can't surpass me." Su Shiping ignored him and walked forward. Only Fong Bai was slightly stunned, then shook his head, put the matter behind him, and respectfully followed Su Shiping away. The group entered the hotel box, and the people who had been holding back their laughter finally let go and laughed loudly. slapping their thighs and stamping their feet. Fong Bai was also happy. Who was that just now? I was so impressed by his bragging. I don't know what he was bragging about. It was just a game. Chi Peng has been comparing himself with me. I was second, and he was third in the National College Student Competition that year. He kept showing off to me. Normally. He is normal. Just an ordinary person. But he is showing off in front of me. He wants to be better than me in every way. Just now. It was a good thing that you, Fong Bai, were quick-witted and had good acting skills. You fooled Chi Peng. By the way, where did you buy it? It looks so similar. It looks like the real thing. Su Shiping looked at the folded invitation in his hand curiously. And the other boys immediately gathered around curiously. Yes. It seems like it. It looks exactly like the real thing. Could it be made by a professional counterfeiter? And Fong Bai, you are quite careful. You know how to fold it and carry it. Looking at the curious crowd, Fong Bai patted the non-existent dust on his clothes and said lightly, Who said it's fake? Isn't it fake? Su Shiping was stunned when he heard the words. His body stopped, and suddenly turned his head to look at Fong Bai. What did you say? I said. Who said it's fake? Su Shiping's eyes widened slightly after he reacted. Really? Yes. It's genuine. Fong Bai picked up a cup of tea and gently scraped the tea foam with the lid. Su Shiping's hand trembled. 3 million. He held 3 million in his hand. 3 million lightly. In an instant, the invitation suddenly became heavy, and the other boys couldn't help but widen their eyes when they heard it. What the hell? Really? It's actually real? Su Shiping hurriedly held the invitation in both hands and put it in front of Fong Bai. All eyes were attracted by this light invitation. Fong Bai, please keep it quickly. Don't damage it. Or let me use it by accident. Fong Bai sat up slowly after hearing the words, pressed the invitation with his right hand, and pushed it forward lightly. This is for you. I said yesterday that this is what I was going to talk about today. Su Shiping was stunned. He looked at Fong Bai and then at the invitation on the table. His first reaction was not surprise. But he said hurriedly, This is too expensive for you and me. I can't. Did you charge me for designing the armor? Fong Bai's voice echoed in the box. The 30,000 yuan I mentioned at the beginning was only for food and some material costs. You didn't charge me a penny. Did I promise you anything at that time? No. In fact, I wanted to pay you when the drawings were completed. But I gave up after thinking about it. This drawing embodies our enthusiasm and should not be tarnished by money. And similarly, this drawing is also the crystallization of your wisdom. I can tell you that I have made the armor. It looks very good and very strong. Aren't you going to go in and take a look? Su Shiping hesitated. Fong Bai stood up and pushed the invitation in the direction of Su Shiping. But this? 3 million. Are you not worthy of 3 million? Fong Bai asked directly. Can't you use your knowledge and wisdom to repay the 3 million? Keep it. Su Shiping hesitated, and the others looked at Su Shiping with full envy. But there was no jealousy, and no one directly grabbed the invitation to activate it. Master, don't you want to see the armor you are involved in yourself? I think you are worth the 3 million. Don't you want to go into the game, add extraordinary factors, and start designing the blueprints for the second set of armor? Fong Bai said and looked at the other boys. And you? The original 18 people. No one can be missing. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly when they heard it. One for each person. It's easy to say, but it's not that simple to do. Even if you, Fong Bai, can take out one, you can still take out 10. Fong Bai took out a dozen invitations from his pocket and gently slapped them on the table. One for each person. Su Shiping was completely stunned. And everyone was stunned. Fong Bai smiled and turned to look at the other 17 people. There are 11 invitations here, and 7 are missing. So 7 brothers have to wait. But I will definitely find a way to get the invitation. So don't worry. Now that we have come to this, do you want to join me and try your hand at the game again? I made armor yesterday, Iron Man today, and Gundam tomorrow. Do you want to? Su Shiping and others looked at each other, and then looked at the invitation on the table, recalling the price of the invitation. 3 million. Then here is tens of millions. Do you want to do it? Let's do it. Suddenly someone responded loudly, and others shouted immediately. Let's do it. As the voice sounded, everyone's eyes gradually became hot, and their eyes were full of the passion and sincerity unique to college students. compared to people who have already joined the working society. The clear and stupid college students can't even learn to go against their conscience. If you are open-hearted with them, then they will never let you down. The 11 people solemnly took the invitation worth 3 million, and looked at Fong Bai with a solemn expression, as if they were making a vow in their hearts. This is more than just an invitation. The seemingly light invitation weighs heavy. Seeing this, Fong Bai smiled slightly, and immediately began to explain some precautions. Chapter 109, Adjusting the Proportion of Occupations. You should have a basic understanding of this game, right? Fong Bai looked around at everyone, and everyone nodded. Okay, I won't introduce the game. I just start. After you enter the game, due to the special source of this batch of invitations, Fong Bai didn't know where Su Shiping and others would be born. After thinking for a while, he continued, first of all, they must be born next to a novice village. But you don't need to find a novice village. There is no point in finding a novice village before completing the novice trial. First, get through the initial difficulties, and choose a good profession. By the way, there shouldn't be anyone among you who insists on choosing a combat profession. Right? Fong Bai looked over, and saw several people smiling embarrassedly. Fong Bai slapped his head, and said helplessly, believe me, the combat profession is not that fun. Why not join me as a logistics player? Do research every day. And make things? And those combat players are so bad that they can't even beat me. In addition, the official has also announced, the novice trial of combat professionals in the game is much more difficult than that of logistics professionals. And the pass rate is extremely low. You either have hunting skills comparable to those of excellent hunters, and can make hunting tools by hand, or you have a physical talent that can carry a tripod, or you are a martial arts master who has been training in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer since childhood, and can challenge a pack of wolves without injury with a stick. Otherwise, you will basically not pass the trial, and will die and reborn directly, losing this precious opportunity. So, you must choose the logistics profession. If you enter the game, have a deep understanding of the game, and are indeed talented in combat, I will help you. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. Fong Bai took a look. They should have listened to it. After thinking about it, he still muttered, why do you want to switch to combat players so much? If I spread the word that I can help forge, they will enthusiastically call me dad. Hey, Fong Bai, isn't there a saying like this? My neighbor stores food and I store guns. So my neighbor is my granary. If we all become logistics players, won't we become other people's granaries? Su Shiping asked curiously, and Fong Bai smiled. This problem may indeed exist in reality. But brothers, we are playing a game. Although this game may be a real world, we can be resurrected. Do you understand? To put it bluntly, let's not talk about my own combat power. Those combat players are my younger brothers. Seeing that Su Shiping and others looked skeptical when they heard this, Fong Bai opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But then he continued with what he had just said. Didn't you hear me? Let's not talk about combat power. Let's talk about the granary. If someone dares to treat me as a granary, he must be so awesome that he won't leave any clues, won't leave any flaws, and won't let me know it's him. Once I know, what can I do? Fong Bai sneered. I spread the word that this guild will get 1 point for each head. If the points are enough, I will help forge weapons. The news was released in the morning, and the guild was disbanded in the evening. Granary? No one can take away my technology. Who dares to mess with such a technical guy who can run away and resurrect? Are you tired of living? Fong Bai waved his hand after speaking. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's eat first and talk after we finish eating. Fong Bai started eating immediately after speaking. He was so thirsty that he first sipped a bowl of lotus root and pork rib soup. Others carefully put the invitation letter in their pockets and quickly ate. The dishes here are all very good, but no one except Fong Bai paid attention to the meal. After eating a few mouthfuls, they looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai glanced at them and was not moved at all. After drinking a bowl of soup, he said happily, forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Fong Bai ate a bowl of rice in a few mouthfuls and took everyone to the house they had just rented. Let's log into the game now. After logging into the game, don't do anything. First, determine your approximate location based on the angle of the sun and the type of vegetation, and then log off. If you don't know how to do it, check it online. There are methods. First, determine whether we are together. Okay. Everyone nodded in unison, and immediately found a place to sit down, carefully unfolding the invitation letter. No one was willing to tear it open, but just threw it lightly on the ground. Seeing the small words on the back of the invitation letter light up, Fong Bai smiled helplessly. This is how he was forced to enter the game in the first place. He will never litter in the future. And if he wants to litter, he must know the details before littering. Watching the invitation letter turn into a beam of blue light and flow into everyone's mind, Fong Bai folded his hands over his chest, leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and entered the game. After measuring the sun angle and other data, he exited the game. Fong Bai waited quietly before the others quit. Then everyone quit the game one after another, their eyes full of shock. After a while, they came back to their senses and compared the surrounding situation and the measured data one by one. Seeing the same data and situation, everyone was refreshed, and Fong Bai was completely relieved. Just stay together. Now, you can enter the game. First, find a high place and light a fire. Try to make more smoke. Well, be careful not to light the mountain. Otherwise, you will most likely be killed by angry monsters. Monsters with a certain degree of wisdom may not let you go because of your novice protection. Then be careful not to be scratched by poisonous plants and then poisoned to death. The rest is to wait for me for a day. If I can't find you in a day, then you have to survive on your own. The method is also very simple. I will send you a crossing guide later. Just follow that. The experience points you get from climbing the technology tree are basically enough for you to upgrade. You don't need to worry about the early supplies. The official also issued various edible wild fruit illustrations. You can eat them when you find them. It doesn't matter if you don't find them, as long as you upgrade fast enough. Your physical state will be constantly refreshed. Fatigue or hunger will be refreshed. Just upgrade, Fong Bai said one by one, and then said some crossing guides he searched for in the group. In the early stage, there are no newbies to protect, and there are no monsters or wild beasts to attack. They have enough time to read the guide and explore. Just don't get carried away and choose a combat profession. As for life professions, as long as the difficulty of making items can keep up with the difficulty of gaining experience after the level rises, as long as you can upgrade quickly, there will basically be no danger to your life. Of course, the same item will only have the most experience the first time it is made. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to gain experience. Only when the technical content is high enough can you continue to gain experience. So for ordinary people who don't have any skills, it is definitely not a short time to reach level 10 in this way. But compared to combat professions, logistics professions have time to go offline to learn and choose a technical direction to further their studies. In general, after the official release of specific guides, the frequency of job transfer props has gradually increased, and logistics professions are mostly. According to Fong Bai attention, it was found that major official media and intangible cultural heritage inheritors have begun to sort out various ancient handicrafts from entry to mastery, among which forging, shipbuilding, kneading, bow and arrow making, crossbow making and other professions are mostly. It seems to have a directional influence on and adjustment of the mainstream direction of the logistics profession. Chapter 110 The first floor of the Mage Tower, Evolution. Invisible Hand? Wind direction guidance? This thought flashed through Fong Bai's mind. If more and more players transfer to some industries in an organized and planned manner, and then cooperate with the macroeconomic regulation of the economy, Fong Bai smacked his lips. It seems that there is no action at home, but in fact it is directly adjusting the overall game environment. Just wait for the game players to form, and each profession to form. At that time, I am afraid that everything will be directly reduced from hell to easy difficulty. This is the general trend. This is the outlet of the next era. Fong Bai muttered to himself, looking at the 18 people in front of him. He is standing on the outlet at this moment. Close your eyes, enter the game, and start looking after everyone says that the fire has been lit. The armor is temporarily stored on the back of the Warcraft Rhino. Fong Bai holds a long knife and quickly shuttles between the forests. I was looking at the cliff here before, and then I went to another hill to look for it, constantly shuttling between the mountains. On the other side, Chi Peng was furious. Today, he specially ran to the downstairs of Su Shiping and waited for nearly an hour in the cold wind. Originally, he thought that he could show off and blow the wind, but he didn't expect to be dazzled. No, I must surpass him. Chi Peng's eyes were full of determination. I don't know where you can find a superb forger. I don't know if you can surpass me. Chi Peng immediately took out his mobile phone, entered the address book, found a number and dialed it. Brother, can you contact the superb forger you mentioned before? Can I learn from him? Okay. I ask for you. Wait for my news. A young voice came from the other end of the phone. When Chi Peng took down the phone and hung up, he could see the name on it. Chi Yun. You can only wish for the best. Fong Bai looked at Su Shiping and others and shrugged slightly. And there were 3 people beside him who were happy and laughed like fools. Oh, it's a bit annoying. Yeah, Brother Su. I still envy you for being able to survive in difficult situations and accumulate valuable game experience. Unlike us, we can only be the flowers in the greenhouse under Brother Bai wings. A student named Jaisu said with disappointment. But the one who said this disappointment was a slightly upturned mouth. The corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. But he didn't notice that when he was sighing, the 2 people next to him quietly moved away from him. And Su Shiping and others looked at each other and surrounded him silently. Ah! No! What are you doing? Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back. I'm a man who will walk out of the novice village alive in the future. Although Jaisu, who was kicked hard, couldn't resist. His mouth was harder than anyone else. Fong Bai looked at him happily and said immediately, You should decide on a direction as soon as possible. But I suggest you choose the blacksmith. This way I can sort out a complete upgrade plan for you. I have experienced it once. And I know what to do and where there are pitfalls. Following my method, you can basically not waste any time. And you can also complete a set of full-body steel light armor and a long sword by level 10. And have basic combat capabilities. Considering the difficulty and technical issues, Fong Bai changed the final product from the Iron Pagoda heavy armor to a set of full-body protective light armor designed by himself. Okay. Everyone agreed without any hesitation. Fong Bai immediately entered the game. And Jaisu and the other 3 found by Fong Bai also hurriedly followed into the game. Then, they were directly arranged by Fong Bai to forge iron. What to do? First raise the level to level 10. And then talk about it after passing the novice period. In fact, Fong Bai had another concern. Does the wizard tower that has been restored to factory settings still have the function of opening trials and issuing job transfer tokens? He didn't see similar descriptions on the territory stone tablet. Fong Bai was silent slightly. If not, then the players who spent the novice period here would be a bit unlucky. And the value of the invitation in his hand would also drop sharply. After thinking about it, Fong Bai walked towards the mage tower. Before, he was in a hurry to take the invitation letter and had not entered the mage tower. Squeak! The door of the mage tower slowly opened. The wide first floor was empty, with only a lonely passage leading to the second floor. However, when he entered the mage tower, a piece of information came into Fong Bai's mind. Name, Mage Tower, can be renamed. Tower Master, Fong Bai. Level, Apprentice level. Floor status, first floor vacant. Second floor vacant. Third floor, Master Control. Fourth floor compressed. Fifth floor compressed. Sixth floor compressed. Module slot, number 1 vacant. Number 2 vacant. Number 3 vacant. Number 5 vacant. Number 6 vacant. Energy, 100. Fong Bai sensed the information transmitted by the mage tower and absorbed it slowly. After a moment, Fong Bai slowly opened his eyes. In the ancient mage civilization, the mage tower should be a very popular carrier. Mages built their own mage towers to guard their own mage territory. And mage towers can be built by yourself or purchased. My mage tower should be a commodity mage tower that can be purchased. It is basically a blank slate with the largest transformation space. Just like the chassis when DIYing a computer. You can add various modules according to your needs. Tower Spirit Module, Attack Module, Defense Module, Research Module, Displacement Module. This highly developed mage civilization should have modularized many things. This makes it easier to repair and customize. Fong Bai was silent for a moment. When his thoughts touched the word 1 layer, another piece of information slowly flowed in his mind. Please install the floor module produced by our company. It is not recommended to use other company modules or non-standard module treasures and talents to derive floors. For floors derived from modules other than our company's. Our company does not guarantee the derivation effect. For adverse consequences, Our company may refuse to provide after-sales service. Fong Bai did not pay attention to the after-sales word in the information, but locked on two of the words. Derived floor, treasure or talent. Fong Bai tried it, and found that only two things on his body could meet the floor derivation standard. One is the stone bead he got with the mage tower. The other is his talent. Fantasy space. Fong Bai didn't know what the stone bead was, so it was naturally impossible to use it for floor derivation. After all, from the information just now, floor derivation is irreversible and must be cautious. But derivation with talent does not affect the talent itself, and the floor function generated by floor derivation depends on the medium for floor derivation. It must be said that Fong Bai was completely moved and made a decision directly after just thinking for a moment. Ding. Module confirmed. First floor evolution started. Evolving. Chapter 111 First floor, fantasy space. Evolution successful. First floor, fantasy space. Fong Bai only felt a black screen in front of his eyes. In the darkness, under his perception, the originally empty first floor quickly changed and evolved. The ground, walls, doors, corridors, seats. Just a moment later, there was a drastic change here. A moment later, Fong Bai quietly looked at the 10 portals in front of him. First floor, fantasy space. Effect, can imagine and materialize all scanned items. Can automatically record pictures and texts and reproduce them. And can switch between 1 to 100 times the speed. Fong Bai looked at the 10 portals, picked one at random and walked in. After a moment, he came out, looked at the 10 portals, looked at the effects described, and looked at this wizard tower. Is this the wizard tower? The wizard tower directly gives a blank slot. What effect is needed? Put the talent or treasure of what effect into it to evolve the floor. Any effect can be created. Fong Bai couldn't help but think. In such a wizard civilization, people with rare talents should be very popular. Anyway, there is no cost for helping others evolve floors. It is not too much to charge tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions for one person. What's more, you can even cooperate directly with this wizard tower company and make talent templates into modules for sale in the form of profit sharing. Unconsciously, Fong Bai thought about it. He shook his head slightly, gathered his thoughts, and recalled the experience of entering the portal just now. The shock in his eyes could not be wiped away. It's the same experience as the fantasy space. You can freely adjust the speed of thinking acceleration. The things I scanned have become fixed templates here and can be retrieved at any time. The function of the bookshelf has also been derived, becoming an automatic recorder of the experiment. And it also has an imaging function. You can also create your own favorites according to different people. If I have something to do in the middle, I can call up the favorites in a few days and continue the previous experiment. The shock in Fong Bai's eyes did not dissipate for a long time. It's awesome. And I have another blank floor like this. Fong Bai took a deep breath and walked up to the second floor, looking at the same blank floor as before. Exactly the same. Looking at the empty second floor, Fong Bai's mind instantly had countless ideas. There was simply too much room for operation. But then Fong Bai suppressed his excitement and thought slowly. The second floor is not urgent for the time being. I need to figure out the positioning of this mage tower first. Whether it is logistics or combat. If it is logistics, it is scientific research or production. If it is combat, it is attack or defense. No hurry. No hurry. After figuring out the positioning, slowly look for talents or matching treasures and then evolve. Fong Bai walked up to the third floor with great expectations. As soon as he entered the third floor, Fong Bai immediately felt a completely different feeling. The first and second floors were rough, and the third floor was instantly upgraded to fine decoration. The floor was covered with logs and decorated in a simple and generous manner. There was a living room and an office at the entrance. The huge black desk in the office came into view, and behind it was a wall of bookshelves, but it still looked a bit empty. After walking through the corridor between the living room and the office, there is a reception room, followed by an empty laboratory of at least 100 square meters, and a martial arts training room of about 40 square meters. Then he went upstairs, to the huge bedroom, bathroom, and a round bathing pool. Fong Bai was attracted by the minimalist style and modern decoration at first. But then he felt something was wrong. This is not the space that a flat floor should have. From the outside, the third floor is at most tens of square meters. And here, A laboratory alone almost occupies all this space. And the rest of the space is completely extra. The internal and external spaces are not equal. It can only be space technology. Awesome. Fong Bai's shot for the whole day has been used up. After watching excitedly for a while, he came to the desk and sat in the leather boss chair. However, just after sitting down, buzz, click, with a slight sound, the left side slowly opened, and a crystal ball and a suspended black jade ball rose from the table. Swoosh! A beam of light shot out from the crystal ball and spread in the air, and a virtual panel emerged. A 1 Model Youth Edition Mage Tower User Guide. Looking at this scene, Fong Bai was a little emotional. The development of mage civilization to this level is no worse than science fiction civilization. It even shows more science fiction than science fiction civilization. Or in other words, advanced civilization will slowly move towards the same result in the end. Fong Bai fumbled around and started to operate. When he saw the part about the black jade ball next to him, his breathing stagnated slightly. Name, primary blank occupation editor. Status, unused. Effect, after use. You can generate a dedicated occupation inside the Mage Tower. After passing the Mage Tower occupation trial, you can obtain the corresponding job transfer props. How to use. Copy the existing profession of the tower owner/edit by the tower owner. Notes. 1. It is recommended to log into our company's website to download mature profession templates. It is not recommended to edit by yourself. If the self-editing of the profession causes the mental and physical collapse, disability, intellectual disability, weakness and other consequences of the job changer, our company will not be responsible. 2. This editor is a low-end product. The job change props provided by the master template are only for low-potential people to use quickly. It is not recommended to use as a regular job change prop. If you accidentally change your job, please consolidate your foundation and make up for it before advancing to the elite level. Otherwise, you will be limited to the elite stage and basically cannot be promoted to the master. Our company has now informed that if serious consequences are caused by incorrect use, our company will not be responsible. Seeing this passage, Fong Bai looked at his own profession again. I couldn't help but think back to the inspection of the Mage Tower and the Territory Steel. I am clearly a professional level extraordinary mage, but I am only at the apprentice level in the detection of the Mage Tower and the Territory Stone Tablet. Is this the reason? My previous guess was right. Fong Bai gently rubbed his temples, looked at the career editor, and started it immediately after thinking for a moment. Please choose to edit or scan. Fong Bai, who had already made a decision, said immediately, Scan. Ding. Scanning. Scanning completed. Occupation, Mage-type mechanical forger. Are you sure? Okay. Forming. Ding. The master template of the transfer item, Mage-type mechanical forger, has been formed and is being integrated. After a while, Fong Bai saw an extra line on the interface of the Mage Tower. Subordinate occupation, Mage-type mechanical forger transfer. From this moment on, players who have completed the novice trial in Fong Bai Mage Tower can also obtain the transfer item normally. Although there is no combat occupation transfer. Although there is no other occupation. But for Fong Bai, it is enough. Chapter 112 Point System. In addition, there are 6 module slots that can be used to install weapons or armor. The module slots have adaptive energy supply ports, which can supply whatever energy weapons and armor require. Fong Bai walked around the entire Mage Tower several times, and the fantasy space on the first floor was also tested. It was found that the higher the multiple, the greater the energy consumption, and the more complex the fantasy items, the greater the consumption. For normal experiments, if you want to maintain 100 times acceleration, you can use up a little energy that day, and the Mage Tower has a total of 100 energy. If all 10 doors of the fantasy space are activated, it will take only 10 days to use up all the energy. And the key is that Fong Bai found that this energy is supplied by the Territory Steel, and the Territory Steel can only increase a little energy in 1 day. That is, the Territory Steel can only barely supply the full speed of a fantasy space. And this is when all other facilities are disabled. However, if the fantasy space is limited to a maximum speed of 50 times, 10 fantasy spaces running together for a day will not consume a little energy. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and immediately used his authority to set the maximum multiple of the fantasy space to 50 times. Then he called 3 students including Jai Su. as well as 5 people including Zhang Zhong and Zhong Ming, and gave them the authority to enter the first floor of the Mage Tower and use the fantasy space. Boss, why did you call us here? Jaisa looked at the Mage Tower curiously and asked. Fong Bai didn't say much and pointed at the Mage Tower. After entering, there are 10 doors on the first floor. Just find one and try it. You too. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, and walked into the first floor of the Mage Tower curiously, and pushed a door at random. The moment they entered, they basically came out again, looking at Fong Bai, pointing at the door. Their eyes widened, obviously receiving the introduction information of the fantasy space. Is it true? You will know if you try it? Fong Bai shrugged slightly, and several people looked at each other and walked in instantly. Then, the 5 fantasy spaces entered the operating state. Fong Bai leaned on the Mage Tower and thought, muttering, talent. For now, talent seems to be the best choice for evolving the second floor of the Mage Tower. But the reality is that, except for himself, Fong Bai has never heard of any gifted person. Even Su Shiping and others have asked, but no one has. If it weren't for the information contained in the Mage Tower telling Fong Bai that talent can be used as a medium for floor evolution, Fong Bai would even doubt that he is unique and only has talent. And judging from the information from the Mage Tower, talent is not unique to him, but a normal phenomenon. If that's the case, it only means one thing. That is, gifted people are extremely rare, and the probability of being born may be only 1 in 10,000, 1 in a million, or even higher. If you think from this ratio, it's understandable that there is no second gifted person in a small town like Bagh. After all, Fong Bai never thinks that he is the protagonist of the world. It's okay for him to have talent in a small place, but a group of people around him also have talent. This is ridiculous. And in the case of rare talent, it is normal that there is no second gifted person around. Even if there is, it is probably kept secret, and no one will say it for no reason. It is impossible that someone will show off this. Right? So even if there is a second gifted person around, I probably don't know it. Thinking of this, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Forget it. Don't think too much. If you can meet it, it's good luck. If you can't meet it, you can find other treasures as a medium to evolve the second layer. There will always be a suitable one. Turning his head to look at the Mage Tower, Fong Bai pondered for a moment and immediately modified it. Build a blacksmith shop in the fantasy space. Teach it completely in it and save it as a video. And play it in a constant loop. Then set this scene as the constant scene of the fantasy space. Finally, change the name of the fantasy space to the trial space. Number them from 1 to 10. And modify the introduction to the fantasy space. It looks better this way. After doing all this, Fong Bai entered the control panel of the Mage territory again. Change the random teleportation near the trialer to fixed point teleportation. This is a function that Fong Bai just discovered, and it can also be modified. Come to think of it, whether it is the trial or the Mage territory, everything is for the Mage. The Mage has the highest authority and can naturally modify it. It would be strange if it can't be modified. Even the territory steal and the underlying logic of the Mage Tower can be modified. But looking at the red exclamation mark of the crash warning, Fong Bai finally gave up his idea. If the Mage territory and the Mage Tower that he got with great difficulty were to be damaged or collapsed because of his own clumsy hands, Fong Bai would probably become the biggest joke of this century. After doing all this, Fong Bai left the Mage Tower and walked out. The Mage Tower and the territory steal are located in the center of the entire dungeon. Walking out, you will enter the activity range of other players. Torches have been lit in this large circle, making the place bright. Under the light of the fire, blast furnaces are laying foundations, and the cracks at the entrance of the cave have been opened up, forming a spacious cave entrance. Outside the cave, brick kilns are built, and a group of players are busy in them. After the blast furnace is built, they will go to the blacksmith shop to learn forging, until they enter the 3 refining and quenching stage of the speed pass version and complete the quenching. During this period, all the scrap iron produced will be transported to the iron tree by a special person as nutrition for the growth of the iron tree. On the other hand, Zhang Zhong will also start to contact the rhinoceros group and try to teach them a set of rhinoceros qi and blood methods summarized by Fong Bai, so that they can start to condense qi and blood. As long as they can condense qi and blood, they can use the saddle. The strength of a rhino, which is generally 1.5 or 1.6 meters tall, is already outrageous. Once it condenses chi and blood, it should be quite outrageous. Combined with the quasi-3 level extraordinary weapons and heavy armor, Fong Bai is looking forward to the day of completion. Everything is slowly getting on track. Looking at the scene in full swing, Fong Bai also began to think about another problem. People's enthusiasm is limited. Drawing cakes can only temporarily solve the problem, but it still has to be implemented in the end. Fong Bai pondered slightly, continuously drawing cakes to update this temporary time. Of course, people must also see hope and not be completely desperate. It's not impossible to give money directly, but it's inevitable to fall into cliches if you pay money to work. So you have to add some tricks. It's best to let people bring money to work to be unique. Fong Bai smacked his lips. For some reason, he felt a little cold in his mouth and back. After thinking for a while, he turned his head to look in the direction of the Mage Tower. His eyes slightly narrowed. Point system. Points can be exchanged for fantasy space. That is, the length of time the trial space is used, and even various items in the future. You can even directly exchange for a job transfer token, and then link it to money, so it can be exchanged in one direction, when there are more resources that can be exchanged for points in the future. This system will definitely work. But now it still has to be linked to money. With my current money, it is definitely not enough. It seems that I have to make some money. Fong Bai walked out. He had already planned to make money. As he walked, the little rhino ran towards Fong Bai with his short legs, trying to sneak attack. After being punched by Fong Bai, he followed Fong Bai obediently and walked towards Bag Town together. Chapter 113. Me? I haven't died. Boss, help me. I'm dying. Su Shiping's sudden cry startled Fong Bai, who was halfway through the mountains. Finding a secluded corner to hide, Fong Bai went offline. What happened? Su Shiping patted his chest in fear, and his face was still a little unrecovered. It's so real. I feel like I've been torn apart. It hurts so much. It's so real. I thought I was really dead. This is how the game works. So I don't recommend you to choose a melee profession. Once you choose a melee profession, getting hurt and feeling pain will be commonplace. I don't think I can handle it for most people. I can't handle it. I really can't handle it. It hurt so much after dying once. I don't dare to play anymore. It's okay. It's just the first time. It's definitely painful. You get used to it after dying more times. Fong Bai comforted Su Shiping from the side. As the first person to die among so many people, Fong Bai was quite patient. Su Shiping was still full of fear after hearing Fong Bai's words. Really? Boss, what was your first death like? At this time, other students who heard the noise and logged off also looked over curiously. What? First death? I don't know. Fong Bai shook his head. I don't know. Jaisa asked in confusion. How can I not know? Boss? There's nothing shameful about it. Fong Bai continued before Jaisa finished speaking. Sorry. I've never died before. So I really don't know? I can't help you. The others looked at Fong Bai in shock. And Jaisa got stuck. Fong Bai continued to speak. I really don't know. I don't have similar experience. If you have such questions in the future, you can ask others. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. It's really not good to have never died before. I have no experience to teach you. Hearing Fong Bai muttering this, everyone was petrified. Fong Bai sighed and turned to look at Su Shiping. By the way, how did you die? Su Shiping reacted and said quickly. 2 monsters were fighting. I was hiding nearby and couldn't get away. And when I was ready to watch the fun, a blade-shaped gust of wind formed by the scattered wind blades split me diagonally. My goodness. The wind was like a knife, tearing me apart. And then I died. I thought of many reasons, but I didn't expect it to be this reason. Fong Bai didn't know what to say. He was accidentally injured. What can he do? You are unlucky. Don't watch the fun next time. If you are not strong enough, you will easily become the fun. Just like you. Watching the fun. Maybe the 2 monsters are fine. But you died. I was suppressed by the pressure and couldn't leave. Su Shiping was helpless. By the way, boss, I am resurrected. Where should I find you next? You can see which town you are in first, and I will pick you up after you find out. Fong Bai went online after speaking, and soon Su Shiping's voice rang in his ears. Boss, Bag Town? Bag Town. Okay. Find the headquarters of the Dynasty Guild by yourself. and then report to the first blacksmith shop in the market. And wait for me there, Fong Bai said hurriedly after logging off. And then immediately logged on and started to run for his life. Damn it. Why are these ants so stubborn? Still chasing. Fong Bai couldn't help but complain. Just now, he was thinking about going to see this group of qi and blood ants again, to figure out whether the qi and blood of different individual qi and blood ants on a large scale will be different. After all, even if he copied 1,000, 10,000, or 1,000,000 qi and blood ants in the fantasy space, they were just a few qi and blood ants he got, and the individuals were exactly the same, lacking comparison. If you want to further develop the use of qi and blood, you must collect a lot of data. Experiments are based on a lot of data. Fong Bai thought so at the beginning, and indeed did so. Until the size of this group of ants has expanded again. The ant nest has become a whole circle larger, and there are many large qi and blood ants. Hey, why is there an element fluctuation? Fong Bai keenly noticed that there was a trace of pure, but weak gold element fluctuation inside the ant nest. Pure and gold element again. After confirming that there was no element fluctuation in this group of ants, Fong Bai immediately probed his mental power. However, unlike the recklessness at the beginning, Fong Bai learned to be smart this time. The mental power condensed into a beam, winding around to avoid the qi and blood ants' qi and blood coverage, and quietly immersed in it. Bang! A basin-sized stone shot over and instantly smashed a big tree next to it. At the same time, it also exploded, and a large amount of stone mist rose. Pooh! Fuh! Fuh! Fong Bai ran out of the stone mist unscathed, cursing. I just took a look at your nest. Is it that serious? Fong Bai casually dodged a stone and looked back. The army of blood ants chasing him was gradually losing strength. More and more blood ants were exhausted, and even the overall blood cloud was becoming thinner. Fong Bai glared at the blood cloud viciously. Just wait for them to consume more energy. They will suffer later. This group of ants is strong, but their endurance is too weak. As long as they survive the first wave of explosion. When the blood power is exhausted, no matter how many ants there are, they are just ants. Just as Fong Bai hand silently pushed the gear to accumulate power, the blood ants suddenly stopped, stood up like Fong Bai, glanced at Fong Bai, and then slowly retreated. Fong Bai was a little surprised by the sudden departure of the blood ants. He estimated the distance from the nest and the remaining blood cloud, shook his head slightly, and gave up the pursuit. There is a fundamental difference between beating a drowning dog and bravely giving away a head. Standing in place, Fong Bai thought quietly. His brows gradually frowned. Organized and disciplined. The only weakness of this group of ants is endurance. The body is too weak. The blood power can be accumulated, but it takes a long time to burst out the power of an attack. Once it is used up, it takes a long time to accumulate, and the recovery ability is weak. In the current situation, it is not difficult to deal with. But Fong Bai recalled the large ants that gradually appeared in the ant colony, the enlarged ant nest, and the last trace of weak but very pure gold elemental power that was sensed. An ominous premonition came to mind. Looking at the direction of the blood ant nest, Fong Bai said to himself, if the blood ant grows bigger again, if a monster appears among the blood ant becomes a kind of monster, then it doesn't need to be too strong. The stronger body means that the blood power that can be condensed at one time increases. It means that the base number of blood power doubling begins to increase. It means that the last shortcoming of the blood ant's endurance will be made up. Simply imagining the strength of the monster blood ant colony, Fong Bai shuddered. Fong Bai, who was about to continue walking towards Bog Town, paused slightly. Chapter 114. Cool. Right? He designed it. There are indeed more and more large qi and blood ants. Fong Bai, who went back to the qi and blood ant nest, was secretly shocked. Looking at the qi and blood ant nest with the answer, Fong Bai quickly found a lot of clues. And when Fong Bai saw a hunting qi and blood ant team returning, he was immediately shocked. Warcraft? They actually started hunting Warcraft? The hunting qi and blood ants were carrying a huge deer-shaped Warcraft back to the nest. If this team and the Warcraft were just encountering, they would definitely not be able to kill the Warcraft. Just like this group of qi and blood ants chasing Fong Bai to death. They are not fast, and their endurance is not long. The only advantage is that they have a strong burst, but they happen to come back with a Warcraft corpse. So the answer can only be hunting. This is just a qi and blood ant that has not become a Warcraft. It will be terrible if it becomes a warcraft. Fong Bai took a deep look at the ant nest and slowly retreated. There is no way. Fong Bai can't beat it. Although the endurance of this group of ants is not long. It is just like Fong Bai endurance is long. The elder brother does not laugh at the younger brother. Facing a group of chi and blood ants chasing Fong Bai, he can still run. If it is replaced by several groups of ants chasing and attacking in rotation, Fong Bai can only escape for 2 or 3 minutes at most. After these 2 or 3 minutes, he will be dead. So even if Fong Bai knows that this group of chi and blood ants has great potential, he can't do anything about them. He can't ask other players to deliver food. Right? They are not even extraordinary people. So I am afraid they are really here to deliver food. Turning away, Fong Bai could only remember it in his heart and silently decided. Continue to study the power of chi and blood. Study its application and flaws. After Fong Bai left, an ant egg inside the ant nest rolled slightly, leaving the location of the ant nest. Fong Bai returned to Bag Town in a few days. Chi Hyun, who had contacted Fong Bai in advance, also brought Chi Peng to the camp of the Dynasty Guild. Brother, is this the extraordinary forger you mentioned? Why is he still opening a blacksmith shop in someone else's place? Doesn't he have a guild? Chi Peng asked curiously. He was very normal at this time. No guild. He is a lone player. Speaking of this, Chi Hyun couldn't help laughing out loud. Other towns also have extraordinary players. And Bod Town also has extraordinary players. At least 2 have been produced. It's much better than those who have only 1 extraordinary player. But the extraordinary players in Bod Town are produced exclusively in the lone player group. So Bod Town has not been able to unify the player forces until now. And they are still fighting each other. It makes Bod Town players have no status in Hanfeng City. Thinking of this, Chi Hyun smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. And at this time, Chi Peng next to him suddenly said in surprise, "Hey, why is he here?" Chi Hyun followed Chi Peng's line of sight and immediately saw a young male player standing at the door of the blacksmith shop waiting. "What? Your friend? Then you can go over and say hello first. I call you when Fong Bai comes." "Yeah. Okay." Chi Peng nodded, and then walked directly to the door of the blacksmith shop. Chi Peng, who was very normal in front of Chi Hyun, became arrogant before walking to the side of that player. "Hey, isn't this Su Shiping? Master Su, what are you doing here?" "Humph. You are well informed. But I tell you, sometimes don't think too much. Some people are not high enough for you to reach. Without introduction, newcomers like you won't even look at you. Here, extraordinary people don't care about your family." Chi Peng raised his chin slightly and said arrogantly. Su Shiping, who was waiting for Fong Bai, was stunned. Extraordinary people? Who? Su Shiping had an impossible thought in his mind, and his face suddenly became weird. And Chi Peng was happy to see this and continued. "Of course, if you are willing to call me Brother Peng today, I will immediately ask my brother to introduce us to this extraordinary person. How about it? Is it a good deal?" At this moment, Chi Peng was like a child showing off his new toys. Very proud. But when he found that Su Shiping's eyes were not right, he looked over and saw a young man in a tight suit with a steel rhino standing and chatting with Chi Hyun, and looking over here from time to time. Chi Peng's heart surged immediately, and he hurriedly urged Su Shiping beside him. Quick! Quick! Call me Brother Peng, and I will introduce you to him. Otherwise it will be too late. But I can tell you that I just don't want to lose an opponent and be too lonely in the future." Chi Peng raised his head slightly. At this time, he saw the young man in the tight suit walking towards him. Chi Peng's heart surged immediately. But on the surface, he suppressed his excitement and walked forward a few steps to meet him. The young man in the tight suit smiled and approached step by step. Step by step. Chi Peng couldn't help but get nervous. Ah! A historic moment. When Chi Peng stretched out his hand to shake hands with the young man in Jinfu, the young man turned around him and walked in front of Su Shiping. "Shiping, have you been waiting for a long time?" Chi Peng, ? Suddenly, Chi Peng felt that this young man in a tight suit looked familiar. And this voice. "Young master?" Chi Peng's face turned green in an instant. "Fortunately, I just came out and happened to meet a classmate and chatted for a few words." At this moment, Chi Peng felt that he should go back to Gotham. At this time, as soon as Su Shiping finished speaking, Fong Bai looked at Su Shiping in surprise. "Hey, how do you know that I forged a mechanical armor?" Su Shiping was stunned, and then saw Fong Bai continue to speak. What? If you want to see it, forget it since there are so many people here. Since you want to see it, then see it. Su Shiping, who said nothing, was silent. However, the next moment, the box behind the steel rhino opened, and several silver shadows shot out, and the open armor instantly bit Fong Bai. Fong Bai took a few steps forward. Click, click, click. The armor bit, and the dress was completed instantly. Dang! Finally, the giant axe spun and flew out and stabbed into the ground diagonally. Fong Bai, who was wearing a steel gauntlet, grabbed the giant axe with one hand and lifted it up. Swish! Hiss! 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 The three of them were shocked instantly. At this moment, goosebumps all over their bodies were trembling, as if they were electrocuted and their bodies were paralyzed. The scene was silent, with only the increasingly heavy breathing sounds. Only the little rhino saw through everything and yawned slowly. A moment later, Su Shiping, who was shocked, ran to Fong Bai, touched the mechanical armor left and right, and after fiddling with it for a while, he directly removed Fong Bai's breastplate. Looking at the familiar internal complex mechanical structure inside the breastplate, Su Shiping and Shipeng, who came over, widened their eyes instantly. Fong Bai, who never let others touch the armor, let Su Shiping move it. Standing in place, he raised his chin slightly towards Ji-yun. Cool, right? He designed it. Chapter 115 Tiangong Pavilion. Looks cool, right? He designed it. Fong Bai stood there and let Su Shiping explore and disassemble the armor, and said to Ji-yun, with his chin slightly raised. Ji-yun, who was a little puzzled and thought Fong Bai would not childishly show off the armor to others, suddenly realized, if he was the designer of the armor, then it would be completely understandable. If Su Shiping was just a newcomer before, it was just a superior mentality that he could help out because he was Chi Peng's classmate. Now I look at Su Shiping with some respect. The ability to design such a powerful armor is already worthy of admiration. In addition, he has such a good relationship with Fong Bai, which makes him even more worthy of friendship. At this time, Shipeng was shocked when he heard Fong Bai's words. He looked at Su Shiping in disbelief at the sophisticated and beautiful design inside the mechanical armor. What? Su Shiping, did you design this? What are you talking about? It's rude to yell. Call me Brother Su. Su Shiping hadn't said anything yet. Ji-yun heard him and immediately scolded him. Shipeng looked at Ji-yun in disbelief. What the hell? Call me now. Be polite. Shipeng was still confused. Su Shiping raised his head and said, Brother Chi. It's okay. Shipeng and I are friends. Shipeng is not bad. Although he is a little worse than me. He is only a little worse than me. Right. Shipeng? Shipeng looked at Su Shiping's smile, then looked at Ji-yun's eyes, gritted his teeth and nodded, forcing out 2 words from his teeth. Yes. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young. I can bear it. Ji-yun laughed when he heard it. Why call me Brother Chi? Just call me Ji-yun. Although I am Brother Shipeng, I am also Fong Bai friend. You are also Fong Bai friend, which means you are my friend. Just call me Ji-yun. As for Shipeng, Ji-yun pondered for a moment. Shipeng, you can also call him brother. Shipeng, you have to take good care of this brother. Of course. Of course. Su Shiping's eyes narrowed with a smile. Fong Bai and Ji-yun also smiled. Only Shipeng could not smile. The 4 of them walked into the blacksmith shop. Fong Bai took off his armor and let Su Shiping take it aside to study. Shipeng looked at the armor, then looked at Su Shiping, and finally couldn't resist the temptation of the armor and followed him. For people who love machinery, it is simply too beautiful. Since I just endured it, I can endure it again. 60 years in the east. 60 years in the west. Don't bully the poor middle-aged. I endured it. After the 2 of them left, Fong Bai discussed it with Ji-yun. Because of Fong Bai's advance contact, Ji-yun came with preparations. After some friendly negotiations, Fong Bai and Ji-yun signed $1 million standard equipment production contract. With a 30% advance payment, 300,000 copper coins were in hand. This was not much for Fong Bai. But this time Fong Bai was not going to do it. At most, he would design the weapon drawings and formulate a complete forging process and acceptance process. The rest of the actual forging steps were all completed by his group of people. If you still need to worry about whether it can be completed before, then after the evolution is completed on the first floor of the Mage Tower, all worries will be gone. After reaching an agreement, Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and finally gave up the idea of telling other guilds about this, and then making a fortune. At his current level, there is no need to play this kind of trick. It's too low level, too low grade, and too ugly. As soon as the thought moved, a ray of light burst out from the territory steel. The light spread out and turned into a lifelike Fong Bai. Fong Bai, who was projected by the territory steel, felt his body with a little curiosity, and then put his mind on the business. Because he couldn't leave the territory, Fong Bai had to call Zhang Zhong over to explain. Understood. Watching Zhang Zhong leave in a hurry, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Zhang Zhong is still not suitable to be a manager. It's suitable to be a fierce general who leads the charge. Wu Yin is okay, but not quite suitable. There is still a lack of a manager who can execute decisions. It's impossible for me to do everything myself. Responsible for decision-making and controlling the direction. The specific execution must be delegated to others. Fong Bai rubbed his eyebrows. Put this matter aside for the time being. Projected to the territory steel. Thought about it, and chose to change the name. Tiangong Pavilion. The moment he put down his pen, Fong Bai's mind was filled with blessing, knowing that the territory had been named successfully. Of course, it can still be changed. Tiangong Pavilion. Tiangong Pavilion. Well, this name is quite appropriate. Fong Bai muttered a few words and slowly dissipated. His mind returned to the body. Why isn't there any system announcement? Shouldn't the system prompt be, congratulations to player Fong Bai for being the first to establish a territory and obtaining the unique title of the world's #1 village? Fong Bai muttered, and the main body in the blacksmith shop opened his eyes, and just saw Tang Wen waiting on the side. Boss, I have completed the second refining, Tang Wen said immediately when he saw Fong Bai looking at him. Fong Bai looked at his hand that had been bandaged several times. Under his mental perception, the wound inside had overlapping marks, which was obviously healed and then broke and healed. It took some thought. Looking at Tang Wen, Fong Bai pondered slightly. He naturally knew what Tang Wen was thinking, and Tiangong Pavilion was indeed lacking a manager now. However, compared with Su Shiping, let alone Su Shiping and others, even compared with Zhang Zhong, Fong Bai's trust in Tang Wen was much worse. Fong Bai pondered for a long time, and finally nodded. Okay. You go with this group of people who have completed the second refining. Yes. Tang Wen was instantly happy when he heard the words. Looking at Tang Wen's excited back, Fong Bai finally chose to trust. Of course, it's not that he trusts Tang Wen. Fong Bai doesn't have the ability to see through people after spending some time with them. Physically, he can do it, but psychologically, it's far from it. Fong Bai just trusts himself. In this era when great power belongs to oneself, Fong Bai fully believes that as long as he has absolute strength, as long as he controls the scientific research department headed by Su Shiping and others in the future, he will always be the core. Everything else is false and within easy reach. While Fong Bai was thinking, a familiar scream suddenly came from outside. Ah! Fong Bai rushed outside in an instant. But when he saw the situation clearly, he was a little amused. Su Shiping was wearing a mechanical armor, and his hands and legs had already taken on a strange shape. A mental sweep. Oh my goodness. His limbs were comminuted fractures. Fong Bai hurried over to untie the armor and let Su Shiping out, and asked with a smile, how dare you do this with your physical condition? That's awesome. Su Shiping, who had broken his limbs, said excitedly, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Good man. When these researchers go crazy, he has no chance at all. In order to try this, he was so excited that he didn't even feel the pain of broken hands and feet. Fong Bai couldn't help but laugh and scold. Are you crazy? Chapter 116 Wild Area. Hee hee. Hee hee. Su Shiping, who had revived, threw himself on the armor again. Fong Bai said unhappily. Okay. Okay. No need to study. When you reach level 10, I will make a set for you. It's basically enough for you to fight against the extraordinary. If you can find the monster that accidentally hurt you, it's not impossible to go back and get back at it. Theoretically, as long as the willpower is strong enough, the pressure can be completely resisted. Of course, theory is theory, and reality is reality. Theoretically, you could also win the lottery jackpot. Willpower is really metaphysical. That's fine. But I don't want someone like you. I have a new idea. I have to modify the blueprint later. Okay. Whatever you want to modify. I be responsible for making it. Fong Bai smiled. Now you go with Tangwen. This is just a place similar to a youth training camp. My main base is not here. I know. Shai Su and his friends are there. I heard from Jai Su. Seeing that there were other people around, Su Shiping did not say it. But Fong Bai knew what he was referring to and nodded slightly. Yes. You can use it when you go there. Okay. Then I will be able to give you the drawing soon, Su Shiping said excitedly. And after thinking about it, he looked at Chi Peng next to him. Chi Peng was dejected at this moment. As if he had lost his spirit. Su Shiping pondered for a moment, pulled Fong Bai aside, and asked in a low voice. Fong Bai. I don't know if it's convenient for me. This Chi Peng. Su Shiping didn't finish his words. But Fong Bai knew what he meant and asked immediately. What do you think? He is not a bad person. His ability is not worse than mine. But he likes to show off to me. His thinking is very quick. And sometimes he looks at things from a very strange perspective. He is suitable for scientific research. Fong Bai nodded immediately after hearing this. Okay. Then you can take him with you. But will he agree to it? I remember you didn't get along well before? Okay. Thank you. As for whether he comes or not, it's okay. I have a way. Fong Bai waved his hand. And Su Shiping walked to Chi Peng and said something. But I can tell you, I just don't want to lose an opponent and be too lonely in the future. Su Shiping's words sounded. And Chi Peng felt that these words seemed a little familiar. But regardless of so much, Chi Peng, who was a little discouraged, suddenly became excited. This will be the decision you will regret the most. You wait for me. Don't think you are ahead now. I will roll you to death sooner or later. Chi Peng immediately became fierce. And Su Shiping's heart suddenly sank when he saw this. And a bad feeling came to his heart. Fong Bai smiled when he saw this. In comparison, although they are about the same age, Su Shiping is much more mature than Chi Peng. If Su Shiping is a mature and steady academic master, Chi Peng is the young, immature, and unyielding little wolf dog. Watching this scene with a smile, Fong Bai put the armor on the armor rack on the back of the little rhino, and then walked out with the little rhino. The little rhino is not small at this moment. Standing next to Fong Bai, it is basically the same height as Fong Bai's shoulders. The thick layer of silver armor on the surface of its body is no worse than the armor on its father. And even better. Through the armor, you can see the tough stratum corneum on the surface of its body, which slowly emits a light golden light. The little rhino is full of the power of the gold element, and its physical strength has reached the critical point of being promoted to a magic beast. There was even a time when the little rhino spontaneously wanted to start to transform and be promoted to a magic beast, but was interrupted and suppressed by Fong Bai. If Fong Bai wants the little rhino to keep up with him, then he needs to lay a solid foundation for the little rhino and make all preparations tirelessly. Otherwise, it won't be long before the little rhino will be left far behind by Fong Bai. Touch the long horns on the little rhino's head and sit on the ox cart behind. The little rhino's gold element structure and reverse body structure have been completed. Next, just like me, just waiting for a secret book that can transform the body structure and temper the body strength. Fong Bai drove the little rhino onto the rammed earth road that could allow two carriages to travel in the same direction, and then walked towards the direction of Red Maple City. If the Guangming Library is really as good as Kaming said at the beginning, then soon, he and the little rhino will be able to complete this critical transformation soon. The little rhino's speed is not slow. After walking on the road for a while, he has passed Bag Town. After walking for a while, he saw many players and natives waiting on the roadside. And there was also a caravan. Hey, is it Boss Fong Bai? A sharp-eyed player in the crowd saw Fong Bai and exclaimed immediately. And his voice immediately caused heated discussions among many players. They might not know Fong Bai, but they were definitely very familiar with the name. When they heard the player mention the word superhuman, the indigenous people and the caravan nearby couldn't help but get a little agitated. Fong Bai looked over and saw a player coming over. I don't know him. Boss Fong Bai. Can we follow you? Fong Bai was a little confused when he heard this, but he found out after some understanding. Bag Town is a small town on the edge of the kingdom. The development level is not high, although there are roads connecting towns. The two areas are completely in a wilderness state, where there are many alien tribes. wild beasts, and monsters living. The maintenance of the road depends entirely on the frequency of cleaning by the local lord. If the cleaning frequency is not enough, the road is easy to become deserted and be included in the territory of alien tribes or wild beasts. So when they go to Hongfeng City, they usually follow the caravan and hitchhike with the caravan, and temporarily act as the caravan's guard. And ordinary small caravans will only set off when they gather a few caravans to a certain size. Fong Bai was slightly stunned when he heard this. Kaning didn't mention this matter at all at the time, but he probably thought it was unnecessary. Fong Bai thought about it, and it was true. After becoming a superhuman, as long as you don't enter the restricted areas deep in the wilderness mountains, most of the human living areas can basically be unimpeded. And there is no need to mention it specifically. After all, it's impossible for a superhuman to die on the road for nothing. Right? Fong Bai muttered. And at this time, the two caravan leaders who were waiting heard the noise, and came over to present a greeting gift and expressed their hope to follow behind to Hongfeng City. Fong Bai naturally wouldn't disagree, accepted the greeting gift, looked at the business card in his hand, and asked curiously, "What about Pavilion?" One of the two caravans in front of him belonged to a player. "Yes, Master Fong. I am Su Yupeng, the head of Wanbao Pavilion Wanfu Caravan," the young man in front of him said with a smile. And Fong Bai looked at the caravan of Wanbao Pavilion curiously. The scale was actually much larger than that of the aboriginal caravan next to it. "I've heard that Wanbao Pavilion has its own caravan, but I didn't expect to meet it today." Chapter 117, Jackal. "How many Wanbao Pavilions have you opened?" Fong Bai asked curiously. "Hey, there are Wanbao Pavilions in all 28 towns in Hongfeng City, plus the one in Blackstone City. A total of 30 Wanbao Pavilion branches. And the total number of Wanbao Pavilions is probably more than 100. Su Yuping said with a smile. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows, and was really surprised. "So many?" Su Yuping also said with a little pride. "Our boss is the first player in Hongfeng City who is a transcendent." Fong Bai nodded and understood immediately. He was not surprised that there was a transcendent in Wanbao Pavilion. In fact, Fong Bai was surprised that there was no transcendent. You know, there is at least one transcendent noble in a town. Without the strength to make these nobles look directly at it, it is impossible to spread Wanbao Pavilion throughout Hongfeng City. This is not just a matter of strength. To be able to do this, the worldly wisdom must have reached the pinnacle. Fong Bai really took Wanbao Pavilion seriously this time. After chatting for a few more words and leaving Su Yoping's contact information, Fong Bai set off. Two caravans followed Fong Bai, and the others followed the caravan. The group of people became cautious after walking a few hundred meters. Fong Bai also quickly noticed the difference. The number of weeds and shrubs on both sides of the road gradually increased. Without human management of weeds and shrubs, they were growing wildly. As soon as they left the scope of Bag Town, Fong Bai noticed some prying eyes not long after walking. Su Yuping next to him saw that Fong Bai looked different and whispered immediately. "There is a medium-sized Knoll tribe entrenched between Bag Town and Red Maple City. These Knolls have weak productivity and are very poor. What's worse is their reputation. They like to buy for free. Therefore, basically no human chamber of commerce will trade with the Knoll tribe. Therefore, they basically make a living by looting, or simply rely on the roads leading to Red Maple City from several nearby towns. When hunting, scouts are sent to watch these roads all year round. If there are many people, they will not take action, or just fight. But once the number of people is small, or they can see through the real situation, there will be knolls all over the mountains and plains in an instant. The whole team will die, which is why we have to gather enough people before we dare to leave." Fong Bai suddenly realized, sensing the strong malicious gaze, and with a casual move, a short spear flew from the back of the little rhino to his hand. "Then are we considered to be too few in number now?" "Yes, but don't we have you, the boss? You can defeat thousands of troops by yourself," Alex Su said with a smile. And the head of another aboriginal caravan next to him echoed, "Oh, by the way, there is one thing you must not do." Fong Bai weighed the javelin in his hand, twisted his waist, and threw it instantly. The specially designed javelin made almost no sound of breaking through the air, and silently nailed a humanoid with a jackal-like head to the tree. Dang! The tree trunk made a dull sound. What must not be done? Fong Bai looked at the jackal, and the rusty long knife in its hand curiously. There were many peeping eyes, but only its maliciousness towards Fong Bai was almost overflowing. To have such a big and obvious maliciousness towards a supernatural person with strong mental power. Isn't it looking for death? Alex Su was stunned when he saw this. And then shrugged helplessly. Don't kill the gnolls, or they will be vindictive and very difficult to deal with. Oh! Will it be troublesome? Fong Bai walked over to pick up the javelin and asked curiously. You are a transcendent, so it shouldn't be that difficult. But let's speed up a little bit. After Su Yuping finished speaking, the whole team just sped up and heard a shrill whistle in their ears. The originally peaceful road was instantly filled with noisy dog barking. In an instant, groups of gnolls wearing wooden armor and grass armor directly surrounded the entire team. All the people behind Fong Bai became cautious, held their weapons tightly, and looked at Fong Bai. At this time, a road was opened among the gnolls. Among the gnolls less than 1.5 meters tall, a sturdy gnoll at least 1.8 meters tall, wearing iron armor and carrying a hammer, walked out slowly, and pointed the hammer in his hand slowly at Fong Bai. Gnoll warriors are fast, powerful, strong, and intelligent. If we fight later, I have to trouble you to take care of me. Before Su Yuping finished speaking, a momentum slowly rose from Fong Bai's body, and when it reached its peak, it crushed down like an avalanche. In an instant, the large number of gnolls collapsed directly. The better ones turned around and ran, and the worse ones were paralyzed on the ground with feces and urine all over their bodies. But the gnoll warrior made Fong Bai look sideways slightly, and he withstood the momentum, slowly raised the hammer pointing at Fong Bai, and gently placed it on his shoulder. And there was still some strong aura. Kneeled down. Fong Bai looked at the sky as if nothing had happened. The weather is good today. Woof woof woof. The jackal warrior kept making calls, although they couldn't understand it. The meaning of begging for mercy was obvious. Su Yuping and others were all silent. They looked at Fong Bai, and then at the jackal warrior, who was kneeling and begging for mercy. Hiss! At this moment, a sound of taking a breath of cold air was heard. They thought that the jackal warrior would not be able to survive a single move under Fong Bai. But they didn't expect that he would kneel down with just one look. Fong Bai walked forward and looked at the jackal warrior and the jackals around him curiously. It was the first time for him to see a humanoid alien race. And this feeling was quite wonderful. And he was not idle while watching. And his mental power continuously scanned the jackals into the fantasy space. Samples. Samples. These are samples that have never been seen before. With this thought in mind, Fong Bai walked around among the gnolls. Wherever he passed, the gnolls were pissing and shitting and dared not make any sound. From beginning to end, there were gnoll warriors begging for mercy. Soon, Fong Bai finished scanning, and he lost interest in looking at these gnolls again. Even their weapons were enchanted with tetanus. The most expensive one was probably the ordinary iron armor on their bodies. There was no elemental fluctuation at all, and it was useless. Let's go! Fong Bai waved his hand, and Su Yuping and others continued to move forward. When they passed by the gnolls, they couldn't help but look at them curiously and fiddled with them with their feet. At this time, a female player asked curiously, Captain Hu, are these gnolls really vindictive? I don't think so. You have been scaring me before. Su Yuping's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he said unhappily, You don't even look at who it is. If you were a superhuman, they wouldn't dare to say anything even if you killed them, let alone passing by. Fong Bai just came back. He shook his head and said seriously, I dare not do that. There are also superhumans in this tribe of gnolls. I guess they are quite powerful. Su Yuping was shocked when he heard this. Fong Bai paused for a moment and finally said seriously, At most, I will just go for a walk and see the scenery. Chapter 118 Anatomy. Fong Bai's final rigor made Su Yuping pause slightly, and he almost forgot what he was going to say. He shook his head and remembered it. Let's not talk about this. Boss, are there really extraordinary people in the wolf tribe? Fong Bai nodded when he heard it. There should be. Even if there isn't, this wolf warrior should have had long-term contact with extraordinary people. Otherwise, he would never have performed so well when facing my momentum just now. Fong Bai's tone was very sure. And then he continued, Isn't this normal? If there were no extraordinary people, the gnolls would have dared to do this. And they would have been wiped out by the nobles long ago. Although the nobles are not good people, most of the caravans belong to them. They will not allow the gnolls who dare to plunder their caravans to exist. So the only explanation is that it takes a certain price to wipe out this gnoll tribe. Plus my previous feeling. So there must be extraordinary power. Right. Fong Bai said with a smile to the indigenous caravan next to him. The captain of the caravan named Redding smiled politely, and did not dare to make any comments. Fong Bai smiled and continued to move forward while talking. After that, he sat on the ox cart and closed his eyes to rest. With his eyes slightly closed, his mind sank directly into the fantasy space. Looking at more than 100 gnolls, Fong Bai smiled slightly. A moment later, an ordinary gnoll appeared on Fong Bai's dissection table. One gnoll after another. And soon the gnoll warrior also lay on the dissection table. After the dissection was completed and Fong Bai had a detailed understanding of its internal structure, he groaned. It has a human-like structure, but thicker bones, stronger lungs, and the heart is not in the left chest, but in the abdomen. Fong Bai looked at the complete structure of the jackal, and analyzed the transmission and stacking order of the jackal's power in the muscles bit by bit. Analyzed the direction of muscle movement and some small details of the jackal's attack, dodge, escape and other actions. Finally, analyzed the vital points and weaknesses that the jackal could hit with one fatal blow. Finally, summarized the advantages and disadvantages of the jackal's body structure and made comments. Finally, a dissection notebook was stored in a newly opened area on the bookshelf. In the game, Fong Bai slowly opened his eyes. Alex, who next to him, was still earnestly telling the players next to him that these jackals were indeed vindictive. But he added an adjective. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I tell you, the jackal has always been the jackal. But you have always been escorted by extraordinary people. If you come by yourself, it's okay to lose your life. But if you lose the goods, it will be a serious mistake. The company will fine you to death. Listening to his words, Fong Bai looked forward. It has only been a short time, but the body structure of the jackal has no secrets in Fong Bai's eyes. Fong Bai can even understand the jackal better than the jackal himself. It is entirely possible to do 138 knives to just give the jackal a superficial wound, or to kill the jackal with a light knife. After analyzing the muscles of the jackal, the movements of the jackal have no secrets in front of Fong Bai. According to the muscles of the jackal, Fong Bai can see at a glance what the jackal does and how strong the movement is. Even if the jackal makes a fake move, it is useless. The situation presented by the muscles must be the most real. As long as Fong Bai is attentive, he will always know the movements of the jackal man one step ahead. At this stage, Fong Bai can dodge at will, or attack the key power transmission nodes, directly defeat the power, and make the jackal man lose all resistance. Fong Bai tapped the handrail of the ox cart with his fingers and thought quietly. He has never been good at fighting, but sometimes he has to fight. So Fong Bai has to develop a fighting method that suits him. For fighting, Fong Bai feels that his greatest advantage is calmness. Extreme calmness. As if he is calm bystanders. Although this kind of calmness will not be as hot-blooded as ordinary people. They can't think of anything under tension, which leads to constant regrets for not playing well afterwards. But there is no way to enter the real fighting state. To maintain the calmness of fighting in the fanaticism and passionate fighting spirit. To combine fanaticism and calmness. And to exert 200% or 300% of the fighting power. So Fong Bai can only play his advantages as much as possible. Since he is calm, he should play the advantage of calmness to the extreme. And this dissection method is one of Fong Bai's ideas. Since you are calm, then use extreme calmness to analyze the enemy's every move from the most scientific perspective. Using data, structure, physics, and biology. Then dodge, stop, or attack. Those who are really good at fighting don't need to think so much. Just rush in, and you can show the strongest fighting state and the strongest fighting skills. The terrifying fighting instinct can kill everything in seconds. That is the fighting talent. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. I'm still not good at it. What? Su Yuping looked at Fong Bai strangely. Nothing. Oh. Su Yuping nodded. A little strange. What did he just hear? Fong Bai seemed to say that he was not good at fighting? He must have heard it wrong. Su Yuping shook his head and threw away the thought just now, while Fong Bai closed his eyes, and his mind followed a trace of connection in the dark and descended to the Lord Steel. Remote projection technique. Projection technique is awesome. Fong Bai, who was condensed in front of the steel, was quite emotional. He called Zhang Zhong and told him that he must not be promoted to the elite level. Then he began to deal with some things that happened in the territory. Ultra-remote online processing of work. After finishing the work, Fong Bai opened his eyes again and looked at the road ahead. Since meeting the werewolf warrior, Fong Bai felt that there were basically no prying eyes along the way. Occasionally, there were also quick passes. No sight dared to stare at Fong Bai, and no sight dared to show obvious malice. They are probably connected. The gnolls before should have informed the gnolls, or other alien races, and beasts along the entire road. Fong Bai looked forward, without alien races and monsters to disturb him. Fong Bai was also warm and quiet. There was no conversation along the way. Soon, 5 days after Fong Bai and his party set out, they finally approached the Red Maple City area. Seeing the road gradually widen, and the number of pedestrians and caravans gradually increase, Su Yuping breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we're here, Su Yuping said to Fong Bai. This should be the first time for the boss to leave Bagtown. Right? Yes. The first time. By the way, is Bagtown so far from Red Maple City? Why go so far to build a town? Communication is so difficult and dangerous. Fong Bai was a little puzzled, but heard Su Yuping speak out. Bagtown is relatively close. It only takes 5 days. Do you know how long it will take to reach the farthest town? Kai Town? 15 days. It takes at least 15 days to reach Hanfeng City. But I don't know why it is so far. As Su Yuping spoke, the team got closer and closer. And gradually, a city gate tower came into Fong Bai's sight. Chapter 119 Black Wolf Gang Small Knife Gang. What is this? Fong Bai looked at the city gate tower in front of him, a little confused. The huge city gate tower does not look like a player's residence. But judging from the construction year, it should not be Hanfeng City. Boss, this is the main city built by several guilds. Although the scale is not as large as Hanfeng City, the prosperity is definitely not much different. Now most of the indigenous caravans have included this place in the trade route. And so is my destination. Boss, why don't you go in and take a look? Main city? Yes. The full name is Hanfeng City Player Main City. It is different from the townships and territories below. It took a lot of effort to build this main city, Su Yuping said with some sighs. And Fong Bai nodded thoughtfully. Wait until I finish my business. I have to go to Hanfeng City. Su Yuping paused slightly after hearing this, and thought about it, and said it out loud. That's fine. But be careful. Sir, Red Maple City may not be very friendly. Looking at the figures of Su Yuping and others leaving, Fong Bai pondered what he said. Not very friendly. Yes. How can players and nobles be friendly? There is a natural conflict. Fong Bai thought of some scenes, and his face turned bad. But then he restrained himself, passed the gate tower of the player's main city, and continued to move along the road. From a lively large team to a lonely person, Fong Bai still did not change. But looking at the increasing number of farmlands, farms, and busy farmers on both sides of the road, Fong Bai couldn't help but recall what Kaming said before. Hanfeng City is a key city in the west of the Yabong Kingdom. It is an economic center in the west of the kingdom. A large number of caravans gather here to go to various towns in the kingdom or to the neighboring Desai Federation and cross the sea to the extremely cold land on the other side. There are a large number of nobles and their families living in Hanfeng City. In addition, there are several industry associations, extraordinary forces, and 3 churches. The situation in Hanfeng City is complicated, and sometimes our church is powerless. But you don't have to worry too much. In the Yabong Kingdom, the status of extraordinary people is equivalent to that of knights. As long as you are willing to join a noble and make a little contribution, you can easily get a village as a fiefdom. If you are willing to believe in my God, then I can also directly recommend you to join our knights. If you don't want to, as long as you show the strength of an extraordinary person, you can basically get the same treatment as a knight noble. Fong Bai walked forward while thinking about these words. When he got closer, Fong Bai realized the size of Hanfeng. At the end of the road, the city wall built by giant stone slabs extended to both sides, like a long yellow dragon to the field of vision. There was a battlement every 10 meters on the city wall, with huge crossbows flashing coldly. The armored soldiers next to them were on full alert, and their eyes were basically focused on Fong Bai. There were soldiers collecting entrance fees at the city gate. The villagers saw Fong Bai, who was busy entering the city. They avoided him, and did not dare to look directly at him. Fong Bai walked to the city gate, and looked at the soldiers next to him. How much is the entrance fee? Sir, please, no entrance fee. The soldier collecting money at the gate said with a smile. Although Fong Bai was not wearing armor, they could guard the gate here, so they naturally had a unique way to distinguish. Fong Bai didn't say anything after hearing this. He scanned his mental power, and saw that most of the natives next to him had 2 copper coins in their hands. He immediately took out 2 copper coins, and threw them into the basket for collecting money. Moo. The little rhino mooed lightly, pulled the ox cart and continued to move forward. And the city gate quickly returned to normal. Fong Bai looked back as if he had sensed something. There seemed to be some fluctuations on the city gate tower. Perception? Identification of extraordinary people? Fong Bai thought about it, and continued to move forward. In Hongfeng City, a wide road led to the front. The houses on both sides of the road also spread to the end of the field of vision. Between the buildings, a small road was occasionally open to other areas. After a blank period at the city gate, the number of shops on both sides of the road gradually increased. Many vendors were selling on both sides of the road. In addition, skinny beggars could be seen begging in a low voice in some corners. The streets were bustling with people. This kind of bustle was different from the prosperity in reality. In this era, Fong Bai could understand why Kaming said that Hongfeng City was the most prosperous city in the west of the kingdom. This was only the west gate facing the wilderness mountains, not the northern port facing the sea. After all, the prosperity of the port with more convenient transportation must be far greater than this side. At this time, Fong Bai suddenly heard the sound of close combat. He turned his head and looked over. With a mental scan, he saw 2 players and 3 natives fighting with daggers. The 5 people were in an alley. Apart from the extremely subtle sound of weapons colliding, no weapons were exposed. Just as Fong Bai was about to take a closer look, a thin child stood beside him. "Sir, my name is Adu. This must be your first time in Hongfeng City. Do you need a guide? Only 5 copper coins a day." 5 copper coins. About the price of a long piece of weapon-grade black bread. That is, wood powder and rice bran are mixed into the black bread during the production process, which is as hard as iron. Fong Bai hadn't spoken yet, and the child looked in the direction of Fong Bai's sight and said immediately, "Sir, that is the Black Wolf Gang and the Small Knife Gang fighting for this territory. Whoever wins the fight can charge us protection fees." Black Wolf Gang and Small Knife Gang? Fong Bai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. This was a little different from what he imagined. And Adu quickly replied, "Yes, the Black Wolf Gang was our original gang. That is, those 3 people. The Small Knife Gang was just established recently, and has been fighting the Black Wolf Gang for a long time. And people often die. The people in the Small Knife Gang are not afraid of death at all. And it often takes 3 or 4 Small Knife Gang members to kill 1 Black Wolf Gang member. We originally thought that the Small Knife Gang was going to lose, but we didn't expect that more and more people in the Small Knife Gang would die every day. The result will probably come out in this period of time, and we have to prepare to pay tribute." Fong Bai was happy to hear this. This kid probably doesn't know about players. Players' gangs? Don't they get more and more people the more they fight? Don't say 3 or 4 for 1. Even if it's 10 for 1. The Black Wolf Gang can't handle it. Hit them with your heads. However, Fong Bai looked at the 2 players, who were a bit scoundrels. You can't do it in real life, so you do it in a game. Right? You are a talent. Fong Bai turned his head and looked at Adu. They fight like this. People die every day. And no one cares? Sir, as long as the gangs don't kill civilians, the garrison will not care about the bloody fights. And they will not care which gang is in charge of this area. Is that so? How many people are there in these 2 gangs? And how strong are they? How much territory do they occupy? Fong Bai asked curiously. But Adu shook his head. I don't know. I just know that these 2 streets belong to the Black Wolf Gang. Unable to answer, Adu put his hands behind his back a little nervously. Chapter 120 Goodbye Mage Tower. That's right. How can a little kid like you know this kind of thing? Fong Bai laughed out loud. Okay. You lead the way for me. I'm going to the Church of Light. Please introduce me to Red Maple City along the way. Yes, sir. Adu was surprised to hear this. He walked to the front and wanted to pull the cow rope. But he didn't see the cow rope. So he followed Fong Bai. By the way, how big are the 2 streets of the Black Wolf Gang? From here to here. Adu pointed to Fong Bai and said as he pointed. So big? Do all the shops have to pay tribute? Or is it just the vendors? You kids? Sir, all the shops, including the big ones, will prepare a salary. The gang that wins will get the money. And as long as there are drunks, alcoholics or other people making trouble, the gang must send people to settle it. If it can't be settled, you can't get the money. Oh! Fong Bai heart moved. He didn't expect that the other side of the Red Maple City would be so orderly. And it seems that everyone, including the city's managers, have accepted it. They have tacitly accepted the old rules. And everyone operates according to this set of rules. No wonder that group of players want to rob. With such a large area, the money should be quite a lot. Even if it is divided among each person, it is not a small amount. And relatively speaking, there is no need to be bound by reality or other guilds. They just come to the game to compete with the gangs for business and collect protection fees. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Sure enough, players are still players. And they can give me little surprises from time to time. Fong Bai was really happy, following Adu all the way forward. And Adu would explain to Fong Bai every time they came to a place. What slums? What the most chaotic areas? What pubs to inquire about information? What the most popular red light districts? And one industry guild after another. What taboos in which areas? Adu told Fong Bai bit by bit. And there seemed to be a lot of prying eyes along the way. But Fong Bai did not notice any malicious intent. So he ignored them. If people like to watch, let them watch. Sitting on the ox cart, Fong Bai suddenly pointed to a rough but huge building and asked, "What is that?" "Sir, that is the Adventurers Guild. As long as you join the guild, you can receive various commissions." "What is that?" Suddenly, Fong Bai pointed to a pure white tower standing in front and asked. The 3-story pure white tower. Each floor is more than 4 meters high. The pure white style and the hexagonal structure make Fong Bai very familiar. "That's the Mage Tower of Master Jia," Adu said longingly. "There are all kinds of magic creations there. When you pull the bell, food will come out. When you pull the bell, the house will become clean." Fong Bai listened quietly. This tower seemed to have become a fairy tale that was widely circulated in Hongfeng City. However, a mage tower? Fong Bai stared at the tower quietly. I don't know if this tower is a mage tower of the ancient mage civilization like his mage tower, or if it is just a mage tower made in the same form. Suddenly, Fong Bai felt a gaze looking back from the mage tower, and quickly retracted his gaze. He knew that he must have stared too long and attracted the attention of the owner of the tower. It's not anything else. It's mainly because it's a bit impolite. And to be honest, he who owns the mage territory plus mage tower knows best that the mages in the mage tower can't be defeated. And it's not shameful to bow down and surrender. Of course, it's mainly impolite. Not a question of whether you can beat them or not. How can you lose your civility just because you are extraordinary? Turning your head, as expected, no one on the street dared to stare at the tower for a long time. Occasionally, they only looked at it with envy and yearning. Although he retracted his gaze, Fong Bai still felt that the gaze stayed on him for a few breaths. Coward. After moving his eyes away, Fong Bai continued to follow Adu forward, while Adu didn't feel anything and introduced a place by himself. They walked slowly for about half an hour, and Adu pointed to a pure white spire and said, "Sir, that's the Church of Light." "Well, okay." Fong Bai nodded and counted out 10 copper coins and handed them to Adu. After paying the money, Fong Bai went straight to the Church of Light. There was a place to park the carriage next to the church. Fong Bai took the little rhino there and asked it to park the carriage. Then he walked towards the church entrance. When he entered, a young man in gorgeous clothes holding a golden mouse walked in. Fong Bai took a closer look. He also looked over. The two looked at each other. The young man nodded slightly at Fong Bai and smiled gently. Fong Bai returned the greeting, but still took a closer look at the golden mouse in his arms. The whole body of the little mouse was golden. Even its eyes were light golden, and it seemed to be looking at Fong Bai. The two passed by each other and entered the church separately. The church was wide and grand, and the crystal windows on the dome gathered the sunlight in the center of the emblem symbolizing the god of light. Fong Bai felt small and shocked when he was in it. This was the visual and sensory impact brought by the building. Fong Bai, who came in for the first time, couldn't help but be slightly startled, and subconsciously brought a trace of awe, putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Fong Bai remembered the purpose of his visit and walked directly to the nun beside him. The young man in gorgeous clothes gently stroked the golden mouse in his hand and said with a smile, "Go and find out who the man just now is and where he lives." "Understood." The servants behind him retreated respectfully, and the young man always had a gentle smile on his face. He stroked the mouse's head with his right hand and said softly, "You said there is a treasure in this direction. Is the treasure on him?" The golden mouse did not answer, but his eyes were always in the direction of Fong Bai. "Kaming, long time no see. Fong Bai, I didn't expect you to come just now. I've been waiting for you," Kaming said enthusiastically. "Are you going to the Library of Light today?" "So, I take a day off today. I take you to the library first, and then take you around." "Okay," Fong Bai also said with a smile. This Kaming is getting more and more to his taste. After learning some of the teachings of the God of Light, he also trusts Kaming a lot. In a church with God, it is difficult for people who do not abide by the teachings to get along in the church. Especially for Kaming, a clergyman who belongs to the God of Light. While acting on behalf of the power of the God of Light, they are also subject to stricter supervision than ordinary church members. After chatting with Fong Bai for a few words, Kaming did not hesitate and directly brought Fong Bai to a small temple next to him. Chapter 121, Refining the Body into Steel. "Is the Library of Light here?" Fong Bai was a little confused, but Kaming shook his head, pushed open the door, and took Fong Bai in. It was not the library in the other space that Fong Bai had imagined, nor was it a transmission channel. It was just an ordinary prayer church. In the front was the emblem of God, and below the emblem were rows of prayer chairs. "Sit down. I help you start the ceremony." Kaming arranged for Fong Bai to sit in the first row, and saw that Fong Bai still had some doubts and said aloud, "The Library of Light exists in the kingdom of my God. In order to enter the Library of Light, in addition to meeting the conditions, another requirement is that a clergyman complete the designated ceremony. This ceremony can also be completed by ordinary church members, but it is more troublesome. If it is completed by a clergyman, it will be much easier." After speaking, Kaming faced the emblem of God and prayed. During the prayer, pure white power continued to rise from his body. This group of power is like fire and light, as if it is a combination of the two, giving people a sacred and warm feeling. But under the warmth, it also contains fiery. This was a kind of power that Fong Bai had never felt before. It seemed to be the same as the fighting spirit in his body, but it seemed completely different. Just as Fong Bai was sensing it, the ceremony was coming to an end, and a beam of light on the divine emblem enveloped Fong Bai. The next moment, a picture appeared out of thin air in front of Fong Bai. The cultist in armor turned into a blood blade and rushed towards Fong Bai. Bang! The cultist's upper body was completely smashed. It was clearly a silent pantomime, but Kaming and Fong Bai seemed to hear the deafening gunshot. Until this moment, Kaming's mouth twitched when he saw the gunshot. This power. I'm afraid the power of the divine art of the elite clergy is no more than this. And Fong Bai looked at this picture, and an idea popped up in his mind. Directly extract my memory? No, that's not right. My memories are all in the first person, not the third person. This is more like deducing or replaying what happened at the time based on some traces on my body. While Fong Bai was thinking, a ray of white light appeared on the screen, blocking the screen tightly. This is the protection of the God's majesty for you. From now on, any directional props or rituals of the cultists that rely on kill this cultist will not be able to lock you. Other astrologers and prophecy spells cannot predict this unless they break through the blockade of the majesty. As soon as Kaming finished speaking, he felt a door slowly opening in the void in front of him. Subconsciously, Fong Bai stepped into it and felt that his mind had come to another world. This is a world made up entirely of bookshelves. Fong Bai felt that he could return his mind to his body as long as he thought about it. And he also felt his body in this state. There was no danger at the moment. Fong Bai immediately appeared in the bookshelf. In the small hall, Kaming was quietly waiting on the side. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a white robe with gold edges came over, and Kaming hurriedly went out to greet him. Is this the extraordinary forger you mentioned before? Yes. He has entered the Library of Light now. Library of Light. The man in white robe looked at Fong Bai, saying these words, and shook his head after hesitating for a moment. Forget it. There is still time. Let's talk about it later. Besides, since he is here, you should rest today. You don't have many friends, so have fun with him. As for that matter, we will talk about it later. Don't tell him first, so as not to make him happy for nothing. Okay. Thank you, Master. I was just about to ask for leave. Kaming was immediately happy, but then he smiled again. But master, you can't let Fong Bai treat you every time. What if Fong Bai looks down on me and thinks I am a freeloader? The man in white robe looked at Kaming in silence. After a moment, he helplessly threw a few gold coins to Kaming. Thank you, master, Kaming said this sincerely. But Fong Bai felt a little disappointed at this moment. Thinking it was a physical library, Fong Bai had planned to come here and use the fantasy space to scan it and then go home to read it slowly. But it turned out to be an online library, which could not be scanned at all. Giving up the idea of being clever, Fong Bai gradually calmed down and read slowly. Although he could only see books that matched his merits and included below, there was still a sea of bookshelves here, as if it was endless. Fong Bai flipped through the index, walking between bookshelves one after another. When his hand touched a specific book, he would get a paragraph of introduction information and the merits that needed to be consumed. 3-ring fireball spell model and detailed explanation of casting fire attribute spell. Fong Bai put his hand on the book, and a wisp of information immediately appeared in his mind. And there was also a number. 45. Fong Bai felt his merits. That is, his contribution value. 100. The 3rd ring is probably the peak of the professional level. Can you get 2 spell models of the same level by killing a cultist at the peak of the professional level? I wonder if the credit for stopping the cult ritual is included in these 100 contribution points. I have opened the reputation of the Church of Light. Can I enter the reputation store? Fong Bai couldn't help but think of this idea. He looked at the bookshelf after bookshelf. Fong Bai was envious of every book on it. Unfortunately, he could only see a title. Even if there was an introduction, there was not much information available. After a while, Fong Bai was dazzled by the shopping. Look at this and that. And look at your wallet. No, you don't want anything. After a while, Fong Bai slowly came out of this state, looked at the bookshelf with nostalgia, and then turned the index to the page of the body tempering technique. With a flash of his figure, Fong Bai appeared in another bookshelf area. Looking at the still huge number of books, Fong Bai immediately selected them according to the index. Gold element. Professional level. After several rounds of selection, the number of books was significantly reduced, and Fong Bai started to look for them. After a while, Fong Bai was attracted by a book of exercises. Looking at the introduction of this book, Fong Bai hesitated slightly, wrote it down, and continued to browse. There are many exercises here. All kinds of them. Some of which make Fong Bai feel that his mind is opened. However, when reading, Fong Bai always unconsciously recalled the book of exercises in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it for a long time. After hastily reading all the selected exercises, Fong Bai returned to the book of exercises again. Tempering the body into steel. Introduction. Tempering the body into steel. 79. These 4 short words attracted Fong Bai firmly. As if it was destined, Fong Bai still slowly pulled out the book. Selected. A piece of information emerged in his mind. And then the remaining contribution value also changed from 100 to 21. Chapter 122 Unexpected Disaster. Are you awake? Fong Bai spent another 15 contribution points to exchange 2 spell models in the spell model area. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found Kaming looking up at him from above. And he suddenly woke up. What kind of perspective is that? You don't stand in front, but look at me from above. Isn't it interesting? Kaming shrugged. I heard from you players that it's fun to look at a new person from the sky above his head when he comes. Kaming is becoming more and more familiar with Fong Bai. And Fong Bai rolled his eyes when he heard it. Then please tell him something next time when he opens his eyes. What? Congratulations. The operation was successful. Fong Bai got up and walked out after saying that. Kaming was a little confused behind him. Congratulations. The operation was successful? Operation? Kaming, who thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, saw Fong Bai was leaving and hurried to follow. Fong Bai, your world is so interesting. Kaming and Kaming walked out of the Church of Light while chatting. Kaming, who was about to take Fong Bai for a walk, suddenly saw a child coming over. No guide. No guide. Don't you usually wait for business at the city gate? How did you get to the church gate? Kaming was a little confused, but Adu didn't seem to be afraid of him. Just a little nervous. Sir Paladin, I'm here to find this sir. Adu looked at Fong Bai after saying that. Kaming, he was invited by me before. Fong Bai said to Kaming, and then looked at Adu. Didn't I pay? Why are you still here? Sir, you paid for 2 days. I'd be here anytime today and tomorrow. Fong Bai waved his hand casually after hearing that. It's okay. My friend will take me for a walk next. The extra money will be given to you. Thank you for your service. Fong Bai left with Kai Ming after saying that. And the little rhino was temporarily placed at the church gate. Adu looked at Fong Bai back as he left. Then looked at the money in his hand. And then a slightly older child came over and took half of the copper coins from him without any hesitation. Adu lowered his head. And when he finished taking the copper coins, he followed him towards the city gate. However, they didn't go far before they were stopped by a strong servant in tight clothes. Looking at the strong man dressed as a servant, Adu showed a trace of fear on his face. And the slightly older child in front of him hurriedly walked up to him flatteringly. Sir, I don't know. Get out of the way. I want to ask him something. The whip in the servant's hand pointed at Adu. And Adu subconsciously took 2 steps back. And the slightly older child saw this, and stood in front of him. Sir, we are the Black Wolf Gang. Snap! The whip whistle exploded in the ears of the older child, making him pale. Seeing this, the frightened Adu mustered up a little courage to step forward and asked timidly, My lord, what do you want to ask? Take him away. Yes. 2 strong servants in grey tight clothes grabbed Adu on each side, covered his mouth directly, and carried him away. Adu's struggle was useless, and the remaining copper coins in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The older child lowered his head, not daring to show any eyes or make any sound, but silently memorized the marks on their clothes. After they left, his legs ran quickly towards the direction of the West City Gate. Fong Bai spent the whole morning strolling under Kaming's leadership, and registered a bronze adventurer badge at the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers badge, except for the name that made Fong Bai unable to complain, was not bad. There were quite a lot of tasks, and this place was basically a high-density place for players. Fong Bai felt that the most welcoming place for players might be the Adventurers Guild. As long as the money or contribution points were in place, there would be people to take any task, from looking for a cat to sending one to die. Their business was getting better by more than a little bit. At noon, I had a seafood feast at Kaming's hospitality, including palm-sized ice shrimps, colorful conchs as big as their heads, boneless ice cod, and fine red wine from the remote mountain city. In a sense, it was not worse than what we eat in reality. After the meal, Fong Bai said goodbye to the enthusiastic Kaming, took the little rhino away at the church gate, and walked towards the West City Gate on the ox cart. But not long after walking, he heard a surprised voice. Fong Bai? Fong Bai turned his head and saw a pretty female player looking at him in surprise. There seemed to be 2 young nobles, a man and a woman, and their servants beside her. Oh, what a coincidence. You are here too. Fong Bai said oh for a while, but couldn't remember her name. So he had to quickly say what a coincidence. He looked like he remembered you, and we knew each other well. Although the other party probably knew it. As long as he pretended to be like that, there would be no embarrassment. Yes, I live in Red Maple City. What a coincidence. I was planning to go to Bog Town to find you, but I didn't expect to run into you here. The female player said as she looked at the 2 people behind her, and said in a friendly manner, Miss Vina, Master Lewis, this is the player that Master Jia said she wanted to meet. After the female player finished speaking, she quickly looked at Fong Bai. Boss, do you have time now? I want to trouble you with something. Good thing. Good thing. Absolutely great thing. No. Fong Bai shook his head. Oh. Sometimes. Huh? The female player was stunned, looking at Fong Bai in a daze, and was stunned when she saw that Fong Bai didn't mean to joke at all. I really have something to do. Let's talk about it next time. Fong Bai was in a hurry to verify the skills, so he didn't have time to play with this female player whose name he didn't remember. As for when the next time is, let's talk about it next time. We are not familiar with each other. After Fong Bai finished speaking, the little rhino moved his short legs and walked forward. The female player's breathing stagnated, and she was interrupted just as she was about to say something. The noble lady named Vina next to her laughed immediately. Su Yu, is this the stinky blacksmith you mentioned? It seems that he doesn't give you face. And he is so humble, which makes our mage tower lose face. I have many at home, and I will give you one later. You can use him as you want. Fong Bai was stunned when he heard this, and turned his head subconsciously to look. The lady who spoke was wearing a robe with many patterns on it. The twists and turns of the pattern seemed to have a bit of the flavor of spell models. And there were some elemental fluctuations on the robe, combined with the meaning of her words just now. This seems to be a mage robe? What are you looking at? Xiao San. Dig out his eyes. The lady glanced at Suyu and said casually. When she spoke, she looked at the bewildered Suyu, and a trace of pleasure flashed in her eyes. And a servant behind her was about to take action. Fong Bai was speechless when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would be implicated by others one day. Dig his eyes? Fong Bai was amused. This woman must have never been beaten by a player. Who gave her such a temper? Fong Bai glanced at her casually. At one glance, the lady seemed to see a piercing iron hammer falling down. And she subconsciously took a few steps back. How dare you? A man in gorgeous clothes behind the lady stepped forward quickly. But before Fong Bai could make a move, he was kicked by the little rhino and flew backwards. The lady's face turned pale. But then an old servant stood in front of her and stared at Fong Bai. How dare you? The old servant stood in front of her, and the lady recovered. Thinking of her performance just now, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. And she said immediately, Kill him! Yes! Fong Bai was speechless and choked when he heard the words, and stood up. Before, he had some illusions because of gaming. But now, he finally understood why the players left the prosperous Red Maple City, and went out to build another player's main city. It was an unprovoked disaster. In Red Maple City, you either try to please like Suyu, or be like him. Fong Bai was unhappy, and he made a light gesture with his right hand at his waist. And then the sound of a spring was heard. Ka ka ka. Chapter 123 Killing. Ed is a very strong swordsman. He once went to the Wilderness Mountains alone to hunt bears. The more normal lady said to the man in fancy clothes next to her. And the next moment they heard a clang. Kaka! Clang! As Fong Bai took a step, he turned into a silver-armored warrior, and the giant axe fell into his hand. Bang! The old servant flew backwards at a speed faster than the charge. Bang! Bang! The old servant hit the ground and skipped 2 times. He fell to the ground and stared at Fong Bai, spitting out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The scene was silent for a moment. Fong Bai walked towards the lady with the giant axe. Clang! 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 The combat boots without silencers fell on the stone floor with a dull sound, like the death knell. The lady looked at the old servant at a loss, and then looked at the man in fancy clothes next to her. Without waiting for the man in fancy clothes to say anything, the guards beside him immediately pulled him away, and the man in fancy clothes half pushed and half reluctantly walked away. In a flash, the only one left in front of Fong Bai was the bewildered noble lady. At this moment, her arrogance disappeared without a trace, and she was only at a loss. At this time, Suyu hurried over and said, Fong Bai, don't be impulsive. Are you a player? Are you still a player? Fong Bai turned his head and looked at her, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Don't. This is just a misunderstanding. Her family is. Get out. If you make any more noise, I kill you too. Fong Bai looked at her with disdain, and then turned his head to look at the noble lady in front of him. Pa! The noble lady's face turned pale after being glared at by Fong Bai, and she sat on the ground. Fong Bai fanned her nose in disdain, and gestured with the giant axe on her neck. Suddenly, the noble lady exuded a smell of urine. Crack! With a light sound, Fong Bai felt that the axe in his hand was bounced away by an irresistible force. And then, wrapped in a burst of silver light, the noble lady disappeared without a trace. Space magic? Fong Bai was stunned, and the mental power surrounding him did not find any trace, and it was transmitted away silently. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He really has some capital. Fong Bai was speechless. Walked to the unconscious old servant. Raised the axe. No! Suyu screamed, and Fong Bai axe fell. Bang! The old servant who wanted to kill Fong Bai just now had his head bloomed like a watermelon. Pick up the old servant's only extraordinary weapon, the long sword. Ignore Suyu and the man in gorgeous clothes, and half lean on the ox cart. The little rhino moved forward slowly until it disappeared from the sight of the two, looking at Fong Bai departing back. Suyu and the man in gorgeous clothes looked down at the old servant with a broken head and fell into a long silence. As soon as Fong Bai left the two people's sight, he quickly packed the ox cart into a box and put it on the back of the little rhino. Then carried the little rhino and ran, running all the way. The messy scene was soon surrounded by elite soldiers. A moment later, a team of elite cavalry in black armor ran all the way towards the west gate. And at the same time, the sound of whistle arrows sounded, sending a signal to the gate. Close the gate. Bang. A moment later, the gate slowly closed. Who are you? Fong Bai looked at the player, who suddenly dragged him into the alley, and asked with some confusion. Hello, Boss Fong Bai. My name is Zhang Bin. Fong Bai was a little confused, and Zhang Bin hurriedly explained. Boss, you must not know me. I am one of the players, who was locked up by Bag in Bag Town before. That is, if you kill Bag, we will have a chance to be released by others. The news that Fong Bai killed Bag was already known to many players, and now it seems to have been leaked. But Fong Bai is not surprised. It is better to expect Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin to be together than to expect the players under Zhang Zhong to keep the secret. Zhang Bin continued. Just now I saw you kill an aboriginal extraordinary person. You should want to leave the city now. But you can't leave the city at this time, because after the military training of many troublemakers, the reaction speed and comprehensive combat ability of this group of garrison troops are much stronger, and they are more cautious than one level. Did you just hear the whistle of the whistle arrow in the air? That is the signal to close the city gate. Once the signal is released, the city gate will be closed immediately. You can't run to the city gate at all, and you have no chance to run out. Then the black armored cavalry in the garrison barracks in the city will rush to the city gate to chase, and the infantry will follow closely. If you still run in front, you will probably be entangled by the black armored cavalry, and then be surrounded by the infantry little by little. Although you are an extraordinary person, they also have ways to delay extraordinary people, as long as it is delayed for a period of time. The extraordinary people in the garrison will launch a formal encirclement and suppression against you. Fong Bai didn't react much when he heard it, but just nodded slightly. If he dares to kill, then he is sure of it. He is not a reckless person. Although the killing is indeed quite reckless, it is also really fun. Oh, by the way, boss, you can put the rhino down first. Oh. Fong Bai put down the little rhino with its legs tucked, and the dizzy little rhino pushed Fong Bai twice in protest. Zhang Bin said as he walked Fong Bai in the alley. After we escaped, we found on the internet that there might be nobles in Hongfeng City who secretly captured players for experiments and bleeding. So the part that escaped at the beginning did not disperse, but came to Hongfeng City together and dispersed to investigate secretly, although we are not strong enough. If we can find out which noble captured the player, or know the location where the player is imprisoned, we can also announce it, and naturally there will be players to rescue them. In addition, in reality, we often tell the trapped players about the progress and comfort them to prevent them from going to extremes. Zhang Bin was silent for a while, and then took Fong Bai to a remote wooden house. Looking at the dirty and messy environment and the stench in the air, Fong Bai knew that he must have arrived at the slums that Adu mentioned before. At this time, Fong Bai suddenly realized that Zhang Bin had led him around and around, but he had never appeared on the street. This made Fong Bai look at Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin understood Fong Bai meaning and smiled. If you don't have the ability, you have to be more careful and cautious. If you want to learn relevant knowledge, you can actually find it in reality. The rest is nothing more than practice. Zhang Bin looked calm, but Fong Bai recalled the various movements and actions that Zhang Bin had just mastered. This level of proficiency must have taken a lot of thought. It can't be achieved with just one sentence of practice. Fong Bai's face changed slightly. Come in. This house shouldn't attract attention. I contact other people later, and I definitely send the boss out of Red Maple City safely. Zhang Bin took Fong Bai into the house. The dilapidated house was not large, but it could accommodate Fong Bai and the little rhino. In the shadow outside the door, a thin figure holding a dagger in his backhand appeared out of thin air, looking at the dilapidated house with gloomy eyes. And then the figure slowly disappeared. Chapter 124 Rhino Riding Training. Ping. A cup was thrown to the ground and exploded into pieces. What happened? Wu Yin looked at Suyu in confusion. Suyu's eyes were red, and she was about to cry. It's all Fong Bai's fault. It's all Fong Bai's fault. Now that Vina doesn't see me, the cooperation must be ruined. At least hundreds of thousands of dollars will be lost. Woo. Who is that Fong Bai? Others say that he should just bear with it. What's so strong about it? Wu Yin frowned when she heard it. Vina? The daughter of the city lord? I didn't recommend you to find this Vina. This person naturally looks down on non-nobles and people of low noble blood. She is not suitable for doing business at all. I reminded you a long time ago, but you insisted. Why are you involved with Fong Bai again today? Woo woo. Sister Yin, you blame me too. Suyu burst into tears. Wu Yin quickly hugged her and patted her back. Okay. Talk slowly. Suyu sobbed when she heard it. At first, I wanted to take Fong Bai to the Mage Tower, which was definitely a good thing. But Fong Bai didn't know how to appreciate good people. Vina said something for me, looking down on Fong Bai. Then Fong Bai wanted to kill her. This Fong Bai is not a good person at all. He got cocky after a little success. Sister Yin, you and Zhang Zhong don't follow him. Come with me to Red Maple City. Just give him the crystal core you owed him. Wu Yin's hand on Suyu's back slowly stopped, and she suddenly asked, is that really the case? Really? Sister Yin, we have known each other for so long. Would I lie to you? Wu Yin sighed and felt a little sad. Then Zhang Zhong and I will come over and start a noble cooperative business association with you. Yes. What's wrong with that? Zhang Zhong is a transcendent, equivalent to a noble status. Sister Yin, you have management experience. Then what do you need to do? Wu Yin pushed Suyu away and looked at her. Suyu was stunned when she heard the words. Sister Yin? Suyu looked up at Wu Yin, but suddenly she didn't dare to look directly at him. She felt as if she had become completely transparent in front of her. Move out tomorrow. Ah. Sister Yin. Then, where do I live? This is your business. I'm informing you, not discussing. Wu Yin picked up the phone and walked towards the room. Only the voice sounded in Suyu's ears. Put the key on the cabinet at the door when you leave. Click. Wu Yin went upstairs to her room, slowly closed the door, and shook her head slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Yin called Zhang Zhong. Baby, what's wrong? Let's talk about business. Isn't it disgusting? Wu Yin's tone softened instantly, and Zhang Zhong on the other end of the phone laughed. You tell me. Something may have happened to your boss. You can call and ask if he needs help. Also, Suyu and we are not the same kind of people. Don't contact each other in the future. Boss? Suyu? What's wrong? Oh. Okay. Boss, are you in trouble? Under the territory steal. Zhang Zhong came over and asked curiously. Fong by projection was formed, nodded to Zhang Zhong, and roughly explained the matter. Oh. Boss, I'm sorry. This Suyu has been thinking about cooperating with the nobles of Hanfeng City to do business recently, and she was a little unhappy with Wu Yin before. Just now, she was saying bad things about you in front of Wu Yin, and now it's completely broken up. Zhang Zhong shrugged and muttered. This woman has a strange way of thinking. She wanted to lead Wu Yin astray before, but fortunately Wu Yin didn't learn bad things. By the way, boss, do you need help? If you want, I come right over. Fong Bai pondered for a moment after hearing this, and did not answer, but asked out loud. You asked Tangwen and Jaisu to come over. Oh. Okay. After a moment, Jaisu and Tangwen looked at Fong Bai together, and Fong Bai looked at Tangwen first. Tangwen, how did you do what I told you to do before? Tangwen said after a moment of silence. On the player's side, after several rounds of trial space, the third refining of 50 players has made some progress, but none of them can break through the limit of 9 hammers, and the highest is only at the level of 3 refining and 9 hammers. As for the proportion of gold elements, it has basically reached about 10%. If I practice overload, I will need 5 hours of trial space time per person, all within 10 days. Fong Bai pondered, and he was not surprised at the progress of these people's third refining. The quick second refining has no capital to advance to the third refining. If the foundation of the second refining is not completed, it is impossible to break through no matter how much practice. Among these people, excluding the students, the only one who is most likely to break through is Zhong Ning, and the others can only reach the level of 3 refining and 9 hammers at most. But this is enough. Yes, each person has a 10-hour quota, and it must be completed within 10 days. Yes, Tangwen shouted in a deep voice, and continued to report. As for the rhino herd, these rhinos are very smart. The first rhino condensed its blood and chi a day ago. Today, there are 8 rhinos, which can definitely catch up with the progress of the players. It's just that the armor is not yet perfect. Okay, I see. Fong Bai nodded, then turned his head to look at Jaisu. Jaisu and the other two had been practicing in the trial space for a long time. The mage tower was next to the territory stone tablet, and he knew the progress very well. With his careful teaching and continuous practice at 50 times the speed, the three had already reached the level of the real second refining, and were seeking a breakthrough in the third refining. This is not a quick success, but the same as Zhong Ming. The real second refining. Jaisu, the three of you, and Zhong Ming, you all adjust your time and make all your efforts to build rhino heavy armor and matching weapons such as lances and javelins. Got it. Jaisu was refreshed and immediately excited. Okay, let's go now. Fong Bai finally cast his eyes on Zhang Zhong. Boss, Zhang Zhong, you are responsible for teaching them the method of condensing qi and blood that I taught you. 10 days later, I require each of them to successfully condense qi and blood. And in addition, Fong Bai took a long breath and spoke word by word. Conduct. Rhino riding training? Yes. Zhang Zhong was instantly excited when he heard these 6 words, and his determination soared to the sky. After everyone left, Fong Bai thought about it, and the spell model of the magician's hand took shape. The invisible magician's hand took the statue, and the blood sword beside it into his hand. Looking at these 2 items, Fong Bai pondered slightly, then put down the statue and picked up the blood sword. Relatively speaking, the material of the blood sword is more compatible with qi and blood. Let's take the blood sword. Fong Bai thought about it. The furnace started to burn. The blower started to blow in the air, and the flames started to crackle in a short while. The flames turned into a long snake and turned into a fire lotus in the air. The blood sword fell into the fire lotus and heated it bit by bit, melted it, and mixed it with molten iron in proportion to form an alloy. Chapter 125 Derived Kung Fu. Catch him for me. Vina, who had just washed and changed her clothes, said slowly, and the captain of the garrison in front of him patted his chest and said confidently, Miss, don't worry. As long as he doesn't leave Hongfeng City, he will definitely not be able to escape from our palms. Boss Fong Bai, you hide here first. I go out to see the situation. Okay. Be careful. It's okay. No one knows the relationship between you and me. And in fact, we have no relationship. Zheng Bin smiled and turned away. After he left, Fong Bai observed the house. The structure of the house is very simple, with a kitchen and a bedroom. There is nothing, except some strange training equipment that is obviously handmade. After a rough glance, Fong Bai sighed and couldn't help but think of what Su Yuping said again. Hostility. Hostility. No wonder Alex Su said that. No wonder many players are not willing to enter the Red Maple City. After all, you can't beat them, and you can't endure them. So you can only accumulate strength first. Fong Bai touched the little rhino's head, thinking, and then slowly shook his head. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Things have already happened. There is no need to think too much. The worst thing is to die once. But Miss Vina? The daughter of the city lord? Fong Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. Fong Bai is not a good-tempered person. He didn't run away before, and now he is a little unwilling to let Fong Bai go. However, Fong Bai looked at the house under his feet, and a feeling of uneasiness surged in his heart. Zheng Bin went to report me? Fong Bai's heart was thumping. Just like Suyu just now. Players may not necessarily help players, and may not necessarily not cheat players. It is precisely because they will not die. As long as the benefits are big enough, players will definitely sell out. Apart from anything else. If I give Zheng Bin 1 million, will Zheng Bin betray me? It's so funny. If it were another game, Fong Bai would definitely ask Zheng Bin to give him half, and then report him a few more times. And what is 1 million? Don't think too highly of yourself. 10,000 or 1,000 might be enough. After all, we don't know each other, and have no connection in reality. Don't think that players are naturally in the same camp. Unless you encounter extreme situations, players fight the most fiercely. Of course, Fong Bai is still willing to believe in Zheng Bin and other people who escaped. And Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the fluctuations he felt when he entered Hongfeng City. That should be the fluctuations of sensing extraordinary people. But it has no other effect. Fong Bai's heart became more and more uneasy. With a sweep of his mental power, the surrounding environment came into his mind. The chaotic wooden houses without any planning and design filled this area like knocked-down building blocks. Wooden houses and thatched houses are intertwined. No rules or symmetrical beauty can be seen here. Excrement can be seen everywhere on the road between the houses, and the stench can be smelled with mental perception. There are some black mottled marks on the bumpy rammed soil that cannot be washed away. Some of the houses next to Zengbin's house are empty, and some have no signs of living. Only 2 houses have people. In one house, 2 ragged dancers are lying and sleeping. In another house, there is a skinny little girl hiding in a wooden barrel. Even when she is sleeping, she holds a pair of scissors in her hand. Not finding anything unusual, Fong Bai signaled the little rhino to be silent. First, he went offline and called Zhang Zhong, and then left with the little rhino. The mental power covered, bypassed all the places with people, and stayed away from this area. Found an empty house to place the little rhino. Sent the specific location to Zhang Zhong, and turned back to Zengbin's area, and also installed the silencer pads on the boots. He returned to Zengbin's house, and found nothing unusual. He found an uninhabited house nearby, and came to the door. With a thought, the door opened silently and Fong Bai walked in. The house had been visited by countless people. There was nothing inside, only dust and some excrement. He found a slightly cleaner step to sit down. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark, and the house was even darker. Fong Bai, who was sitting in the darkness, did not make any sound, as if he had merged into the darkness. His mind sank into the fantasy space, and a piece of information slowly turned into a book in his hand. Body refining into steel. Detailed explanation of the spell model of light magic. Detailed explanation of the spell model of air magic. These were the 3 books Fong Bai chose in the Guangming library. The main reason was that the price of body refining into steel was high. Light magic and air magic were just tricks without levels, and the price of their spell model detailed explanations was only a fraction of that. Putting aside the 2 spell detailed books for the time being, Fong Bai opened Body Refining into Steel and read through them. Refining the Body into Steel is a secret book on body tempering. But unlike other secret books that only continuously strengthen the body, refining the body into steel can transform a body of flesh and blood into a body of steel while maintaining vitality and keeping the essence unchanged. Its effect is just what it says. Refining the body into steel. Fong Bai didn't know how to achieve this effect. Fong Bai only knew that in the contribution value system in the Guangming library, there were many other techniques that could temper the body to the level of steel, and the price was very low. The price of refining the body into steel was several times that of other techniques with the same effect. But this technique seemed to have hit Fong Bai's soul. Even if the price was high, Fong Bai resolutely chose it. After reading it through, Fong Bai thought slowly and suddenly understood something. If the body cells are regarded as unarmed flesh and blood, then this set of techniques is armor casting. The process of casting a set of heavy steel armor with iron elements to achieve the process of improving body strength? Under the high-speed flow of the fantasy space, Fong Bai thought for a long time and read it again. At the same time, he also imagined pieces of iron ingots and began to try, studying and trying again and again. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Gradually, this set of exercises has become familiar to me, just like a level map that has been played thousands of times. Where there are soldiers, where there are traps, where there are treasure chests, and you can pass the level with your eyes closed. In this process, Fong Bai also discovered a fatal drawback of tempering the body into steel. Although it can improve physical strength, it does not really improve the physical strength of the essence of life. If other exercises are to exercise the body, then this set of exercises is really to put on armor. And you can only passively take a beating. At the highest, it can only integrate steel, and cannot integrate the element gold, resulting in the inability to obtain the fighting spirit increase. No wonder. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and immediately began to modify the exercises according to the human body structure diagram and the gold element structure diagram he derived, and continued to experiment. So, the sound of Fong Bai body exploding into blood mist gradually echoed in the fantasy space. Bang! 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 At the same time, an arrogant young man arrived at the West City Gate. Chapter 126 Revenge. Lord Dennis. Lord Dennis. At the gate, a group of soldiers looked at the young man in heavy armor in front of them, and shouted respectfully. Dennis ignored them, and walked straight into the gate. He smiled when he saw the mage apprentice in a robe in the center of the gate tower. Sean. Long time no see. Dennis. Long time no see. Congratulations on your promotion. I have to call you Lord now. The mage apprentice looked at the radiant Dennis with a complicated look. Growing up together and practicing together. He entered the mage tower to study directly because of his mage talent, and became a mage apprentice. He was very popular for a while. And Dennis could only choose to take the warrior path. It can be said that one is in heaven, and the other is in hell. But now, after so many years, he is still a mage apprentice. While Dennis has broken through the mirrors one after another, and become an elite warrior, he was directly promoted to the deputy commander of the Red Maple City Garrison Army. He is the best among the children of the Red Maple City families. My Sean, I'm waiting for the day when you become a mage, Dennis said, and the two exchanged a few pleasantries before talking about business. By the way, Sean, is there a player who is extraordinary entering the city today? Yes. What's going on? The city is closed because of him? Sean asked curiously. He had been meditating and learning spell models before, so he didn't know what happened. Yes. This player offended Miss Vina without knowing the consequences. Now, Varus, and Yang are searching for this player. If I can find this player first and send him to Miss Vina, I will definitely be able to have sex with her, Dennis said proudly. Hurry up and give me the breath recorded in the magic circle. If someone else gets there first, you won't be able to attend my wedding with Vina. Really? Sean took a breath from the magic circle and stored it in a crystal bead, and then handed it to Dennis. Be careful, my brother. Hey, a bastard who became a professional by chance. The only trouble is to find him. Sean couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and couldn't help but dispel the outrageous thoughts in his mind. Looking at Dennis's back as he left, Sean suddenly had an idea. I heard that the tavern has made some research results. I wonder if there is such a magical power in the blood of the extraordinary players. Suddenly, Sean licked his lips, which were scarlet like blood. Dennis played with the crystal beads in his hand, and then handed it to a female mage apprentice next to him, saying contemptuously, "Track it." "Yes, sir." The female mage apprentice smiled flatteringly, took the crystal beads, and then took out a small cloth bag, took out some crystal powder from it, and sprinkled it on the ground, as if she was painting. Bit by bit, a complex hexagram slowly took shape, and there was a strange model inside the hexagram. After the drawing was completed, hollow catheters slightly thicker than hair were set up one by one. If Fong Bai were here, he would have discovered that this was the part that Su Yu had asked him to forge several times before. As the female mage apprentice had completely placed the hexagram, and the strange model inside the hexagram was complete, the female mage apprentice stood in front of the hexagram and chanted. During the chanting, the elements fluctuated slightly, and gusts of green wind swirled in the hexagram. Crack! The crystal bead shattered, and the breath merged into the wind. As the chanting of the female mage apprentice gradually came to an end, wisps of green wind turned into a bird circling on the hexagram. The female mage apprentice quickly took out a compass and put it in it. The bird immediately sank into the compass. The surface of the compass emitted a faint light, and the pointer on it slowly rotated, and finally pointed steadily to the east. The female mage apprentice then held the compass in both hands and handed it to Dennis, saying respectfully, "Sir, it's done. The spell effect can last for 1 hour. The enchanted compass can continuously track the latest Fong by breath within the range. Just follow the direction the compass points to." Okay. Dennis took the compass, looked at the mage apprentice in front of him, and raised her chin contemptuously. "Your name is Su Yu, right? Follow me well. As long as you can capture Fong Bai alive, I have solved the problem you mentioned, and you will get benefits in the future." "Thank you, Sir Dennis." The female mage apprentice in front of him was Su Yu. Thinking of the humiliation she suffered in Vina's house before, Su Yu's eyes showed a trace of humiliation when she heard the name Fong Bai, and she said immediately, "Sir, this Fong Bai is a professional forger. In addition to his own strength, he also has an extremely sophisticated professional full-body armor. In addition to the blessing of the equipment itself, he can also use the mechanical structure to burst out powerful power. He once fought a cultist head-on with this armor, but it was not a big deal for you. But you have to be careful. Sir, Fong Bai has a gun in his hand. It is very powerful, and can fire a bullet at a very high speed, directly killing the cultists during the evil god ceremony. Supernormal armor? Gun?" Dennis's face suddenly showed a strange color. "Wait, killing a cultist? Then did he also enter the Library of Light? What did he take?" Dennis suddenly realized that the value of this player seemed a little beyond imagination. Catch him alive, You must catch him alive before the other people. Not bad. Not bad. You did a good job. Thank you, sir. Suyu said with a lowered eyebrow. And you have to be careful. Sir, it is very popular for players to hide poison in their mouths now. And they will commit suicide immediately once they are caught. However, conventional poison should not be effective against supernormal people. So you just need to be careful of the gun in Fong Bai hand. And Fong Bai will be completely at your mercy. Next, both the armor and the gun are in your pocket. In addition, please don't tell others that I told you. I will give you advice in private. Okay. Okay. You are very good. Ha ha ha. Just wait for me here. Wait until I catch Fong Bai. And I will give you a great credit. Dennis laughed. Then grabbed the compass and rushed to the east. Looking at Dennis's departing back. Suyu's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure. Fong Bai. Fong Bai. You wait. And Wu Yin. Drive me away? You wait. Wait until I get rid of Fong Bai. And then get rid of Zhang Zhong. I will make you have nothing. 107. In the cave. A group of players looked at this number, and were somewhat shocked. This is the statistics of the number of players caught yesterday. And the real number will only be more. Not less. And who caught them? I don't know. Have the data been notified to those guilds? Chapter 127 Counterterrorism. Just coordinates. The notification has been sent. And they have made corresponding deployments. But there are still many individual players, and small guilds active in Red Maple City. Now the main players being arrested are also these players. A male player said. And Zhang Bin was sitting next to him. After the male player finished speaking, another player said, I have some clues here. The player continued after a moment of silence. It seems that a tavern is becoming popular among the nobles. It is said that the tavern will hold a banquet to showcase their research results. When he said this, the player took a deep breath. And the other players' faces were a little gloomy when they heard the word research results. The player continued, the current research results are unknown. The address of the tavern is unknown. And the time and location of the banquet are unknown. I don't know if this has anything to do with the missing players. But, aren't we players the most popular research subjects among the nobles at this stage? It's hard not to make some associations for me. For a moment, the atmosphere in the cave became depressing. And then someone spoke out. Then let's investigate the banquets in Red Maple City recently. Since we don't know when the banquets will be prepared, let's pay attention to all the recent banquets. No matter how they hide, there will always be some clues when they hold banquets. Divide the work. I will be responsible for paying attention to the trends of high-end wines and beverages. Others said after a moment of silence. I am responsible for the high-end ingredients and flowers needed for the banquet. They must purchase or pick flowers. I am responsible for clothing customization. I am responsible for paying attention to the trends of the noble grooms. I am responsible for the trends of the nobles. It is definitely unusual for nobles, who are hostile to each other, to suddenly attend the same banquet. I am responsible for. One by one, players received a task according to their location. After all the tasks were assigned, they started another topic. According to the map they drew and the geological exploration of Red Maple City and its vicinity. One by one, the locations where dungeons can be dug were circled on the map. Then the number of servants in each noble manor and castle. The number of grain purchases. And the frequency were summarized from different players. Finally, there were only 3 positions left on the dazzlingly drawn draft paper. The nobles may have made a lot of efforts to prevent players from finding the location where the players were imprisoned. For example, various concealment spells, such as various confidentiality measures. But the nobles could never imagine how terrifying the players would be when they went crazy. They might not have known it before. But as long as they wanted, they could learn it. Finding the dungeon where the players were imprisoned did not require spells or internal spies, but only some insignificant and unremarkable data. They did not need to know how the players were captured. They did not need to know who captured the players. They only needed to know where the players were now. Investigating a case requires evidence, and counterterrorism requires only coordinates. Many players looked at each other, and everyone could see the suppressed madness in each other's eyes. The cave became quiet, and after a moment, Zhang Bin spoke. I have another thing here. I met Fong Bai. Huh? Fong Bai? Others immediately looked sideways. Yes. He killed a noble transcendent in the city and is being hunted. I have temporarily settled him down. So I want to see if you have any channels to send him out. After the voice fell, the others immediately started to discuss. Molten iron is active. After using Do Chi to forcibly adjust the body frequency, it can resonate with molten iron. Combined with the unique structure, the body can absorb iron elements little by little and attach them outside the cells, thus forming a steel body. Elemental metals are extremely stable and almost impossible to resonate. Even if they resonate, the body cannot absorb them effectively due to the stability of elemental metals. Elemental metals are simply the perfect combination of gold elements and metals, which are essentially integrated into one, forming a special structure where energy and matter coexist and are integrated. This structure is extremely stable and difficult to shake. And this is why this book of refining the body into steel only stays at the professional level. It is impossible to increase the strength to the level of elemental metals. But the strength of the steel body of ordinary iron is limited after all. But, in the fantasy space, Fong Bai thought about it, and a piece of elemental metal appeared in front of him. Clang! 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 Fong Bai picked up the hammer after a long time and began to forge the heated elemental metal. Clang! Clang! First refining. Second refining. The familiar vibrations continued to layer and change inside the body. Third refining. Clang! The moment the third refining began, the elemental metal and Fong Bai began to absorb the gold element at the same time, with a frequency perfectly consistent. And under the hammer after hammer of the third refining, the internal structure of the elemental metal began to reshape, turning into chaos and gradually becoming active. As soon as the thought came to him, the golden elements gathered by his mental power replaced the ritual recorded in the technique, forming a three-dimensional magic model in the void. The magic model enveloped Fong Bai and the elemental metal being forged at the same time, with Fong Bai as the main one and the elemental metal as the auxiliary one. Buzz! Without the chanting recorded in the technique, the magic model was activated, and golden light spots gradually floated out of the elemental gold. The light spots gathered into a river, circling outside Fong Bai's body, and then entered his body. Looking inward with mental power, Fong Bai watched the golden light spots pass over the membrane, pass over the blood vessels, pass over the muscles, and continue to go deeper, and finally merge into the first vertebra, and then accumulate. Dang! A hammer sound that only Fong Bai could hear echoed inside Fong Bai's body. The golden light spots that had just merged into his body and were about to be accumulated shook, and slowly changed their structure under the vibration of hammer after hammer. After a long time, ping! Fong Bai looked at the decayed, pale, and magical elemental metal, as if it would break if he pinched it. Then he looked inside the body, and the first vertebra that had completed the three refinements was golden and radiant, emitting a metallic luster. After watching for a moment, Fong Bai broke away from the perception of this body and condensed a new body. With a thought, a laboratory table slowly emerged, and the original body lay on the laboratory table. Kaka! With two casual cuts, the back of the body was broken, the muscles were removed, and the entire spine was exposed. Looking at the first section of the white spine that radiated a metallic luster, Fong Bai removed it. Ding! The sound of metal collisions echoed slowly in his ears under the hammer. Then, one after another, the bodies that had completed the cultivation emerged, and a new round of testing experiments officially began. After a while, Fong Bai found the little rhino again, and took away the saddle, the metal horn mixed with elemental metals, and several alloy ingots containing elemental metals in the box. Chapter 128 New Occupation, Mecha Master. Huh? After the deduction, Fong Bai slowly sorted out the experimental records. According to countless experiments, the boundaries between the human body structure, the gold element structure, and the body refining into steel gradually blurred. The method of refining the body into steel was gradually modified beyond recognition, and even the basic concept had undergone great changes. Even if the original creator of the method came, he would not think that this was still the method of refining the body into steel. Finally, a brand new method appeared in front of Fong Bai. In the game world, Fong Bai opened his eyes, collected a batch of flammable materials from several houses around, found a room with better ceiling, and lit it directly. As soon as the flame appeared, it turned into a tiny fire lotus suspended in the air, and a long sword, a saddle, a metal rhino horn, and a piece of elemental metal alloy appeared in the high temperature and hot flame. In the highly condensed fire lotus of the spell, the temperature was tightly locked inside. As the internal temperature gradually increased, These elemental metal alloys slowly turned red. Unlike the fantasy space that can be accelerated. 1 minute in the game is 1 minute. And Fong Bai will not be a bit more. After all, it is just a fire made by burning wood. The temperature rises slowly. And the stamina is insufficient. The softening speed of these alloys is much slower than expected. Fong Bai waited patiently. After these elemental alloys are completely softened, the magician's hand wraps them. And the other end connects to Fong Bai's arm to transmit the recoil. Bang! 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 In the dull sound, the elemental alloy quickly changes shape and merges into one. And the same recoil continues to pile up in Fong Bai's body. 1 refining. 2 refining. When it reaches the moment of the 3rd refining, an extremely skilled gold element spell model covers Fong Bai and the long sword at the same time and starts. After just a few breaths, 2 colors of light spots slowly emerge from the inside of the long sword and float towards Fong Bai. Fong Bai directly blocks all the light spots that do not belong to elemental metals, and does not let any ordinary metals enter his body. He looks down on other ordinary metals. He does not want elemental metal alloys. And he does not need ordinary metals even more. He wanted to forge a perfect body with pure elemental metal. The light spots belonging to the elemental metal entered Fong Bai's body little by little. Just like in the fantasy space. Directly skipping the membrane, muscles, blood vessels, fascia, and directly sinking into the bones. Under Fong Bai's control, the light spots belonging to the elemental metal merged into the first section of the spine. As the light spots merged, internal vibrations began at the same time. Ding! 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 1 refinement. 2 refinements. 3 refinements. Buzz! The produced elemental metal light spots were just exhausted. And the first section of the spine forged according to the structure of the self-created technique completed the 3rd refinement. In an instant, a strong suction force came out from the first section of the spine, and a gold element vortex was formed, directly absorbing the surrounding gold elements. The light of the first section of the spine that had completely completed the transformation was restrained. Fong Bai felt the surging gold element power inside the first section of the spine, and these gold elements merged with the gold elements fused inside the body. The gold elements that were originally fused inside the body and dormant gradually became active. Fong Bai's thoughts moved, and his fighting spirit flowed into the first vertebra, urging it to move. Buzz! The gold element resonated throughout his body. The power flowed, and a faint glow covered his body. Feeling the terrifying power expanding in his body, Fong Bai even felt that he could kill 10 cows with 1 punch. Bang! After throwing a punch, Fong Bai even felt a trace of resistance. Fong Bai became even more excited. My own strength has exceeded the upper limit of the mechanical power armor. So that the mechanical power armor not only cannot increase my strength, but will affect my strength. Fong Bai carefully sensed the state of his body at the moment. This is not just a simple transformation of a bone from an ordinary bone to an elemental metal. This is a qualitative change from nothing to something. Originally, the gold element accumulated in the body could not be mobilized by Fong Bai except for the default strengthening of the physique. This is a power that is possessed but dormant. After the first vertebra was transformed into an elemental metal, it was not only a change in itself, but also a qualitative change. While storing more and more pure gold elements, it also penetrated the gold elements of the whole body and resonated, mobilizing them perfectly. Not only that, this gold element even connected with the armor on Fong Bai's body, turning the armor and Fong Bai into one. Feeling the power of the gold element in the armor, Fong Bai found that the total amount of power he could mobilize had increased again. If it weren't for the threshold of the mechanical power armor, this armor would definitely allow him to exert even more terrifying strength. In addition, this armor seemed to be integrated with himself in terms of perception. The armor was no longer an outer layer of defense, but a part of the body. Fong Bai could sense every detail of the armor. Every transmission shaft, every gear, every spring. Everything was deeply imprinted in Fong Bai's mind. Fong Bai even had a very outrageous feeling that he might be able to use emotions to mobilize the armor like his body in the process of controlling the armor, so that the armor could burst out with 120% performance. Fong Bai laughed the moment this feeling emerged, until a force was transmitted from the first spine to the armor, and the speed of the gears exploded. Huh? Fong Bai was stunned. Really? What the hell? This time, not to mention others, Fong Bai himself felt it was outrageous. It was not until many experiments found that it was a force inside the elemental metallized spine that caused the mechanical performance to increase. And the increase was roughly stable that Fong Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just a force I haven't discovered, not the real emotion. Emotions are just a trigger to mobilize this force. Just like adrenaline. Fong Bai almost thought that the style of painting was going to be completely distorted. After pondering for a while, Fong Bai suddenly thought of something, and quickly opened the attribute panel to look at the occupation column. The moment he saw it clearly, Fong Bai's eyes condensed. The original occupation column has changed a lot. Profession 1, Mage. Mechanical Forger. Profession 2, Unnamed Profession. Huh? Fong Bai stared at the small words behind Profession 2. Unnamed Profession? At this moment, a system prompt sounded, instantly attracting Fong Bai's attention. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a profession. Please name it. New profession? Looking at this system prompt, and then looking at the second column of the profession, he finally understood what happened and couldn't help but let out a long sigh, thinking in his heart, but didn't speak, lest his words become the name of this new profession. If that really happened, it would be a lot of fun. Fong Bai thought about the origin of this profession, the promotion, and the feeling of being integrated with the armor just now, amplifying each other. Suddenly, as if a blessing came to his mind, 3 words slowly emerged in his mind. And these 3 words instantly hit Fong Bai's soul, making Fong Bai tremble. After calming down slightly, he slowly spit it out. Ding. System prompt. Naming successful. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a profession, Mecha Master. Ding. System prompt. Chapter 129 title, Mecha Pioneer. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a profession, Mecha Master. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the only title, Mecha Pioneer Growth Able. Fong Bai opened the attribute panel, and the second profession column had changed from unnamed to professional level Mecha Master. In addition, a new column appeared on the attribute panel. Title, Mecha Pioneer, Professional Level. Mecha Pioneer. Fong Bai looked at this title, his heart surging, and with a long gaze, the title unfolded. Mecha Pioneer, Professional Level 1. Mecha Master's Professional Strength plus 20%. The amplification range includes, but is not limited to mechas and the person himself. The amplification effect depends on the number of Mecha Masters who have changed their jobs. And the amplification multiplier depends on the title level. 2. Automatically obtain the experience of Mecha Master's training and transformation within a certain range, including but not limited to mecha driving experience, combat experience, and training experience. The absorption speed depends on the title level. 3. The strength of all Mecha Masters fighting with the title owner is weakened by 20%, and the weakening range depends on the title level. Upgrade conditions. Promote to elite level as a Mecha Master. Fong Bai thought he had seen it wrong, rubbed his eyes subconsciously, and looked again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fong Bai couldn't help but stop breathing. Is creating a new profession so beneficial? Is this game system encouraging everyone to create new professions and advertise new professions, spreading them out continuously? Fong Bai's breathing was slightly rapid. Theoretically, as long as I let all players in the world change their jobs to Mecha Masters, I will be invincible. No, not all of them. As long as I make Mecha Masters a major mainstream profession chosen by players, I will basically be invincible. The first characteristic of the title is to increase strength comprehensively. The basic value is 20%. As long as enough players change their jobs, the strength will be multiplied several times in all aspects. This is invincible in strength. The second characteristic is that all the wisdom and experience of Mecha Masters will automatically converge on me as long as I can learn and absorb. This is invincible in professional wisdom. The third characteristic. Forget it. This is for teaching evil disciples. It is not very useful. But the first 2 characteristics are enough. Fong Bai was immediately tempted. And what is the best thing now? The best thing is that most players have not changed their jobs yet. And they don't know how to change their jobs. As long as Fong Bai is willing to teach, they are definitely willing to change their jobs. This is the best time. Fong Bai realized that as long as the second player who created his own profession came out, there would be no such good opportunity. Now is the best opportunity. The sooner the better. Can't delay. One day sooner may increase the proportion of players' occupations by 10% in the future. However, how should a mecha master change his job? Fong Bai paused, gradually calmed down, and began to think. The job change of a mecha master should start from the transformation of the first body structure to metal. No Warcraft crystal core is needed as a nourishment, nor is elemental metal. Elemental alloys or ordinary iron blocks and steel ingots can be used for job change. On the basis of completing the gold element quenching body, you only need to master the human body structure diagram and the corresponding gold element structure diagram, and then buy some materials for the arrangement of the spell ritual. Arrange the ritual, and perform 3 refinements in the ritual field. This will initially complete the transformation of a certain body structure to metal. The stronger the metal used in this process, the stronger the strength will be after the job change. Fong Bai became calmer as he thought, and finally immediately gave up the idea of going offline to announce the job change method online, and sank into the fantasy space and wrote in his notebook. 1. 3 refinements, gold element body tempering, required for metal fusion. 2. Structural diagram, human body structure diagram that most people can use. Gold element structure diagram. 3. Ritual field, materials and knowledge for setting up the ritual field. The structural diagram is easy to handle, as long as there are enough sample experiments. With my current mastery of human body structure and gold element structure, the universal version is just a matter of time. And we can also find a way to calculate the formula, so that job changers can freely choose to use the universal version or change it according to their own physical characteristics and make personalized creations. At the same time, ensure quantity and quality. There is no problem with the ritual field. Send out the relevant tutorials, and spend time studying the available materials and substitute materials. The materials for a ritual field will not be expensive. Basically, as long as you have a high school degree or above and maintain a certain learning ability, you can learn it with a little effort. If you can't learn it, you can ask someone to help you set it up. This will not be a limiting factor. Finally, Fong Bai grabbed a pen and tapped on the first point again and again, and fell into deep thought. He knew the difficulty of the 3 refinements very well. How could he rely on a simple strategy to help a person learn the 3 refinements from scratch? The phrase from entry to grave is definitely the most realistic portrayal. There are people who learn the 3 refinements by themselves without anyone teaching them. But there is no need to change their profession to Fong Bai Mecha Master. It is better to create a profession by yourself. Even if Fong Bai teaches step by step, it is definitely not something that can be learned in a short time. You know, this is equivalent to the leap of ordinary people with zero iron-making foundation. Ordinary blacksmiths, famous blacksmiths, and blacksmiths. In the ancient martial arts world, a blacksmith who has mastered the 3 refinements can definitely walk sideways. And even the biggest heroes have to give some face to the people who can really enjoy the face. The difficulty can be imagined. 3 refinements. Fong Bai thought hard. The purpose of the 3 refinements is to resonate the gold element body tempering and the metal and flesh in the ritual field at the beginning. The 3 refinements are not necessary. The gold element body tempering and the metal and flesh resonance are. As long as these 2 purposes can be achieved, Fong Bai's spirits were slightly lifted. But he also understood. Even if the 3 refinements can be bypassed here and the transformation can be completed throughout the body, the 3 refinements cannot be bypassed when the metal is to be upgraded, unless he is also treating himself as a material here, and continues to take shortcuts. And let those who have mastered the 3 refinements help him to perform the final sublimation. According to Fong Bai current estimate, the 3 refinements of metal on the whole body should be an important node for a mecha master, and it may even be an important node for promotion to the elite level. If this step is chosen to take shortcuts, then there is probably no hope for subsequent promotion. If the professional who changes his job with the job transfer props does not make up for the lessons and directly advances to the elite level, it seems that there is no hope for promotion? Fong Bai suddenly realized that among these professions, the elite level should be a very important stage and a node. Then, Fong Bai shook his head. Change your job first, and you have to trick the dog in before killing it. After changing your job to a mecha master, you can feel the power of the professional and have the combat power of the professional level. After the job change is completed, there will also be time, motivation and capital to practice. Come in first. Fong Bai was happy. As long as he changed his job, everything would be easy. Without this opportunity, many people may not be able to change jobs. What's the limit on potential? Sorry. Elite level is already the end of many people. Okay. Of course. Explain these to them in advance as the basis for everything. It's up to people to choose. Chapter 130 Roundup. The fusion of metal and body can be completed in the ritual field. The resonance of the body with gold element tempering and metal can also be completed. The essence of the two is actually the same. During the 3 refining process, the metal's recoil is constantly accumulated and stacked, forming a special vibration structure. A steady stream of inspiration poured out from Fong by mind. The essence is vibration, and I use the hands of a mage to complete the 3 refining forging. There is no essential difference. Fong by eyes gradually lit up. I have an idea. Build a ritual field to complete the 3 refining process in a way similar to the hand of a mage. That is, each iron ingot is different, and the same ritual field cannot be used to perform the 3 refining ceremony on different iron ingots. Each use must be tailored to the iron ingot, and it needs to be adjusted by a person who understands both the ritual field and the 3 refining. Does it mean that the ritual field should automatically sense the state of the iron ingot, and then automatically adjust according to the situation of the iron ingot, and operate intelligently? No. 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 It shouldn't be like this. Not to mention whether I can complete it. Even if I can complete the design of the ritual field, the ritual field will definitely become very complicated. The cost is very high, and it is basically ineffective. Wait. I can't let the ritual field transform according to the properties of the iron ingot. But I can make the iron ingots they use for cultivation exactly the same. Fong Bai was stunned by his own inspiration. But at this moment, an armored soldier entered his mental alert range. Fong Bai quickly recorded the inspiration and then exited the fantasy space. The refreshing inspiration was interrupted, and Fong Bai's face was terrible at this moment. With a gloomy face, Fong Bai watched with his spiritual power as the soldiers lowered their steps and quickly surrounded Xingbin's house. The highly directional encirclement made Fong Bai frown. Did Xingbin really betray me? Fong Bai immediately became suspicious. At this time, he happened to see a warrior wearing exquisite plate armor and a long sword on his waist dragging a compass towards Xingbin's direction. The moment he saw this warrior, Fong Bai felt like he was frantically calling the police. Danger! 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 Unbeatable! The premonition frantically called the police. At this moment, Fong Bai was very glad that his spiritual power perception had been in a silent state with the least fluctuation and did not move at all. Otherwise, if he actively sensed a professional of this level, even a combat professional without spiritual power would be easily discovered. After all, although the warrior has no spiritual power, the intuition tempered by the body and the premonition are not bad at all, and are even stronger and more acute. These are 2 completely different fields from the premonition of the mage. In battle, the warrior's intuition is even stronger in terms of perceiving danger. Fong Bai restrained his attention so as not to attract the attention of the warrior in the mysterious premonition field. And then, Fong Bai's attention was focused on the compass in the warrior's hand. The obvious element fluctuations, and no matter how it turned, the pointer firmly pointed to Xingbin's house. Looking at the direction of the warrior's advance, Fong Bai found that it was exactly the same as the road Xingbin took him when he came here, without any difference. At this moment, Fong Bai calmed down, sensing the wind element fluctuations on the compass, and understood in his heart the magic of tracking breath, similar to the tracking of a hound with its nose. Uses my residual breath to track. They should find that I stayed in that house for a long time, but after finding that I am not there, they will continue to track, and then follow my path to the location where the little rhino is hiding. Fong Bai's face darkened again. Little rhino. He can be resurrected, but the little rhino cannot. If he dies, he dies. This is one of the reasons why he hides the little rhino alone. It's only been a short while. Kaming definitely can't help me take the little rhino away. The little rhino should still be there. No. No. I have to lead them away. It doesn't matter if I die. With the resurrection point, I can be resurrected without damage, and then slowly come back for revenge. However, Fong Bai locked onto the compass. With some doubts between his brows, he looked at the compass, and then at the giant axe in his hand. Why does this feeling feel like facing the item I forged? Any item forged by Fong Bai has a mark left by him. This is not a backdoor left by Fong Bai on his own initiative, but a mark left passively. Even Fong Bai himself has no way to erase it. And this mark is actually useless, and no one else can sense it. Only Fong Bai can use this mark to sense the items he forged and distinguish the items he forged. That's all. Apart from this, it cannot interfere with the equipment itself. Fong Bai didn't take this to heart. But at this moment, he clearly found that there was a similar branding aura on the compass. I forged the compass? No. That's impossible. I have never forged a compass. And if I forged it, it definitely wouldn't feel like this. The mark should be clearer. It's not just a trace of the smell of the brand. This smell should be brought by the tracking spell. So the items I forged must be used for casting spells. And they are also consumables. Ritual field. Ritual field consumables. Su Yu? At this moment, Fong Bai instantly thought of this name, and remembered the attitude she showed when she approached the nobles. If I didn't see it wrong before, Su Yu was also wearing a wizard's robe. She should be a wizard apprentice, with the ability to use the ritual field to cast spells. Plus these contradictions. It must be her. At this moment, Fong Bai's eyes were slightly cold, compared to Vina, the native. At this moment, Su Yu attracted Fong Bai's attention more. Su Yu? Fong Bai's eyes were cold. You want to kill me for the natives, right? Very good. Very good. Put Su Yu down for the moment. Fong Bai looked at the compass. Then, he heard the soldier holding the compass in his hand speak in a low voice. Get the iron nets ready. Capture him alive. You must capture him alive. Use the iron net to hold Fong Bai alive. And you will be rewarded? Capture alive? Fong Bai? Hearing these two words, Fong Bai found that this soldier even knew his name. And the fire in his chest became even bigger. Help the natives capture him alive? This Su Yu once again exceeded Fong Bai's imagination. Very good. Seeing the warrior walk to Xingbin's house, Fong Bai silently grasped the giant axe in his hand. Outside, 4 or 5 players were walking towards this side, while discussing. They skillfully avoided crowded places. Although they were chatting, they always paid attention to all the dynamics around them. It was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. Xingbin was among them, and the person walking with him was the one who had just discussed in the cave. After the meeting, they decided to meet Fong Bai and discuss how to help Fong Bai get out of the city. However, as soon as they approached, the 5 people were alert almost at the same time. Not good. Chapter 131 Oolong. Not good. The 5 people realized that something was wrong almost at the same time. But they did not show any strange colors on the surface. They just continued to move forward at the same time, and then chose another direction very naturally at a fork in the road. Still chatting. After walking away, the 5 people all fell silent and looked at each other. Xingbin, have you done anything against the will of heaven and earth recently? So many people are arresting you. No. I am just passively collecting intelligence recently. Then Fong Bai has been exposed. You set up a disturbing smell tracking along the way. Right? It seems to be the effect of some spell. Xingbin was silent for a while, and the others also fell silent and thought quickly, recalling the traces just seen, calculating the number of people, and the armor situation. They suddenly became even more silent. A garrison of this magnitude must be led by a superhuman. And Fong Bai killed a superhuman before. So there must be an elite leader. No. We must warn Fong Bai immediately. The sooner we know, the greater the chance of him running away. Xingbin, find a way to warn Fong Bai. And I find a way to lure some people away. Wang Kai, Sui Yi, Wang Zhao. The 3 of you stay outside to support Fong Bai. If Fong Bai runs out and has nowhere to hide, he will die unjustly. Okay. The 5 people agreed to this extremely risky rescue without any discussion. This is not just a risk of dying once, but a greater risk is actually being wanted by the Aborigines. The 5 people turned around, and Xingbin explained the surrounding terrain, precautions, and the 2 safe houses he prepared to the other 4 people as quickly as possible. After that, he left the team and walked towards home as quickly as possible. Yan Shan, who had just spoken, hurriedly followed, and the remaining 3 looked at each other, and immediately dispersed, finding an area with a wide field of vision nearby to prepare to squat on Fong Bai. Fong Bai quietly watched soldiers passing by the house where he was. Heavy shields, spears, chains, iron ropes, lassos, lime. One tool after another was scattered in the hands of different soldiers. Looking at their skillful grips, Fong Bai understood that the garrison in this world had a lot of experience in targeting extraordinary people, especially the garrison that focused on public security. The magician's hand silently pushed the gears. The spring was full of power. And Fong Bai was even silently ready to go. Ready to activate the power in the first vertebra at any time. Perhaps it was the perfect combination of biology and metal that gave birth to this power that was similar to hormones, but could affect the operation of machinery. Although the mechanical power armor did not have the so-called overclocking function at the beginning of its design, and it could not be compatible with it. From the perspective of Fong Bai, a professional mechanic, it was worth it to burst out in an instant to get a faster initial speed. More than 100. A suspected elite extraordinary person really thinks highly of me. After all the soldiers passed, Fong Bai narrowed his eyes and looked over there with his peripheral vision. Looking at the back of the extraordinary, Fong Bai touched the pistol on his waist and was a little tempted. However, after roughly estimating the distance, he still shook his head. Too far. Just when Fong Bai was about to make some noise and run out, he suddenly saw two barefoot players quietly touching the back of the two soldiers, following the gap in the leather armor. Puff! Puff! The two soldiers holding the iron net instantly covered their waists and looked back. Their faces distorted, and they couldn't even make any sound. However, this still directly alarmed the people in front. Bold! Catch them! The extraordinary shouted. But the next moment one of the players shouted, "Run!" Before the voice fell, the two players turned around and ran. And while running, they did not forget to throw the things wrapped in leaves in their hands at the extraordinary. Throw your mother. A garrison soldier subconsciously swept the throwing object with the long gun in his hand. Bang! The dirt wrapped in leaves flew all over the sky and landed on many soldiers. And a foul smell instantly spread out. The soldiers who were splashed widened their eyes instantly. The throwing attack is very effective. The enemy's sanity is minus 50%. The enemy's attack power is plus 50%. Hee hee. It tastes good. The escaping player did not forget to turn back and provoke. Even if he covered his face, Fong Bai could recognize him as Zheng Bin at a glance. Are you warning me? Fong Bai reacted. But Zheng Bin was confused at this moment. Why didn't Fong Bai react at all? Looking at Zheng Bin and the other two who were being chased by a group of soldiers, Fong Bai let out a long sigh. Their actions were meaningless. But, shaking his head with a wry smile, Fong Bai made a slight sound, and then looked at the extraordinary person intently. The extraordinary person looked back in just a second. Fong Bai pretended to close the window in a hurry. But it was too late. Over there. Surround them. However, almost the moment the words fell, a silver-white steel warrior suddenly broke through the wooden window and landed on the alley, running at a very fast speed. And Dennis did not wait for the soldiers and shot out directly. Zheng Bin and the other man who were running wildly on the roof were stunned when they saw Fong Bai coming out of the house far outside the encirclement. The two looked at each other. What happened? The two felt embarrassed, seeing the lassos and spears flying behind them. They simply stopped running and stabbed each other. They were resurrected the moment they died. After the players were resurrected, their bodies turned into rainbows and disappeared, leaving no chance for the enemy to see the appearance of the bodies. Bang! 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 A pile of stones and lassos fell where they disappeared. But not a drop of blood was left on the spot, leaving a group of angry soldiers helpless and furious. On the other side, Fong Bai rushed forward at full speed, under the cover of his mental power. Even in an unfamiliar place, every step was extremely decisive and solid. Even with the silencer pads, there was still a dull sound. But even if there were people in the house next to him, no one came to check. The extraordinary behind him was extremely fast. When Fong Bai caught the sudden elemental fluctuations behind him, he immediately pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it backwards. However, before Fong Bai could fire, he found that the extraordinary person was rolling at a very fast speed, making an evasive gesture. He should have used a charge skill. And the extremely fast rolling was like a phantom flickering. Fong Bai paused immediately, and when he found that the extraordinary person's speed had greatly decreased, and he made a series of evasive movements that had no meaning for guns, he pursed his lips. He knew guns, and also knew some self-righteous, serious problems. S-shaped running wanted to avoid bullets. Sue you. Very good. Fong Bai instantly pointed his pistol at the extraordinary person and pulled the trigger. A spell scroll hidden in the hands of the extraordinary person instantly unfolded and turned into ashes. And a barrier emerged. But there was no response. And the extraordinary person was stunned. Keep chasing. I hope you have a spell scroll next time. Fong Bai glanced coldly. burst into speed, and instantly disappeared around the corner. Chapter 132 Tempering Again. Boss, follow me. Fong Bai looked at the player at the intersection ahead, recalled Zengbin's actions just now, and immediately followed, turning left and right. After making sure to get rid of the extraordinary person, the player took Fong Bai into a house. Hello, boss. My name is Sui Yi. This is Zengbin's safe house. It should be safe for the time being. Thank you. Fong Bai took a breath and said, but I can't stay for long. The extraordinary person will soon continue to chase us. Spell effect? Yes. Sui Yi heard the words and pondered slightly. Then wait a moment. Big brother. I contact the brothers at the dock. They should have a way to sneak out. But the dock area is far away and troublesome. There are several avenues that must be passed through. There is no way around. But now the garrison is probably concentrated in our area. It doesn't matter. It's just death. It doesn't matter. Then big brother. Do you want to hide your equipment first? It's okay to die. But it would be a big loss if the equipment is lost. Fong Bai shook his head. No. I don't plan to surrender. It's not that easy to kill me. Fong Bai waved his hand. Recall the extraordinary person just now. And asked immediately, can you take me around a few more times to confuse the other party as much as possible? I need some preparation time. Okay. No problem. Seeing that Fong Bai had made a decision, Sui Yi didn't say anything else and immediately took Fong Bai around. After circling a few times, Fong Bai returned to the safe house and directly gathered all the coal, wooden furniture, wooden doors, wooden beds and other things in the room together and set them on fire, recalling the action of the extraordinary person dodging the pistol and using the spell scroll. Fong Bai directly took out the luxurious pistol forged entirely from elemental metal. Whoosh! The flames roared. But Sui Yi next to him did not sense any temperature. He only saw the flames transform into an exquisite fire lotus in the air. The pistol forged from pure elemental metal is extremely luxurious. The black gun body and a bullet of the same color floated in the fire lotus, under the high temperature that was enough to melt the elemental metal alloy. The gun body and the bullet did not react at all, and did not even begin to change color. Whoosh! Fong Bai thoughts moved, and a gust of wind blew, and the flames became more vigorous. But the gun body still did not react. Can you help me collect some fuel? Fong Bai turned his head to look at Sui Yi, who looked at the pistol with a dazed look and quickly reacted. Okay. Okay. Sui Yi turned and left, and Fong Bai continued to heat the pistol. Time passed bit by bit, and after a long period of accumulation, the temperature inside the fire lotus rose higher and higher, and the air inside was completely distorted. Under such circumstances, the red surface of the pistol finally began to show signs of melting. Sui Yi continuously carried various woods to the fire, and then watched the scene curiously. They had heard about Fong Bai's use of a gun to kill the cultist, and they thought it was outrageous at the time. They didn't expect to have the opportunity to see the gun with their own eyes today. They just didn't know why Fong Bai wanted to melt him. However, he didn't ask out loud, but just looked at the flames, the magical fire lotus, and the suspended pistol curiously, with a trace of envy in his eyes. The pistol and the bullet gradually turned into liquid. Fong Bai had an idea, and the ritual was formed to cover it. Looking at the three-dimensional model that suddenly appeared and the magical light and shadow effect, Sui Yi became more and more envious and curious. At this moment, Fong Bai was fully immersed in it, madly absorbing the golden light spots floating on the liquid elemental metal. Second vertebra, third vertebra, fourth vertebra, 10th vertebra. In a blink of an eye, Fong Bai coccyx and cervical vertebrae all turned into golden color, and golden light spots continued to pour out of the elemental metal. This number far exceeded the elemental metal alloy. Continued to absorb the golden light spots. But this time Fong Bai did not let it automatically merge into the body, but began to actively control it to enter the right arm, starting from the right hand fingers, thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, little finger, and then spread to the palm. When the entire palm turned into golden color, and the arm bone turned into light gold, the elemental metal was finally exhausted. The originally black and gold liquid elemental metal turned gray after cooling, and it broke into pieces just by falling to the ground. Slightly clenching his fists, feeling the unprecedented majestic power in his body, Fong Bai felt for the first time that the mechanical power armor was actually a hindrance. But he did not take off the armor. When controlling the armor as a mecha master, The armor is like Fong Bai body, and the elemental power inside can be freely mobilized, which is equivalent to an external expansion pack for Fong Bai, adapting to the power in the body bit by bit. Under the armor, Fong Bai body's surface is covered by a layer of light golden light, and gradually, an invisible momentum spreads. And Sui, who is next to him, breathes faster and faster, and his face turns a little pale. Fong Bai, who found something wrong, tried to restrain himself immediately. After trying for a while, he slowly restrained his momentum. It was better after he restrained his momentum. But at this time, Sui was stunned and went offline. Fong Bai fell into thought. I clearly didn't release the pressure. This kind of momentum. Life level? Fong Bai felt that he had started the second life level jump after becoming a superhuman. No. To be precise, it should be the first time. Becoming a superhuman is just mastering energy. Combat power has undergone qualitative changes. Physical fitness has undergone qualitative changes. But life level has not. Only when the whole body is metallized can it be equivalent to completing the first life level jump and qualitative change. Gradually mastering the changes in the body. Fong Bai used the same trick again, and took Sui, who was online again, to another house to wait. But this time was different. Fong Bai was not hiding, but waiting. Run? Hide? What a joke. He just created a new profession. Just completed a breakthrough. How could he bear this? Entering an uninhabited house. He sat on the stairs with familiarity. In the dark. Without making any sound. But recalling the envious look of Sui just now, Fong Bai suddenly asked, Do you want to change your profession? Ah? Sui was stunned, and reacted the next moment. I want to. But it's too difficult to upgrade. And there is no sign of the props for changing professions. Fong Bai recalled the suicidal provocation of Zheng Bin and the others just now. Thought about it and continued. I know a way to change a combat profession. In the dark, Sui looked at Fong Bai in confusion. No need for props for changing professions. No need for crystal cores. Just some inexpensive spell-casting materials. Sui's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. But he did not lose his mind. But said, Are the conditions very demanding? It's not the conditions. But there are a lot of things to learn. If you can't learn them, it will be difficult to continue to advance even if you change your job. And this is a combat profession. I can't guarantee that you can use other job-changing props to change your job again after changing your job. Fong Bai's voice sounded, and then Jianyi smiled. And then he also smiled. At this time, Dennis, who was waiting for the other two people, couldn't laugh. Humph. Varus. Yang. You are lucky. Chapter 133 I surrender. Isn't this Dennis? The short and fat Yang smiled. And the fat on his face seemed to be able to kill a mosquito. I heard that you threatened to marry Miss Vina. Fatty. If you are ready to fight with me, then you can go. As soon as Dennis finished speaking, Yahing's eyes, which were not big to begin with, narrowed into a slit, and his momentum became tense. At this time, Varus, who looked more ordinary next to him, spoke up. Okay, if you have this time, you might as well catch that clown quickly. Everyone is watching. If we don't catch him, then we will become clowns. Humph. Yang snorted coldly, and his momentum just now gradually converged. And Dennis spoke up. I can track his location. After finding him, we will work together. Whoever grabs it will own it. After Dennis finished speaking, he grabbed the compass and shot it out. Varus and Yang looked at each other, and without hesitation, they followed immediately. And the garrison followed closely behind. Can I? Of course. But you should be prepared to make up for it. You will not be able to get promoted for a long time after you change your job. Sui did not answer directly, but asked, Boss, the current price of an invitation letter is about 2.5 million. Do you know how much the current price of a job change token is? Fong Bai was stunned. He really didn't know this. Starting from 5 million, Sui said slowly. If the job change item belongs to the magic system, it starts at 10 million. How much? 10 million. Fong Bai was really shocked. He didn't expect that the price of a job change item had reached 10 million. After a novice enters the game, as long as he can successfully pass the novice period and get the job transfer token, he can become a millionaire by reselling it. This is a bit exaggerated. Although the status of the extraordinary is very high, and can bring great benefits to the guild or chamber of commerce. But it shouldn't be so high. No matter how much money they have, they can't completely lose their minds. Right? Unless they can see tangible benefits that make them pay any price. Suddenly, Fong Bai's heart skipped a beat, and he recalled his mental power in reality. He turned his head to look at Sui Yi and saw Sui Yi saying, "Big brother, you may not know or have not noticed that although the game and reality are two different bodies, the consciousness is the same. When changing jobs, the mage profession will immediately open the mental power, and this mental power can be directly synchronized to reality. Although the mage profession cannot open the mental power, the consciousness becomes more tenacious and powerful. The sixth sense is sharp, the spirit is vigorous, and the thinking speed is accelerated, which are real and visible benefits. If nothing else, the vigorous spirit alone is enough for the older people to fight for it. If it weren't for the announcement of the strategy, the production rate of the transfer props would gradually increase, and there would be a probability of the mage profession among the logistics profession. 10 million. At least calculated in units of 100 million. Fong Bai nodded when he heard this, and couldn't help but think of his mental power and mental state in reality. And he understood it all. The extraordinary that can be seen in reality is more real than the powerful in the game. And it makes people more crazy. And Sui Yi continued. So, what you said about it being difficult to get promoted, whether to change jobs or not, this is probably the worry of the boss. At this time, Sui Yi was suddenly stunned. Wait, there is no need for job change props. The cost is very low, and a method of batch job change is available. Looking at Fong Bai, Sui Yi widened his eyes after realizing it belatedly. Fong Bai also thought of this, and shook his head slightly. This is not something he needs to manage, nor does it require him to worry about. Those who can buy job change props are all big guys, and the price will not hurt them whether it goes up or down. The ones who may really be affected are some people who spend all their money to hoard invitations and speculate on the price of job change props. Speaking of which, there are so few invitations and job change props now. There shouldn't be many people hoarding and speculating. Right? Fong Bai muttered, and then shook his head. If there is, it deserves to die. Retracting his thoughts, Fong Bai swept Sui Yi with his mental power, and immediately began to design forging movements according to his situation. He was still studying the general method, and Fong Bai had not yet decided how to promote the Mecha Master, so he would give him a customized version for the time being. Others could not use it. He explained the hammering method to Sui Yi bit by bit while waiting. He was in the area he had passed before, and he had passed here 4 times when he took a detour before. The extraordinary person was slower than he thought, but this made Fong Bai more nervous, because he understood that the slower the extraordinary person was, the more people he would call. At this moment, a figure burst in from the entrance of the alley. Here it comes. Zheng Bin, Yin Shan, and the other 4 people who were watching here in a corner said immediately, "Is Fong Bai still lying in ambush there?" Sui Yi said yes. "I guess Fong Bai wants to destroy the tracking compass. Otherwise he will be caught wherever he goes. If he attacks with the gun in his hand, even if Dennis is an elite, he can't withstand it." Zheng Bin said aloud, because the melting of the gun involves Fong Bai privacy. Sui Yi didn't tell them, so they were relatively relaxed. But at this moment, another figure burst into the alley, which made the 4 people's eyes condense. 2? This is a bit troublesome. However, before the voice fell, a huge body burst into it. 3. Everyone's breathing stagnated, and they fell silent. They immediately went offline to contact Sui Yi, who was with Fong Bai. And when Fong Bai just nodded after Sui Yi said it, everyone looked at each other and sighed helplessly. This is troublesome. But they couldn't help, so they could only watch here, which made them clench their fists. If Fong Bai still had a chance to escape after 2 elite-level extraordinary people, when everyone saw the third one, they knew that Fong Bai's chance of survival was slim. At this moment, accompanied by a loud shout, a figure in silver armor broke out of the window of the room. Bang! Fong Bai looked at Dennis, who was very impatient after turning around twice. If he had a lot of energy left at the beginning, he was running faster and faster now. He was not on guard at all when he passed this familiar house for the 3rd time. Seeing Dennis approaching quickly, Fong Bai clenched the giant axe and charged it. When Dennis was about to come in front of him, he suddenly broke out of the window, shouted, held the giant axe with both hands, and swung the hammer face like playing baseball. "I surrender." Dennis, who was rushing forward, couldn't help but feel a little confused when he heard this loud shout. But after only a moment of delay, the hammer face suddenly fell on his face. Bang! Chapter 134, Crack the Resurrection? Bang! Dennis was confused as he watched a huge hammer head enlarge in front of him. His eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness in confusion. The last thought flashed through his mind. Surrender? Bang! Dennis's head was broken like a watermelon. Red and white scattered all over the ground. And his body, which was gathering fighting spirit, fell to the ground like a rag bag. Snap! The compass fell to the ground. Full power. 1 second increase. Fighting spirit resonance at this moment. The strongest force in the armored state suddenly swung the hammer. Not to mention Dennis's head. Even an iron ball would have to bloom. At this moment, Sui, Singbin and others were all stunned. Dead? Just like that? It was intentional. Waiting for him to pass by for the third time. Plus the two of them collided. Dennis's death was not unjust. By the way, I didn't hear it clearly just now. Fong Bai just shouted come and die. And I almost heard it as I surrender. This ear. Is it possible that he really shouted I surrender? You shouted the most shocking words at the loudest voice? Sungbin rubbed his ears and stopped. After a while, Yin Shan slowly said, Dennis's death was not unjust. I surrender. Yahung, who had not yet reached the corner, was immediately anxious when Fong Bai's voice sounded. Damn Dennis. He ran so fast. No. We can't let him get there first. Velas didn't say a word, but his face was not very good. Bang! A voice came, followed by the sound of a body falling to the ground. The two of them were immediately anxious. The speed that had reached the limit could not help but increase a few points. They crossed the corner and shouted at the same time. Dennis! Stop! When Yan turned the corner and saw the situation clearly, the sound was as if it was grabbed by the neck and stopped abruptly. Yang stopped instantly, and Varys stood beside him, looking solemnly at Fong by picking up Dennis's sword and armor. The bloodstained giant axe next to him made the two of them shudder. Although they were very unhappy with Dennis, they had to admit that although they were all new to the elite level, Dennis's strength was stronger than theirs. This can be reflected from the speed just now. And Dennis was actually killed directly. At this moment, Yang felt that things were a little beyond his expectations. It was a very ordinary hunting competition between 3 people and 3 families. But Dennis was suddenly killed by the prey. There was going to be trouble. And Yang looked ugly. You actually killed him. What? Is there a problem? Fong Bai wiped the hammer of the giant axe on Dennis's body. You're dead. Yahing's face gradually recovered. I was just playing with you. But you killed him. How dare you kill him? Yahung shook his head slightly and looked at Fong Bai with pity. You will die miserably. No. You are a player, and you will live a life worse than death. You won't even have a chance to die. Looking at Fong Bai, who didn't care at all, Yahung felt more pity. Do you think resurrection will be your reliance? Poochie, don't be naive. It's just a resurrection. Get ready to go to hell. After saying that, Yahung turned and left. Varys looked at Fong Bai with pity. Originally you still had the chance to kneel down and be a dog. But now you don't. Do you think that there are only 3 of us in such a big red maple city to catch you? Don't think too much. This is just a hunting game agreed upon by our 3 families. And other people are forced not to participate. It's ridiculous. Varys also turned and left. The two of them threw the toy away casually. Just like playing with a toy, and suddenly it became boring. As for their pity, Fong Bai was not afraid, and even wanted to laugh. Really naive. However, the words spoken by the short and fat superhuman made Fong Bai feel a little gloomy. What does it mean that resurrection can no longer be relied on? If resurrection can't be relied on, then what is relied on? No matter how much these nobles look down on players, they will not look down on resurrection. Otherwise, they would not tolerate players everywhere. But since this superhuman said so, with his tone that didn't sound like a lie just now. Huh? What exactly did this group of nobles research? Fong Bai muttered to himself. The nobles of Red Maple City must have conducted research with players, which may have given them the confidence. What results did they achieve? He glanced at the white mage tower with the corner of his eye. Mage. Fong Bai couldn't help but feel depressed. If he heard this and saw these things in an ordinary game, Fong Bai would only think that this game was well made and the dialogue was creative. But at this moment, in this real world, in front of a group of powerful superhumans who mastered unknown superhuman means. Fong Bai really didn't dare to guarantee it. After all, reality is not a game. No matter how the NPC operates, it cannot affect the resurrection. After all, resurrection is a system mechanism. But is the resurrection of this game a system mechanism? Even if it is, then this system must be based on a certain principle. But the level of this principle is very, very high. And very, very profound. But no matter how high or profound something is, as long as it exists, it should be crackable. Because this is a completely real world. Crackable resurrection? This? Huh? Fong Bai took a long breath, temporarily suppressed the messy thoughts in his mind, and began to collect the spoils. While collecting the spoils, Zheng Bin and others came over and looked at Fong Bai and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Handsome. Good dog. Powerful. Invincible. Fong Bai suddenly felt something was wrong and looked up at Zheng Bin. What did you say? What? Good dog. Good. Strong enough. Zheng Bin said quickly. I said good. Strong enough. Really? Yes. Oh. Fong Bai looked at Zheng Bin suspiciously. And Zheng Bin said quickly when he saw this. By the way, boss, why did they suddenly leave just now? Are they not going to catch you? Yeah. Maybe they think I'm too handsome, and they feel pressure to chase me. Ugh. Fong Bai rolled his eyes, packed up Dennis's armor, sword, combat boots, a belt, and a spell scroll, and then picked up the compass that fell on the ground. At this moment, the compass needle was firmly locked on him without any deflection. Sensing the breath above at close range and distinguishing carefully, Fong Bai was sure that what he had seen before was not an illusion. This compass has a spell effect attached to it, and this spell effect is definitely not released by the mage. It was only released using the ritual field. And when building this ritual field, he also used the tools he made by hand. The smile on Fong Bai's face slowly faded. Su Yu, who was feeling refreshed, came to the mage tower at this moment. And she couldn't help but fantasize at this moment. It's good to be connected with Dennis instead of Ina. As long as we continue to cooperate, I can not only earn money to achieve financial freedom, but also support me to continue to find ways to change my job to a mage and get in touch with the real extraordinary. Thinking of this, she smiled happily. Chapter 135 Experimental Table. Hello. Wu Yin. This is Fong Bai. Excuse me. What are the two characters in Su Yu's name? Can you give me the contact information and photos? Yes. Please. In reality, Fong Bai hung up the phone, looked at the message on his phone, and called the police. Hello. Hello. I want to call the police. Hello. We will transfer you to the relevant department. Please call XXXX to report the situation. Hello. The definition of illegal and criminal acts in the game is vague, and it is difficult to obtain evidence. You are the first to report such problems. This is also the first similar alarm in the country. We will select ministerial police officers and experts from the 3 political and legal institutions and the Law Institute to jointly investigate this case. Please cooperate with us in the follow-up contact. Fong Bai put down the phone calmly, took a bath casually, and referred to the Do-Chi secret method, combined with the deep attention of the magician's hand. And the massage training method was excellent. At this moment, Fong Bai's body lines are perfect, and his muscles are like cast iron. Wipe the body and enter the game. In the game, looking at the compass in his hand, the wind element on the compass has all dissipated. Without any magic, putting away the compass, Fong Bai turned his head to look at Zheng Bin and the other 5. Thought about it, and told them about Su Yu. Have you ever met someone like this? No. Zheng Bin, who came back to his senses, looked at the others solemnly and said, there are many players in Hongfeng City who are in partnership with the natives, and some are even recruited by the nobles. After all, the nobles are willing to pay 50,000 a month, 100,000 a month. But basically they have a line in their hearts. Playing around, playing Warcraft, and even bleeding those nobles are not a big deal. Even if they hunt down players, it doesn't matter. But since the incident of jumping off the building, there is definitely no one who helps the nobles catch players. And we have never encountered it. Zheng Bin's face was very solemn after he finished speaking. If there are really players who start to cooperate with the natives to catch players, then it's too scary. At this moment, Sungbin felt a little creepy. If there are players cooperating as insiders, there are too many ways to catch people. There shouldn't be. Don't let there be. There is only one person here, helping this Dennis catch me. Sungbin paused when he heard this. What are you going to do? I have helped her several times before. Not only did she not thank me, but she also helped the Aboriginals to capture me alive. What are you going to do? Call the police, Fong Bai said decisively. Oh, call the police. Huh? 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 Fong Bai's sudden turn made the 5 people stunned, and they all looked at him in an instant. Is there anything wrong? No. It's just. Sungbin always felt an indescribable sense of awkwardness, and Fong Bai smiled when he saw this. In reality, the law will give her a fair treatment. After all, we are all law-abiding citizens. It's impossible for me to run over and kill her, and then get myself shot. It's not worth it. Sungbin nodded when he heard this. But then, he understood the implication of Fong Bai's words. What about the game? Fong Bai smiled at Sungbin. No hurry. Do you want to change your job? Sungbin was stunned. Fong Bai's topic changed too quickly, and Sungbin was a little unresponsive. At this time, Sui Yi was happy to see this, and explained to the 4 people. While he was explaining, Fong Bai quickly lit a pile of fire. Varys and Yang left, and did not continue to chase. This was not good news for Fong Bai. With Fong Bai's current strength, even if he faced Varys and Yang's pursuit at the same time, he could protect himself. If he could seize an opportunity like Dennis and sneak attack, it would not be impossible to kill another one. So they could not bring much pressure to Fong Bai. But they left, and Fong Bai also heard the last words. And according to Sungbin and others, Dennis, the youngest son of the Tulip family. The Tulip family is also one of the top 4 families in Red Maple City, with huge wealth and amazing strength. Now that their son has been killed by Fong Bai, there will definitely be thunderous wrath. And then, there will be a real bloody battle. In this world with magic. This time will not be long. As time goes by, the sense of crisis lingering in Fong Bai's heart becomes stronger and stronger. Danger! 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 He forced himself to calm down, melted Dennis's armor, sword, and belt, and then quickly performed the ceremony. Clang! With a soft hum, the whole arm bone was shining gold. And Fong Bai immediately changed his target to the muscles of his right arm. With the integration of golden light spots and the progress of the 3 refinements in the body, the muscle fibers turned golden, and the slender muscle fibers seemed to be transformed from flesh and blood into tough golden steel wires bit by bit. The steel wires were twisted together, and the fists were slightly clenched. The muscles were like steel cables, and they made a crackling sound. After Fong Bai and others packed up the spoils and left, a thin assassin emerged from the shadows, and the surface of the dagger in his hand flashed with a faint green light. Looking at the body on the ground whose heart had been completely destroyed and whose head had been split open, he walked over to take a portion of blood, and then disappeared into the shadows again. Not long after, inside a manor, a man in fancy clothes hugged a golden mouse and gently rubbed the mouse. He looked at the slowly falling red maple leaves in front of him, then entered the room and came to a laboratory in the basement. There was a large area in the laboratory, where players were neatly arranged in a square array. But they all closed their eyes and seemed to be in a deep sleep. The man walked to a laboratory table covered with special patterns. The chest and skull of the players on it had been opened, revealing the slowly moving internal organs and brains inside. Even so, their eyes were still closed, without any reaction. There were several transparent panels floating in front of the man in fancy clothes. After clicking on them a few times, rays of light enveloped the player, and one after another spell models floated in the air to surround the player. Puff! A scalpel was lightly inserted into the exposed brain, and the player died. When the player's body disappeared after being resurrected, one spell model after another began to scan. A series of data appeared on the virtual panel in front of him. The virtual panel formed by spells looked no different from Fong Bai's virtual panel. A series of data came into the man's eyes, and suddenly, the man shouted, "Intercept!" The moment the voice sounded, a huge magic model suspended in the air was instantly activated, and a beam of light directly covered the experimental table. And the corpse that was about to disappear in a white light was fixed. Snap! A section of the calf fell on the experimental table. Chapter 136 Golden Right Hand. Sure enough, this force is getting weaker and weaker. Looking at the calf that had fallen and had not disappeared for a long time. The man showed a slight smile on his face. He could actually intercept it successfully. Behind him, players on the experimental tables were conducting one experiment after another. Mage apprentices were busy between different experimental tables, scanning, comparing, extracting, and even mixing some red crystal potions with players as research objects. It seems that a complete industrial chain has been formed here. Storing, researching, and producing. Players can be used most properly here. And one after another, even after death, players will leave their bodies behind. And on the wall of the laboratory, a series of light lines formed an eye. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the shadow next to the man in gorgeous clothes. The thin man knelt on one knee respectfully on the ground, and presented a crystal ball and a small bottle of blood at the same time. The man in gorgeous clothes took the crystal ball, and a spell model emerged in front of him. Then the crystal ball shot out a ray of light and unfolded in the air, revealing the figures of Fong Bai and Dennis fighting. After a moment, the man in fancy clothes shook his head slightly after reading it. Little smart, have you found out the background? My lord, number 3 has already gone to Bag Town. Okay, leave. Yes. The thin man stepped back a few steps into the shadows and disappeared into the laboratory. The man in fancy clothes looked at the blood in front of him with a little excitement. In a huge manner, a lively banquet was being held, and a tall man said proudly, Dennis has officially broken through and become an elite warrior. A mere player is easy to catch. Lord Mayor, I heard that Miss Vina said that as long as this player is caught, she can have a kiss with him. Ha ha ha. Let the child deal with what the child said. That's right. Lord Mayor, I heard that you have been harassed by players in several manners outside the city recently. At this point, the city lord's face suddenly became a little ugly, and he snorted coldly. These players are doing whatever they want by relying on their immortality. If it weren't for the time being, I would send troops to suppress them now. Hearing this, Janan's eyes moved, and he looked around. Seeing that no one else was around, he immediately asked, Lord City Lord, I heard that Chief Court Mage Nor is already. Humph. Chief Nor is a legendary mage. How can he get his reputation for nothing? They are just a group of players. They won't be so proud for long. Otherwise, I would have sent troops to suppress them. Janan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said quickly, Calm down. Avoid irritating these players. Although these players are not strong at present, if they cannot completely solve the resurrection problem, it will still be a trouble for us. So continue to be patient. The city lord thought of his several destroyed manors outside the city, and remembered that the Tulip family had no problems at all. Looking at the smile on Janan's face, he was a little unhappy. But at this moment, a soldier ran in and shouted breathlessly, Sir! Sir! What are you so flustered about? Janan looked at the soldier with some displeasure. This impolite behavior made him feel a little embarrassed in front of other nobles. The other nobles were all looking at this side, with a smile on their faces. Sir! Master Dennis! Master Dennis! Did you catch that player? Janan's face looked better, and then he turned his head to look at the city lord next to him, and said with a smile, Sir, why don't you call Miss Vina, and I let Dennis bring that player up? How about that? At this time, the soldier's words rang out. Dennis was killed by that player. Pa! A glass fell to the ground, and the originally lively banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the soldier in astonishment, and then looked at Gray one after another. The moment the voice sounded, Gray's face froze, and he didn't react for a while. The scene fell into silence. Dennis was killed. In an instant, a terrifying momentum rose from Gray. Dennis! Send troops. Send troops. I want the players to die. I want to kill these players. No. I want to make them live a life worse than death. As soon as the momentum rose, the city lord next to him quickly raised his momentum to protect other nobles. Seeing this, he remembered the scene just now and wanted to say something. But looking at the furious Janan, he held back. Puff. I couldn't hold it back. Janan looked at the city lord instantly, and his eyes seemed to be able to eat people. The city lord quickly restrained his smile and said seriously, Janan, I know you are anxious. But don't be anxious. Calm down first. Although you have lost a son, you still have many sons and daughters. You don't want to be happy for a while. And then all your industries are harassed by players. Everyone is constantly attacked by suicide by players. Right? You don't want him to repeat what happened in the past. Calm down. Calm down. If you can't bear it for a moment, the whole situation will be in turmoil. As the city lord spoke, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. And he couldn't suppress it. And the furious Janan looked at the city lord coldly. He seemed to be persuading. But every word and every expression was fanning the flames, instigating, and gloating. This made Janan calm down, and said in a cold voice, "Let the offering group go, and capture that player alive. I will cut him into pieces, and make him live a life worse than death." Yes. The attendants next to him retreated immediately. And just a moment later, a strong momentum rose from the inside of the manor, and rushed out instantly. Buzz! The inside of the last piece of skin turned into brilliant gold. And at the same time, the elemental metals in the armor, sword, and belt were all consumed. Fong Bai couldn't help but clenched his fist. The skin on his right hand didn't seem to be any different on the surface. Just like an ordinary arm. There was no difference. But if you use mental power to observe, you will find that this is a golden sea, ocean, skin, muscles, fascia, blood vessels, bones. Everything is shrouded in a golden glow, as if forged from divine gold. Only the still bright red blood is surging in the blood vessels. Fong Bai couldn't help but tighten his arms. In an instant, the originally loose skin tightened, and the muscle fibers were like steel cables. The arm, which was like cast iron, was shining with metallic luster. No one knew how terrifying the power contained in this arm was. Even Fong Bai didn't know at this moment. The terrifying metal muscles still retained their original toughness, elasticity and contraction ability while having the strength of metal. This is not only stronger, but it also means that these muscle fibers can withstand stronger loads and burst out more terrifying power. This is a qualitative change. This kind of power is so powerful that Fong Bai even feels that it can break the sky. However, before Fong Bai can adapt, several powerful auras are approaching in a straight line. Chapter 137 Dissociation Technique. Swish. Swish. Several gusts of wind approached quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 3 lightly armored warriors surrounded Fong Bai, and their terrifying momentum crushed Fong Bai. Boom! The 3 of them were all elite warriors, and their aura was so condensed and powerful that it was far beyond what Dennis had just seen. And Fong Bai still looked in the direction they came from, where a mage apprentice was late. Fong Bai looked at the compass in his hand, and suddenly understood why players must avoid Red Maple City even if they had the advantage of resurrection. The first reason was strength. They really couldn't beat them. The second was the means. As long as these mage apprentices caught your breath, it would be like turning on a tracker. As long as they wanted. Unless you completely left this area, they could kill you directly to level 0 and completely kill you. You don't need a lot. Just killing you directly to the 10th level of death can completely make a first-line player lose the chance to turn over. The consequences are too serious. I want the players to go to war with the nobles, and to overthrow the nobles. Strength can be secondary, but this method of breath tracking must be cracked. Fong Bai slowly grabbed the arm armor, and put it on his hand. Click! Click! The arm armor closed, and a layer of light golden light enveloped the surface of the armor. Sung Bin, Sui Yi and others beside him looked solemn. 3 elite warriors plus a mage apprentice. The 3 elite warriors with murderous intent surrounded Fong Bai, and the elements of the mage apprentices on the periphery gathered, and a sense of crisis lingered in Fong Bai's heart. The solidified atmosphere seemed to be dripping with water. And suddenly, a cry broke the silence. Moo! Bang 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 bang. Heavy footsteps came from the entrance of the alley, and everyone turned their heads to look. I saw a steel rhino, with a missing horn running towards Fong Bai with its short legs. Behind him, a knight in pure white armor shrugged at Fong Bai. I let it slip by accident. It has to come to you. No matter how you try to stop it, it won't work. But I will guarantee it. Kaming paused. It's safety. After saying that, Kaming stood aside. The people who were paying attention to this place couldn't help but hold their breath. The church? The extraordinary person of the church? How did he get involved with the church? The nobles who were startled by the movement here were suddenly a little surprised, and looked at Kaming with some fear. In the sky, an old noble looked at the white-robed priest in front of him with a gloomy face. The two stood in the void. Their wills observed their surroundings, and even the elements fell into silence. Below, the little rhino mooed at Fong Bai, a little aggrieved, as if blaming Fong Bai for not wanting it. Fong Bai rubbed the little rhino's head and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. I won't do it again in the future." After Fong Bai finished speaking, he turned over and sat on it without hesitation. The three elite warriors were somewhat at a loss. And then a voice sounded in their ears. "Capture this player alive. Don't kill the rhino." After receiving the exact order, the three of them immediately did not hesitate, and did not have the slightest dignity of the strong. The three elite warriors directly besieged Fong Bai. A professional level. Damn. Where is the pride of your nobles? Where is the dignity? Is this shameless? Three elites besieging a professional level. Fong Bai couldn't help but say, and his originally heavy mood was greatly relieved because of the arrival of the little rhino. "Come on. Fight." Fong Bai laughed, and his mental power directly enveloped the surroundings. For the first time in battle, he used his mind to do two things at the same time. A wisp of mind sank into the fantasy space, and the main mind controlled the body. In an instant, Fong Bai felt a huge gap in his mind. But Fong Bai had already gotten used to it. He endured the discomfort and thought directly in the fantasy space. The gap was 100 times, and 1/10 of a second in the outside world was 10 seconds in the fantasy space. Fong Bai had enough time to think calmly. Bang! 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 In a flash, Fong Bai was fighting with three experienced elite warriors. Fong Bai's axe was extremely accurate with one hand, and his skill with the other hand was enough to carve patterns on tofu. His fighting style, which almost predicted their movements, made the three of them very uncomfortable. Clashing again and again, every contact sent a shock to the body. What was even more uncomfortable was that Fong Bai did not make any defensive moves. He relied on his heavy armor and abandoned all defenses to attack with all his strength. And when the elite warrior's knife chopped on this armor, ding! A white mark appeared on the armor. And the terrifying power of the knife was weakened step by step in the mechanical structure inside the armor, and finally even turned into gear power to make the armor burst out suddenly, and quickly chop back with an axe. And Fong Bai, who was locked on the back of the little rhino by the buckle, just tilted slightly, and was unharmed. Everyone was shocked. And the nobles who knew the goods couldn't help but say it. Elemental super armor. This is such a thick elemental super armor. No. This is elemental super heavy armor. Armor with the effect of using the opponent's force to counterattack. The metal that can arm a team with elemental metal armor was made into such a luxurious armor. Add to that such a superb effect. These nobles couldn't help but be jealous. And the players were the same. They finally understood that this player could kill the elite level with professional level strength. Xing Bin and others couldn't help but raise some hope in their hearts. Maybe. Can win? In the underground laboratory, the man in gorgeous clothes, who was watching the battle through a layer of water mirror, saw this set of armor, and became slightly interested. Combat armor? It's interesting. After thinking about it, the man in gorgeous clothes took out a conch, said a few words to the conch mouth, and then continued to read it. Bang! 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 Fong Bai fought with the three people again, and completely gave up defense and calculated the fighting method to the extreme, which made him take advantage of it. He didn't lose in the first time when fighting 1 against 3. And the increasingly strong elemental fluctuations beside him also entangled Fong Bai's mind, forcing Fong Bai to leave some strength. Waste. A voice sounded in the ears of 3 elite warriors, and the 3 of them felt humiliated immediately. But when they looked up at Fong Bai's armor that was so thick that it made people despair, they fell silent again. No one was able to speak, and the eyes of the player presidents who heard the news flashed. If the fight continued at this moment, Fong Bai would even have the strength to kill the elite extraordinary again. However, before everyone could be happy, at this moment, a thin man emerged silently in the shadows, and threw a scroll in his hand to Fong Bai. Dissociation technique. After using the scroll, the thin man looked at Fong Bai with disdain, and then retreated into the shadows and disappeared. Evil ways. The moment the words fell, the spell scroll formed a beam of light that shone on Fong Bai. The moment the beam hit, the armor was isolated by a layer of energy, directly interrupting the state of Doqi resonance. All the amplified attribute values dropped, and Fong Bai felt that his attributes were weakened. Without waiting for a closer look, the switches on his armor were all automatically unlocked, and one after another, the parts seemed to be rejected and instantly popped out and fell to the ground. Pa! 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 In a blink of an eye, Fong Bai's armor disappeared completely. His thin body was wearing a tight suit, and he was unarmed. making the atmosphere silent. All the players, Sung Bin and others changed their faces. It's bad. Chapter 138. Remove the armor? Remove the limiter. Oh no! This thought came to all the players' minds at the same time. They are not fools. Fong Bai can fight against 3 veteran elite warriors at the same time. Skills are secondary. What is really important is the attribute blessing brought by the armor, the mechanical assistance, and the ridiculously thick and terrifying defense. Especially the latter. But if these are excluded, Fong Bai is just a professional level with slightly stronger skills. Such a professional level is said to be 1 against 3. And there is no ability to fight back in front of the real veteran elite. Although Fong Bai victory or defeat has no benefit or impact on them. As a player, they naturally tie their emotions to Fong Bai's side. At this moment, Su Yu, who was called out by her friends to watch, was overjoyed when she saw this scene. But seeing the expressions of her friends around her, she immediately suppressed it and pretended to be disappointed. At this moment, she really hated Fong Bai. Dennis was killed by her again. Just like that. But what made her more uncomfortable was that the Dennis she chose was not Fong Bai opponent. This seemed to deny her choice. Jump? Jump? Finally going to die? No matter how strong you are. Can you be stronger than all the nobles? Cooperation is the right way. So you couldn't help but think proudly. At this moment, a muffled thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. Boom! Boom! The thunder exploded in the ears. And everyone looked up. But there was nothing to see in the dark sky. He is the one we chose. The corner of the white-robed priest's clothes fluttered slightly. Opposite him, the old noble retracted his right hand and said with a chuckle, "Fair duel. It doesn't matter who comes. And a player only dies once. Anjing, your heart is in turmoil." The white-robed priest's face was slightly gloomy, and he looked down at the unarmed Fong Bai. At this moment, Fong Bai was also a little panicked. Of course, it was not because of the 3 elites in front of him, but because he had always relied on thick heavy armor to give him a sense of security. And suddenly his heavy armor was forcibly taken off. In an instant, he was directly pulled out of the safe fortress. This sudden difference, the sense of security was gone in an instant, making him feel a little uncomfortable and a little panic. The more panicked Fong Bai was, the more he would ignore his facial expression management. And the expression on his face disappeared. And he was expressionless. The mental power was affected. But the armor that could have been easily absorbed had an extra force of resistance. Fong Bai could remove this magic power or wait for it to pass with the passage of time. But there was no time now. Dissociation. Fong Bai remembered the skinny assassin and the spell scroll he used just now. Its importance even far exceeded the 4 people in front of him. And he was directly placed on top. The number 1 enemy. Boy, your pretended calmness really makes me angry. A dusty elite warrior swung a long knife at Fong Bai with a grim smile. This knife will cut off one of your arms. I wonder if you can still calm down. The wind was whistling, and the extremely fast knife came to Fong Bai in an instant. At this moment, many players' guild showed a trace of reluctance and disappointment in their eyes. Su Yu couldn't help showing expectation and overjoyed. The nobles laughed loudly, and the dead silence just now disappeared. They toasted on the roofs of houses to celebrate. The white-robed priest was silent, and the old noble opposite him chuckled and retracted his hand. Victory and defeat are common in the military. If he learns a lesson, he may be more obedient. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened suddenly, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. How is it possible? This is impossible. Hiss. The long sword came in an instant, and the elite warrior saw Fong Bai subconsciously raised his right hand to catch the long sword, and immediately showed a grim smile. If he was in armor, he would never dare to do this. Otherwise, he would be miserable if the long sword was caught. This is an extremely painful lesson. But now, do you think it's still the same as before? I'm going to cut your hand in half horizontally. The elite warrior roared. All his strength burst out. White light enveloped. Skills activated. The long sword became faster, and instantly crossed the distance and appeared in Fong Bai's hand. Ding! A crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears. Those who closed their eyes couldn't help but look up. But once they saw it, they couldn't move their eyes away. A long knife fell into Fong Bai's hand, and the fragments on the blade flew, and a faint white mark appeared on Fong Bai's palm. The scene seemed to be in a state of stillness. Non-still picture.jpg. The elite warrior subconsciously drew his knife, But the long knife grasped by 5 fingers seemed to be tightly held by an iron clamp. Unable to move at all, Fong Bai suddenly let go, and the elite warrior, who used too much force, staggered back a few steps with the knife, looking at the broken long knife in disbelief. And looking at Fong Bai in disbelief. How is this possible? Fong Bai, who was opposite him, raised his right hand, looked at the white mark that had disappeared, and subconsciously rubbed his palm. It hurt so much. Defense is defense. And the metallized arm has not lost any of its functions. He still has a keen sense. And even becomes more so. As the saying goes, the heart is connected to the fingers. And the pain just now was piercing. This made him recall the knife he used against the mental patient. He was afraid of pain and retreated in his heart. He chose logistics because he was afraid of pain. And what about body tempering? The more he tempered his body, the more painful it was. Fong Bai had begun to feel that it was a shortcoming to maintain a keen sense after tempering his body. Fong Bai's retreat was seen by the elite warrior, and he finally felt the cowardice of the weak and civilians in Fong Bai. When he saw this and looked at Fong Bai, his courage suddenly increased. Ha ha ha. Die! The elite warrior rushed forward instantly. Puff! Bang! The flesh and blood exploded, and blood flew. The long sword completely shattered his entire chest, and the stunned elite warrior hung on Fong Bai's arm. Fong Bai looked expressionless, but in fact he was panicking and looked down at the elite warrior, who was close at hand, and couldn't help but ask, "Who gave you the courage to use a chipped weapon in front of a forger again?" "Forger? You told me you were a forger?" the elite warrior asked while spitting blood from his mouth, and then died in one breath, with endless question marks in his head. At this moment, it was not just him who had doubts, but everyone. Everyone was stunned, looking at Fong Bai, who was faintly timid. "Forger? Is it me or you who has a problem? And what is this cowardice? Is it cowardly killing?" Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky. "Quiet! Your heart is in turmoil." The gloom on the face of the white-robed priest was swept away, and the smile of the old noble disappeared completely. And the arm he had just attacked trembled slightly. The white-robed priest was even happier. Victory and defeat are common in the military. After learning a lesson, he might be more obedient. Below, Fong Bai, with an expressionless face, rushed forward instantly. Chapter 139. Su Yu. Where are you going? Bang! 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 Fong Bai, expressionless, was covered by a layer of light golden light. After losing the restriction of armor, his speed exploded. The lack of security caused by the lack of armor protection made him extremely aggressive. The remaining 2 elite warriors instantly discovered a terrifying fact. After losing the protection of armor and the attribute blessing of armor, this player became stronger, faster, more sensitive, and stronger. Why are you wearing extraordinary armor when you are so strong? They were horrified to find that this player's right hand was invulnerable, as if it was solid steel. No matter how they attacked, they would only leave a white mark. And the places other than the right hand were also covered with a layer of light golden light. Although it could break the defense when cut, it was like cutting rubber. It was extremely tough, and the attack often broke through 1 or 2 centimeters, and then lost its strength. Although the injury was not serious, it was not even a minor injury, at most a slight injury. But the specific pain made Fong Bai's muscles twitch slightly. Although he was beaten by these 2 elite warriors, but he hated the thin assassin and the spell even more in his heart. Take notes? The 2 elite warriors were horrified to find that Fong Bai was even more ruthless. The 2 couldn't help but retreat a little. Suddenly, Fong Bai suddenly passed the 2 and rushed to the side of the mage apprentice. Boom 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 boom. There were constant muffled thunder in the sky, and the huge thunder echoed in the ears. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky in surprise. Even a fool knew that the situation was not right. And just as Fong Bai rushed to the front of the frightened mage apprentice, an angry voice echoed in the sky. "Boy! Stop! This time we admit it. Let them go." In the sky, an old noble appeared, and the terrifying momentum condensed into a huge figure in the sky. And the overwhelming momentum swept the surrounding elements and crushed them down. This was no longer just a simple mental pressure, but a group-wide attack with offensive effects combined with the power of elements in the environment. However, before the momentum could be suppressed, another figure in a white robe also emerged. The holy light fell, lightly eliminating the momentum. "Hello. I am the master of that bastard Kaming. The white robes smiled at Fong Bai. Hello. Thank you. Fong Bai stopped immediately after hearing the words of the white robe and expressed his gratitude. When he found that the mage apprentice was about to run, he grabbed him. Ding! The mage apprentice's dagger chopped Fong Bai hand with a light sound. And Fong Bai grabbed the mage apprentice with an expressionless face. You dare! Stop! Snap! The mage apprentice was slammed headfirst onto the ground. His head exploded like a watermelon. Fong Bai glanced at the unfinished spell ritual, turned his head to look at the sky, silently made a middle finger gesture, and then slammed into the two elite warriors again. You're looking for death. Although he didn't know what the middle finger meant, the mocking look made him understand that it was definitely not a good intention. However, no matter how he attacked, he was perfectly blocked by the white robe. And he said while blocking the white robe, Calm down. Calm down. The dead can't be resurrected. Don't get angry and hurt your body. Ah! The old nobleman was even more angry. And as he shouted, Fong Bai mind moved, and the magician's hand burst out with all his strength. And all the triggers buried before burst out, and strange shocks echoed in the body of an elite warrior. In an instant, this elite warrior felt that all his strength disappeared, and the whole person collapsed directly, and at the same time his heart stopped beating, and his lungs stopped breathing, and he felt as if he was trapped in endless fear. But fortunately, this feeling was only a moment, and the next moment the power was born again in the muscles. The heart resumed beating. The lungs resumed functioning. He breathed the air greedily, and then saw a fist rapidly enlarged in front of him. Bang! The head exploded. Fong Bai rubbed his right hand that was hurt by the opponent's top of the head, and then raised his middle finger to the sky. No. No, no. The last elite warrior looked at this scene in horror, and he turned around and ran away in fear. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai looked at the two bodies that had been thoroughly analyzed. With a thought, the vibration transmitted by the magician's hand instantly triggered the fuse buried before. Different vibrations continued to reverberate in his body, stacking, one after another. And at the moment when the vibration reached the peak, the strength generated by the muscles of the whole body was just offset. Finally, this elite warrior fell to the ground in despair. Looking at the ground, without even the strength to turn his eyes or blink, Fong Bai picked up a long knife and walked over, glanced at the old noble in the sky, and then swung it down. Puff! The elite warrior's head rolled down. The angry old noble suddenly laughed. Okay. 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 I remember you. Fong Bai. Right? Okay. Very good. Retreat. The old noble waved his hand fiercely, turned into a rainbow light, and landed in a manner, and turned away. The other nobles immediately left with ugly faces, leaving only many players cheering and celebrating. The white robe also fell from midair in front of Fong Bai, and Kaming also hurried over, watching Fong Bai release a skill as soon as he started. Light healing technique. A ball of light enveloped Fong Bai, and Fong Bai felt a warmth in his body, then looked down. The injuries on his body were normal. Fong Bai looked at Kaming in confusion. Wasn't it a healing skill just now? Kaming was stunned when he saw that Fong Bai's body did not change at all. He looked at his hands with some suspicion, thought about it, and rubbed out a ball of light again, and threw it on Fong Bai. Light healing technique. Fong Bai felt his body slightly warm, waited for the light on his body to dissipate, and looked down again. The injuries still did not change. Facing Fong Bai's suspicious eyes, Kaming was completely overwhelmed. However, Bai Pao immediately stopped him, and threw a ball of light at Fong Bai. Light healing. The same spell, but in Bai Pao's hands. The light ball was very condensed, and even felt like liquid flow. The light ball fell on Fong Bai, and seeing the rich light covering Fong Bai's body, Bai Pao turned his head and looked at Kaming and said, You still haven't learned it. Look at what the real light healing is. As the voice fell, the light slowly dissipated, and the two looked at Fong Bai together. I saw that the wound on Fong Bai's body had changed slightly. The change was so slight that it was basically equivalent to no change. Kaming looked at Bai Pao in doubt, and Bai Pao couldn't help but look at his hands in doubt. At this time, Fong Bai saw a female player leaving from the corner of his eye, and immediately greeted the two of them, and then walked towards the female player. Su Yu. Long time no see. Where are you going? Chapter 140. Hello. Please cooperate with the investigation. Fong Bai? Su Yu's face turned pale, and she was a little nervous. But she reacted immediately and calmed down and said, "I'm going back to meditate." As soon as she spoke, several female players next to her covered their mouths in surprise. Yeah. So you know this big guy? Come on. Introduce him to us. Another girl next to her waved to Fong Bai. Hi. Big guy Fong Bai. I'm Yaya's friend. Well, hello. Fong Bai nodded to the girl. And then looked at Suyu again. Go back. Oh. By the way, I have a question. You didn't sell the things I made for you before. Did you? Why do I seem to have seen something similar from someone else? Sell for money? Suyu was stunned. And then shook her head quickly. No. I use it myself. I only made a few of them. How could I sell them for money? Really? Fong Bai saw that Suyu didn't seem to be lying. And the smile on his face gradually faded. He stretched out his hand, and an item flew into Fong Bai's hand. When Suyu saw this thing, she was shocked and her face turned pale. I don't know this. I haven't asked yet. As soon as Fong Bai thought about it, Suyu floated in the air. The other guild presidents, who didn't come to disturb Fong Bai because they saw that Fong Bai was talking to a girl, were stunned. Weren't they just talking and laughing? Suyu felt the gazes and panicked. She looked at Fong Bai pleadingly. Fong Bai, please let me go. I apologize. I was bewitched. Kill me. I can also compensate. Don't. Suyu shook her head pleadingly. As pitiful as she could be. Fong Bai shook his head slightly when he saw this. If an apology is useful, then wait. I give you one later. Fong Bai clapped his hands and said immediately, when he saw many guild leaders coming over. You may not know what happened yet. The cause of today is actually because I was chased by an aboriginal elite superhuman. And then I killed him. After the counterattack, I found something interesting. So, let me introduce this person to you first. This. Fong Bai paused slightly, and then continued. This player is going to help the aboriginals capture me alive, and make friends with the aboriginals. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, there was an uproar among the many players. The few girls, who had just surrounded Suyu, were also startled, looked up at Suyu, and subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Ah! Suyu screamed instantly, and her shrill voice shouted wildly. Slander. You said me? What evidence do you have? Fong Bai didn't care. Starting from Vina, to Dennis in the back, to everything he found out. He told everything in detail. There was no slander, no guidance, no exaggeration. And he looked up at Suyu and shook his head slightly. You asked me for evidence? Well, then I apologize to you. I may have misunderstood you. Fong Bai turned his head and looked at everyone. I'm sorry. It was just my speculation just now. There is no evidence. And it may not be credible. Suyu was stunned when she heard what Fong Bai said. But when she heard what Fong Bai said next, her face turned pale instantly. Then I do it according to the game. After all, in the game, you can take revenge and be happy. As everyone knows, I am a superclass blacksmith, and I have some ability in blacksmithing. Whoever kills her once, I can forge a regular superclass weapon for you for free without any reward. And you can provide the materials yourself. If you don't provide the materials, I can also forge a quasi-superclass weapon for you. In an instant, Suyu became the center of attention, and everyone was trying to remember this face. Suyu's face turned pale. Poof! Fong Bai thought moved, and Suyu's head exploded. Ah! In a rental house. Suyu screamed extremely harshly. After death, she didn't dare to revive again. She was afraid that someone would be guarding her resurrection point once she was resurrected. Fong Bai. Suyu gritted her teeth. All her noble relationships in Hanfeng City were broken and useless. There was no meaning for her to appear in Hanfeng City again, except to die a few more times, and have a few more weak states. Just when she was about to stop going online in the short term and hide from the limelight, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Suyu opened the door angrily. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw several black uniforms, and then several certificates in front of her. Hello. Suyu. Please cooperate with the investigation. Before the man finished speaking, Suyu softened and fainted. Just cooperate with the investigation. We are not arresting her. And we are not saying that she has committed a crime. Why did she faint? I don't know. I didn't know at first. But now it seems that there is something fishy. Several people looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. After briefly explaining the method of determining the number of kills, Fong Bai immediately started chatting with these guild leaders. These guild leaders introduced themselves to Fong Bai one after another, and handed business cards to Fong Bai. After a while of greetings, Fong Bai spoke up when asked by a guild leader. Elemental metal. That is, the metal with elemental fluctuations. This kind of metal can be used to forge extraordinary weapons. If you have any, you can bring it to me. I will help you forge. But I will keep half of the materials. The remaining half will be used in forging. Fong Bai's voice fell, causing an uproar. It's not that they have an objection to the price. They understand that they have seen this kind of elemental metal, and have also snatched the weapons and armor of the indigenous extraordinary people. So they know the difficulty and effect of forging this thing. Looking back at the silver-white armor on the ground, thinking back to the effect just now, Fong Bai also understood that he definitely had the forging ability. For this kind of effect and this kind of difficulty, 50% is really acceptable. What shocked them was not the price, but they finally understood how much a Suyu was worth. This is worth a supernatural weapon. Kill once, and the same material can be turned from one supernatural weapon into two supernatural weapons. One supernatural weapon equals one Suyu. Their eyes suddenly became hot, and Fong Bai smiled and looked at the group of players around him. With such a big commotion, the well-informed players basically came. Fong Bai thought about it and said aloud, "This bounty is not limited to Suyu. If I find anyone who helps the Aborigines capture players alive in the future, I will treat them the same." As soon as the voice fell, many of the surrounding players felt a chill on their backs. Fong Bai glanced at it, retracted his gaze, and walked towards Kaming and the white-robed priest. He scanned with his mental power and found that the spell effect on the armor had just dissipated. And he immediately had an idea. Swish, 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 swish. A silver light flashed, and at the same time, a sound came out of nowhere. Armor fusion. Chapter 141 Explosion. Clang, clang, clang. Fong Bai strode forward. His hands spread out, and parts fell on Fong Bai and closed up instantly. As he walked, his combat boots were in place. As the gears turned, the armor closed up, and a hoarse mechanical sound rang out of thin air. Armor fusion. The moment the sound rang out, everyone around suddenly felt their heads numb. Damn! He got it! Some players around said with envy and jealousy. Looking at this handsome and powerful set of armor, everyone's eyes were as red as rabbits. Red! When others exclaimed. Fong Bai, whose face was blocked by the visor, hissed and inhaled in pain. The closing of the armor touched every wound on his body, and the severe pain made him twitch. But there was no sign of it on the outside, and even his steps did not deform at all. Full of coolness, the group of players behind were stunned. But then, they suddenly reacted. Wait! Fong Bai is so strong. Why does he still wear this armor? If I'm not mistaken, the strength he showed was reversely restricted by this mechanical armor. Right? A player asked. It can't be because he's handsome. Right? After he finished speaking, a group of players around him looked at him dimly, and he finally realized what a stupid question he asked. What do you mean impossible? Handsome. Isn't being handsome enough? Isn't the armor combination enough? Not enough. Superficial. Nothing more, a guild leader said sourly, looking down at the armor that didn't fit him so well. And he immediately disliked it. If half of this armor was given to Fong Bai, and Fong Bai was asked to redesign and forge it, even if the effect didn't change, it didn't seem unacceptable. At this time, someone suddenly reacted. Wait, the armor is fine. But where did the armor fusion just now come from? Huh? You heard it too? I thought I was hallucinating because I was too impressed. It even has its own voice? No, the sound is not coming from the armor. It is clearly coming from the air. And it is stereo. Coming from all directions. Hiss. Everyone looked at each other, and their voices couldn't help but tremble. This is not armor. This is skin. This is a strength limiter. Are you a mage? What do the things that were formed by the mage's hand just now mean? It doesn't seem to be a spell. But why is there a sound? The white-robed priest asked curiously. It can't be a mage. The forger under the mage is just a forger. As for what just now was indeed not a spell. Some small tricks. Fong Bai smiled and said the small trick that just happened with the mage's hand. Listening to this simple but exquisite little trick, the white-robed priest was immediately moved. Is this the secret book of your world? Well, you can understand it this way. Our world can also fly and transmit voice over thousands of miles by using some methods. These are 2 routes. The white-robed priest nodded and said without asking any more questions, "Why don't you take off your armor, and I will try to treat you again. I roughly understand why the healing spell just now failed." Fong Bai's mind moved when he heard this. His face armor, chest armor, and hand armor opened and floated behind him, revealing a blood-stained and wounded body. During this period, the pain of pulling the wound made him grin secretly. But he didn't show it on the surface. It just made him keep complaining. After tempering, all the abilities of the body after the transformation are improved in all aspects. Strength, resistance to blows, and endurance are just one aspect. Perception ability and nerve reaction speed are also very important parts. Because the body is an extremely sophisticated machine. Only all-round transformation is transformation. If the power is improved unilaterally and other computers do not follow up, it can only be deformity, not transformation. Of course, all of them are linked. And this situation generally only occurs in the system text. This directly led to the fact that the pain reduction that Fong Bai wanted not only did not occur, but was greatly enhanced because of his keen perception. It hurts even more. You should converge the fighting spirit covering your body. The white-robed priest interrupted Fong Bai thinking. And after Fong Bai converged the energy, a ball of light fell again. A warm and itchy feeling enveloped Fong Bai at the same time. After a moment, Fong Bai looked down and saw that all the wounds on his body had healed. The nature of your fighting spirit is very special. It gives you extremely high strength and also increases elemental resistance. While being able to resist the effects of spells, it also resists the effects of light healing. Fong Bai suddenly realized what he said, and the armor on his body closed. And Kaming's eyes turned red when he saw it next to him. "Are you envious?" "No. It's just SOSO." Kaming shook his head, but his eyes never moved away from the armor. "I thought it was just a larger set of armor. But I didn't expect it. Although it's not the same world. This damn charm can kill across worlds." "Oh. In that case, forget it." Fong Bai didn't respond after he finished speaking, leaving Kaming staring at him with wide eyes, scratching his head, and turned to look at the white-robed priest. "Elemental resistance? I don't know what this elemental resistance means. As far as I know, spells like fireball, even if they are explosions, are no different from physical damage. They all rely on the high temperature and shock wave generated by the fireball explosion to kill. This kind of damage can be effectively resisted by simple hardness and shock absorption. So what is elemental damage, and what is elemental resistance?" The white-robed priest smiled and was happy to explain Fong Bai's doubts, and said immediately, "I am a clergyman. Although similar, I am not a mage. So you can refer to it, but don't believe it completely. According to some of my understanding, there is rarely such a thing as elemental damage. For example, the explosion of fireball is indeed physical damage, and some acid spells are not considered elemental damage. The only things that can be barely considered elemental damage are probably some transformation spells, weakness spells, and spells that directly strip away vitality and extract strength. The damage caused by this kind of spell can probably be called elemental damage, and the strength of elemental resistance can also determine the level of damage caused by this spell. Among them, healing spells are also within the resistance range of this elemental resistance." Fong Bai suddenly realized when he heard this, and when he heard that both buff spells and negative effect spells were within the resistance range of elemental resistance. He smiled. "It's not a game. This is reasonable. Thank you." "No. Then you guys chat. I leave first." After the white-robed priest finished speaking, he nodded to Kaming and then stepped into the air. Seeing his master leave, Kaming immediately stood in front of Fong Bai. "What did you just say?" "Forget it? What do you mean forget it? Didn't you just say that it was nothing?" Fong Bai teased. Is there? Who said that?" Kaming took a deep breath and looked around. "Anyway, I didn't say that." Fong Bai was immediately amused by this, and was about to say something when suddenly 3 explosions sounded in succession. Boom! 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 Chapter 142 The Birth of Art. "Who said that?" "I didn't say that anyway." Kaming looked shameless. So Fong Bai didn't continue teasing him, and said instead, "If you want, bring your own materials. I can help you forge a set of this mechanical armor." But the upper limit is not high. After you put it on, you can kill at the professional level. But when facing the elite level, you can resist a few more times, but it has no other use. When your strength reaches the elite level, this armor will not only not help your strength, but will limit your performance. So you can't even do equipment blessing. Another way. Don't forge mechanical armor. I will help you forge a set of ordinary extraordinary heavy armor or weapons. It can't provide mechanical assistance, but the equipment blessing, defense, destructive power, and sharpness are definitely not weaker than mechanical assisted armor. The improvement in strength in a short period of time is not as good as mechanical assisted armor, but in the long run, it can be used longer. From what I just saw of the equipment of these elite warriors, you can be in the leading state when you use it at the elite level. What do you want? You choose it yourself. Kai Ming immediately fell into a dilemma. One side is handsome, and the other side is practical. Recalling the appearance of Fong Bai armor just now, it's really hard to choose. Fong Bai looked at the direction where the white-robed priest left and waited. The white-robed priest helped so much. Although he didn't say it, Fong Bai couldn't not express anything. Didn't he say when he left that Fong Bai and Kai Ming should chat? Let's chat. However, while waiting, suddenly, the ground shook slightly, and a terrifying explosion sounded. Boom, boom, boom. Fong Bai turned his head and looked at the moment the explosion sounded. Although the sound sounded at the same time, it was obviously from 3 directions. Fong Bai didn't sense any elemental fluctuations in such a large-scale explosion. It stands to reason that a spell effect of this level will definitely have strong elemental fluctuations. As far as the ground vibration can be felt, Fong Bai mental power can definitely feel it. Gunpowder. Fong Bai mind suddenly emerged with this thought, and the next moment he turned his head and looked at the guild leaders one by one. As expected, there was no expression of surprise on their faces, and they were still chatting happily. What surprised Fong Bai was that Zheng Bin, Sui Yi and others, who he saw from the corner of his eye, did not show any surprise at all. At this moment, Fong Bai immediately understood that during the process of being hunted down, the local player guilds in Hongfeng City joined forces with Zheng Bin, Sui Yi and other persecuted people to launch a violent action. Zheng Bin, Sui Yi and others should be responsible for intelligence work, and these guilds are responsible for the production of gunpowder and the specific implementation of the plan. In just a moment, these thoughts turned over in Fong Bai's mind. Fong Bai immediately walked in front of Zheng Bin and asked directly. At this time, Zheng Bin seemed to have just logged off once. When he came back online, the smile on his face gradually converged, revealing an incomprehensible expression. Fong Bai was stunned by this. What happened? Did the action fail? No. The action was successful. Very successful. Beyond imagination. Zheng Bin said this, but his face really didn't look like success. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Interesting. The man in gorgeous clothes looked at the projection on the water mirror, looked at the mage apprentice and elite warrior killed by Fong Bai, rubbed the golden mouse with one hand, and looked at Fong Bai with eyes that seemed to emit light. Treasure. Treasure. It turns out that there is some treasure on him. Or he has used some treasure. A mere professional level person was able to kill not only the mage apprentice, who was preparing ritual magic, but also the 3 elite level warriors one by one under the siege of 3 elite level warriors. The man in gorgeous clothes exclaimed. I must get him. Not only his treasure, but also his body. Players and players' bodies are also different. This player's body itself is an extremely precious treasure. The man in gorgeous clothes looked at Fong Bai greedily and prepared to go out immediately. Now that the disgusting white-robed priest has left, he will go out and bring the player back. He will have another treasure in his laboratory. The liquor made from his body is definitely the strongest. The man in gorgeous clothes showed a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Subconsciously looked up, and his mental power instantly locked onto the people and things that brought the sense of crisis. While he was concentrating on watching Fong Bai performance, a few ragged players pushed a dung cart and rushed into the manor under the suicide attack of a group of players. And it was those dung buckets that brought a sense of crisis. Players collecting dung? The man in fancy clothes was stunned. These players often collected dung nearby. Although he had never paid attention to them, he had seen them on the road. With his memory, he naturally recognized them at a glance. A few players were not to be feared. The man in fancy clothes immediately locked his eyes on the dung cart that brought a sense of crisis. First, he put on 5 or 6 layers of shields of different colors to ensure that he could withstand several rounds of attacks from the same master-level warriors. After that, he prepared to probe directly into the dung bucket regardless of his nausea. However, before he started to explore, the man in Chinese clothes found that the player pushing the dung cart had lit a string of thin wires with fire. Sizzle! The thin wires burned quickly, and the group of players beside him were very excited. Their faces were red, and their necks were thick, and their spirits were excited. Sizzle! Under the observation of his mental power, this sound seemed to ring in the ears of the man in Chinese clothes, giving him an ominous premonition. And when his mental power probed into the dung bucket and saw the tightly wrapped large bags, the fuse just sank into the large bags. The man in Chinese clothes' sense of crisis instantly reached its peak. In an instant, the man in Chinese clothes, regardless of being exposed, directly pinched out the fuse with the hand of a mage. The movement in the dung bucket attracted the attention of the players. They looked at each other and understood instantly. At this moment, the man in fancy clothes felt a sense of crisis that reached its peak. When he probed into the bag with his mental power, he found all kinds of particles and powders, and also saw a tube with a spring on it. Tick, tick, ding. The crisp sound happened when his mental power probed into it. The man in fancy clothes, whose sense of crisis reached its peak, only had time to put on 10 more layers of shields. The next moment, he saw the birth of art. Boom! Without any element fluctuations. The man in fancy clothes watched the particles and powder inside the bag being ignited under the detection of his mental power, and then expanded in the most terrifying proportion. The terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the players next to him. They were shattered in excitement, and the terrifying explosion fell to the ground the next moment. Boom! The earth shook, and the terrifying shock waves spread on the ground, and the terrifying temperature spread instantly. Pop! 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 The man in fancy clothes felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the shields protecting the laboratory and himself were broken layer by layer. Chapter 143. It's okay. I still have 2 laboratories. Boom! Puff! The man in fancy clothes felt his eyes go dark, and he spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Instantly, the dozens of layers of shields were shattered, directly affecting his mental power. At this moment, his brain seemed to be split open by an axe. The tearing pain instantly swept through his consciousness, and the terrifying explosion gradually passed. The shields that originally had more than a dozen layers, and later accumulated to dozens of layers, were all shattered, leaving only 2 thin layers of shields barely blocking the last aftermath. The man in fancy clothes couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, suppressed the pain, looked up, and saw that the soil that originally covered the laboratory above was all blown away. Under the shield was the laboratory, and above the shield was the sky. This underground laboratory that would never see the sun actually appeared directly under the sky at this moment. Listening to the footsteps approaching quickly, the man in fancy clothes forced himself to release an invisibility spell and a flying spell while holding back the pain. He rose slowly into the air while in the invisible state, looking at the laboratory below. And just as he was about to cast a fireball spell, a tearing pain swept through his mind. The spell model of the fireball spell that had just been formed collapsed, and the spell backlash, which was not serious, was superimposed on the man's mental power. The man in fancy clothes swayed and almost fell down. Damn it! Listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer, the man in fancy clothes, who was dizzy and close to fainting, forced himself to run away. The establishment and research of the laboratory consumed almost all of his energy and wealth. The anger of the laboratory being exposed and about to be destroyed was about to scatter his reason. At this moment, he wished that he could immediately destroy the player town next to Red Maple City completely. Kill all the players. Kill all the players within the field of vision. But he still forced himself to hold back his anger and barely maintained his reason. Because although he spent all his wealth and energy to build the underground laboratory and the tavern, he did not put all his efforts on this laboratory. He had 2 more laboratories of this kind. All 3 were blown up. One inside Hongfeng City, one outside Hongfeng City, and one a little distance from Hongfeng City. We didn't blow up the wrong one, and we didn't blow up any empty ones. Hundreds of captured players were killed in the 2 outside the city, and the specific number is still being counted. As for the 3rd location, which is the location in Hongfeng City, Zhangbin was silent. No players? Wrongly blown up? No, it was not wrong. No players died. But it doesn't mean that there are no players imprisoned inside. Sungbin said after a silence. It should be that a big fish was blown up here. So it is well preserved. And the players caught inside have not been killed. The various facilities inside are also very complete. And there are even living staff inside. As for the specific situation, I will take you to see it. What I said may have less impact. Fong Bai was stunned, and immediately followed Zhang while Kaming and a group of player guild leaders followed behind. The location of the bomb manor is far away from the slums where they are, on the edge of the noble area. This area is full of manors, but many manors have turned into scorched earth at this moment. This area of manors is providing supplies to that place. Sungbin pointed to this large area and said that some of this area was bombed, and some were not. This area, and the area over there are all bombed, and the scale below can be imagined. Fong Bai looked at the huge scale and the terrifying pit, and swallowed his throat and was stunned. But Kaming next to him suddenly widened his eyes. God of light, which great wizard cast the horrible ritual magic here? Did you really do this? Kaming opened his eyes wide and looked at the group of players next to him. He heard what Fong Bai said to them just now. The guild leaders looked at Kaming and smiled. This is the apprentice of the boss. And this boss seems to be close to the players. He is an object of unity and cannot be offended. He must be flattered. Thinking of this, several guild leaders immediately gathered next to Kaming. Fong Bai, who had recovered, turned his head to look at the remaining guild leaders and couldn't help asking curiously, "How much gunpowder did you make?" The guild leaders were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other. The last guild leader was really not seen by anyone and was pushed out by the other guild leaders. He did it. The guild leader saw that he was pushed out and smiled at Fong Bai immediately. "Excuse me. This bomb was indeed designed and made by our guild with the raw materials provided by everyone. Because our guild just happened to have a retired blaster with great ability. After teaching us to configure the gunpowder, he also made these bombs by himself and guaranteed that the power was absolutely enough and absolutely just right. I believe him. This power is absolutely just right." The president patted his chest and said, "Absolutely just right. No more. No less." Fong Bai was stunned when he heard this. Then he couldn't help laughing, pointing to the scorched earth in front of him, and couldn't help saying, "This is just right? Just flatten the noble district. Right? That's a little short of it. I had this idea. But unfortunately the gunpowder was used up," the president said with lingering feelings. And seeing Fong Bai's face was not right, he immediately said, "We originally wanted to blow it up to see if we could explore what was underneath. The power was indeed carefully designed at the beginning, and it was definitely enough. No more. No less. Than this. It's all their fault." President number 1 immediately pointed to the second president. "They tampered with the bomb without authorization." The second president immediately widened his eyes. "What do you mean I tampered with the bomb without authorization? It's obvious that I'm worried that your blaster is not capable enough and the calculation is not accurate enough. I was afraid that the equivalent was not enough. So I added a little bit of medicine. This is absolutely impossible to cause this phenomenon. If you want to blame someone, you have to blame him." He also moved. The second president immediately pointed to the third president. And the third president blushed at the time and said quickly, I am also worried that the power is not enough. I didn't add much. It is absolutely impossible that I caused this power. At least I am not the most critical one." And they all moved. "Why should I take the blame alone?" The third president pointed his hand and pointed to all the presidents. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 12th. Shoo, shoo. The sun is so good today. Let's bask in the moonlight." When Fong Bai looked over, the guild leaders whistled and looked at the moon. When Fong Bai kept looking, they were too embarrassed to gesture and said, "In fact, we only added a little bit." Fong Bai was speechless. He suddenly felt that none of the guilds around him were reliable. He strode forward to the edge of the pit. When his mental power penetrated into it and saw the situation below clearly, Fong Bai was stunned. And then the smile on his face disappeared. After a moment, he murmured, "You guys, you still put too little explosives." Everyone was stunned. Chapter 144 Extracting Experience Points. Damn beast. Although I have heard the players describe the situation here before. But just as Xingbin said, seeing something with your own eyes and hearing it described by others are two completely different concepts. When they saw the tragic situation in the laboratory, they couldn't help but grit their teeth and uttered a word. "Why didn't you blow up this bastard? How did you put the gunpowder?" All the presidents fell silent. There is a very strong transcendent in here, which they knew when the explosive pack was delayed. This was also intentional. 2 sets of detonation systems. According to the slight difference in the explosion time, they tested whether there was a mage-type transcendent in it. The success rate of this test method is not high. But fortunately, it was indeed tested. There is one in it. And when they saw that the laboratory was not completely destroyed, and even remained intact, they understood that this mage-type transcendent must have escaped. The power is not enough. Seeing the rows of players with dull eyes below, looking at the corpses floating in the pool, looking at the instruments and arrays that are refining the corpses, looking at the wreckage, everyone has a fire burning in their chest. Here, the players seem to have become a kind of raw material, and the bottles of reagents are made with the players' corpses as raw materials. Wait, hasn't Wang Gang been resurrected? Why is his body still soaking in the pool? Suddenly a player said in surprise. Also, when a player dies, the body will disappear, including the blood and hair. It stands to reason that these raw materials, and some of the ingredients in these reagents will also disappear. Why are they still here? He said in disbelief. But as soon as he finished speaking, a president said, Wang Gang was indeed resurrected. But he was resurrected in a fully weakened state. He has reached the state he was in when he first entered the game. And he is still leveling up. According to him, he lost consciousness after being captured. And he had no perception of the game in reality. When he logged in, he was in a coma until he was resurrected. And he only died once. But all his experience had been cleared. And he entered a completely weakened state. That is, the level was reset to 0. But the attribute points were not reset. And he needed to level up again to recover. This should be the price of leaving the player's body behind. Fong Bai was startled when he heard this. Looking at the players' bodies below, feeling the power in their bodies, and suddenly had an idea and spoke out. Perhaps this is because the player's power is actually in the body. Normally, the dead body is recovered, and after simple loss or handling fees, it is reloaded into the template and molded into the player's body, which manifests as a weak state. Once the body is left behind, it means that the energy is intercepted, and the player can only reshape the body out of thin air and reload the template to revive. That is, all the experience points are reset to 0. And this laboratory may have discovered a way to extract this energy, or experience points. If it is really to extract experience points, then these potions can only play 1/10 of the effect of experience points. Then, many presidents were silent and did not speak. And their guess was the same. After all, they lost experience points when they died. And they only needed to accumulate experience points to restore their strength. From this perspective, the corpse should be filled with experience points. As for why the experience points given by the system to players to make players stronger quickly can be extracted, it can only be explained by the fact that this is a real world. Since this system can use this experience value to help players grow, it is not impossible for the mages in this world to find a way to intercept and extract this experience value to make reagents. Below, some players were interrogating researchers, and some players were collecting evidence. Fong Bai watched this scene, his chest burning with anger. At the same time, a chill began to grow behind him. The effect of experience points is simply too terrifying and too tempting. If this ability, this technology is widely spread, Fong Bai dare not imagine what kind of picture will appear at that time. At this time, Kaming also clenched his fists and said to Fong Bai, Fong Bai, the church will immediately report this kind of filth to the Pope, and will definitely use the most cruel means to judge all the nobles and mages involved. Listening to Kaming's words, Fong Bai shook his head slightly and spoke in Kaming's puzzled eyes. Kaming, this is our players' business. We will solve it ourselves. Excuse me first. If you decide what armor you want, tell me. Prepare the materials, and I will help you complete the forging as soon as possible. After Fong Bai finished speaking, he walked directly to the many presidents. At this time, a president slowly opened an experimental record and spoke out. This is the list of all the nobles who participated in the purchase of the medicine and their usage. The user's physical changes and promotion are also recorded behind this experimental record. Fong Bai turned his head and saw the Tulip family at the beginning. And looking down, Dennis was listed in the list of users. More than a dozen families. More than 100 users. Fong Bai memorized all these names. At this time, the presidents clenched their fists, and murderous intent gradually emerged in their eyes. The tavern was bombed. In the study, an old noble said, "I'm afraid there is a list of our names in the tavern." So what if there is a list? Do these players really think that having one more elite player is a big deal? But if these players take the initiative to attack, it will definitely bring us an extremely painful price. And all the weak members of our family will surely die in the endless suicide attacks. And losing the next generation. Even if we can do whatever it takes to make the players pay a heavy price with our family heritage, it will be meaningless. Once the inheritance is broken, the family will exist in name only. And even the title can only be passed on to the stepchildren. This is unacceptable to us. All the nobles present fell silent. And they were not just imagining things. The red maple city pattern in front of them can be formed, which has produced a precedent. Although they all despise the players, they also envy them. Perhaps it is this envy from high to low, that makes them psychologically distorted, thus despising the players even more, and wanting to deal with them even more. But at this moment, the players have indeed become an extremely difficult problem that must be faced. There is no way to fight simply, unless mobilize the family's heritage. Open the city magic circle. Clear out all players within the Red Maple City. And make Red Maple City a restricted area for players until His Majesty the King starts his plan. A noble proposed an extremely crazy plan. Either don't fight, or kill them completely. And then hold on until that day. Chapter 145 Breakout. Where's my lab? The disheveled man in fancy clothes stared at the big hole on the ground. The original manor had turned into a ruin, and the location of the lab had been completely flattened. The lab hidden underground also collapsed under the terrifying shock wave, and was compacted layer by layer. Everything inside turned into a pool of mud. The second one was like this. The third one was still like this. The man in fancy clothes was very proud of his 3 burrows. But one night, all 3 burrows were destroyed in the same way in an instant. When the man in fancy clothes saw the situation of the third lab again, he was unbelievable and confirmed that he had not seen it wrong many times. Then his eyes went black, and his mental strength that had been struggling to support him completely collapsed, as if it was torn apart. Pa! The man in fancy clothes fell to the ground and fell into a complete coma. Before he fell into a coma, the disheveled man in fancy clothes had only one thought in his mind. Revenge. Revenge. Must take revenge. He must make them pay the heaviest price. The players are still collecting evidence, and their guild's propaganda department is already writing articles to start propaganda, calling on all the small guilds and individual players in Hongfeng City. During this period, various experimental records were found, and the various experimental methods were simply shocking. However, just when Fong Bai and others were ready to kill, an old noble with silver hair appeared in the sky in an instant. The white-robed priest followed closely behind. The battle began the moment the two appeared. This time, neither side showed any restraint, and the terrifying aftermath fell on the ground in an instant. Boom, 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 as if the sky and the earth were shaking under the collision of terrifying momentum. Everyone felt very difficult to move, and at this time, one extraordinary person after another with a large number of soldiers surrounded this side directly. Crossbows, tower shields, fishing nets, lassos, and matching extraordinary people instantly brought great pressure to Fong Bai and a group of presidents. And the moment they saw these soldiers, almost all the presidents changed their faces. Oh no! The nobles have completely torn their faces apart. Notify the camp and enter a state of war. As soon as the voice fell, the players next to the presidents instantly went offline to notify. And while they were notifying, they all turned their heads to look at Fong Bai. Boss? Breakthrough. Fong Bai didn't say anything extra, and turned over and sat on the back of the little rhino, removing the armor on his right hand, revealing that his entire right hand was holding the giant axe. As the voice fell, the momentum soared to the sky, and the whole person rushed towards an elite warrior with momentum. You killed Dennis? I let you know. In front of the real strength. Bang! Puff! Golden right hand. Rhino charge speed. Blood burst. Rhino blood and energy borrowing power. All the power was superimposed on the right hand, and the terrifying power added to the hammer fell directly on the elite warrior's arm shield. With just one strike, The arm shield slammed into his chest, and the terrifying force directly knocked him away, and blood mist with internal organs spurted out. Fong Bai grabbed a javelin behind him and threw it. Swish. Puff. The javelin several centimeters thick instantly penetrated the elite warrior from the lower body, and the body was directly shattered and turned into blood mist all over the sky. Hiss. All the people on both sides of the enemy stared with wide eyes, and the extraordinary people standing in front of them instantly felt cold in their hearts and subconsciously avoided it. And the many presidents behind them hurriedly followed after giving orders to their respective guild players to disperse and flee. Fong Bai thoughts moved, and the armor and weapons of the Death Elite Warrior flew onto the back of the rhino, and he rushed forward without stopping. The terrifying weight made him seem like a heavy tank. The moment he rushed into the crowd, he swung his axe. Blood and flesh flew, and directly hit a gap in the array, and rushed forward continuously. Suddenly, ping! Fong Bai's body shook, and a crossbow arrow turned into a flashing shadow and hit his heart instantly. The terrifying impact almost made his heart stagnate, and his blood surged. Fong Bai instantly looked in the direction where the crossbow arrow came from, and saw an ordinary-looking extraordinary person put away the gorgeous crossbow in his hand, looked at Fong Bai with surprise, and then quietly disappeared into the darkness. However, the feeling of being watched and locked was like a maggot attached to the bone, and could not be shaken off. And in just a moment, several presidents behind Fong Bai were tightly entangled and couldn't get away, under the overwhelming fishing nets and lassos. They seemed to be trapped in a net of heaven and earth. They were all like this. As the only elite combat force, Fong Bai was watched by everyone. Fishing nets and lassos fell every moment, but they were all blocked by Fong Bai magician's hand. Charge! 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 Fong Bai only had this thought in mind. He swung his axe. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and soon no one dared to stand in front of Fong Bai. But the blocking ropes and the barricades that blocked the charge slowed down Fong Bai's speed greatly. And from time to time, a hidden arrow attracted Fong Bai great attention. The breastplate that was hit twice by the crossbow arrows had a crack, and Fong Bai did not dare to be careless. Whoosh! A tiny sound sounded, but before Fong Bai could dodge, he found that the target was not himself. Under the cover of mental power, a president who had just become a superhuman was hit in the head by a crossbow arrow. Bang! The head was blown up like a watermelon. Seeing this, Fong Bai's pupil shrank and turned his head to look in the direction of the crossbow arrow. The ordinary superhuman smiled at Fong Bai with a smug smile. Moo! The little rhino made a deep cow cry, and continuously picked up the barricades or other obstacles in front of it. The continuous attacks made Fong Bai unable to care about many things, and he could only rush out. Time passed by minute, and the sound like thunder echoed behind him continuously. Fong Bai felt that there were still so many enemies around him, as if they were endless. He killed one and another came, and killed 10 and 10 more. This feeling was simply despairing. The high frequency of fighting also made Fong Bai's physical strength constantly consumed. He couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart. It seemed that there was no hope, and this was exactly what some people wanted to achieve. Not far away, a group of noble youths in gorgeous clothes looked at the knight riding a heavily armored rhinoceros excitedly, and said excitedly, "He is getting slower and slower. So just keep surrounding him. We can definitely capture him alive later. I want his rhinoceros. I want him to be my collection. I want to make him into a god-given potion." The noble youths were extremely excited, and even began to quarrel over the division of the spoils. Judging from the family emblems and accessories on them, they were all the core children of the heads of various families. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 146, The First Death. Swoosh! Dodged the arrow at an extreme angle. The rhino under him was panting, and Fong Bai couldn't help but feel a little tired, except for the right arm that had been completely elementalized. The muscles and other parts of his body were sore and numb. And at this moment, the sound of battle like thunder in the sky above the laboratory came to an abrupt end. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look back. A huge ritual field was formed, and the white-robed figure shrouded in holy light in the sky was instantly smashed to the ground. Everyone's face changed. But the next moment a beam of light shot up from the direction of the church, and the battle continued. And at this moment, a voice sounded in Fong Bai's ears. "Run as soon as possible. The farther the better." Listening to the familiar voice, Fong Bai felt himself shrouded in a white light and floating up quickly. But the next moment, he heard the voice of the old noble again. You want to send someone away in front of me? That's too much of a disrespect for me, isn't it? Before he finished speaking, Fong Bai saw a gun tip infinitely enlarged in front of his eyes. The terrifying power only shook him slightly, and made him completely lose consciousness. At the same time, the cry of the little rhino rang in his ears. Duke! Before he lost consciousness, Fong Bai heard this sentence. The battle in Hongfeng City was still going on, and he suddenly woke up in reality. It was as if he was awakened by a demon in his sleep. Everything just now was deeply engraved in Fong Bai's mind, and he could recall it one by one. However, the whole thing was like a dream. He only had some palpitations when he woke up, and then quickly dissipated, without any sequelae of death. However, Fong Bai was still stunned and sat there blankly. After entering the game for so long, everything went smoothly. He completed the novice trial, changed his job to a transcendent, built a mage tower, and created a mecha master profession. Just now, he even ignored the master-level old nobles under the attention of a large number of players, and directly killed 3 elite warriors. It is impossible to say that he was not proud. It is impossible to say that he was not proud. Fong Bai even felt a little proud. But all this was gone in front of that domineering shot. And he fell down in an instant. He died. It was the first death since entering the game. Not only that, the little rhino also died. Fong Bai's heart suddenly twitched, and he clenched his fists in an instant, and his heart twitched faintly. Duke! This was the first time Fong Bai hated a specific aborigine so much. A moment later, Fong Bai logged into the game again. In the darkness, Fong Bai, who logged into the game, heard a system prompt in his ears. Ding. System prompt, you are dead. Ding. System prompt, you have entered a weak state. Ding. System prompt, please choose a resurrection method. Random resurrection/resurrection at resurrection point/resurrection on the spot. Fong Bai looked at the 4 words resurrection at the spot, was silent for a moment, and directly chose the resurrection at the resurrection point. After choosing, a system prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding. System prompt, resurrection coins detected. In use. Ding. System prompt, resurrection successful. Weak state lifted. In the wilderness mountains, under the mage tower, Fong Bai figure slowly emerged. So strong. In Hongfeng City, a noble young man stepped on the rhino corpse and excitedly played with the armor in his hand. A noble next to him was fighting with another person for the giant axe and the metal right hand. However, before they could be happy, the armor, the giant axe in their hands, and the rhino under their feet suddenly disappeared. The noble standing on the back of the rhino staggered and fell to the ground, looking at the suddenly disappeared items, a little confused. Under the mage tower, Fong Bai, wearing armor, holding a giant axe, riding a rhino, slowly emerged. Moo! The little rhino let out a surprised and doubtful moo. Fong Bai looked at the armor on his body, the giant axe in his hand, and the little rhino under him, and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Hearing the cry of the little rhino, Fong Bai couldn't help but be stunned, and touched the little rhino with mixed feelings. Getting off the little rhino, looking at the little rhino, who was a little unconvinced, Fong Bai rubbed its horn and looked at it quietly, until the little rhino felt a little embarrassed and gently pushed Fong Bai with its horn. Ha! Ha! The resurrection coin is awesome. The system is awesome. Fong Bai couldn't help laughing. And when he saw the 4 pieces of armor and 4 weapons on the back of the little rhino, he was even more excited. Even the spoils of war can be preserved. Resurrection coins. And lossless resurrection means lossless resurrection. Right? As long as it is on the body, it can be resurrected. Awesome. Fong Bai couldn't help shouting again. And the little rhino couldn't help shouting when he saw Fong Bai so excited. Moo! Moo! After a long time, the man and the cow gradually quieted down. Duke, wait for me. After chatting with Zhang Zhong, who came over after hearing the noise, Fong Bai picked up a set of armor on the back of the little rhino. The armor on the elite warriors is naturally also a super weapon, but it is not much better than the armor on the professional super person. They are just elemental alloy armor, not pure elemental metal armor. The main attribute bias is strength and physique. In addition, there seems to be a constant iron armor spell inside. This method of setting attribute bias and constant spell inside made Fong Bai very envious. and he immediately scanned the armor into the elemental space. Then, Fong Bai went directly to the special furnace and lit the furnace. The bellows were pulled, and the furnace soon had a whirring flame. The high-temperature flame turned into a fire snake in the air, and turned into a fire lotus. Fong Bai threw the armor directly into the fire lotus, and melted it bit by bit with the high temperature inside the fire lotus. Not long after, the armor turned into a ball of red molten iron, and at the same time, a ceremony slowly formed. However, this ceremony was different from the previous one. The protagonist was surprisingly the curious little rhino. Moo! I've made you wait for so long. It's time for you to be promoted to a warcraft. When you become stronger, we go for revenge together. As Fong Bai finished speaking, the ceremony started. In the ceremony venue, light spots from the elemental alloy molten iron flew towards the little rhino little by little. Fong Bai directly helped it filter out the light spots belonging to the elemental metal and isolated the others. Fong Bai would naturally give the little rhino the best. Little by little, the light spots entered the little rhino's body, and then were directly guided by Fong Bai to gather on the bones. Little by little, when a piece of bone completely turned into a brilliant golden moment. Swoosh! With a soft hum, a faint golden light covered the little rhino. At the same time, the elements swept over, and the process of transformation from ordinary to extraordinary began. The little rhino was rapidly transforming. Its body suddenly became larger, and its bones became dense and strong. Its terrifying muscles were like steel castings, and the stratum corneum on the surface was like a thick layer of iron armor. The blood in its body quickly doubled and even boiled. Drastic changes occurred quickly, and the little rhino's strength became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon after, a powerful momentum belonging to the demon beast rose instantly. Moo! Chapter 147 Reconstruction? Moo! The little rhino let out an excited long moo. The transformation after becoming a magic beast has made it taller than Fong Bai. The thick rhino's skin now has a metallic luster, as if it were cast in metal. The huge body of the little rhino is like a heavy tank at this moment. The perfect gold element structure and the perfect body structure. The body formed by this fusion. Just sensing the momentum gives Fong Bai a strong feeling, even faintly surpassing the old rhino. Fong Bai rubbed the little rhino's head lovingly. You've grown so big in a blink of an eye. It's not appropriate to call you little rhino in the future. So, I give you a name. Fong Bai thought for a long time, and finally thought hard based on the characteristics of the little rhino. Nothing came to mind. Forget it. Just call you little rhino. I think it's quite appropriate. Fong Bai pouted. By the way, who is stronger between you and your dad? Moo! Moo! The little rhino, which had just calmed down, became excited again, rubbed Fong Bai, and turned away. Moo! 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 Fong Bai couldn't help smacking his lips as he kept calling out excitedly while walking. TSK. You're so eager to go home to see your old father after just a few days away from home? You're so filial. Fong Bai was happy. But after the little rhino left his sight, the smile on Fong Bai's face gradually faded, and his fists clenched. But then he slowly let go. Anger without strength can only be impotent rage. Nothing. Master level. Fong Bai muttered to himself. And then without any hesitation, he drew out the flames inside the furnace, and began to melt the confiscated armor and weapons. The remaining 3 pieces of armor and 4 weapons were all melted by Fong Bai in one breath. The ritual is formed. A steady stream of light spots emerge from the molten iron and flow into Fong Bai's body. It still only absorbs the light spots belonging to the elemental metal. This time Fong Bai did not choose a specific part, but controlled these light spots to evenly integrate into the bones of the whole body. The metallized skeletal muscle has extremely strong tendons. If the muscles are strengthened first without strengthening the bones, it will definitely lead to fractures when exerting force. And even actions must be cautious. So the bones must be strengthened first. The bones inside the body evenly absorb the golden light spots. When the molten iron in front of him completely turned into a piece of waste, the bones in Fong Bai's body have become much denser, and even have a hint of metallic luster. 21%. Fong Bai roughly estimated the proportion of elemental metals in his body. He can clearly perceive that the energy contained in his body has increased again. Now it is definitely not so troublesome for him to kill elites again. Now it is only 21%. As long as it reaches 100%, Fong Bai can complete the metallization of the whole body. Fong Bai has a feeling that after the body is 100% metallized, it will definitely bring a new round of qualitative changes. That should be the time when I advance to the elite level, Fong Bai whispered. He had a strong premonition, but this made him fall into thought. With my current strength, I can fight elite-level extraordinary people even without wearing mechanical-assisted armor. If it's one-on-one, they are definitely not enough for me to kill. Even if I am only a professional level, this should be the credit of my fusion of pure elemental metals. If it is just fusion of ordinary steel, or fusion of ordinary elemental alloys, then the strength may be equivalent to the normal professional level. But then again, what is the standard for evaluating professional level? Elite level? And even master level? It must not be strength. Otherwise, I would have been elite level long ago. Fong Bai thought for a long time without getting an answer, and was a little confused. This is probably the defect of being a wild person. I have not received professional extraordinary education, and I have no experience sharing and teaching from teachers. Everything must be explored and tested by myself. If I am lucky, I may be promoted. If I am unlucky, I may never meet the requirements. If I don't even know what the standard is, how can I talk about breakthroughs? How can I talk about creating a career? Fong Bai fell into deep thought, and he once again realized his lack of knowledge. Even if there is a fantasy space, it is useless. What he needs is learning, not research. Research comes after learning, and learning is the basis of research. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai shook his head slightly, put this question aside for the time being, and took out the statue of the evil god. The divinity inside the statue of the evil god has been deprived of the formation of the territory development order. So the statue at this moment has become an ordinary elemental metal. The statue slowly sank and floated in the fire lotus. After the statue was completely melted, Fong Bai separated half of it for the ceremony. Looking at the dense light spots flying out of the elemental metal, Fong Bai couldn't help but fall into thought. All the flying golden dots are exactly the same, and all the elemental metals are like this. Is this a commonality of all elemental metals? Looking at these light spots that continuously flew out, representing elemental metals, Fong Bai suddenly had an idea in his mind. These elemental metal light spots can form hard elemental metals inside and outside the body. The process of the ritual is to change them from solid to elemental metal into invisible light spots, so that I can absorb them. In this case, can I reconstruct these elemental metal light spots into elemental metals? Fong Bai heart thumped, looking at the golden light spots that flew into his right arm, but could not be integrated and could only exist independently. He suddenly had a bold idea. It seems to be just a conversion, but Fong Bai saw an extremely bold idea in it. If this kind of light spot can be transformed into a solid metal with a specific structure, does that mean that I can turn the elemental metal into light spots in advance and store them in my body, and then change them into a solid shape when needed? For example, weapons and armor. Fong Bai's body trembled slightly, and his eyes widened. At this moment, Fong Bai had a feeling of grasping the future, returning to reality. With excitement, Fong Bai scanned the golden light spots into the fantasy space, and absorbed them bit by bit after scanning. A moment later, Fong Bai felt that the progress of elemental metallization had reached 27%, and the energy in his body surged. Theoretically speaking, as long as the elemental metal is enough, I can achieve 100% elemental metallization today and directly upgrade to elite level. Fong Bai looked at the remaining elemental metal with nostalgia, but gave up the plan to continue refining with the ritual. Fong Bai knew very well that even if he used up all these elemental metals, it would be impossible to achieve 100% conversion, in the case that his own strength could not undergo a qualitative change in a short period of time. Fong Bai had another choice. Chapter 148 Batch Job Transfer. Ding! 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 The sound of forging echoed inside the mountain, and 50 players watched Fong Bai forge one set of armor after another. The remaining half of the elemental metal of the evil god statue was mixed into the molten iron, according to the proportion, to form a large amount of elemental alloy. One after another. Simple mechanical power-assisted armor designed for charging. This set of armor also contains mechanical power-assisted functions, but it is relatively simple. Unlike Fong Bai mechanical power-assisted armor that can perfectly increase power, this set of armor has only one power-added option. That is, front and back power added. With the specially made spear and rhino armor, it finally turned into 3 functions. Hold the spear. Pierce. Put the spear back. Use the armor to offset the shock of charging and piercing. And use the mechanical power amplitude to pierce the power. Although the function of this set of armor is simple, it is extremely specialized, and its function is not weak. What's more important is that this set of armor has a simple overclocking function. Although it cannot be overclocked autonomously, it will not be restricted by the machine itself. In this way, one set of armor after another was born in Fong Bai hands, and one set after another came into the hands of players. Fong Bai looked at the 50 players he had selected in front of him. The gold content in their bodies had all reached 100%. Looking at them, Fong Bai took a long breath and said immediately, "Zhang Zhong, step out." Yes. Zhang Zhong took a step forward in an instant and came to Fong Bai. Fong Bai directly melted a ball of elemental alloy and formed a ritual field with mental power. In the eyes of everyone's doubts, the fiery red elemental alloy turned grayish-white bit by bit. An array of golden light gradually appeared on Zhang Zhong's body. When the elemental alloy completely turned grayish-white, Zhang Zhong's body was full of golden light, and a strong momentum burst out involuntarily. Everyone looked at Zhang Zhong in doubt, but Zhang Zhong stared at Fong Bai with wide eyes, his eyes full of disbelief. In front of him, an attribute panel popped up. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for changing his job to a Mecha Master. Mecha Master? The second combat profession? No, that's not right. Zhang Zhong suddenly felt that the fighting spirit that originally belonged to the spearman in his body was being assimilated by the power gushing out from the golden bone. The power of the spearman was disappearing. But Zhang Zhong was not surprised but happy, because he found that his power was not weakened, but was constantly increasing. The Mecha Master is stronger than the spearman. Zhang Zhong looked at Fong Bai in surprise. Go to the side and experience it. Yes. Zhang Zhong walked to the side in surprise to feel the power. Next, Jiang Biao. The tall and strong Jiang Biao walked in front of Fong Bai. And Fong Bai immediately copied the action just now, when the elemental alloy gradually turned gray, when Jiang Biao was shrouded in golden light, and when he rose from the terrifying momentum. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait! Transcendent? Jiang Biao became a transcendent? The players behind looked at this scene in disbelief. They couldn't believe it. Without the job-changing props and the Warcraft crystal core, he just changed his job so simply. This, no matter how much they dared not believe it. The aura emanating from Jiang Biao was real, and it was so overwhelming that they could not breathe. Compared with him, Jiang Biao was more shocked, because only he knew what changes had taken place in his body. Not to mention the system prompt in front of him. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for changing his job to become a Mecha Master. Jiang Biao wanted to say something, but a terrifying attraction broke out, and the surrounding gold elements turned into a vortex and poured into his body continuously. As a newly formed extraordinary person, the transformation began. Zhang Zhong. Teach him to temper his fighting spirit. Yes. Zhang Zhong, who finally came to his senses, responded loudly. Hearing the two words fighting spirit that belonged exclusively to extraordinary people, the others looked at each other in surprise, and the scene instantly became noisy. Quiet. As Fong Bai's voice fell, everyone instantly closed their mouths tightly and looked at Fong Bai expectantly. When Fong Bai talked about touching the extraordinary, they thought it was just this kind of elemental body tempering. They were also very satisfied with this, but they didn't expect that Fong Bai would actually play for real. Next, Zhongli. Yes. Zhongli responded loudly. Next, Jia Wu. Yes. Jia Wu shouted excitedly, and their responses were louder and louder, as if expressing their inner excitement. One after another, powerful momentum rose up, and one after another players began to transform. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Everyone stayed up all night for 3 days, and everyone witnessed a miracle, including Zhang Zhong. 50 players, 50 extraordinary people. Everyone looked at Fong Bai fanatically and worshipfully, and more people still couldn't believe it. Familiar with the power in the body, everything seemed like a dream. The auras they exuded merged together, and the monsters in the surrounding mountains and forests all fled in panic. They kept fighting, jumping and running around. Some started to smash stones with their hands, and some started to wrestle with rhinos. Everyone was venting their excitement in their own way. Zhang Zhong recalled the difficulties he had when he changed his job to a spearman, and felt the new but more powerful power in his body. full of emotion. There are only 50 extraordinary people? It feels like a dream. Boss, you are too awesome. You can help people change their jobs without asking for anything. Bullshit. What do you mean by asking for nothing? Fong Bai laughed and scolded. And Zhang Zong was stunned. That's just that you didn't pay anything. The element alloy I paid for is nothing. Right? Do you think this thing is cheap? And isn't my time a sacrifice? I tell you, only I can perfectly grasp the structure of your body and perfectly deduce the corresponding gold element structure. I have mastered the 3 refinements and have the requirements for the ritual, which can replace the function of the job transfer props to help you change your job. Change someone else? Not even the master level can do it. If you want to change your job like this, don't even think about it. Let me give you an example. The ordinary iron ingots you brought were forged into quasi-3 refined weapons by me. Can you say that there was no price paid for it? It's just that you didn't pay any price. Fong Bai finished speaking and looked at everyone quietly. 50 extraordinary people. This is the way he chose. But this simple number stacking has no meaning for the master level. But, everyone, gather. Fong Bai's voice rang in their ears. After a period of chaos, 50 extraordinary people looked at Fong Bai excitedly and expectantly. Put on your armor. Take your rhinos. And follow me. Yes. Moo. The earth shook. Led by the young rhinos, 50 strong rhinos rushed over. Chapter 149, A long-planned attack. Moo. The little rhino let out a long moo, which immediately caused a continuous mooing. The moos of 50 rhinos resounded through the sky. In the valley behind, the old rhino with a dusty face looked at the rhinoceros herd that was left with only the old, weak and sick, and fell into deep thought. There was not a single young or middle-aged male rhino. And that rebellious son didn't leave him a single one. Rebellious son, plotting to usurp the throne. After a while, the old rhino, filled with grief and anger, began to fulfill his duties as a leader on his harem. On the rhino's back, players were excited to practice their strength. Excitedly playing with armor and spears, and talking about it. The power of the extraordinary was beyond their imagination. Occasionally, his eyes passed over Fong Bai, and he couldn't help but show a trace of awe. Fong Bai rode the little rhino at the front of the team, and Tang Wen accompanied him and spoke out. Boss, this time the commotion was huge. The Church of Light was directly closed. Believers could not enter the church, and the clergy did not come out to preach. At night, you could still see bursts of holy light and angels flying. All the players in the entire Red Maple City were killed by the garrison. The night you came back, it should be that while you were fighting, a battle broke out in the players' main city. A master archer led the team, and nearly 10 elite extraordinary people led countless professional extraordinary people to rush into the players' main city. The city gate tower of the main city was directly shot and exploded by the master archer. The rain of arrows, combined with those elite and professional extraordinary people, almost plowed the entire players' main city. The workshops and warehouses of the players' guild were all destroyed, and the overall industrial system collapsed. All the stored materials were destroyed in a way of burning jade and stone. The number of player deaths was countless, and the property loss exceeded hundreds of millions. Tang Wen's face was particularly ugly. Not only that, the hidden bases of the top 10 guilds were all exposed, and then destroyed one by the master-level extraordinary players. The technology tree that was finally climbed out was all beaten back to its original form. In addition, in the battle, almost every extraordinary player of each guild was hunted down, and the average weakness state was above 3 levels, and all fell below the extraordinary level. The most weak state was said to have reached the 7th level, and it was completely broken. In this battle, the players of Red Maple City were completely destroyed in terms of overall strength and development potential. Fong Bai couldn't help but stagnate when he heard this. Although he guessed that the loss would be great, he didn't expect it to be so great. Break through the players' main city. Destroy workshops and warehouses. Find the players' hidden base. Destroy the factory, and reset the technology tree, hunting the extraordinary players, and completely destroying their individual strength. Step by step. No step was improvised, and every step was carefully calculated and solidly prepared in advance. Find out the location of the secret base in advance. Capture the breath of the players' extraordinary players in advance, etc. This is not a sudden counterattack. This is a long-planned clearance. Fong Bai suddenly felt a chill on his back. It seems that everyone underestimated these nobles. It is not just the nobles who are arrogant, but also the players. The players are even more arrogant than the nobles. It's just that the players' arrogance is more subtle. The players look down on these social levels, which are only equivalent to the indigenous nobles in the Western Middle Ages. They think that they are nothing except for their current strength and some ridiculous pride. And the players don't care about that little strength, thinking that it is only a matter of time for the players to catch up with them. The players look down on these indigenous nobles and NPCs from the bottom of their hearts. But are these indigenous nobles really that bad? Fong Bai suddenly realized that you can say that these indigenous nobles are narrow-minded. You can say that they are full of evil. You can say that they have no humanity. But no one can say that they are stupid. In essence, there is no difference in IQ between medieval humans and modern humans. There are only differences in knowledge and insights. How can these old nobles, who can maintain their own territories and properties in a state of the survival of the fittest, be stupid? Why are players so arrogant? Fong Bai took a deep breath. I hope the cruelty of this battle can wake up all players. Otherwise, resurrection will only give the enemy more gains. What's wrong with 10 lives? If you can't beat them with 1 life, can you beat them with 10 lives? Even if you rely on the advantage of immortality to carry out some suicide attacks, it will be at most painless for the nobles. What if it causes economic losses? What if you kill their favorite descendants of nobles? You can't hurt their roots, and you have to rely on strength in the end. The only right way is to crush them with strength. Fong Bai clenched his fists, thought about it, and logged off. After logging off, the little rhino continued to lead Fong Bai forward, while Fong Bai dialed a number. Hello? Is this President Hao? This is Fong Bai. President Hao? How are things going recently? I heard it's not very good. Fong Bai question made Hao Wei on the other end of the phone silent for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he spoke out. To be honest, sir, the losses are indeed huge. There is a traitor in the guild, and the 2 hidden bases for preparing gunpowder were destroyed by the nobles. Hao Wei gritted his teeth and said that he was the president of the Lost Paradise Guild, and he had never hated a player at any moment. The nobles would attack the player's main city, which was understood by all the presidents, and it was inevitable, because with the character of the nobles, it was impossible to tolerate their development. So they had been preparing for this situation for a long time. The player's main city was used as a place for economic exchange, supplemented by a simple production workshop. And the real laboratory and various factories produced by climbing the technology tree were hidden in the secret base. With these secret bases, even if they went to war with the nobles, they could maintain full-speed production and preparation. They thought that the secret bases would be discovered by the nobles. They even thought that the nobles had spells to directly lock the location of these secret bases. Many possibilities have been thought of. But what I never expected is that the nobles don't need magic, just some money to get the answer from the guild. Now the suspected players have basically been locked. Not only our guild, but other guilds are basically the same. We plan to transfer these people to the public security organs first, and then sue them for compensation for losses. After saying that, Hao Wei let out a long breath. I accidentally went off topic. Fong Bai, you have to be careful now. Red Maple City has activated the magic circle, and the watchtower on the city wall has built-in tracking and locking functions. In addition, there are a large number of nobles near Red Maple City, and adventurers are ready to find you and hunt you down. As for us, we have formed a spear team, although it is only a single shot. Hao Wei, whose voice has always been calm, became stern at this moment. I will make these nobles pay the price. Chapter 150 Crossing. At least 2 masters, about 30 elites, and hundreds of ordinary extraordinary people. Fong Bai hung up the phone and fell into thought. After roughly contacting these presidents, Fong Bai also had a general understanding of the overall situation of Hanfeng City. There are almost no active players on the surface of Hanfeng City. All the manors and farms outside the city of the natives of Hanfeng City have been harassed, attacked, and even destroyed to varying degrees. Arson, poisoning, and strong attacks. All means are used. All roads leading to the outside world in Hanfeng City have been dug up, and all chambers of commerce that dare to enter and leave will be attacked by players in a suicide attack. At present, almost all chambers of commerce have announced that they will stop trading with Hanfeng City. All the nobles of the towns and villages under Hanfeng City were killed, and none survived. The castles were directly burned down in the fire. the unity of the players who were originally scattered and killed each other after the war, the terrifying execution ability, and the execution speed completely confused the nobles who decided to start the war. Before I could drink the celebratory champagne I just raised, I received bad news one after another. The terrible loss made all the nobles crazy. They offered bounties and led their teams to chase and strangle players in the wild. At this moment, both sides were hurt and completely angry. The outbreak of the Red Maple City conflict also caused an uproar in reality. The Red Maple City conflict, a term destined to be written in history books, has become the most concerned hotspot in reality. Countless eyes are focused on the land of Red Maple City. Countless military fans begin to make plans on the forum. And there are also players nearby rushing to Red Maple City. At the same time, the investigation of the traitor and the discussion of the application of the law have also become a hot topic. Countless people are waiting for the verdict of this precedent. However, all this cannot conceal the fact that the war in Red Maple City has fallen into a comprehensive disadvantage. The lack of high-end combat power has forced players to harass constantly, which is a thorn in the side, but not a life-and-death enemy. While exercising, feeling a stream of heat flowing inside the body, thinking, after a round of exercise, when his body reached its limit, Fong Bai stopped at the right time and then went online. In the game, the fatigue perception of the real body faded, and the perception in the game took the lead. Boss, how do we go? Zhang Zhong saw Fong Bai go online and asked after unfolding the map. Fong Bai looked at the map with red and black areas, and the road that stretched in the gap, raised his eyebrows, and drew a big hand on the map. Go straight. Zhang Zhong's heart jumped when he heard it. Looking at the 9 dangerous areas of Warcraft and 8 extremely dangerous areas marked on the map. And then he heard Fong Bai shouting, "Everyone, gather!" As soon as the voice fell, a Rhino Knight quickly appeared in front of Fong Bai. Looking at Fong Bai expectantly, Fong Bai didn't explain anything, but shouted in a low voice, "Target, Red Maple City, charge, charge!" Everyone shouted excitedly when they heard it, and Fong Bai turned around and aimed at the direction of Red Maple City, and drove the little rhino directly. Moo! Moo! Boom! Boom! The earth shook, and the terrifying momentum was released. The rhinoceros herd suddenly rushed through the forest. No more detours. No more avoidance. As long as the terrain is flat enough, they will push forward directly. Unstoppable. In the wilderness mountains, a violent bear covered with spikes was resting in a cave. As a monster with a territory, the violent bear only needs to guard its territory to obtain a steady supply of food. It is much more comfortable than those monsters that keep wandering, secretly hunting in various territories, and then being expelled by the Lord. Only the strongest monsters can guard their own territory in this wilderness mountain range. Perhaps it was because he dreamed of the beautiful bear in his sleep, and some saliva flowed from the mouth of this violent bear. It seems that something good is happening. Boom! Boom! Moo! The sudden shock woke up the violent bear. Feeling the elemental fluctuations over there, the violent bear was filled with anger. Roar! The angry roar of the bear shook the forest. The violent bear with red eyes got on all fours and ran wildly in the direction of the vibration. Roar! The earth shook, and the big trees in front of it were smashed at will. Looking at the shattered trees, a trace of pride flashed in the eyes of the violent bear, followed by a group of rhinos and a group of 2-legged beasts sitting on the backs of rhinos. The moment the violent bear appeared, a pair of eyes full of murderous aura stared at it. The threat of death instantly dissipated its morning mood, and its body froze, and it turned and ran. Defending the territory? It doesn't matter if this territory is not needed. Roar! 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 Zhang Zong, who was about to attack, stagnated slightly as his blood and chi were instantly released, and his momentum was condensed. He had a sense of freedom of control. Boss, it's not a fierce beast. It's a demon beast. And it ran away. Well, keep going. Fong Bai swung his axe, and the team that was originally charging towards the violent bear instantly changed direction and continued to rush towards the direction of Red Maple City. During the action, this group of originally immature players had already brought out some murderous spirits between their brows. Fong Bai looked at the map and silently estimated the distance. It has been 20 days since they killed their way here. Although all the other monsters ran away except for an elite-level monster that attacked the team head-on, they still faced many attacks from fierce beasts. having the strength of a monster but not its intelligence. With extremely strong aggressiveness and murderousness, Fong Bai truly experienced the horror of the wilderness mountains. This also gave the team one actual combat opportunity after another, greatly enriching their combat experience and improving their tacit understanding. However, in addition to this, there were some unexpected gains. Fong Bai looked up at the blood cloud above his head. The murderous spirit and killing seemed to no longer be illusory at this moment, but really existed. These may be changes and will caused by killing, or they may be the will of the soul of death. These evil spirits, along with the blood and chi, form the blood and chi cloud, which becomes larger and more condensed. Not only does it cover the sky above the army, it even begins to spread to the periphery. It seems that in addition to getting darker and bigger, there seemed to be other changes. Retracting his gaze, Fong Bai picked up the map and looked at the Red Maple City, which was already close at hand, and shouted, "Charge! Moo!" While Fong Bai was on the road, the players of Red Maple City were not idle either. The player upgrade structure, composed of more than a dozen large guilds, was more aggressive and concealed as a whole. The commander-in-chief and the staff group, who specialize in popular command games such as Battle, Raid of Land, Star, Dynasty Stars, and Raid of Land, directly made the players disgusting and difficult to deal with even more. In the dark night, in Red Maple City, a group of players quietly touched the periphery of a manor, taking advantage of the night. Stuck in the periphery of the reconnaissance spell, they quietly spied on this manor. Chapter 151. Boom. Action. A person shouted in a low voice, and as soon as the voice fell, they all evacuated. And dozens of seconds later, the installed catapults were instantly launched. Bang! 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 The package thrown over was pierced before it landed. In an instant, yellow and white objects fell all over the sky, when an extraordinary person came out to check angrily. Boom! 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 3 rocket launchers missed and hit the wall of the manor. The explosion of 2 rocket launchers instantly swept the extraordinary people in. Without checking the results, the players who fired the rockets directly committed suicide by slitting their necks without any hesitation. The next moment, the elite extraordinary people fell beside them, but they could only look at a few corpses helplessly and furiously. One manor after another, one store after another, one team after another of 0-level players committed suicide. Some succeeded, some failed, and the data was reported and summarized one level at a time. Commander-in-Chief, this is today's report. A total of 98 actions were carried out, and the purpose of harassment was achieved. Among them, 21 were successful, killing 2 extraordinary people and 17 ordinary soldiers. However, with the martial law in Red Maple City, it is becoming increasingly difficult to deliver supplies into the city. In addition, the materials for configuring gunpowder in the city have also been put under control and are difficult to obtain. Don't worry. As long as the brothers' resurrection points are not leaked, there will be no problem as long as people are in the city. Control? It's not that I look down on them. A port city, a medieval port city, is talking to me about control. In the next life, the public relations team will strengthen the gangs, and the city defense army's public relations will be multi-pronged. The structure of the nobles inherently determines that they cannot be united. Don't talk about them. We can't do it. In addition, these nobles can't hold on for long. But when to start the war is up to them, and when to stop is up to us. At least one master must be left, the young player said coldly. Over there. The bait. Whether they bite the bait or not, you must always be prepared. Understood? In reality, in front of a huge sand table, the pale young player kept issuing one command after another. Under his control, the player coalition, composed of more than a dozen guilds, was like a huge and precise machine, fighting each other and operating efficiently. The perspective returned to the game, and the simple workshops in the wilderness area quickly prepared gunpowder. Raw materials in, gunpowder out. However, what they did not notice was that, after a batch of charcoal was transported into the simple workshop, an invisible eagle, I was watching the simple workshop from above. The eagle I watched these charcoals being prepared into gunpowder, loaded into gunpowder bags and transported away, and then directly distributed to teams of players. The huge eagle I watched this scene, without taking action on these workshops and these players, but simply traced the location of each workshop bit by bit according to the magic marks on the materials. Watching the flow of these gunpowders, while some were quietly transported into a base. City Lord. Today 2 professional-level extraordinary people died on the spot. And one of the previously seriously injured extraordinary people died. A guard in heavy armor said, his tall body kneeling respectfully on the ground, not daring to look up. At the conference table in front of him, the faces of the 5 nobles were somewhat ugly. During this period, both the economic and personnel losses were very heavy. The suspension of trade with the outside world made many nobles in the city quite dissatisfied. And some even blamed them. If it were just that, it would be fine. As long as the master level did not die, their status would be unshakable. Even if all the others died, their family could still maintain their status. It's just that they themselves feel that they are riding a tiger, and it's difficult to get off. Although the players who died many times are very weak, anyone can easily kill them. But there is no limit to their resurrection. And it seems that they can be resurrected at any place. They can't be killed endlessly. And they still harass continuously. And no matter how they kill these players, they keep their fighting spirit high, and even get more excited the more they kill. And the plan to hire players and use players against players at the beginning has all failed. All the players who had contact with them and those who had received benefits cut off contact. Although they can now easily recruit a large number of players who are willing to help them, they often pay money but have no news, and run away after receiving the money. It seems that overnight, these players who have grudges against each other or who have never met them have begun to refuse to contact them. And there is no morality. They take the money, but do not do any work. Just want to get something for free. They are still too anxious. However, although they understand this, they have no intention of bowing their heads directly. The face of the nobles does not allow them to bow their heads. This is not only the dignity of the family, but also the capital of their command of other noble families. This is one point. But the key is that they no longer have any power to make decisions. Their real foundation is the master level. And similarly, they have to obey the master level. The guards withdrew, and everyone was silent for a long time at the conference table. Finally, they ignored this question and pointed to the hidden base in the projection on the table and said, they have built another base. Let's destroy it first. Don't think too much. We still have to think about how to capture more players. Although they felt that they were in a difficult situation, no one looked down on these player bases and said casually, not only them. When the news was passed to several master-level extraordinary people, they had the same attitude. I want to guard the church. Andrew. Jason. Who will go? It's my turn. I go. Jason took the initiative to say that. The old noble threw a spell scroll to Jason, and then pointed to several professional-level extraordinary people in charge of production in the projection. Help me bring them back. Wow. Group human immobilization spell. Jason looked at the spell scroll and nodded. The old noble looked at Jason's back without paying attention, and took out a bottle of exquisite amber potion. He opened the lid and drank it all. The moment the potion entered his mouth, he felt that his strength, which had not been able to increase at all, was improved again. A hint of fanaticism flashed in the old noble's eyes. If there are enough potions, legends no longer seem out of reach. Looking at the death report presented, the old noble threw it aside and began to practice. But his strength and skills had reached a bottleneck decades ago, and no matter how he practiced, he did not improve at all. The old noble picked up the potion again. Legends. In base number 1, several professional-level extraordinary people in the logistics series are continuously producing with the cooperation of other players. Unscrupulous cannons, simple rocket launchers, grenade launchers, simple lathes. One after another items are manufactured to provide logistical supplies for the player coalition. This place is far away from Red Maple City, and is located in the core of the wilderness. All players have never entered Red Maple City. That is, their breath has not been captured. In addition, all the materials brought in have been strictly inspected. The headquarters has done the confidentiality work here to the extreme. The importance of this place can be imagined. If this place is destroyed again, the overall plan will be affected. This is the most important base, and it also carries a secret mission. On this day, the players were producing normally, but without any signs, and all the sentries did not warn. A figure came down from the sky with a strong momentum. In an instant, everyone was crushed. Just when they felt something was wrong and were ready to commit suicide, a spell scroll unfolded, and all the professional-level extraordinary people fell into a coma and were directly captured by Jason. At this time, Jason suddenly felt a sense of crisis growing below. And he was not only not anxious, but even wanted to laugh a little. However, before he left the crisis range, another sense of crisis came from the opposite direction. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. But before he could thank him, in an instant, a fatal sense of crisis came from all directions. Fortunately, he could fly, and the sky was still blank. After all, bombs could not be hidden in the sky. These players still missed the idea. And there was a roar in their ears. Boom, boom, boom. Cannons fired one after another. But no shells were aimed at Jason. But this was more frightening than if they were aimed. Then, a deadly sense of crisis came from the air. And it was only a few breaths after Jason sensed the crisis. At this moment, 7 or 8 shells in the air, near and far, and all the explosive packs buried in the base below and around the base burst into light and heat at the same time. In an instant, explosions from more than a dozen directions directly sandwiched him in the middle. And in an instant, crisis warnings from all directions instantly enveloped his heart. Jason couldn't laugh anymore. Boom! Chapter 152. The Master is too strong. I must go all out. Jason fell into a trap. Andrew took a sip of red wine and said, as he looked at the exploding fireball in the projection, he underestimated the players. The old noble said with a straight face. Not only them. We underestimated the players too much. Be careful in the future. Andrew nodded. But the players underestimated the masters too much. And they don't know what it feels like to be looked down upon. I will make fun of Jason later. The old noble said nothing more. His eyelids drooped. And he practiced silently. In the wilderness. On a mountain far away from the base. A group of players looked at the direction of the base with telescopes. When they saw the small black dot being swallowed by the fireballs, everyone cheered instantly. Only the pale young man had no expression. Lu Jin. What's wrong? Hao Wei, who was smiling, saw that he had a straight face and couldn't help asking. Somewhat uneasy, Lu Jin stared at the fireball in the distance. There is too little data. And we know too little about the master level extraordinary. I don't know how much defense they have. How much HP they have. And I don't know whether the damage is overflowing or just right. Or insufficient. This unknown gives me a very, very bad premonition. Hao Wei couldn't help but gradually restrain the smile on his face, and patted Lu Jin's shoulder. This is all our explosives. We are not careless at all. And we have no reservations. It must be said that the control of the nobles has indeed directly led to the difficulty of obtaining raw materials, and has indeed limited their firepower. We have tried our best. But doesn't trying your best mean being powerless? This feeling is not good. This master level may not die. Are there other players nearby? Hao Wei paused when he heard this. Looking at Lu Jin's uneasy look, he suddenly felt bad. What if there are? They are all old. Weak and sick. Wait. Hao Wei recalled this route, and suddenly thought of something. Yes. There is a player. However, before Hao Wei finished speaking, there was movement from the telescope. Everyone's smile disappeared without a trace. Hao Wei's heart skipped a beat. And he heard them say, not dead. Just ran away. Hao Wei's face changed. And he quickly leaned over to the telescope to look over. He saw the smoke of the explosion dissipate. And a black dot was suspended in the air. Lu Jin was very calm. Just sighed lightly, without much surprise. President Hao? Who else did you say was nearby? Fong Bai. Boss. What's over there? Zhang Zhong pointed to the fireball that exploded not far away and asked. There is no elemental fluctuation. It's a gunpowder explosion. Fong Bai gave the order without any hesitation. There's a fight over there. Everyone. Go full speed. As soon as the voice fell, the little rhino mooed. And in the continuous mooing, the rhino's blood and chi flowed into the player's body, carrying the player's blood and chi and rising into the sky. Under the pressure of blood and chi, there was a dead silence around. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Bai took the lead, and his mental power was fully spread out, while integrating into the blood and chi cloud. He tried his best to sense forward. The fire cloud in the sky gradually dissipated, and a disheveled figure came into Fong Bai's eyes. At this moment, Jason was panting heavily. None of the players he had just caught survived the explosion, and his body was in a mess. The originally gorgeous clothes became burnt and tattered. Half of his body was bloody, and one hand fell weakly to one side. What was more serious was the internal organs that were injured by the shock. Jason was suspended in the air. His chest was full of anger and murderous intent. Okay. You are good to hurt me. Go to hell, Jason said coldly, looking at the players in charge of firing from all directions, swinging their knives one after another, with knife energy running wild. He wanted to cut these players into pieces. However, those players just cut their necks and committed suicide decisively after being looked at by him. As long as they kill themselves quickly enough, this noble won't be able to kill them. The sword energy fell, and the corpse turned into a white light and disappeared. Whip the corpse. Ah! You are not allowed to whip the corpse. Somewhere, a resurrected player grinned and said, and the other players burst into laughter. Jason, who watched the sword energy fall in vain, was immediately filled with anger. Ah! One sword after another fell, and the surrounding terrain instantly became unrecognizable. But no matter how hard he chopped, he couldn't find a player, let alone a player. And he didn't even leave him a corpse. What he just said was like a slap in his face. You wait. After venting, Jason was about to step into the air and leave. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of being watched. Turned his head and looked directly at Fong Bai. Jason suddenly laughed a little crazy. Professional level. Right? Come on. Come on. I will chop you into pieces. I will make you live a life worse than death. Jason rushed towards Fong Bai instantly, while the old nobleman far away in Hongfeng City had a fixed look in his eyes. Fong Bai? Jason. He is Fong Bai, who has killed 3 elite Fong Bais. Capture him alive. The old nobleman grabbed a crystal ball, and the power flowed through it, and his voice suddenly rang in Jason's ears. Understood. Jason's cruel voice rang out, and he instantly burst out at a very fast speed and rushed towards Fong Bai. At this time, Lu Jin, Hao Wei, and others also saw the situation here, and their hearts were tightened. Don't get yourself involved. Fong Bai, who was charging, shifted his main attention from reality to the game, looking at Jason rushing at him from the air. His face was more serious than ever. Master level? Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the scene where he was easily crushed to death without any resistance. Having died once, no one knew the horror of the master level better than him. Before they arrived, the real terrifying pressure of the master level passed through the blood cloud and enveloped them. Horrible. Heavy. Suffocating. Huh? Why don't you feel anything? Fong Bai was stunned, looked up at the blood cloud, but then put it behind his mind. At this moment, he recalled the scene when he studied the blood ants before. Even if a single blood ant has blood power, it is very weak. But when a blood ant colony gathers blood and chi on a blood ant, Fong Bai thought, as soon as he moved his head, the blood cloud in the air stopped and then slowly flowed into Fong Bai's body. The power in his body expanded unprecedentedly. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Soon Fong Bai felt the pressure on his body, and his muscles, bones, and fascia seemed to be torn apart directly. But thinking back to the horror of the master level, not enough. Not enough. All in. The master level is too strong, and he must go all out. In an instant, the entire blood cloud was taken into Fong Bai's body. At this moment, Fong Bai's blood vessels burst except for his right hand, and blood flowed all over his armor. Ah! Fong Bai cried out in pain, and grabbed the giant axe with his relatively intact right hand, showing the hammer face. Blood condensed, and at the same time, the little rhino jumped up, looking at Jason, who was close at hand and grinning. Fong Bai's mind was left with only the scene of death at that time. And the hammer fell. Bang! Chapter 153 Kill the Master. Bang! Jason flew backwards at a faster speed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Fong Bai was stunned when he saw Jason flying backwards. Are you trying to scam me? Fong Bai said subconsciously. He felt that Jason had no resistance just now and flew out with one hammer. And not just him. Everyone's head was buzzing. Hao Wei couldn't help but mutter to himself. I asked you to be more powerful. But I didn't ask you to be so powerful. Lu Jin couldn't help but look at Hao Wei. He is so powerful? You should have said it earlier. I don't know either. Everyone was stunned and quickly squeezed in front of the telescope and looked over again. Not only them, but even the old nobles and other nobles were all staring at the scene. Bang! Jason hit the ground hard, plowing a long gully directly, and spit out a mouthful of blood the moment he stopped. The fighting spirit that was blasted by the hammer was constantly vibrating in his body. And the right arm that was just rubbed by the hammer was twisted and unrecognizable. Jason, who was struggling to get up, stared at Fong Bai with his eyes wide open in disbelief. No. It's impossible. You can't be a professional level. It's impossible to be a professional level. Impossible. Jason roared with blood in his mouth. And suddenly a voice sounded in his ears. Waste. Go quickly. Fong Bai must have used some forbidden moves. He can't move. The old noble's bad voice sounded in Jason's ears. Jason was stunned when he heard it, and didn't care about it at all. Looking at Fong Bai, who had been motionless and didn't chase. Looking at the blood overflowing from the gap in the armor. He reacted immediately. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. So that's it. Fong Bai. Today is not my fate. You wait. I will remember you. Jason, overjoyed, said, and directly forced himself to support his body and walk towards the direction of Red Maple City. On his body, a layer of condensed fighting spirit surrounded him, showing that although his situation was extremely bad, he had not completely lost his fighting power. Ha. Fong Bai. You are still one step behind. At this moment, Hao Wei and others in the distance saw Fong Bai not moving for a long time, and they immediately reacted. They looked at each other. The atmosphere was silent. And then, they saw someone next to Fong Bai walk out. They were stunned. What is he laughing at? Boss, you can't move. Don't we still have you? Zhang Zhong asked doubtfully. Fong Bai glanced at Jason. I don't know. Zhang Zhong. You go kill him. Unconsciously, the blood and chi cloud in the sky recovered, and the nearly half-crippled Fong Bai stayed in place. Zhang Zhong drew the blood and chi power on his body, pinched the rhino belly, and rushed towards Jason. And the master is much more powerful than you can imagine. Even if I am seriously injured, I can. Bang. Puff. Jason flew backwards in an instant, smashed a huge rock, spit out a mouthful of blood, and then looked at Zhang Zhong in disbelief. He felt that the mental trauma was far greater than the physical trauma. You talk too much. There was red blood on Zhang Zhong's spear, and he felt the surging power in his body and said aloud, I. Fong Bai. Show mercy. I. Fong Bai. Zhang Zhong and others suddenly heard several voices in their ears, and Zhang Zhong turned his head to look at Fong Bai. Kill him. Leave him. Zhang Zhong did not hesitate at all, and charged with a gun combined with the help of mechanical armor to instantly stab. Puff! The sharp four-sided spear head directly pierced Jason's head and stuck him on the spear. When Jason's real body died, everyone seemed to have a string in their heads. The master is dead, and things are going to get out of hand. The 5 nobles at the conference table in the city. The old nobles in front of the projection. Andrew, Hao Wei, and so on. All those who saw this scene were stunned. The nobles, the old nobles and others were in disbelief because of the death of the master-level extraordinary. And their teeth were clattering. Andrew was stunned. Professional level. How is this possible? At the conference table in the manor, everything seemed calm, and the 5 people who regarded life as an ant suddenly stood up and stared at Jason in the projection like a dog being picked up in the air. What they said just now was still echoing in their ears. As long as the master is not dead, their family foundation will not be shaken at all. As long as the master is not dead. The 3rd noble among the 5 people collapsed under the table with a thud. His eyes were dull. Hao Wei and others also reacted strongly. After they found that the bomb failed to kill Jason, they no longer had any hope of killing Jason. The master. Even Hao Wei called Fong Bai just now to let Fong Bai run away. But he said, Fong Bai is awesome. Only Lu Jin looked normal, looking at Fong Bai and others with joy. As the protagonist of the incident, Fong Bai looked at the blood cloud in the sky, as the spiritual power integrated into the blood cloud. As the controller of the blood cloud, Fong Bai clearly found that something flowed into the blood cloud at the moment Jason was killed by Zhang Zhong. This directly led to the condensation of the blood and chi cloud to a higher level. The same amount of blood and chi cloud almost doubled the coverage area. And this is not the key point. The key point is that the blood and chi cloud actually has some unclear things and some more feelings. This feeling is clearly the same as the power that killed Fong Bai at the beginning, and the power that Jason brought when he rushed over just now. Some characteristics of the master level? At this moment, Fong Bai was a little confused, looking at the blood and chi cloud, He didn't react for a while. This thing actually has this function. It's a bit evil. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly recalled the blood and chi ant at the beginning, and the fluctuation of the gold element that he felt at the beginning. That fluctuation seemed to be born after fighting with himself. I didn't die at the beginning. Wait, is this thing so evil? Fong Bai felt the stronger blood and chi cloud, and couldn't help getting more and more excited. If the blood cloud can really transform and strengthen in battle after battle, and can really evolve in successive killings, then after 100 battles, after killing thousands of people, Fong Bai suddenly felt that the blood cloud seemed to have great potential. This is a more important discovery than killing this master. Watching Zhang Zhong pick up Jason's body, Fong Bai first scanned into the fantasy space, then waved his hand. Take off all the equipment and things. Then stab him in the heart. Stab his kidneys. And cut him in two vertically. Finally, light a fire. And scatter the ashes far away, so that no one can find them. After all, he is a master, and he should be respected. Don't let him not die completely and come back to life. Or let others find his body and resurrect him to continue to stir up trouble, which would be purely disgusting. Okay. Zhang Zhong turned and left, and Fong Bai sank his mind into the blood cloud. Chapter 154. Are they all extraordinary people? Take the ashes with you. Retreat. Fong Bai asked Zhang Zhong to complete the process of crushing the ashes as soon as possible, and then he retreated immediately. The voice of the old noble was clearly heard just now. Who knows if there will be a master-level extraordinary person rushing over immediately? Although he beat a master to death, Fong Bai will not forget the horrific explosion before that. It is important for people to know themselves. Although the blessing of the blood cloud is powerful, it is still within my understanding to fight against a master in his prime. The power given to me by the blood cloud is powerful, but it is still within my understanding. And I still don't understand the reason for the qualitative change of the master-level power, or even know nothing about it. If you collide with it without authorization, you will die without knowing how you died. Fong Bai and his group quickly left the scene, and in the process, except for going offline to answer a few calls, Fong Bai's mind was mainly immersed in the blood cloud. After killing a master, the blood cloud seemed to have taken a shortcut to reach a certain standard, and it could undergo transformation at any time. But something is missing. It has a form, but it is not without charm. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and his mental power enveloped all the 50 cavalrymen behind him, sensing their connection with the blood and chi cloud. In addition to the simple blood and chi connection, there is another kind of power connected with blood and chi as the medium. Mental power, evil spirit, killing intent. These things are mixed together with blood and chi to form this blood and chi cloud. If Fong Bai must describe these things, Fong Bai thinks there is a word that is more suitable. Will. The fusion of blood and will gave birth to this strange existence of blood cloud, and drove the blood cloud to continue to change. If the blood cloud of the blood ant is always just a simple blood cloud, then the blood cloud of the player is still a blood cloud, with the participation of will, under the continuous absorption and transformation. Another kind of power that is different from the blood cloud and born from the blood cloud will be born. And the blood cloud and the player are in a state of mutual influence. The blood cloud just changed because of the death of the master, and even directly crossed a certain threshold. But the player did not. At this moment, the player and the blood cloud are not matched, and there is a difference in the will level. After a thorough and deep perception, the answer gradually emerged in his mind, watching the blood cloud above with mental power. I don't know if it's an illusion. The blood cloud is rolling, as if it is pregnant with something. He knew what to do. Boss, we're almost there. How are your injuries now? Fong Bai separated his perception from the blood and chi cloud and looked inward. He looked at his body, which was full of cracks and lacerations except for his right arm and spine. Only the power from his spine and right arm maintained his body. Injury? It's a miracle that I didn't die. You asked about my injuries? I take care of them slowly. Fong Bai curled his lips. I thought I had to go all out when facing a master, but I didn't expect to use too much force. I couldn't hold it. By the way, this blood and chi cloud can't be used carelessly. If you can't control it, you will be the first to die. The damage caused by taking the blood and chi cloud into the body in an instant was too great. What is blood and chi? It is the overflow of a person's muscle strength that gathers in the blood and is the extraordinary of pure muscle strength. The quantity, level, and quality of a strand of chi and blood power vary from person to person. Fong Bai understanding is roughly this. A strand of qi and blood power is equivalent to 1% of the whole body's muscle strength. 100 strands of qi and blood power is equivalent to the sum of the whole body's muscle strength. So a person can double his strength by mobilizing 100 strands of qi and blood power at once. If the body can bear it, 900 strands of qi and blood power is 10 times. The qi and blood cloud is composed of a part of the qi and blood of 50 players and 50 rhinos. Fong Bai directly took the entire qi and blood cloud into his body. Although he only used a part of it, it was already extremely terrifying. If Fong Bai had not tempered his whole body with elemental metals, Fong Bai would have died suddenly at that time. If Fong Bai's spine and right arm had not been elementalized, Fong Bai would not have been able to swing the hammer even if he did not die suddenly. The terrifying force will tear the muscles and crush the bones. Zhang Zong, however, did not exaggerate when mobilizing the blood and qi because of Fong Bai trial and error. So although he was injured, the injury was not serious. After detouring many times and going deep into the wilderness, Fong Bai finally saw Hao Wei and others. However, there was a pale young player next to Hao Wei. This player walked in the main seat, which made Fong Bai quite confused. Who is he? As soon as Hao Wei and others approached, they smelled a bloody smell and looked at Fong Bai, who was motionless, and quickly reacted. Fong Bai, how is your injury? Are you okay? I won't die for now, but I need to recover for a while. How are you doing recently? Is this the commander-in-chief you mentioned before? Yes. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Jin, the commander-in-chief of many popular games such as Battle, Raid of the Land, StarCraft, Dynasty, etc. He is a master of micromanipulation and has 800 thoughts in his every move. We can hold on until now, including this ambush, thanks to Commander Lu, Hao Wei said with emotion, and then continued. Commander Lu, this is my Fong Bai whom you mentioned, the Forger Transcendent, who crushed a group of combat professions with his life profession, and killed 3 indigenous combat profession elite transcendents alone. No, he killed 3 of them alone. The armor he wore was forged by himself. But you must not misunderstand. The armor is just his limiter, and he will enter the second form once the armor explodes. It's outrageous. No, I'm not good at fighting, and I can only rely on attribute crushing from beginning to end. You are not good at fighting? I don't believe you. Hao Wei rolled his eyes and said unhappily, but you are right. Who would play tricks if you can crush others with attributes? After Fong Bai exchanged a few words with him, Hao Wei finally turned his attention to the players behind Fong Bai. About 40 or 50 players. Hao Wei saw the approximate number of players at a glance. This should be Fong Bai's own team. Although they are pitifully small and can't even be considered the smallest guild, they should be taken care of for Fong Bai's sake. These people are so lucky. Direct rhino mounts and mechanical armor. Hao Wei suddenly felt a little sour in his mouth. He lowered his head and looked at the armor on his body. Suddenly, he felt strange no matter how he looked at it. Oh! Fong Bai. Let's go first. By the way, how are you going to settle all these people with you? Now, except for the extraordinary players who wear equipment to fight head-on. Other players only carry offensive weapons or are responsible for logistics production. There is no need to equip so many people with mounts and armor. Otherwise, the mounts will die and the equipment will be lost. It's a loss. While speaking, Hao Wei looked at the players behind Fong Bai. Suddenly, Hao Wei looked at Zhang Zhong next to Fong Bai with some surprise, and immediately remembered the second black dot in the telescope that had just taken action, and reacted immediately. Hey, this brother is also extraordinary. Right? Hao Wei looked at Fong Bai and Zhang Zhong with some emotion. The configuration is really high. There are actually 2 extraordinary people in a small guild of about 50 people. Hao Wei couldn't help but take a closer look. Huh? No. Chapter 155. No. Hao Wei couldn't take his eyes off after taking one look. Supernormal. 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 5. 6 supernormals. Hao Wei identified several players who were close to Fong Bai. He couldn't sense those who were farther away, but when he identified these players clearly, his eyes widened. What the hell? A small guild of only 50 people actually had 5 or 6 supernormals. And there was also Fong Bai, a supernormal who was equivalent to an elite level. Hao Wei was a little breathless and stared at Fong Bai with wide eyes. Why do you have so many supernormals? Fong Bai smiled when he saw Hao Wei pointing behind him. It was normal to be discovered. As long as you are a supernormal. It is not difficult to find other supernormals. Oh! It was also a coincidence. It took a lot of money to transfer them all to supernormals. Oh! So that's it. Hao Wei still felt very incredible after hearing this. It still feels outrageous. There are about 50 people and 7 extraordinary people. Your ratio. Huh? What do you mean by 7? Zhang Zhong looked at Hao Wei with some doubts. And Hao Wei was stunned. Could there be more? 8? 9? 10? Hao Wei tried to use his imagination. Zhang Zhong raised his visor and looked at Hao Wei in doubt. What 9 or 10? All of them. 50. It's a pity that they are only professional level. And they have just changed their jobs. They are not very strong. I guess they can't beat the old professional level alone. Zhang Zhong sighed and shook his head. President Hao, your guild is so big and so many. There must be many extraordinary people who are very strong. And they should not look down on the extraordinary people of our small forces. I have to ask President Hao for more guidance. Hao Wei didn't hear all the words Zhang Zhong said later. And there was only one word echoing in his mind. All of them. All of them. All of them? Hao Wei didn't know whether there was something wrong with him or the world. President Hao. President Hao. President Hao. What's wrong with you? When Hao Wei woke up again, he just heard Zhang Zhong's words. Your guild is so big and so many. There must be a lot of extraordinary people. Hao Wei kicked his legs and almost gasped for breath. And the people around him were in chaos again. Lu Jin next to him said, Hao Wei hasn't slept for several days and nights. Too tired. Too tired. Fong Bai glared at Zhang Zhong when he heard it. Looking at Zhang Zhong's innocent expression that didn't seem to be fake. For a moment, he didn't know whether Zhang Zhong really felt that way or was just being Versailles. This bad habit. I don't know who he learned from. Aren't they just 50 extraordinary people? Are they very strong? Each of them is a big resource owner. If he wants to train them later, he will definitely go bankrupt. Fan. Oh no. I'm so annoyed. So annoying. Why are there so many? Fong Bai shook his head slightly. But the moment he moved his neck, the wound was pulled and his muscles started to ache. Hiss. Fong Bai took a breath and the wound on his lung muscles was twitched again. And he suddenly felt a tearing pain all over his body. The intense and sensitive pain made him regret it. It was all because of that master, who was so weak that he dared to charge at him. Zhang Dong. Ah? Pour the ashes into the toilet for me later. Oh. Okay. Fong Bai. You are so seriously injured. Why don't we go first? Hao Wei Guild has a logistic superhuman who can treat you. Let her take a look at your injuries. Superhuman who can treat you. Fong Bai immediately became interested after hearing this. And Lu Jin nodded. Yes. It's called a pharmacist. Mainly extracting medicinal properties from various herbs. And then forming a superhuman energy called medicinal power together with the wood element. A petite girl wiped the blood off Fong Bai's body with gauze bit by bit. And looked at Fong Bai who was gasping in pain. And her movements couldn't help but be a little gentler. My grandfather and father are both Chinese medicine practitioners. And I have learned a lot from them. In addition, I often ask my father and grandfather for advice. So I have a basic understanding of the medicinal properties of different herbs. Although they all make up the medicinal power. The medicinal power of different medicinal properties is also different. Under a mixture, the effect of the medicinal power may be only one. If I match the prescription according to the medicinal properties to form the medicinal power, I may be able to exert the effect of 10 with one medicinal power. And if I know what your specific injury is, such as burns, I will match the prescription specifically for burns to form the medicinal power. And puncture wounds will match the prescription specifically for puncture wounds to form the medicinal power. Then I can exert the effect of one extraordinary medicinal power to 100. The girl's crisp voice sounded in Fong Bai's ears. While speaking, Fong Bai felt strands of green energy of different depths wrapped around his wounds, and were quickly absorbed by his body. He recovered quickly in a numb and itchy state. And if you adjust it again according to different parts, muscles, and bones, you may be able to exert the effect of 120 or 150. As they were talking, the medicinal power of the piles of fresh and dried herbs beside them was extracted and turned dry and gray. The combined medicinal power flowed into Fong Bai's body, healing Fong Bai's injuries. Under the gaze of spiritual power, the injuries improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the girl continued to speak. However, due to the difference between reality and the game, coupled with the participation of elemental power, not to mention the herbs unique to the game world, even the herbs that exist in reality may have completely different medicinal properties in the game. So if you want to match the prescription, you must remeasure the medicinal properties of these herbs little by little, and then rematch the prescription according to the medicinal properties. It's almost like tasting all the herbs again. The girl's voice was very crisp and cheerful. It can be seen that she not only did not resist this situation, but also enjoyed it. It seemed that every day she saw a brand new world, and everything was so fresh. Fong Bai couldn't help but move slightly. It had been almost 2 months since the establishment of the Mage Tower. After recruiting the remaining 7 students, Fong Bai still had 4 cards left, because Fong Bai didn't plan to bring his parents into this potentially life-threatening game right away. So these 4 invitations were originally intended to continue looking for some top students to form a research team. After all, with Su Shiping and others, and with the help of teacher Su Shiping's connections, there would be absolutely no problem in recruiting some top students. You know, at this stage, Fong Bai might be the only one who would use invitations to recruit these young top students. This is definitely a heavy treatment of buying a horse bone at the level of 1,000 gold coins. This treatment may seem childish to office workers, but it is just right for college students. However, at this moment, Fong Bai looked at this petite girl, thought about it, and suddenly showed a gentle and handsome smile on his face. I don't know. Hao Wei, who was staring at this side and was extremely vigilant, shouted immediately, Fong Bai, what do you want to do? Chapter 156, The house was robbed. Fong Bai, I kindly asked someone to punish you, but you stole my girlfriend? Hao Wei condemned Fong Bai bitterly, making Fong Bai feel guilty. Yes, myself. Wait, I haven't said anything yet? Fong Bai guilt just appeared and then disappeared, and his back straightened again. What? What do you mean by stealing my girlfriend? I didn't do anything. And I didn't say anything. Bullshit. Do you think I haven't seen enough of you? You show that expression. And I don't know what you are going to say. Hao Wei scolded angrily, and he was skilled in making Fong Bai feel distressed. But I didn't expect that he was such a person in your mind. Well, if you think so, you are unkind first. So don't blame me for being unjust. Miss, I don't know your father. I have already given them an invitation letter and signed a contract. Hao Wei sneered, and Fong Bai was stunned when he heard it. Then, I have signed all their colleagues and fellow apprentices. Fong Bai's words were not spoken out, but were completely held back. The pharmacist who was still treating Fong Bai's injuries covered his mouth and laughed. Obviously, she was no longer surprised by such occasions. Okay, your injury is quite serious. You should come for treatment every other day. You should be able to recover to your full strength in 3 or 4 days, and your combat effectiveness will be fully restored. As for the current situation, you can move normally, but don't exert too much force. Exercise and fighting are not allowed. Okay, thank you. Fong Bai smiled and took out a piece of paper with his phone number and name on it, and handed it to the pharmacist under Hao Wei's murderous gaze. If you don't want to hang around Hao Wei, you can contact me at any time. I can accept as many people as you want. Fong Bai, if you have nothing to do, you can leave. Don't disturb her research. Hao Wei gritted his teeth and hugged Fong Bai's neck, forcibly pulling Fong Bai away. Hey, don't you introduce them to me? The pharmacist watched the scene with a smile, and when he saw the 2 people leave, he immediately started to work in a pile of herbs. In a cave, Fong Bai used his mental power to sense the condition of the injury. A large amount of similar but different medicinal power moisturized the wound, greatly promoting the recovery and healing of the wound, which made him feel numb and itchy all over his body. The wound that could have been fatal could be healed in 3 to 5 days after being treated by the pharmacist, and it did not affect the battle at all. What is this? This is a super big nani. And Fong Bai couldn't help but echo the words that the pharmacist just said in his mind. And he couldn't help thinking. Matching medicinal power. Analyzing the medicinal properties of herbs. Shenong tasting hundreds of herbs. It would be a waste of resources if we don't use the fantasy space to do these things. It fits perfectly with the fantasy space. With the fantasy space, what prescription can't we make? Bone healing, muscle healing, nourishing yin and strengthening yang, skin healing, internal organ repair, maybe even restoring mental strength. This pharmacist, Is he thinking about how to poach people? Yeah. No way. Fong Bai said hurriedly, turned his head and looked to the side, and saw Lu Jin. Lu Jin, who was pale, smiled when he heard the words. Don't feel embarrassed. There are 15 guilds in this cave, and 14 of them are thinking about how to poach the girl. 10 guilds have sent their most handsome single male players to hang around every day, and 5 guilds have found single young men with good conditions in their own guilds to work as the girl's father or grandfather. Hao Wei is indeed lucky. I don't know what kind of luck he had to recruit such an extraordinary person. Fong Bai was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly felt that his little thoughts were nothing. He had just started. Suddenly, Fong Bai couldn't help but ask curiously, what about the remaining guild? Aren't they going to poach people? Oh, the remaining one is Hao Wei's Lost Paradise Guild. They don't poach people, and their biggest job every day is to prevent others from poaching people. Fong Bai was immediately happy. Is it so difficult to handle? It's not that difficult to handle, because Hao Wei is also poaching the spellbreaking swordsman of the Flowering Guild, the coffin carrier of the Skeleton Sea Guild, the necromancer, the painter of the Mage Research Institute, and so on. Ah, this. Fong Bai laughed so hard that he couldn't help laughing. I thought so. So everyone is poaching. Yes, because of the different ways of job transfer and different birthplaces. The extraordinary professions of the major guilds are actually different. Each has its own characteristics. But the pharmacist is just one of the more outstanding ones. So they like to poach people very much. And it has reached the point where extraordinary people must be poached, and non-extraordinary people can be poached at their discretion. After all, if the poaching is successful, there will be one more extraordinary person, and maybe one more new profession. The better the profession of the extraordinary person, the greater the poaching effort. Ha ha ha. Fong Bai laughed immediately, and suddenly froze while laughing. Wait, what did you say? Extraordinary people must be poached? Seeing Fong Bai react, Lu Jin smiled slightly. Guess why Hao Wei took you away from the pharmacist and ran away in a hurry? Guess why other guild leaders didn't come to you first? Fuck. The smile on Fong Bai's face disappeared at the speed of light, and he hurried away immediately. Lu Jin looked at Fong Bai back with a smile, but saw Fong Bai turn a corner not far away. Hey! Wait! Fong Bai! You're going the wrong way! Lu Jin shouted. Your men are on the other side. I'm not going the wrong way. Fong Bai's voice came from afar. Lu Jin was stunned, and his face immediately became weird. Over there. It seems to be the direction of the Lost Paradise Guild. Did Fong Bai give these people a love potion? Why are they so hard to dig one by one? And what are their professions? They can also gather their strength together. Hao Wei muttered. With his experience, he could naturally see some of the reasons why Fong Bai and others fought with that master. Forget it. No one has found it. It doesn't matter. Hao Wei shook his head and walked towards the guild. When he reached the medicine shop, he was suddenly stunned. And then? Fong Bai? Fong Bai looked back at Hao Wei and smiled at him. You must come when you have time. I will let you experience it for free. In addition, please keep it a secret for me. Okay. I will. Fong Bai waved, patted Hao Wei's shoulder, smiled meaningfully, and left. Hao Wei, with his eyes wide open, hurried to the pharmacist. What did you say just now? Well, President, he asked me to keep it a secret. You will know when you have time to go to his residence. Hao Wei's eyes went dark when he heard the words. It's over. My house was stolen. Fong Bai, in a good mood, walked briskly towards his temporary residence. While walking, he couldn't help but start thinking about a question. A question about the location of Tiandong Pavilion. My talent seems to have a fatal temptation for all scientific researchers. It can be of great help to almost all research projects. Chapter 157 Cavalry. My talent is applicable to almost all projects of all scientific researchers. So how should Tiandong Pavilion be positioned? Fong Bai couldn't help but ponder. A guild? A chamber of commerce? Or, it depends on what I need. Fong Bai fell into deep thought, and the things he had experienced recently flashed through his mind like slides. Warmth, fun, anger, all kinds of emotions flashed. Recalling everything he encountered in Hanfeng City. Recalling his anger at that time. And recalling his career. Fong Bai suddenly laughed. He already knew what he wanted to do, and what he had to do. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. It only depends on the position. with a goal. The positioning of Tiandong Pavilion is very clear. That is a tool to achieve Fong Bai goal. There are many guilds in the world that focus on fighting and development. My talent should not be wasted on this. My Tiandong Pavilion should be a pure research organization. Through continuous research and continuous development of new technologies, we can promote the improvement of the entire player level. At the same time, Fong Bai muttered to himself. This process of continuous research, continuous acquisition of new knowledge, and the world gradually unveiling its veil in front of us is really fascinating. Fong Bai strode forward and soon reached his temporary residence. Looking at the familiar presidents, Fong Bai immediately showed a familiar smile and went straight to them. These presidents also came over when they saw Fong Bai. Fong Bai. Long time no see. Long time no see. Lao Li. What are you doing? Oh. Nothing. Just communicating with the brothers. Oh. So. Lao Li. I heard that there is a coffin carrier in your family. Hey. Why didn't you tell us earlier? If you had told us earlier, we could have communicated with each other earlier. Lao Wang. You are here too. What a coincidence. I heard that the mage painter in your guild is a master. Hey. Lao Ding. Why are you hiding? Can I dig out your necromancer? Swish. 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 As Fong Bai finished speaking, everyone's face turned green, and they looked at Fong Bai warily. Fong Bai smiled and looked at one of them. Zhongshan. You don't have to be so vigilant. There's nothing good in your guild. Zhongshan felt uncomfortable instead. After chatting for a while, Fong Bai came in front of Zhang Zhong and others. Just as he was about to say something, a player ran over in a hurry. President Fong. Commander Lu wants to see you. He said there's something urgent. Lu Jin? Fong Bai was stunned and followed him. They were now in a mountain full of caves. The caves were very long, extending from the inside of the mountain to deep underground. Even if more than a dozen guilds were added together, they only occupied a part of it. Fong Bai went up all the way and saw Lu Jin, Hao Wei, and others in a cave near the top of the mountain. At this moment, they no longer laughed and laughed at the beginning, but their faces were full of solemnity. What's wrong? Fong Bai walked over and asked. Come and see. Lu Jin took Fong Bai to a telescope. Looking out from a cave entrance through the telescope, Fong Bai immediately saw a group of cavalry charging quickly in their direction. At this time, Fong Bai just saw the ambushed players attacking. The catapult and the giant 8-bed crossbow covered a large area, directly blocking all the dodge space. The 8-bed crossbow was as big as several beds put together, and the crossbow arrows that were as thick as several thumbs surprised him even more. There were several rows of crossbow arrows on one 8-bed crossbow, and there were 5 such 8-bed crossbows, which directly blocked all the space in front. This level of crossbow arrows can definitely kill ordinary extraordinary people in seconds. No need for accuracy. Just cover shooting. But when such crossbow arrows covered this cavalry, a phantom formed on the entire cavalry, and all the crossbow arrows and stones that fell on it were all bounced off. The cavalry stabbed the long spear in the direction of the crossbow arrow, and a series of gun shadows shot out instantly, directly flattening that area. Hiss. Looking at this cavalry squad, Fong Bai's eyes widened slightly, and turned his head to look at Lu Jin. That's the blocking position we reserved. You've seen the effect. This cavalry directly pushed over. It will take about 2 hours to reach our current position. In addition to this direction, there are similar cavalry surrounding us from 2 other directions. They are very powerful. This group of nobles, the masters, are afraid of death and dare not come out. So they have come up with new methods. But how did they find our position? I guess they were driven crazy by killing a master. When they are driven crazy, they may use any magic props. Don't underestimate these nobles. I guess they didn't fight us seriously before, Lu Jin said quietly, while Fong Bai was thinking about the means displayed by this cavalry. The means of this cavalry are clearly similar to those of his rhino cavalry. They all integrate the power of the group and burst out together, using the advantage of quantity to make up for the lack of quality. However, Fong Bai saw clearly that this cavalry definitely did not have the Qi and Blood Cloud. And this release method does not seem to be released by the Qi and Blood Cloud. What we should consider now is how to deal with it. Whether to retreat or fight. Lu Jin said directly after hearing this. Fight. The nobles are not sure whether we have set traps. So the masters will never dare to attack easily. They are more afraid of death than anyone else. And without the crush of high-level combat power, will we just run away? Where should we hide? If this base is broken again, then we will lose the bridgehead. And the nobles' troops will really extend to the 4 towns behind without any scruples. Once these 4 towns fall, there will be no logistics. And then we will have to develop on one side and fight on the other side. I support fighting. I support it too. Lu Jin. Since we chose you at the beginning, you can command as much as you want. Fong Bai looked at the sand table in front of him at this time. And only then did he realize that the player's situation was not as bad as he imagined. Using the advantage of immortality, and using various advanced weapons to harass the nobles' troops near Hongfeng City, thereby covering the development and production of the towns behind. But just as Lu Jin said, the position in front of him is already the last barrier in front of these 4 towns. Once this place is wiped out, the production workshop will be completely destroyed, and the supply line will be further stretched. It will be difficult for players without weapons to achieve great results even in Red Maple City. Red Maple City basically means that it has been pacified by the nobles, and the battle line is far away from Red Maple City. This won't work. Next to Fong Bai, Lu Jin quickly made arrangements, and one player team after another was mobilized to the designated location. A player position that had just been hidden slowly unfolded, revealing his ferocious fangs. The first large-scale head-on battle between the players and the indigenous people is about to begin. Chapter 158: The Holy Flag Flying in the Sky. Where are the horse traps? I remember we dug quite a few. Right? Looking at Lu Jin's arrangement, the president on the side asked how Wei. And Fong Bai couldn't help but look over when he heard it. He was also thinking about this question. These cavalry run so fast. If there are more dense horse traps in front, the cavalry will become infantry in a minute. After all, horse traps are also very simple. Just a little bigger than the horse's hoof, and a little deeper than the horse's calf. The only possibility for a horse's leg to get stuck is a fracture. In ordinary encounters, it may not be possible to use horse traps because the cavalry's route cannot be determined. But for this kind of stronghold defense, digging horse traps and arranging defense lines should not be the simplest. How can there be no arrangement? In order to conceal it before, no things like chevaux de frise were arranged, but a lot of horse traps were dug. But, trample, trample, trample. The horse's hooves as big as bowls trampled on the ground. And a trace of fighting spirit flowed between soldiers and horses. And between soldiers. If Fong Bai was next to him, he would have discovered it. Under the perception of spiritual power, these nearly 100 cavalrymen are a whole. Just like the Qi and blood ants at the beginning. And like his rhino cavalry. A unit is a whole. This is a huge monster composed of soldiers. And between the huge monsters, Do Qi rotates. And strands of Do Qi extend forward. And Do Qi directly builds a substantial plain in front. The war horses make a sound while running, but only leave a series of shallow footprints. And the main force is carried on Do Qi. All pits are turned into smooth roads in front of this cavalry. This cavalry approached the station at a very fast speed. Suddenly, crossbow arrows broke through the air, and the thumptic crossbow arrows made a trembling whistle in the air. The cavalry commander Field's face did not change at all, and he shouted in a low voice, "Protect!" As soon as the voice fell, all the knights raised their shields at the same time, and the Do Qi on their bodies quickly gathered and entangled on the shields, forming a thick shield. Ding 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 ding. Just like before, the crossbow arrows did not cause any casualties, and the cavalry continued to advance at a high speed. Suddenly, there was a clang. Rows of chains were stretched in front of the cavalry. In addition, there were a few people on both sides of the cavalry who wanted to straighten the chains. But the chains under the cavalry were pressed firmly to the ground and could not be pulled up at all. Break! Accompanied by a low shout, attacks fell one after another, and all the chains in front broke. As several squads of cavalry returned to the team, all the players nearby died, and no one survived. Time and again, one after another, the results of each test were transmitted to the command hall of the garrison at the fastest speed through reality, and summarized in Lu Jin's hands. The people listening on the side couldn't help but change their color slightly, and Lu Jin's face also became a little solemn. There are not many extraordinary people in this cavalry, but every soldier in the team can exert the same strength as an extraordinary person. This should be related to the circulation of fighting spirit. The total amount of fighting spirit is limited, and the power of extraordinary people that can be exerted at the same time should be limited. But if I am the commander of this cavalry, Lu Jin deduced bit by bit, adjusted the deployment of troops bit by bit, and the huge number of players surrounded the cavalry like a fishing net. It's not a big problem. But be prepared for casualties. All the presidents are in place. Open the copy. After Lu Jin's voice fell, many presidents immediately entered the copy state, completely putting aside their identities as presidents and obeying orders. Lu Jin's calmness gradually calmed their hearts, and Lu Jin continued to speak. When people are exhausted, this cavalry has high attack, high defense, and fast speed, but it also has a health bar. And compared to the master level extraordinary, their health bars will be more obvious, and their targets will be bigger. Everyone cheer up, get nervous, and prepare to fight the boss. Everyone smiled when they heard this. And Fong Bai, who had just arrived and had not joined the player coalition, was not assigned a task, but just thought about it. Since he saw the fighting style of this cavalry, he fell into thinking. This cavalry brought him a lot of inspiration. It would be great if he could get close to it and collide with it. However, at this moment, a message suddenly came from reality. A cavalry has gone around and is on the way. It is expected to arrive at the station with the cavalry in front. As soon as the news came, it immediately caused an uproar among the people. Lu Jin's face became solemn, and then he turned his head to look at Fong Bai, and the others immediately looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai nodded at this. I take people with me. Sorry for the trouble. Try to delay it. Give me half an hour. I come to support you in half an hour. Wait for me. I try my best. Fong Bai nodded when he heard it. He was here, and he had no choice but to do it. Seeing this, Hao Wei immediately said to Fong Bai, Sorry for the trouble. We will try our best to make up for the losses. Fong Bai was slightly stunned by Lu Jin, Hao Wei and others' words, and then smiled at them. The sense of boundaries and values of Hao Wei, Lu Jin and others made Fong Bai feel very fast. Although Fong Bai is also a player. Although Fong Bai is very strong. Although Fong Bai is the fuse in this battle. And although fighting the nobles is the general trend. But not even one of them morally blackmailed Fong Bai. No one thought that Fong Bai action was justified. Maybe. But no one said it. That is, no. Even at the end, when Fong Bai had to take action, they used the tone of asking for help. And they were also prepared to make up for Fong Bai losses. This feeling, this atmosphere made Fong Bai feel very fast. Just like the national war in the game. Compatriots living on this land work together, unite, and fight together. Even if there is one's own selfishness, it is forcibly suppressed. And the overall situation is important. No matter how they fight to the death. When outsiders come, they can unite instantly and slap outsiders hard. This feeling is really romantic. Fong Bai murmured to himself. Although he didn't know whether this atmosphere was formed naturally or caused by external forces. It didn't matter anymore. Looking at the 50 rhino cavalrymen in front of him. Get on the horse. Wow. The players who were just laughing and playing suddenly got on the horse and sat up straight. The red cloud enveloped the atmosphere and instantly became solemn. Recalling what happened just now, Lu Jin, who was supposed to be stationed to defend and wait for the opportunity, and Fong Bai issued an order at the same time. At this moment, the determined eyes of the two seemed to overlap. Lu Jin / Fong Bai, all troops attack. Moo! As the voice fell, the long moo of the rhino echoed in the cave. The next moment, the earth shook, and the iron cavalry rushed out of the cave and ran forward. In another direction, one flag after another rose, fluttering in the wind. The holy flag flew in the air. Chapter 159 Charge. Tap, tap, tap. Led by the flags, the players marched quickly to their designated locations. Shield soldiers, spearmen, musketeers, bazooka, archers, crossbowmen, scouts. One type of soldier after another. One type of character after another. Extraordinary players. 10th level veteran players. Even if the lowest level is 6 or 7. They are comparable to the power of little Superman in reality. More importantly, the various military trainings in reality are directly copied. And the instructions shine here. The movements of each player are extremely capable. And it is obvious that the training time is not short. Phalanx after phalanx. Countless players. Each player has standard equipment. At this moment, the player's background is fully revealed. At this moment, many extraordinary people, including Hao Wei, all put on armor and entered the battle formation. Even though many of them have been hunted down and have several layers of weakness. They still appear on the front line. They understand that they must end the battle on this side as quickly as possible to support Fong Bai. Otherwise, Fong Bai was injured, and he only relied on 50 people to resist a main cavalry of the nobles. Even the cavalry that the 8-ox crossbow could easily resist. Only the makers of the 8-ox crossbow knew how terrifying this strength was. Although Fong Bai and others killed the master, everyone knew that it was only because the master was seriously injured by a huge bomb. Fong Bai's contribution was to make up for the blow and the timing, not to kill with strength. They all knew this. And Fong Bai was even just a logistics player. Shame. Fong Bai. I hope the loss is not too big. Hao Wei took a deep breath and wished silently. In this battle, Zhang Zhong, you are the commander. Everyone obey Zhang Zhong's orders. Fong Bai shouted in a deep voice. Yes. Yes. Zhang Zhong took a step forward, and his blood and chi instantly rushed into the cloud of blood and chi. Charge. Rhinos moved their strong thighs and charged quickly towards the cavalry. 50 rhinos charged together, and the ground trembled slightly. However, although the power was huge, it was far inferior to the noble cavalry. Fong Bai rode a little rhinoceros and integrated into the team, holding a long spear, and his blood and chi merged into the blood and chi cloud. Just like an ordinary rhinoceros cavalry. Zhang Zhong, who was leading the team, couldn't help but recall what Fong Bai said to him at the beginning. Zhang Zhong, my injury hasn't healed yet, so you are the one who will fight this battle. I am in the team, and my main focus will be on the operation mode of the opponent's cavalry, so I don't have the energy to command. You will also be in charge of the command. I have nothing else to say here, but I have a few points to remind you. According to my understanding of the Qi and Blood Cloud, the Qi and Blood Cloud should not only be used to bless the main general. It is a waste of time to use it as a prop for personal heroism. I even think that this is cutting off the way forward. The Qi and Blood Cloud originates from the army as a whole. In the end, it must also belong to the army as a whole. Only when the army as a whole builds and grows can the Qi and Blood Cloud continue to grow, and even go further and further, rather than just becoming an external accessory of a commander. It will always be just a decoration. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Okay. Use the real combat method of the army to fight. Let every soldier participate, gain from it, and grow from it. In addition, it is not just me who studies the structure and secrets of the opponent's cavalry. You can also learn. I think this extraordinary cavalry is actually similar to us. They all transform the army into a whole and become extraordinary with collective strength. Relatively speaking, they are definitely more mature and more proficient. So you can develop our advantages while learning the opponent's combat methods and skills. I understand. Zhang Zhong woke up from his memories and pondered a word used by Fong Bai. Army. Soldiers. This is the first time Fong Bai used this word to describe their 50 rhino cavalry. Leading 50 cavalry. Zhang Zhong's heart surged, and he suddenly realized something. With a thought, the blood cloud surged, and a stream of power sank into the body of the rhino mount. Bang! 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 The footsteps of the heavily armored rhinoceros sounded like heavy drumbeats, and the overall speed of the army instantly increased by 30%. Fong Bai and the team couldn't help but brighten his eyes when he saw this. And then Zhang Zhong's words rang again. Everyone listen to the order. Cooperate with the rhinoceros to control the influx of blood and chi, and increase the speed of movement in a targeted manner. Yes! Everyone shouted in unison. And Fong Bai smiled when he found that the marching speed began to increase again. Lucas rode on the back of a snow-white warhorse. The scales on the horse's back and the plate armor on his body covered all the skin, leaving only a pair of cold eyes exposed. A full 100 cavalrymen followed behind him, and under the resonance of fighting spirit, the rugged road directly turned into a smooth road. After having to kill a player, they abandoned all their hiding behaviors and charged forward at the fastest speed. Lucas' eyes were cold, but his heart was surging. Long-term training, suppressing bandits, and killing aliens have made him thirsty. Player? Lucas sneered. A chicken and a dog. Lucas didn't think the player could resist the extraordinary cavalry led by him. No one knew the power of the extraordinary cavalry better than him. This is no longer something that ordinary armies can resist by relying on numbers or ordinary extraordinary people. Their strength can easily kill even the elite level. And if the number of troops reaches 500, even the master can be killed. Although there are only more than 100 people at the moment. And although the army level is not enough, If it is just to deal with players, Lucas' eyes are cold. And he only needs to consider one problem at the moment. He and Field. Who is faster? Commander, we found a group of heavy armored Rhino cavalrymen of players ahead, with 50 soldiers and some extraordinary people. Should we give way? Suddenly, a scout who came back from the raid said beside Lucas. Lucas immediately got excited when he heard it. Ha! Give way? Why give way? Heavy armored Rhino cavalry? I want to let them know what real cavalry is. Everyone, hold your guns. Charge. Beat them in 10 minutes. Yes. The moment the words fell, the fighting spirit between them boiled up. One soldier picked up his spear and laid it flat. And the fighting spirit gathered on the tip of the spear, instantly forming a series of sharp blades. When Lucas gave an order, the speed of the team instantly increased. And soon, they appeared directly in the field of vision of the Rhino cavalry. Heavy armored cavalry. Heavy armored cavalry. Looking at the huge body of the Rhino, Lucas showed a trace of contempt in his eyes. And an idea moved. The fighting spirit instantly covered the whole body of the cavalry. Charge. Chapter 160 Dochi Collapse. Charge. Charge. Both sides gave orders at the same time. At this moment, it was like a sharp confrontation. Bang! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the two sides collided fiercely. Dochi sharp blade. Thrust. The sharp blade transformed by Dochi hit one knight after another with a strong push. The sharp Dochi collided with the front armor with a thickness of more than 5 centimeters and instantly shattered, turning into strong winds that swept and whistled. And heavy armor was everywhere. At this moment, the heavy armor of the Quasi-3 refinements showed its terrifying defense to the fullest. Zhang Zhong was not to be outdone. With the blessing of the blood cloud and the blood of the rhinoceros, the gun-holding armor instantly burst out with strong thrust like a spring. Swish. Bang. The long spear thrust instantly, and the terrifying force fell on the Dochi armor on them. Dochi flowed. The power was dispersed instantly, and the Dochi armor remained unchanged. Charge. Interspersed. Turn around at a large angle. Charge. Interspersed. Turn around at a large angle. Charge again. At this moment, in this flat area, the two sides launched the most brutal and bloody fight. Cavalry collision. This is the most terrifying meat grinder on the ancient battlefield. Collision. Collision. With collisions again and again. Lucas stared at the players with more and more shock and more solemnity. This cavalry is actually all extraordinary people. This discovery shocked him extremely, which made him instantly recognize the strength of this cavalry. At the same time, Lucas's eyes rose with a desire for victory. Defeat them. This is the only thought left in Lucas' mind. And Zhang Zhong is the same. The collision continued, and the terrifying momentum made all the beasts, and even the monsters in the range flee in panic. With collisions again and again. Each time they went all out. And gradually, both sides were a little out of breath. However, everyone's eyes were extremely focused, staring at each other. Keep charging. Again and again. Again and again. When everyone was out of breath and sweating, the two sides finally stopped after another stagger. Zhang Zhong looked at the other side breathlessly, his eyes extremely solemn. The other side was not injured or killed. Report the casualties. Zhang Zhong, whose voice was a little hoarse because of shouting to charge again and again, ordered. Report. Someone sprained his wrist. Zhang Zhong was stunned when he heard the words and turned his head to look. The player with the crooked hand lowered his head embarrassedly. The breeze was blowing, and the smoke and dust in this area dissipated. There was no corpse or blood left on the battlefield where the two sides charged each other. After half a day of high-intensity fighting, there was no casualty on both sides. Zhang Zhong looked at Lucas, and Lucas looked at Zhang Zhong, and both sides couldn't help but fall into silence. Lucas looked at the player's thick full-body heavy armor, as well as the average strength and resistance of the extraordinary people. Zhang Zhong looked at the thick Dochi armor on Lucas's soldiers, and recalled the Dochi connected to unload force, support Dochi, and the extraordinary strength that changes at any time. On one side is the Quasi-3 refined armor that is 5 centimeters thick and cannot be hit at all. Their Dochi blades are not even worthy of scratching. And after unloading force, the shock force is not enough to shock the extraordinary players inside. As Mecha Masters, although their physical strength is not like Fong Bai, which directly exceeds the armor outside, it is not something that can be touched by the shock force. This level of defense makes Lucas hate it. The defense of each piece is comparable to that of extraordinary armor. 50 cavalry, 50 pieces, and mounts are all. Lucas looked down at the thin iron armor on his body and gritted his teeth. If we fight like this, will we have endless money? The thick dookie armor on Lucas and others is like the 3-foot chi wall of the sweeping monk. Before it is broken, no sharp or blunt weapon can be used, although Zhang Zhong and others can fight. The dookie armor supported by 100 people's dookie will recover instantly after it is broken, unless they use the most violent force to force the dookie armor to explode at once. They will not be able to hurt the soldiers inside before the dookie of the entire army is exhausted. This makes Zhang Zhong hate it. Both sides are absolute meat shields armed to the teeth. They have a common feature. That is, their defense far exceeds their attack power. This can be used to sweep and defend against low-level armies, and it can also be used to fight against armies of the same level. The strong defense can give the commander a great tolerance rate. But when you meet your peers, you can scrape each other. Boss, what should I do? Zhang Zhong's voice sounded, full of helplessness. And many players, who heard it also laughed. 2 pieces of meat. 2 pieces of big meat. This was like a pure tank top plane without AD. The atmosphere was tense. Fong Bai heard this, and slowly exhaled. I do it. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the player in front of Fong Bai immediately made way. Zhang Zhong also gave up the first place, and the little rhino took a small step forward. At the same time, the control of the chi and blood cloud was also successfully handed over. Lucas looked at the player who suddenly changed his general with curiosity, and looked at the red cloud above with curiosity. Moo! Tap tap tap. Lucas was stunned, and saw the leading player slowly raised his spear and pointed it directly at him. Swoosh! The visor rose, and the faces of the players in the armor gradually appeared. Lucas's sharp eyes saw that the player made a lip gesture, which was, 1 shot. Heal you! Lucas's anger rose immediately, and his eyes were cold. All troops charge. Boom 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 boom. The earth was as peaceful as a huge drum, and the 2 heavy cavalry launched a charge again. Kaka! The visor on the face fell off, and the body sitting on the little rhino slightly lowered, and the charge began. Zhang Zhong excitedly followed Fong Bai and charged. At this moment, he only saw Fong Bai back, following Fong Bai and charging. Zhang Zhong suddenly found something when he was about to collide, and shouted hurriedly, Boss! Chi and blood! Chi and blood cloud is not blessed. Hurry! Hurry! It's still in time. Zhang Zhong was immediately anxious. The blessing of Chi and blood cloud is a huge boost to the player's strength. It won't work without this link. However, Fong Bai's relaxed and excited voice rang in Zhang Zhong's ears. Zhang Zhong, Chi and blood cloud is not how you use it. Look! I show you the correct way to use Chi and blood cloud. Zhang Zhong was slightly stunned, and saw that the Chi and blood cloud in the sky not only did not flow to the player, but also swallowed up the elemental power between heaven and earth at the moment of contact with the opponent, and then expanded rapidly. The condensed Do Chi cloud expanded at the moment of swallowing up the vast elemental power of heaven and earth, and instantly turned into rolling mist, like a real light-colored cloud covering the entire battlefield. At this moment, Zhang Zhong suddenly found that the elemental power in the environment stagnated slightly. At this moment, the Do Chi armor covering Lucas and others instantly collapsed. Chapter 161 Escape. How is it possible? Lucas' eyes widened in an instant. His eyes were full of disbelief, and there was a panic and fear hidden deep inside. At this moment, the fighting spirit wrapped around his body collapsed directly. The fighting spirit resonant state of the entire army collapsed directly, and the cavalry that was originally regarded as a whole instantly turned into individuals. At this moment, the strength of the elite extraordinary person could not bring any sense of security to Lucas. Through the mesh window, Lucas looked at the cold eyes of the person in front of him in horror, as if saying, 1 shot. Heal you. Swish. An extremely fast shot instantly pierced Lucas' chest, looking down at the steel gun as thick as an egg on his chest. Lucas looked at Fong Bai blankly. Bang! Fong Bai shook his right hand, and Lucas' chest was instantly smashed. Zhang Zhong behind him skillfully shot Lucas's flying head and blew it up in the air. Kill! A deep voice sounded from Fong Bai's mouth. The player, stimulated by the smell of blood, instantly reacted from the frustration of not being able to break the defense. And the frustration just now was released in an instant. Puff, 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 puff. Raise the gun and stab. Raise the gun and stab. Simple actions bring terrifying killing efficiency. Cavalry confrontation. The most terrifying killing efficiency. The most terrifying meat grinder. This sentence was interpreted vividly at this moment. The cavalry who suddenly lost their heavy armor was like being defenseless in front of the players, and was instantly penetrated, leaving a muddy road of flesh and blood on this land. From the original without a drop of blood, no one died, to the instantaneous mincing now, directly from one extreme to another. Fong Bai directly made a loop. The strangulation continued. In the blink of an eye, countless screams rang out, and the originally proud cavalry completely collapsed, and the rhino cavalry roared to the sky, venting their joy. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and the long spear in his hand pointed diagonally to the front. How? Fong Bai. I want you to die. The gnashing voice echoed between heaven and earth. In an instant, all the cavalry returned to Fong Bai cautiously, and their faces became serious in an instant. Above the sky, a person directly broke through the blood cloud. But at this moment, the figure suddenly fell, and fell for dozens of meters before stabilizing. At this moment, this person's face and Fong Bai's face showed a stunned expression at the same time, and Fong Bai suddenly realized after being stunned. And then, ha, ha, I understand. I understand. That's it. Master? That's it. Fong Bai's excited voice echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was unparalleled. And Andrew, who was suspended in the sky, was full of astonishment on his face, listening to Fong Bai's arrogant laughter. He felt that the elements of heaven and earth around him seemed to have fallen into silence, and he even needed to spend several times more energy to control them, and the effect was even greatly limited. Andrew looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and felt that he was greatly suppressed. Even the flying altitude and speed were greatly limited. Listening to Fong Bai's laughter, a feeling of extreme uneasiness surged into his heart. At this moment, even the anger of his cavalry regiment being basically destroyed could not help but fade a lot. Rhino Cavalry Regiment. Charge. At this moment, Fong Bai's roar sounded in Andrew's ears. The terrifying momentum and confidence in his words, combined with a feeling of being suppressed, made Andrew more and more uneasy. Recalling Jason, who was killed because of his lack of caution. After a moment of silence, Andrew turned and ran. Fong Bai? Fong Bai, who was charging, was stunned. At this moment, he was really stunned. Hey, where are you going? Don't run. After the words fell, Andrew flew faster. After leaving the range of the blood cloud, his speed instantly doubled, and he disappeared directly from Fong Bai's sight, leaving Fong Bai stunned. Master level. Is this really a master level? You didn't even leave a harsh word. Didn't even try to test it. And just ran away when you felt something was wrong? But I really can't beat you. Fong Bai was really stunned, thinking for a long time, and finally sighed slightly. No wonder it's a master level. It's worthy of being a master level. Come back to his senses. Fong Bai's mind is still full of excitement, recalling the scene of the master entering the blood cloud and falling directly. His heart is surging. Professional level. Just tempered the fighting spirit, and contacted the extraordinary. Elite level. Completed the body tempering. Reached the peak of the mastery of his own power. Strengthened himself, and completed the transformation of the life level. Master level. Fong Bai took a deep breath. It seems that he has begun to master the power of the elements of heaven and earth, using 1 point of power to leverage 100 or 1,000 times the power of the elements. He has gained the ability to fly, and every move has great power, crushing the elite easily. In front of the master level, numbers have lost their meaning. At this moment, Fong Bai had a deeper understanding of the extraordinary, and the fog in front of Fong Bai dissipated a lot. After the blood cloud is unfolded, it can suppress the elemental power in the environment, which is why the blood cloud can suppress the power of spells. The elemental power in the environment is suppressed, which is equivalent to the master level power being suppressed, and even the ability to fly will be lost. There were definitely too few people just now. If there were 1,000 players, or even 10,000 players, to form the blood cloud together, the master would definitely lose the ability to fly completely lose the ability to mobilize the elements of heaven and earth, and can only rely on a strong body to fight. Even if the master level body is strong, it can still crush the elite level. But relying on numbers to encircle the master is no longer impossible. The feeling of gaining new knowledge and having doubts resolved made Fong Bai extremely excited. This feeling of sudden enlightenment is simply mysterious. Looking at the blood cloud in the sky, I recall the cavalry just now. The fighting spirit resonates outwards and initially prized the elements of heaven and earth. Fong Bai didn't know how many times the cavalry had been analyzed in the fantasy space. Recalling the method by which the cavalry used the fighting spirit resonance to pry the elements of heaven and earth, Fong Bai recalled the formation of fighting spirit. Fighting spirit is formed by the fusion of blood power, elemental power, and mental power with a strong personal will, and so on. The cloud of blood and chi, the elements of heaven and earth, and finally the strong personal will. Fong Bai looked at the soldiers behind him, recalling the feeling of charging and killing just now, and slowly adjusted his state of mind. When the state of mind resonated, Fong Bai used his mental power to wrap their will and instantly rose from the sky. The cloud of blood and chi rolled, instantly swallowing the elements of heaven and earth, and the will merged into it. In an instant, the cloud of blood and chi shrank rapidly and compressed into a ball of its original size. And then it was like a bolt from the blue. Boom! Chapter 162 Talent, Strength Blessing. Boom! The blood cloud exploded, turning into a thick white cloud that covered the entire battlefield. At this moment, Fong Bai could clearly perceive the sudden change inside the blood cloud. The blood merged with the power of elements, and a strong will ran through it. A structure was born and nurtured in the blood cloud. The power was projected on every player through the blood cloud. Fong Bai felt this magical power, and as soon as he thought about it, the power was naturally blessed in his hand. Boom! The spear swung down and instantly smashed a huge rock. But Fong Bai's face showed a look of surprise. Wait! This power! Fong Bai's face changed slightly. And then he shot again. Boom! 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 Fong Bai tested again and again, and suddenly found that he could get 100% power blessing when attacking. The power doubled. Fong Bai turned his head and looked back. Everyone was surprised to test their own strength. After observing for a while, Bai found out their power blessing has also doubled. Fong Bai took a deep breath, looked up at the blood and chi cloud in the sky, and his face changed slightly. He seemed to have done something extraordinary. Looking back at the army behind him, Fong Bai understood that this was extraordinary. Extraordinary in the field of blood and chi. Collective extraordinary belonging to the army. Thinking back on the process of the birth of this power just now, and the composition principle of this power, Fong Bai said softly, use will to implement blood and chi, the elements of heaven and earth, and finally use the blood and chi cloud to show will, thus forming this power blessing. Depending on different situations, different armies, and different factors, the blessing formed should also be different. The blessing formed by my Rhino cavalry is power blessing. Perhaps this is the talent of the army, Fong Bai said softly. Military talent, power blessing. Looking at the blood and chi cloud rolling in the sky. To be precise, this should not be called blood and chi cloud. This is the fusion product of blood and chi, the elements of heaven and earth, and the will of the army. This is a very new thing. In that case, then call it. A word naturally emerged in his mind. After thinking for a moment, Fong Bai felt that it was very appropriate, and slowly spoke out. Clouds. In the sky, clouds rolled slowly, and Fong Bai felt the silent elemental power under the clouds. All energy reactions seemed to be suppressed under the clouds, and only the most primitive muscle power from the body and the blessing from the clouds had no effect. Under the clouds, the extraordinary is not obvious. This is the world of big muscle tyrants. And at this moment, recalling the structure when the talent was just formed, Fong Bai had a deeper understanding of chi and blood. Feeling the effect of the talent named Strength Blessing, Fong Bai left the range of clouds and felt the disappearance of the talent of Strength Blessing. Walked into the range of clouds again and felt the reappearance of the talent. Perceiving the process of the emergence of the talent and recalling the structure he had just seen, Fong Bai was thoughtful. This newly emerging power seems to have great potential to be tapped. Clouds. Fong Bai muttered to himself. The maintenance of clouds basically does not consume any energy for the army. This is different from the blood and chi clouds. At this time, Zhang Zhong came over. Boss, the battlefield is cleaned up. Fong Bai looked back after hearing this, and saw a pile of blood-stained armor, with bent spear tips and severely worn spears piled up. There were 7 or 8 war horses next to him. Fong Bai looked over and saw that both the armor and the spears were mixed with elemental metals. The armor was less, and the spear tips had a higher content of elemental metals. But it still only left scratches on their armor. And then it itself was bent or severely worn. There was no way. The armor was too thick. It was so thick that a player climbed on the back of a warhorse and immediately pressed the warhorse down. It stood up tremblingly and probably died after running a few meters. Herod! The warhorse neighed. And seeing that everyone was looking at him, the player dismounted in dismay and returned to his rhino. Try it. I try it. Fong Bai looked away and took a glance, and saw that many players were distressed about the scratches on their armor. I vaguely heard them muttering and complaining that this cavalry had scratched their armor, which made them heartbroken. Cavalry? Blame me? This defense is simply amazing. Zhang Zhong sighed beside him. Don't say others. We can't even break it ourselves. Fong Bai smiled. Isn't this good? We could always let others hit us. But others will die as long as we hit them once. Maximizing the elimination of skills from the battle process. Reducing the weight of skills to strength. A small number of soldiers may still be shown off by superb skills. But as long as the size of the army reaches a certain level, this model can directly crush skills. After Fong Bai finished speaking, he subconsciously formed a magician's hand to grab the armor and spear. But there was no reaction after the spell model structure was completed. Under the clouds, all beings are equal. Even the creator of the clouds is the same. Fong Bai couldn't help but laugh, and then commanded the team to converge the clouds. After a while, the clouds slowly dissipated, and Fong Bai did not change his place, and directly lit a bonfire under the protection of the team. The bonfire, which was 4 or 5 meters high and occupied a large area, was lit by Zhang Gong and his team. The flames burned fiercely, and Fong Bai, who was standing next to the bonfire, had an idea, and the originally hot temperature slowly converged, and finally all gathered together to become a fire lotus that seemed to be real. One piece of armor after another turned red and melted directly in the fire lotus. As the idea moved, the ceremony was formed, and sporadic light spots flew towards Fong Bai and merged into Fong Bai body structure. The new light spots were merged into a rib by Fong Bai. As the ceremony progressed, and as one piece of armor after another melted, the golden light spots suddenly became richer. Golden light spots like stars quickly poured into Fong Bai body. In the blink of an eye, a rib turned into a brilliant gold color. 1, 2, 3, 4. Before long, all of Fong Bai ribs turned into gold, like gold pouring. Then, the skull, leg bones, knees, one by one, bones turned into gold from the inside out. Time passed bit by bit, and Fong Bai kept speeding up the progress. His cavalry here is so strong. Especially the defense is so strong. Lu Jin, Hao Wei, and others have no ability to break the defense, and their own defense can't stop the cavalry. The situation over there must be very urgent. And even here there is a master level. Fong Bai doesn't believe there will be no one over there. So Fong Bai must rush over to help as quickly as possible. But before that, Fong Bai must quickly turn the resources in front of him into combat power. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether he goes to help or go to Calabash Brothers to save Grandpa. He ran over without authorization and faced the cavalry and the master at the same time. Grandpa. Grandpa. I'm here to save you. Fong Bai. Dead. Chapter 163 Elite Level. Clang. When the 206 bones completely turned into golden color, a tremor sounded. Looking at his body with his mental power. Looking at the skeleton that seemed to be cast in divine gold. Feeling the surging power in his body, Fong Bai couldn't help but clench his fists. At this moment, there was still 1/5 of the armor. Without any hesitation, Fong Bai immediately began to metallize the muscles. Arm muscles, thigh muscles, facial muscles, hard muscles. The process of metallization of body tissues is like lighting up one module after another in the body. In the process of lighting up the modules, the armor was quickly consumed, and Fong Bai directly began to smelt the remaining spears. One spear after another turned into molten steel, and one ball after another of molten steel lost all its essence and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap iron after cooling. Pieces of muscle turned into golden color, and muscle fibers turned into elemental metal muscle fibers. After the muscles, there are blood vessels, internal organs, and fat. One part after another of the body turns into golden gold. when the last membrane and hair are all tempered and turned into elemental metal. A feeling of perfection and flawlessness echoes in Fong Bai's heart. The body structure is completely transformed into elemental metal. But its original functions have not changed at all, and have even been greatly enhanced. The exaggerated contraction amplitude and strength of the elemental metal muscle fibers, the toughness and elasticity of the fascia, the contraction strength and toughness of the heart. Even the blood turns into golden gold. And between breaths, it carries surging energy to nourish the organs of the whole body. This is not an enhancement in one aspect, but an overall improvement in the level of life. The only thing that makes Fong Bai feel bad is that after the nerve elements are metallized, the nerve reaction speed is faster and the perception is more acute. This perception includes all the slightest disturbance, and naturally includes pain. Pain is originally a warning issued by the human body, and is an important part of the body. If the pain before was 1, then now it may be 3, 4, or even 10. But in order to ensure sharp perception in battle, Fong Bai cannot block this feeling. Am I practicing in the wrong direction? Am I on the wrong path? Why is it more painful the more I practice? Other melee professionals haven't heard them say that. Fong Bai is a little self-doubting. He is afraid of pain. And now he is even more afraid. Of course, this does not affect his combat effectiveness. After all, the price of making him feel pain often needs to be borne by the opponent. Fong Bai clenched his fist suddenly, and the air was squeezed out and exploded. The surging power is hidden in this seemingly ordinary body. And at this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully advancing to the elite level. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for meeting the promotion conditions and successfully advancing to the title of Mecha Pioneer. Elite level. Fong Bai felt the majestic power in his body. Just now, the power of his body was strengthened again. When I opened the title panel, I saw that, as expected, the effect of increasing the Mecha Master strength had reached 50%. It was still intact, without any fraction. Even though Fong Bai had completed the job transfer of 50 people, 50 is probably too few. And even a 1% increase can't be increased. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, not surprised by this result. If this title is purely a numerical effect of the game, then the game will definitely not set the increase threshold so low for the sake of balance. If 50 can increase 1%, then what about 500, 5,000, and 50,000? If this is not a game mechanism, then as a real thing, if you want to increase strength, there must be at least a principle, and you must abide by the law of conservation of strength. The principle of blessing must be that every job transferee can bring a certain amount of strength to Fong Bai, and this strength is converted into strength blessing by the title. In this case, Fong Bai doesn't think that a mere 50 professional level job transferees can bring him strength blessing. And apart from the bonus, Fong Bai found that his suppression of the Mecha Master was also stronger. The strength of the Mecha Master who is against him is directly reduced by 50%. That is to say, as long as the Mecha Master dares to bully his master and destroy his ancestors, his strength will be cut in half first. Fong Bai closed the attribute panel, felt his own strength, sank into the fantasy space, took out a notebook and wrote slowly on it. Stage, professional level. Achievement conditions. Complete the metallization of a piece of bone or some body tissues. Ordinary iron metallization. Element alloy metallization. Element metal metallization are all okay. Depending on the materials used, the strength after the job transfer increases step by step. Cultivation content. Complete the metallization of the whole body tissue. Stage, elite level. Achievement conditions. Complete the metallization of the whole body tissue. Cultivation content. Fong Bai fell into deep thought, then left a few pages blank and continued writing. Stage, master level. Achievement conditions, unknown. Use your own strength to pry the elements of heaven and earth. Cultivation content, unknown. Fong Bai looked at the achievement conditions of the master level and the cultivation content of the elite level and fell into thought. The two are interconnected. After all, the goal of elite level cultivation is to be promoted to master level. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai put it aside for the time being and left the fantasy space, feeling the majestic power in his body. The sound of ding-dong-dong rang out. The vibrations formed by the hands of the mage are constantly stacked and evolved. Originally, it was necessary to melt at high temperature, but this did not bother Fong Bai at all. Fong Bai just thought about it simply. and researched and came up with a new forging method. That is cold forging. The stacking of vibrations by the hands of the mage forms a triple vibration. Use the length of time to subtly complete stress adjustment and material transformation. But in this way, the time required for forging is extended. As the body vibrated, the gold elements in the environment were absorbed into the body bit by bit and merged with the body. While maintaining this state, Fong Bai looked at the remaining quarter of the spear in front of him. The harvest was so great that Fong Bai completed the professional level of Mecha Master training. And there were still so many spears left here. However, Fong Bai found that although he had completed the metallization of the whole body, he could still absorb the light spots made of the metallization of the elements. It can be integrated, but it cannot cause any amplification effect on the body. Nor will it be completely integrated. It will be stripped out again as soon as the thought moves, as if it can only be stored in the body. This discovery instantly made Fong Bai mind flash, with a flash of inspiration. The inspiration of storing the elemental metal light spots unfolded in Fong Bai mind, and he instantly thought of many ideas. But then Fong Bai recorded it, stopped thinking, and shouted to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong, come here. Chapter 164 Formation. President? Feel it well? Fong Bai raised his hand, and a large spell model enveloped Zhang Zhong, and the vibration guide was turned on. A moment later, Zhang Zhong felt the wonderful feeling of metallization again. The pale silver light spots representing the elemental alloy continued to flow into his body, and accumulated in the bones of his right arm. Little by little, the arm bones became silvery, and became like a piece of silver secret steel. Compared to Fong Bai elemental metallization, Zhang Zhong elemental alloying was much more convenient, and saved a lot of money. The arm bones quickly turned silver at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bones, muscles, blood vessels, fascia, skin, and soon the entire right hand turned into a piece of silver, as if cast in silver steel. It didn't take long for the arm to turn silver all over. But Fong Bai didn't stop there. He knew from his experience that if he simply metallized his right hand, the muscles, shoulder blades, spine, and fascia of his chest would easily break and tear in the right hand's power. After all, the strength of a metallized arm is no joke. Fong Bai immediately guided the elemental alloy to merge into the shoulder blade and the bones and muscles that supported the arm's strength, and merged with a gradually weakening trend. Use a little bit of faded silver to blur the boundaries, and avoid a clear sense of tearing. This buffers the extremely powerful Qilin arm. After the completion, Zhang Zhong looked at his arm with surprise. He gently pinched it, and a huge force surged from his arm. Feeling the strength of the arm, feeling the metallized power surge from the right arm to strengthen the whole body, Zhang Zhong felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. He threw a punch violently. Bang! The boulder exploded, splashing dust and mist all over the sky. But Zhang Zhong's arm was not damaged at all. Zhang Zhong looked at the arm in surprise. This was just his pure physical strength. Then Zhang Zhong experimented with knife slashing and gun stabbing, and used his body to verify what it meant to be invulnerable to swords and guns. Such power and such an effect immediately made the other soldiers watching around open their eyes wide. Go ahead. Yes. Fong Bai looked at the remaining spears. Everyone looked at him now, and their eyes were full of passion. Looking around, he looked at the soldiers one by one and said, Zhong Ming, Jia Wu, Jiang Biao, and Zhong Li, who performed well just now, please step out. Yes. For people in the crowd immediately ran to Fong Bai excitedly and looked at him expectantly. Fong Bai did not hesitate at all. He divided the remaining spears into 4 equal parts, and then prepared the ceremony to help the 4 people alloy their right arms. There were not many spears left. Their right arms were about 3/4 complete, and the rest were replaced with gradient colors. At this point, all the spears were used up. The 4 people excitedly punched each other, knocking and hitting each other, experiencing this powerful force bit by bit. Fong Bai looked at everyone and said, First, the foundation of this practice is the 3 practices. After learning the 3 practices, you don't need to come to me. You can practice on your own. If you have a high enough understanding of the 3 practices, you can even collect a certain amount of elemental alloys to help others practice. This will speed up the progress of your own elemental alloying, and thus speed up the enhancement of your strength. Fong Bai's voice fell, and all the soldiers were shocked. 3 practices? Second, according to your performance, I will take out a part of the elemental alloys and help you practice. This discretion is not based on your relationship with me, but on your merit. Courage. It depends on your performance. Third, the process of this elemental alloying is the professional level practice process of your profession. The Mecha Master. When you have completed the elemental alloying of your whole body, it means that you have become an elite. His elite level. These three words are like a heavy hammer hitting their minds, and their eyes are staring at Fong Bai, listening to every word he says. In addition, you must remember that your profession is called Mecha Master, not warrior, fighter, Iron Man. Now is just the basics. Looking at the armor on you, you will always have to change to better extraordinary armor, or even mecha in the future. But it is definitely impossible for everyone to drive a mecha. Only the best soldiers have the opportunity to become mecha pilots. And my requirements for you are not high. Very simple. 2 points. First, obey orders 100%. Those who disobey orders will be deprived of their extraordinary profession and beheaded. Fong Bai's voice was loud and clear, and everyone was shocked when the word behead fell. Second, fight to the death. Are there any problems? No problem, Jiang Biao shouted. And in an instant, everyone, including Fong Bai, focused their eyes on Jiang Biao, looking at this strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes after taking off his helmet. Even Zhongli next to him couldn't help but look at Jiang Biao. Looking at you with thick eyebrows and big eyes. I didn't expect you to not take me with you. Fong Bai nodded at Jiang Biao, then looked at the others. What about you? No problem. In an instant, the voice of response resounded through the sky. Okay. Follow me well. There will be mechas, elites, masters, and money. Everyone, get on the horse, and set off. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the troops with peak morale advanced at full speed towards another battlefield at the fastest speed. Full speed. Full speed. However, the rhinos carried heavy soldiers on their 4 short legs and slid quickly. If you don't compare it with other cavalry, it's still very fast. In the team, Fong Bai used his mental power to cover the surroundings. And at the same time, he also watched each soldier. Probably from this moment on, these 50 players can slowly transform into soldiers and troops. Many novels do not trust modern people, saying that modern people have no loyalty, and would rather spend a lot of effort to train NPCs than recruit ready-made modern people. But Fong Bai doesn't think so. How good are modern people? With modern thinking, modern concepts, modern knowledge, and all kinds of tricks emerging one after another, which is simply not comparable to the ancient version of NPC. As for loyalty or disloyalty, give enough money, enough room for future advancement, clear rewards and punishments, and do it in a down-to-earth manner, and then bind the other party's future to you and give enough recognition. Can they not fight to the death for you? Can they not be loyal? The so-called disloyalty is just that you can only give 2,500 yuan. But then every day you stare at whether they work wholeheartedly, whether they work overtime, and whether they have free time. But these people still want to change jobs, or they are not serious about their work. And then they talk nonsense. Modern people don't know how to be grateful for the company's training, and don't know how to be loyal to the company. Modern education also includes ideological and moral education. Will the overall moral quality be worse than that of ancient times? Don't know loyalty. Don't know how to repay gratitude? How is it possible? The only difference is that the ancients didn't know anything, and it was easy to train them into dead soldiers, just bullying them because of their information gap. While Fong Bai was thinking, the other battlefield had reached its most intense moment. Kill! Chapter 165 Demon Breaker. Kill! The fierce shouts of killing resounded through the sky, as if there were more than 10,000 people, all over the mountains. At this moment, in this undulating and uneven hill, densely packed heads filled one hill after another. The players on the edge quickly surged and exchanged, and the core players pulled and attacked the cavalry. In the distance, long spears and rocket launchers consumed the cavalry's fighting spirit from a distance. The cavalry, who were firmly surrounded in the center, felt like they had fallen into a spider's web. Around the web, slippery and immortal loaches harassed them continuously. Although they did not suffer any injuries, their fighting spirit reserves continued to decline, and every time they wanted to break through, they were cut off before they could speed up. Shield armor, musketeers, except for the lack of treatment. This is really a big scene of fighting a world boss. Tens of thousands of players kept rotating and changing under Lu Jin's command, strangling the cavalry like huge gears. But at this moment, Lu Jin's face was very serious. This cavalry was too tough. During the continuous strangulation, the cavalry was unscathed, but the gears themselves were constantly broken. Although the cavalry was tightly surrounded in the center of the position, they did not want to escape at all. Instead, they kept charging in a small area, strangling back and forth, and harvesting one player after another. After all, although it was uncomfortable here, it was also the place with the highest density of players, and the killing efficiency here was much higher than other places. Obviously, this group of cavalry was very confident in their own strength, and they were confident that they could break out of the players' team no matter what. So they were naturally unscrupulous. In the area they passed, corpses were everywhere, and the blood mud crushed by the horses' hooves made the land muddy. The horrible smell of blood rose from the sky. Groups of vultures circled in the sky, as if waiting for the feast to start. Finally, feeling that the fighting spirit was gradually reaching the bottom, and his hands were a little soft in the continuous killing, Field raised his hand and ordered, "Break out?" "Yes." The cavalrymen smiled wildly. Breaking out was not about running away, but waiting for their strength to recover before charging and strangling again. After giving the order, Field rushed directly towards a gear in front of him. Puff, puff, puff. The cavalry rushed in like a hot knife cutting butter, and the gears broke instantly. Field smiled cruelly. These players actually thought they could trap them. It was unknown who was the hunter and who was the prey. In an instant, the Del led the cavalry to sprint all the way. However, he did not notice that none of the bodies of the players who died in their hands disappeared, and they were still left in the same place. And Lu Jin on the top of the mountain looked at this scene with a cold look in his eyes, and immediately gave the order. "Do it!" As soon as the voice fell, the flag bearer next to him waved his hand, passing the order in the form of flag language, and people in reality kept reminding them. In an instant, a coffin slammed down on the area with the most corpses in the center of the battlefield. The lid opened and wisps of black air filled the air. All the plants and trees touched by the black air turned black and rotted, and the surroundings instantly turned into a dead land. The bodies of the players that were infected quickly rotted, and in this process, a steady stream of black air rose up. At least tens of thousands of players died on the battlefield, and the corpses piled up into mountains, and the blood flowed into rivers, turning the land into a muddy land. At this moment, the black air spread rapidly, and the mountains of corpses decayed into skeletons. The terrifying amount of black air gathered into clouds in the sky. The sky and the earth darkened, and the cold air made people shudder. Then, a player wearing a white robe similar to a mage's robe appeared on the battlefield. As soon as the white robe player appeared, he took control of the black air from the coffin, condensed the black air into a line, and used mental power as a needle. Like embroidery, the needle and thread were threaded, and the black clouds in the sky were turned into a blank scroll spanning dozens of square meters. The overdrawn white robe player fell to the ground with a pale face and lost consciousness. Then, a pale and weak necromancer appeared, cut open his left chest, took out his heart, and dripped his blood on the mountain of corpses. The bones popped, and a summoned death knight shot into the scroll along with the breath of the bones. The scroll suspended in the air, the lifelike mountain of bones. The knight, the breath exuded at this moment was palpitating. Field, who was originally planning to break through, saw the scroll and his face changed drastically, and he understood instantly. He couldn't run away. Only by turning back to block would he have a glimmer of hope. With the thought, Field turned around and rushed directly to the scroll with the cavalry. But just as they started, a player wearing black composite armor appeared at the bottom of the scroll, bowed slightly to Field very gentlemanly, and directly activated the scroll the next moment. In an instant, the elements of heaven and earth gathered together. Terrifying elemental fluctuations spread out, and a black light fell on the player. The armor of the Death Knight was formed out of thin air on the player's body, and merged with the original armor. Buzz! Under the armor, a great force surged in the body, and wherever it passed, all the body tissues were destroyed. Looking at Field and the cavalry getting closer and closer, the player endured the pain, smiled slightly, slowly pulled out the long sword at his waist, and murmured, "Demon slash." At this moment, Field's ominous premonition in his mind reached its peak. The next moment, with the collapse of the player's armor, All the power gathered on the blade and slashed out. A black sword energy, which looked simple, made Field feel like he was facing a great enemy. Fidel, who reacted, put on the Do-Chi armor directly, and held up the Do-Chi shield layer by layer. And in an instant, there were 6 or 7 layers. However, the Do-Chi was like a hot knife cutting butter in front of this sword energy, breaking instantly, and the Do-Chi exploded. When the devil chopped the Do-Chi, Field was shocked. At this moment, all the cavalrymen widened their eyes in shock, looking at the black-armored player in disbelief and even horror. Seeing this, the black-armored player bowed slightly to Field with the etiquette of a noble, and said calmly, "Greetings to you on behalf of all the players you killed today." The demon-breaking swordsman. The black-armored player stood up and smiled slightly. But this smile made Field feel cold all over. However, in the next moment, a voice that sounded instantly made Field feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. "All troops attack." As soon as the voice fell, without waiting for Field to react, the players waved their flags, and the originally broken gears were instantly reorganized. One gear after another instantly meshed together and strangled Field and others. The second round begins. It was not until this time that the corpses of the players on the ground disappeared one by one and began to revive. And a real meat grinder was formed with Field as the center. The strangulation began. However, at this moment, a dissatisfied cold snort sounded. Humph. Chapter 166 Elite Mage. Humph. With a cold snort, the actual pressure crushed from top to bottom, and the players who came to encircle and suppress them froze, and most of them lost their combat ability. When Field heard the sound, he knelt on the ground, and the old noble looked at him. What a disgrace! Field didn't dare to have any objection when he heard it, and the old noble looked up at the empty sky. "Atchison, what are you waiting for? Go ahead. The means we left behind can't be concealed for long." No one appeared in the sky to respond to the old noble, but there were beams of light rising from the sky around. The beams of light met in the air, and the rays of light intertwined and connected. In an instant, a huge magic circle directly enveloped the entire battlefield. The magic circle slowly rotated, and the old noble immediately turned his head to look at Field, and then directly helped them recover. "Kill!" "Yes!" Field shouted in a low voice, looking at the group of players around him who embarrassed him, and immediately gave the order, "Kill!" As soon as the words fell, the 100 cavalrymen instantly split into 5 20-man cavalrymen, according to the order, and quickly strangled the players. The 5 teams strangled the players at a rapid speed, and the players' flesh and blood flew everywhere they passed. They vented their fear just now with the players' blood. The old noble saw this and instantly rushed into the players, with a thin sword on the sword light flickering, and the players fell down like rice being cut. In the sky, fireballs formed one after another, and after a pause, dozens of fireballs all vented on the ground after galloping. 5-ring group fireball spell. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves swept, and the players were thrown to the ground like rag dolls. Some of them seemed to have no injuries on the surface, but their internal organs turned directly into a ball of paste. Just one spell covered an area as large as several football fields, and the killing efficiency was surprisingly higher than the sum of the old nobles and cavalry. The old noble, startled by the noise, looked up at the sky, with a slight fear in his eyes. Although this mage is only a professional level, for real mages, their strength and status are calculated according to the strength level +1. Mage apprentices are basically equivalent to ordinary professional level extraordinary people. Formal mages, that is, mages who have changed their jobs, are basically equivalent to elite level mages. And elite level mages are often regarded as master level extraordinary people. This is not stipulated by anyone, but is entirely due to the fact that mages have many means and strong strength. It is not a rule, but the experience of life and death fighting. And just like this Atchison, it is clearly only an elite level mage, but he can fly like a master level extraordinary person. And the killing power of the spells released is even more than other master level extraordinary people. The old noble glanced at the sky and continued to fight immediately. The players who were almost out of ammunition and food could not organize any effective counterattack in front of them, and they could not run away, so they could only let them kill and hurt them. And in the sky, the man in gorgeous clothes constructed spells while adjusting the layout of the magic circle. He is Atchison. Because of the rush of time, the magic circle in front of him still has many loopholes, which must be repaired quickly. Otherwise, Even if there are no problems during the operation, the final conversion process will cause great losses. Thinking of this, Atchison glanced at the demon-breaking swordsman who had died suddenly below. If it weren't for the characteristics of the demon-breaking swordsman that caused the extraordinary cavalry to be defeated, he would never be so hasty. Looking at the body of the demon-breaking swordsman, Atchison couldn't help but think of a rumor. Legend has it that in the ancient times when mages were just budding, mages began to show their prowess. In order to target the powerful mage profession in the past, some forces began to study various restraints on mages and professions targeting mages. The demon-breaking swordsman seems to be a byproduct of one of the projects. Although it did not have the expected effect, it was still slaughtered by the mage. But when dealing with other extraordinary energies, it showed a brilliant performance, so that this profession was also passed down. Not knowing whether this rumor is true or not, Atchison shook his head slightly, and then focused all his attention on the magic circle in front of him, perfecting it bit by bit. Glancing at the dense crowd of players below, Atchison recalled the 3 underground laboratories that had been destroyed, and a trace of anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. Players, I will definitely find a way to completely kill your bodies. Below, Howey returned to the bunker where Lu Jin was. His face was extremely ugly, and the other presidents were the same. Just now they were smiling, and in reality, they were even planning to open champagne. If such a super cavalry could be left behind, then any loss would be worth it. This is even a battle that has a great uplifting effect on all players. There is absolutely no problem with this original plan. The only worry is the intervention of the master-level supernatural. But considering that the church has no master-level supernaturals to contain, plus the threat of a master-level professional suddenly dying just now, they thought there was a chance. But I didn't expect that what I worried about would come true. The order to retreat has been issued, although I don't want to face this fact. But since it has already happened, I can only accept it. But it seems too late. A guild leader said. Resurrection can be normal, but just like the players who were captured before, the level is still there after resurrection. But all experience points are cleared. All attributes, all skills cannot be released due to the weak state, and must be restarted from level 0. This should be the effect of the magic circle in the sky. Everyone looked up at the huge magic circle and was speechless. Clear. All the guild leaders fell into silence, and they all understood that they were powerless. In silence, one by one, the guild leaders retracted their gazes, silently mobilized the players, adjusted the layout of the town in the rear, and began to prepare for long-term guerrilla warfare and harassment warfare. But at this moment, they suddenly said, "Wait, someone is coming Fong Bai," a guild leader suddenly said, then turned his head to look at Hao Wei, and said with some blame, "Hao Wei, didn't you notify Fong Bai? Wouldn't it be more of a loss if he came here?" The others immediately looked at Hao Wei. Although Fong Bai was not affiliated with them, he was also a vital force of the players. And Fong Bai loss was also a loss for the players as a whole. I notified him, and Fong Bai answered the phone. He said he knew at the time. Hao Wei was also confused. I call Fong Bai now. Too late. Hao Wei was stunned, and saw a black dot rising into the sky, rushing towards the direction of the Rhino cavalry at the fastest speed. The 5 teams that strangled the players also quickly joined together and rushed straight to Fong Bai. Even the spells in the sky stagnated, and then changed direction, turning to clean up all the players next to Fong Bai. Hao Wei's mouth moved slightly, but at this moment, the clouds in Fong Bai direction spread out. Chapter 167. The clouds spread. A cloud appeared out of thin air in the sky, and a cloud intertwined with another cloud. In a flash, a thick white cloud appeared in the sky. The white cloud spread rapidly, directly covering the entire battlefield. But what was strange was that the thick white cloud did not block any light. There was no grayness on the battlefield, and the sky and the earth were still bright. Lu Jin and others looked at the inexplicably appearing cloud without reacting. But the next moment, they suddenly widened their eyes. In the sky, a figure wearing a wizard's robe appeared, and the magic model he was constructing in front of him collapsed, and the whole person fell directly down. And the magic circle that was also so huge that it covered the entire battlefield also flashed quickly as if it had poor contact, and completely collapsed and disappeared after a few seconds. In addition, the old noble next to him also fell to the ground instantly, and there was nothing in the sky except the white clouds. At this moment, a cow moo sounded. Moo! Fong Bai Rhino. Lu Jin, Hao Wei, and others were still confused. And at this moment someone suddenly said, "Wait, my fighting spirit can't be released from my body, and all my external skills can't be released. Mine too. External skills are banned." Everyone looked up at the rolling white clouds in the sky. For a moment, their eyes were full of ecstasy. Counterattack. When Fong Bai came to the battlefield and saw the tragic situation on the battlefield, his eyes twitched slightly. And before he could do anything, a figure soared into the sky and flew towards him. "Ha ha ha! Fong Bai, you dared to come over here." The voice of the old noble came, and Fong Bai's eyes were stern when he felt the familiar breath. Looking up at the old noble, who was floating in the air. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. And Fong Bai instantly burst out with a strong murderous aura. "My first death was in his hands. Fly! Come down!" Fong Bai's eyes were cold and murderous. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The cloud covered it in just an instant. The old nobleman, who was flying, was like a bird with broken wings. The curve of flight was broken, and it fell off a cliff. What surprised Fong Bai was that another mage appeared in the sky and fell directly. In addition, the fighting spirit armor on the extraordinary cavalry that was about to rush in front of him collapsed. Field, who was charging, looked down at himself blankly. The fighting spirit armor disappeared. The fighting spirit resonance was interrupted. At this moment, panic surged into his heart. The charge was slightly stagnant, and the momentum collapsed. Fong Bai in front of him did not hesitate at all and rushed forward instantly. Bang! The moment the two cavalry met, the extraordinary cavalry on Field's side was directly thrown to the ground. The rhino, like a heavy tank, directly used the most brutal means to open a bloody path among the extraordinary cavalry. The extraordinary cavalry, which had just survived the siege of tens of thousands of players without any losses, was directly hit hard at this moment. And the cavalry commander Field was directly impaled on Fong Bai's spear, staring at Fong Bai with wide eyes, full of disbelief. "Let me go! I beg you!" Bang! Before he finished speaking, Fong Bai's hand trembled slightly, and Field instantly exploded under the terrifying force, without a piece of flesh bigger than a fist on his body. Hao Wei and others who saw this scene from afar held their breath. Fong Bai no longer cared about the already severely damaged and scattered extraordinary cavalry, and charged directly towards the old noble who had landed. Behind him, watching the severely damaged and scattered extraordinary cavalry, players from all over the mountains and plains rushed forward and directly submerged all the remaining cavalry. When Hao Wei and others saw Fong Bai target, their breathing held. In a short time, Fong Bai and the old noble collided violently. Even under the clouds, the sound of the collision of the two people's weapons still echoed far away, resounding over the battlefield. Fong Bai, who switched to a battle axe, had a condensed look in his eyes. He was extremely powerful after completing the metal element transformation. The power that could be released by the contraction of the elemental metal muscle bundle was far beyond everyone's imagination. But even so, he still lost to them in the collision. Even if the master level could not pry the elements of heaven and earth, he was still a terrifying super strongman. Even under the clouds, the elite level could not touch him. However, the old noble's eyes were more shocked than Fong Bai. The clouds were fine. Although the appearance of the super-large forbidden magic circle shocked him, it was at least within his understanding. However, this elite player could actually take his frontal attack. Fong Bai rushed past him. Behind him, the rhino cavalry would stab the spear in their hands when passing by the old noble. Ding! 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 The old noble's rapier swung and clicked quickly, as if violating the common sense of physics. One spear after another was easily opened, and no one could touch him. He even thrust out a sword from time to time and instantly hit the soldier's throat. Ding! The armor broke for the first time, and the rapier left a sword mark of more than 2 centimeters on the armor at the soldier's throat. Although it still did not penetrate the armor, the powerful force of the rapier poured on the armor, directly shattering the soldier's neck, and the soldier died instantly. The first casualty after the rhino cavalry was born with talent appeared. Then the second, third, and fourth. Ding! Fong Bai, who had dismounted, stared at the old noble in front of him. Even in the midst of thousands of troops, the old noble still maintained his elegance and slowly put away his rapier. The next moment, he suddenly burst out. Ding 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 ding! Fong Bai directly fought with the old noble, swinging his giant axe and whistling the wind. but he was easily defended. In a moment of conflict, the old noble showed extremely strong skills. The rapier's moves were as agile as an antelope hanging horns. It seemed very light, but it directly left a deep sword mark on Fong by elemental alloy mechanical armor. And the terrifying power was directly vented into the inside of the armor. And after shock absorption, it was vented into Fong by body. However, what shocked the old noble was that, after such a terrifying attack and powerful force were completely released into Fong by body, Fong Bai was actually fine. He didn't even groan, but fought with him as usual. He was like a black hole, constantly devouring the power of his attack. After finding that he was completely crushed in terms of skills, and could not stop the old noble's attack at all, Fong Bai simply gave up all defensive means, and fought with the old noble with a life and death fighting method. This made the old noble feel helpless. And at this moment, Hao Wei and others finally arrived at the scene. Looking at Fong Bai fighting with the old noble, Hao Wei shouted, "Fong Bai, I help you." "Don't." Fong Bai couldn't help but speak out. But it was too late. The extremely frustrated old noble rushed to Hao Wei's side in an instant. And with a slash of the rapier, Hao Wei was instantly split into two. Puff! Fong Bai rushed to the old noble's side and fought with him again. Chapter 168, Killing with Sister in Arms. Humph. The old nobleman's continuous vibrations were detonated in advance, causing him to groan. And then he stepped back a few steps, staring at Fong Bai. At this moment, Fong Bai's armor was full of pits and holes. The two of them only confronted each other for a moment before they collided again. Fong Bai was beaten continuously from beginning to end. The old nobleman's swordsmanship was extremely strong and fast. And even if Fong Bai used the fantasy space to maximize the time perception, he could not deal with it. Some things are useless even if there is more time to think. However, during the long thinking time, Fong Bai found that among the old nobleman's seemingly scattered attacks, basically 1 out of every 3 or 4 attacks fell on one side of the breastplate. Silently, the hole on one side of the breastplate became larger and deeper. Fong Bai, who discovered this, looked at the old nobleman and saw that the old nobleman's face was faintly aggrieved, and his eyes were fixed on him, and he hardly looked at his chest even once. "I'm the one who's acting?" Fong Bai sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. He collided with the old noble again and again. Inadvertently, the damage on his chest became deeper and deeper, until, whoosh, the old noble stabbed Fong Bai with all his strength. The sword was so fast that it was impossible to dodge, and landed on his chest in an instant. At this moment, the old noble's eyes showed a trace of sarcasm. And then he saw Fong Bai not dodge or avoid, but rush directly to him. In a white prayer room, Kaming was pestering the white-robed priest and talking continuously. The white-robed priest was praying silently, but suddenly he was stunned and opened his eyes. Kaming was stunned when he was about to say something, and then he saw the white-robed priest stand up. And the next moment, he appeared in the air with Kaming. "Master, what's wrong? That old guy scared me. He ran away. And there was the smell of that mage. They fought with the players, and Fong Bai seemed to be there too." Kaming was anxious when he heard it, but he didn't dare to say anything when he saw the white-robed priest was already flying at full speed. The two flew quickly, and soon saw beams of light rising into the sky, and saw the huge magic circle. The white-robed priest's face immediately became solemn. The magic circle set up in advance by the elite mage seemed very troublesome even to him. As an elite mage, it means that he must have extremely broad knowledge and extremely high learning and research capabilities. In other words, he has many means and can deal with various occasions. Often, the longer the preparation is made in advance, the higher the degree of danger. Few extraordinary people dare to fight with the mage. Maybe in the past, but not now. On the contrary, if you only encounter an elite mage, you don't have to panic. Just treat it as an ordinary master-level extraordinary person. And this is obviously the magic circle prepared in the past. The white-robed priest breathed a sigh of relief. And even Kaming next to him became extremely nervous. "This is numb." Boom! Suddenly, the cloud spread out, and the magic circle that had just given him a headache collapsed instantly. Looking at the cloud that only covered one side, the white-robed priest's face became completely solemn. The speed was fully exerted, and it quickly moved towards the area covered by the cloud. Not long after, when the white-robed priest entered the range of the cloud, he was shocked. All energy reactions outside the body were suppressed. The holy light he mastered could only operate inside the body. Once it extended outside the body, it would be suppressed. Where did the super-large forbidden magic field come from? Targeting that elite mage? How miserable would he be? The white-robed priest immediately reacted. And at this time Kaming, who fell to the ground and looked around, suddenly pointed in a direction and said, Master! Master! Is that Fong Bai? The white-robed priest looked at the words, and immediately saw the old nobleman's rapier piercing Fong Bai's heart in the midst of countless players. And there was already a very deep gap there. Not good. Fong Bai is still too young and was fooled. As someone who had fought with the old nobleman many times, he knew best what tricks the old nobleman liked to play. At this moment, not only him, but also many players also discovered this, and shouted to remind Fong Bai. Listening to the loud reminders from the side, the old noble finally stopped acting. The vague anxiety and helplessness on his face disappeared without a trace, and he returned to his original indifference, letting the surrounding players shout. The old noble hit Fong Bai's heart with all his strength. Ding! The last bit of the mechanical-assisted armor on the chest was broken, and the rapier with terrifying power completely penetrated the armor, pierced through the shockproof tough rhinoceros skin and fell on Fong Bai's heart. The terrifying power poured out, and feeling the feedback from the rapier, the tip of the sword trembled slightly. As long as this sword landed on the heart, the whole heart would be completely shattered. However, almost at the same moment, ding! The crisp sound echoed on the battlefield, and the feeling from the rapier made the old noble unable to react at once. Is it the heart? Is it the flesh? There is a layer of armor inside? The armor outside is already very, very hard. Why does it feel harder inside than outside? The old noble's heart sank, and he was stunned. At this moment, everyone who saw it didn't react for a while. Then Fong Bai rushed out with all his strength at the moment when the old noble pierced with a sword. When the old noble stabbed with all his strength. At this moment, the old strength had just gone, and the new strength had not yet been born. And Fong Bai's seemingly simple pounce directly blocked all the directions of the old noble's evasion, as if he had tried countless times and thought for a long time. In just a moment, Fong Bai hugged the old noble fiercely. At this moment, everyone was stunned, looking at Fong Bai, who was hugging the old noble in disbelief. Everyone widened their eyes, and Kaming even twisted the leg of the white-robed priest, and suddenly realized it when he found that it didn't hurt at all. Oh! It was just a dream. The next moment, Kaming was slapped away by the white-robed priest. He looked at the scene in disbelief, and then rushed towards Fong Bai without any hesitation. At this moment, the old noble was stunned, looking at the very rude Fong Bai in disbelief. At his level, who would hug each other and fight like Fong Bai? The old noble felt a little exasperated, and Fong Bai smiled immediately when he saw this. Please be elegant. As soon as the voice fell, the tough and powerful elemental metal muscle fibers contracted, and the muscle fibers twisted together like steel cables, making a bang. As his arms retracted, terrifying power burst out, and at this moment, the old noble's face turned green. Kakaka! The fighting spirit in the old noble's body burst out instantly, like a bomb exploding in his arms. But Fong Bai did not react at all. Even his arms were constantly retracting and retracting. Kakaka! The old noble felt as if he was stuck in an iron clamp. The next moment, Fong Bai suddenly closed his eyes. Chapter 169. Crack! The old noble's bones crackled. In an instant, the old noble made countless counterattacks. Holding people, this kind of childish fighting tricks are useless to them. He can easily get away, or even fight back directly. However, no matter what counterattack the old noble made, it seemed to sink into the sea, without any response. Whether it was the powerful master-level fighting spirit, or the powerful master-level physical strength, all the power entered Fong Bai's body without any reaction. Fong Bai was like a black hole, constantly absorbing all power. The white-robed priest quickly moved among the players, and soon came to Fong Bai's side. He saw the old noble with a distorted face being held in Fong Bai's hands, and Fong Bai suddenly withdrew his hands. Crack! The crisp sound echoed in the ears of the white-robed priest, which made his pupils shrink suddenly, and looked at Fong Bai in disbelief. Crack! 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 The old nobleman's bones were crushed one after another, and the white-robed priest's head was buzzing. Before he could say anything, the old noble was directly knocked to the ground by Fong Bai. His eyes bulged out, and he took his last breath. Hiss! The white-robed priest looked at Fong Bai horrified. staring at the armor on Fong Bai's body. The old noble's struggle just now seemed inconspicuous. But the front of Fong Bai's mechanical power armor was completely twisted. Some parts were even torn directly under the terrifying power of the master-level fighting spirit. According to the white-robed priest, this is an extraordinary armor forged with elemental alloy. Fong Bai's unique technology made it not even weaker than elemental metal armor. But this armor was twisted and torn by the old noble's struggle. And its horror can be imagined. And that's fine. This is a master level after all. What's even more outrageous is that under this level of power, Fong Bai didn't let go of the old nobleman. Nor was he injured. He endured this level of struggle, and hugged the old nobleman to death in his arms bit by bit. The white-robed priest couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. His body was even harder than the elemental alloy armor. Could his body be made of elemental metal? How is this possible? Fong Bai found that the white-robed priest was coming and nodded slightly at him. Wait a moment. Fong Bai grabbed his giant axe and chopped down one after another. The white-robed priest watched this scene with his own eyes, and his back felt cold. After Fong Bai finished finishing the knife, he walked to the side of the white-robed priest. The white-robed priest looked at Fong Bai in front of him, and sighed slightly. Fong Bai, you are really hard to surprise people. I take this as your compliment. Thank you for coming to help. Fong Bai naturally knew what the white-robed priest was here for. Thank you too, Fong Bai said to Kaming, who came over. And Kaming's face looked like he had seen a ghost. He stared at Fong Bai and stammered. At this time, the white-robe continued. Fong Bai, don't let your guard down. The war is not over yet. Huh? Fong Bai saw the cautious expression of the white-robed priest and immediately became a little nervous. Then, he heard the white-robed priest say, in addition to Luan, the elite mage who built the laboratory is also here. Don't look at him as an elite mage. Once he is given enough preparation time, he will not be much weaker than the master level. And this is still secondary. The white-robe took a deep breath, full of solemnity. At this moment, Fong Bai couldn't help but be awed. And then he heard the white-robe say, what's even more terrifying is the creation of this super-large forbidden magic circle. This large and high-level super-large forbidden magic circle must be set up by a master wizard at least. Fong Bai, even though you killed the master-level Lun, you have to know that warriors are weak among all extraordinary people. And master-level wizards. For master-level extraordinary people, that is a nightmare. Fong Bai listened more and more cautiously, but suddenly felt something was wrong. And the more he listened, the more wrong it was. Wait. Interrupt me. Are you talking about this white cloud in the sky? Yes. Fong Bai. You must. I did it. Oh. Even if you did it, you have to be careful of the master behind you. Wait. What did you say? The white robe suddenly reacted, and was slightly stunned. I said, I did this white cloud on the top. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the white robe was silent for a long time, and then imitated Kaming next to him, and made a gesture. 6. Fong Bai smiled at this, and then suddenly remembered something and asked, wait, what did you just say about the elite mage? The one who built the laboratory? At this moment, Bai Pao completely regarded Fong Bai as a person of the same level. After a long time, Bai Pao, who had recovered from his shock, spoke out. When Fong Bai figured out the reason, he immediately came to another battlefield under the guidance of the player. When Fong Bai arrived, the man at the core of the battlefield grabbed a player's legs and tore them apart instantly. Collapse? Players rushed forward one by one, but they had no ability to resist in front of this man. Who knows how much strength is contained in his seemingly thin body? Seeing this scene, Fong Bai temporarily suppressed his anger, turned his head to look at the white robe who followed him, and couldn't help asking, is this a mage? The white robe pursed his lips and looked at the mage quietly. Otherwise, why would mages become the nightmare of all extraordinary people? Every mage has a lot of extraordinary knowledge and countless spell modules. And spell modules are a major backbone or even the source of extraordinary power. By continuously analyzing extraordinary power, one can master the operating mechanisms and principles of various extraordinary professions. Through research, they can obtain various knowledge and research various secret methods. At the beginning, the strength of mages was also limited. But gradually, mages developed methods to permanently enhance the body. The melee method, the stealth method, the flying method, etc. were researched. With continuous enhancement, mages gradually became all-rounders. That is, the real kings. Just like you can see. Even if the spellcasting ability is banned, this mage still has the strength of an elite warrior by relying on physical strength and combat skills. Fong Bai was silent after hearing this, and couldn't help but recall that his mechanical forger was actually a branch of the mage. But just like he said before, he can only be regarded as a blacksmith, far from being worthy of a mage. But, are mages really that strong? Shaking his head slightly, Fong Bai muttered to himself as he walked into the battlefield, came to the elite mage, and raised his hand slightly to block his attack. While he was stunned, he punched out. In an instant, the fist landed on the mage with his arms crossed with terrifying power. Bang! The arm exploded. The chest was shattered. A big hole was blown out on the back, and the broken flesh flew. The mage who died suddenly widened his eyes, as if there was still resentment in his eyes. Looking at the mage who died suddenly in the silence around him, Fong Bai suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. How does the Mecha Master compare to him? Chapter 170 Decision. Mage. Fong Bai looked at the mage who died suddenly and pondered slightly. The mage, whose melee strength was equivalent to that of an elite warrior, had no resistance in front of Fong Bai at this moment. Did you really just break through to the elite level? The white robe couldn't help but ask. It's true. The white robe's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Fong Bai pure brute force and absolute defense made him not know what to say. The attack means were lacking. The displacement means were lacking. And the skills were simple. Only terrifying brute force and absolute defense. It was really biased to the extreme. Is the mage so weak? Kai Ming widened his eyes and asked curiously. Fong Bai just said the same thing, and the white robe didn't react. Kai Ming was hit by the white robe as soon as he said it. Arrogant. What do you mean by a mage is so weak? If there is no cloud. Try it. Even if the mage chooses to fight you in close combat, with the strength of a bear, the agility of a cat, the vision of an eagle, the defense of a rhino, and the intuition of a warrior, you will die without knowing how you died. And you will be bruised and blue. If you don't like close combat, just flash away. Put on a shield. Spell counter. Fireball bomb or other damage spell bomb. That's even easier. And you will definitely be beaten to pieces. You can be beaten in both long range and close combat. And this is still an encounter. If you challenge him to a duel, you will be promoted to the master level. The white robe seemed to be stimulated and said excitedly. Maybe it was because he just said that the mage was powerful and the mage was a nightmare. And then this mage was beaten to death by Fong Bai. But even if there is no cloud, isn't there a forbidden magic circle? Kimming whispered softly, and the white robe sneered when he heard it. Forbidden magic array? Do you know how harsh the conditions are for setting up a forbidden magic array? Do you know how many precious consumables are needed to set up a forbidden magic array? Do you know that setting up a forbidden magic array requires a main array object of a higher level than that of a magician? Also, do you know what profession is needed to set up a forbidden magic array? Why do you think mages are called nightmares? That's because they are omnipotent and can never be targeted. Don't talk about the fragile mages in the story books, who can be easily assassinated by assassins. Real mages, let alone the dozens of layers of shields, dozens of layers of triggered displacement, defense, and counterattack spells on their bodies at any time. Even if you crack all of these and think you can stab them to death with a dagger, they can take out a long sword with their backhands, put on armor and chop you to death. Who do you think wrote these story books? They were written by mages. That bunch of old cunning people. It's okay to be strong, but they are also cunning. The white robe seemed to have been stimulated by something, pointing at Kaming and cursing non-stop, making Kaming shrink his neck and dare not say a word. Kaming spoke carefully after the white robe finished speaking. Why are you so excited? Why didn't you say anything when Fong Bai said it just now? The white robe paused after hearing this, opened his mouth, closed it again, and then pointed at the corpse in front of him and said, he did win. The white robe pointed to the clouds in the sky after speaking. Whether it's the clouds or his strength, they are all his own, and he created them himself. Kaming scratched his head after hearing this, and didn't know what to say for a while. Words are not enough. They are just nitpicking, and you have to use facts to speak, no matter what the process was. The result was that he really punched the mage in 1 second. You won, and everything you say is right. Fong Bai smiled beside him, and his mental power enveloped the mage. He made up for him for a while, and only walked back after making sure that he was completely dead. Originally, he actually wanted to be a mage. and used the mage-like profession of mechanical forger to develop in the direction of mage. Because mages are really good, and I really yearn for them. But the experience just now, and what the white-robed priest said just now triggered some thoughts in him. Are mages really strong? Very strong. But are mages strong because of their profession? No. Mages become strong because of their philosophy. In the end, it is people who are strong, not a certain profession. At this moment, two images emerged in Fong Bai's mind. One, Fong Bai was suspended in the air, with hundreds of triggered constant spells stacked on his body, and layers of shields with various effects on the outside. With a wave of his hand, fireballs, water balls, ice spears, tornadoes, meteorites, and forbidden spells fell like raindrops, destroying everything. 1. As soon as the thought moved, the sound effect of armor merging automatically sounded around. And then the armor emerged out of thin air, spread, and completed the fusion, and then chose close combat or artillery bombardment according to different situations. And when the enemy worked hard to break the mecha and thought he could win, he casually reached out and grabbed the opponent's neck, smashed it hard, and shouted, "You little bastard. Congratulations on beating my second form. Let's continue the fight." When Fong Bai thought of this scene, he couldn't help but tremble all over. At this moment, Fong Bai understood his choice. The mage is very strong? Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. How does my mecha master compare to him? There were many factors in this killing, and it was not a fair duel, which did not explain anything. But it did not prevent Fong Bai from feeling that the mecha master he created had great potential. The mage used magic to improve the diversity of professional means. Why can't the mecha master do the same? Why are you laughing so happily? Kaming looked at Fong Bai in confusion. Fong Bai just laughed while looking at the mage's corpse. Not to mention that his laughter was exactly the same as that of a pervert. There was no difference at all. Oh, I thought of something happy. Fong Bai's eyes, which had been empty, refocused and looked at the mage's corpse. He was killed like this, which was a bargain for him. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, feeling a little sorry. In fact, he had considered this issue before he took action. But he still gave up. The mage was notoriously cautious and afraid of death, and had many methods. And he knew nothing about the mage's methods. If you want to capture such an enemy alive and do other things, you will die without knowing how to die. Kill him first. You will have time to vent your anger. Dance on his grave or let him die without a burial place. The other party will not refute or argue with you. How good it is. Kaming also looked at the mage's body after hearing this, without commenting much. Although he has no habit of abusing people, it is not his compatriots who are being abused, but Fong Bai. He neither agrees nor disagrees. Retracting his gaze, Kaming couldn't help but look at Fong Bai curiously, and immediately moved to Fong Bai's side and glanced at the white-robed priest. By the way, Fong Bai, let me ask you something. Kaming lowered his voice in Fong Bai's ear. Are you very strong now? Yes. What's wrong? Can you beat him? Huh? Kaming glanced at the white-robed priest, and then winked at Fong Bai. The white-robed man, who was curious about what Kaming was going to say, suddenly turned pale. He covered Kaming's mouth before he could finish and dragged him to the side. Kaming looked at Fong Bai with his eyes wide open, and his two legs kicked helplessly on the ground. Fong Bai smiled at this and turned his head to look in another direction. Over there, Lu Jin, Hao Wei, and other presidents came together.